Hello, everyone. Welcome to Elestrals Premier Tournament now on December 14th, 2024. I am so glad to be here with my co-commentator for right now. We'll have someone else later on, but right now it is me and Kay Cray. Kay, how you feeling?
So good. And honestly, I'm so excited to be here casting with you specifically. I feel like this was foretold back in season 2 of the Elestriad when we were both on Earth. I feel like we've been scheming on this for a long time.
You know, our paths in Elestral really has been really similar. We debuted in Elestriad season 2. We were both the last pick.
Yeah.
We were both on Earth. We both played week 7, like the final week. It was one of the determining games of our season. And now we're here opening up Elestriad right now. So I want to let y'all know this commentary team, we're called PK Cray.
Yes, PK Cray is canon.
It's already in the stars. So make sure you want to talk about foretelling. Make sure you guys understand that this is the team that we got right now. Speaking of the team that we have, let's talk about the amount of competitors. Over 96. I'm so excited for this many people to be competing. And if I don't see Panzer, I'm gonna be a sad PK.
I feel like someone's got to bring it for you. And if they do, you're going to be on the mic for that game.
I hope so. I hope so.
Absolutely.
I need my breaks as well, but I hope to be on the mic for that one. But you know me, I'm a Panzer fanboy to the day I'm done. But what about you? What are you hoping to see this tournament?
This is an interesting one because this is the first tournament that we're seeing with the new ban list in effect. So possibly going to see some meta shakeups. The whole purpose of the ban list was to enable some of these bigger bodies, the 2 and 3 drops, to be able to be more viable. And I would love to see some spicy things. I would love to see Frost shine a little bit more. I would love to see some maybe Rhinosect. And personally, I love Earth. I am an Earth girly. And I would love to see possibly some bigger Earth bodies. Maybe even Verdalith coming through at some point. I'm a Verdalith believer. I think that she is, especially in the next set in Moonrise when we have No Stone Unturned to help out with our Lith cards. I'm so excited.
No Stone Unturned is going to turn my Vesuvatuga deck up to 11. I am so excited. I no longer have to run 3 copies. It'll be great.
Yes.
It'll be fantastic. But let's go back to that ban list and let's talk about everything that's changed up from the previous tournament. Announced, I believe, 2 days after the December 1st tournament, we had a major shakeup across the board. We have, if I can remember everyone correctly, we had Arcolith, a major player in December 1st tournament, going down to 1. Which is going to be hindering, but definitely slow down the offensive prowess of Thunder decks or any deck really, and will allow players to start playing more aggro. Because if you remember in December 1st, we saw many people only attacking with 1 and 1 and 1 because they didn't want to fall prey to Arcolith. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that exact situation was played by Sunseed Just, the eventual champion of last week.
Yeah, we saw that with Sunseed Jess. We even saw it in the Bean Soldier matchup in top 8. And it will be really interesting to see how the 1 of Arcolith will change that up. And that's not the only thing that has hit Thunder, because Race to the Top was also limited to 1.
Yeah. Race to the Top is going to be a major card to be going out of the Thunder repertoire, because Mount Olympus and Race to the Top was always a play. And not to mention Stadium Wounds, while they have fallen out of favor recently, I still believe in their power. Getting +1 for every spirit that's under it that matches the stadium. I mean, not only is that counterplay for your opponent, but it could be a way to just boost up your play. I mean, look at Elechick, a card that would come out with Olympus being a 5 attacker. And then if you encompass the divines that Elechick would also search, Demeter and Zeus, that could considerably be an 8 attacker. And speaking of Elechick, Demeter and Zeus, they're all limited.
All of them are down to 1 of, which is very interesting. And on that note, I think that what you said about the stadiums being so underrated at this point, I think that even makes them more valuable, because when you see stadiums go down in this meta, they oftentimes stick around because there isn't another stadium to out them.
Yes.
And you get huge value out of them.
Yeah, those stadiums, they can. Early day Elestrals, we've always heard stadium wars. You know, go back and forth with your Atlantis, your Olympus, your Floyd Forest, your Volcanic Forest. But as the game has been refined, people have understood or figured out or just decided we don't really need the stadium this much. But that means when one person does play the stadium, like you said, it sticks around because there's no easy way to take it out. And if you have back row destruction, you don't really want to use it on a stadium. You want to use it on the face downs and get rid of the shields, the tsunamis, the Gorgon's gazes. So that means that those Elestrals that are powered up by the stadium are just going to be boosted up still. So it's something you gotta consider.
Absolutely. And also on this ban list, we see Viserys, which is down to 2, which is really interesting. I know.
No! That is the only... You want to know what's funny? I told my friend group, I said, if this game ever gets a semi-list, I'm quitting my job. Okay. So if anyone is hiring, thank you for bringing me on as a commentator, Elestrals. Jesus. I gotta be a man of my word. But
happy to be here.
I am happy to be here. I'll be honest. Let's take the sarcasm out of that. I love that I get to do this. But still, I just was not expecting Viserys to be hit. And I understand. It typically is the third Vice that gets you. Little sidebar. Do you say Viserys or Viserys?
I say Viserys. I don't know which one is which.
I would love to know the opinions of the chat on this one. Because I feel like I am saying it weird, but it just sounds better to me to say Viserys. I don't know. It's like a vice grip. That's how I'm hearing it, you know? That's how I'm seeing it. But
if you
in any
have
case,
one vice, it is saying Viserys instead of Viserys, for sure.
Wow, you just kind of blew my mind. You just kind of blew my mind.
You had to take a minute on that one. It's too early.
Oh, wow. Let me just take a swig of water on that one. But yes, it is typically the third Viserys that will get you. So I understand why Vice had to be limited. It's just, oh man, that one is a rough one. Now you can it's still a powerful card. Like still getting a 4 attacker that goes to a 5 attacker that can become a 6 attacker, and you just have to defend it with 1 turn. Oh no, I have Tsunami. Oh no, I have Shield. Oh Gorgon, you know, it's very possible to protect that Vice. And worst case scenario, you just use all 2 of the stars off of the defensive position Vice or attack position Vice if you want, you know, and figure it out however you want. But you still get the offense off. You get 2 spirits on 1 card, and you can use that for an ascension play or a bigger play, stuff like that. It's very efficient. So I understand why Vice had to go to 2. I will be waiting with bated breath for him to come back to 3.
And that is a good point, because specifically with Elestrals, and I really love this, no ban, no limitation is ever permanent. And Dan has said this oftentimes, like with the Demeter Zeus limit, those are coming back February 1st, I believe, is whenever those are back up to 3 like usual.
Yes, those ban lists will be gone, will be removed, and they'll be back up to 3 on February 1st. And as well as a card that will, well, around that time, February 1st, this card will not be changing, and it may be questioning, making people curious as to why. Pharaoh Geist has been limited. Yes. And no one's been using Pharaoh Geist, so what's the deal?
Yeah, it was a preemptive strike on Pharaoh Geist.
Moonrise, so as you guys know, Daybreak gave a preview of Lunar. We got Pandolence, we got Bandaloon, Specterus, Pharaoh Geist, and I believe that's it. I could be wrong. Not counting Shatterstars, just in Daybreak. But we got that preview of Lunar. But this is a preview. The support cards weren't really there. Moonrise is the full-fledged release. As such, there are cards in Moonrise that are going to make certain plays a lot more viable for certain elements. You know, it's going to be changing up the metagame as a good set does. Pharaoh Geist became a card that was a little bit too easy to handle, to break out in almost any deck, and to be a threat when it was around. Because if you don't know, Pharaoh Geist effect forces the opponent to expend an extra spirit for any card they want to cast. An Elestral, extra spirit. Rune, extra spirit. like you gotta just pay more. Even using a PTA, a Poison Tip Arrow, on a Pharaohgeist would cost you 5 spirits. That's a quarter of your life going for one card. Massive. Pharaohgeist will be a card to watch out for in Moonrise. And because of the potential, and because we're not going to get a ban list until about April, so says Dan, A Drive Creator Man, we will be just preemptively hitting that. That way, when the time comes, it's already in place, as well as the same reason why the Divines, Zeus and Demeter, will be retracted. We're going to see how those cards fare in the new meta. Now, those Divines, +3 and -3 is a very potent effect, huh?
Yes, that is a huge stat line for sure. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, anytime you see Elechick come out, if it's searching Demeter, that's automatically a 7, which is huge. Or if it's searching Zeus, there aren't many things on the other side of the board that can stand up to being dropped down by Zeus and then swung over by Elechick.
Yes, and Zeus is actually a bit more potent for that one because it weakens your opponent, which inherently buffs every Elestral you have in your field. Demeter only buffs up your one card, so Elechick would be a 7. But when your monster or your opponent's Elestral is weakened by 3, that means all of yours have a pseudo buff as well. So if they stop the first attack with like a shield or a gaze, you still have another Elestral and will likely be able to run over it. Like the combination is just really powerful as well. Looking at the list, there is one card that we have not talked about, and I've danced around it the whole time. It's possibly the biggest hit on this list, but it's arguably the most necessary. Equilinx, the big hitter from Earth, has been put down to 1. Kay, what are your thoughts there?
You know that I love Equilinx. However, I can acknowledge that it is a meta-defining card. It has been one of the most played cards that we've seen in Elestrals so far. And I think that even at 1 per deck, it can still be a really powerful card. It will just be interesting to see people play it more strategically and plan when you want to target the back row or pick apart, like we said, not that it feels good, but possibly a Stadium Rune or a Divine, anything like that.
Yeah, Elechick is just such a massive hitter because back row is so important in the game right now. Again, Equilinx, I mean, you have Demeter as well, making Equilinx a pseudo 7 attacker. Also has 3 defense, which means that it can't get beaten by stuff by Cryoblast. It can get beaten by Eddie, but if you have Feloy Forest up, no, it ain't. You know, and not to mention it's a 5/4 attacker. At least, and there have been many games that have been won by Equilinx. Oh no, you spent your PTA on it. All right, here's my second Equilinx.
Yeah.
You want to know how I know that? You want to know how I know that? You want to know where I got that from? Where I felt that annoyance from?
Absolutely.
Any idea?
I'm personally clueless. I think you should share with the class.
Oh, okay. All right. So in Illustrious Season 2, Kay always had Equilinx to her hand. She was Demeter incarnate. It was insane.
I don't know. Listen, I think that there was divine interference on that one. I don't know what it was, but every single game I was opening, Equilinx Demeter, it was foretold.
And Molstation was right around the bend as well. You were always decked out with power.
Oh, I loved all my little Earth girlies.
But that's the power of Earth, and that's why that element, along with Thunder, had to be tempered on this ban list. So real quick, because I know rounds are getting situated and players are going to their matchups. So let's talk about what we're going to see today. What are you hoping to see? Me, Plucky, Chronodile. I'm expecting those two to be a lot more potent now that Elechick, Demeter, and Zeus are weakened.
Yes, Chronodile is what I was going to say as well. I think Chronodile can be terrifying in this format.
Chronodile, I'm excited for Chronodile because it's always been strong. I'm actually not sure exactly why it fell out of favor. Maybe it's just because Equilinx was so potent, was just doing back row, which would ruin the spirits that Chronodile needed to get up there. But I think there's more room for that strategy to shine right now. I would love to see Titanic Strike come through. I think that card with Thunderstorm is going to be interesting. So if there's any caster trying a Thunderstorm deck with Titanic Strike, Bronto Glow.
Yes. Bronto Glow, I would love to see Bronto Glow, Fun Glow. That is one of my dreams for sure.
It's going to be a major play, so I'm expecting to see that. Fire Nexus may pop up from here more. That is a very, I think the most potent strategy for Fire Nexus has been Fire Argo, utilizing the extra artifacts to get spirits on board, casting out with Kinleo, Nexusing 3, making it a 6 attacker, popping Elestrals, etc. like that. So I think that may have a potent play in this tournament today as well.
And something that I think could make a resurgence, and I don't think I would use the word excited about it, I would say cautiously terrified, is that with these restrictions that we're seeing, and this is another callback to Elestriad Season 2, we might see the reemergence of a 5s type deck.
Oh, you know what? In a meta shakeup, I can understand why 5s is just a comfort pick. That deck is very easy to pilot. The strategy is straightforward. It is a deck that thrives on cost. You play one card, and then it's like, okay, I have my Galaxy on the field. What does your PTA do? Chat, answer it. What does your PTA do? But yeah, I can see that one being beneficial as well. And I want to call out to chat as well. I see you guys. Y'all are hoping for a Phosphor Cell top. I would love to see Phosphor Cell come through. That card is pretty easy to get out. It is a pretty big hitter. It is a bit technical to play as well. So I would love to see that operate as well. But we have our players lined up at their desk and ready to go. So Kay, are you ready to pass it off to begin round 1?
Oh, I am so ready, and I am so excited because we have a very exciting round 1. PK, do you want to tell them what we're about to watch?
No, because I can't tell yet. You tell me.
We are going to... Perfect. Excellent. We are going to be watching the previous champion, Sunseed Jess, in round 1, facing off against Lizard. And I am personally very excited to see the spice that these two might be bringing to contend with this new meta.
This is going to be exciting. We get to spectate the previous champion, which is going to be very exciting. We get to see what element that they chose. Now, we all know Jess, especially from if you know Jess's career, we know that they are a really massive player on anything grass. I am curious to know if we're going to see her still go for Earth regarding the Demeter hit and the Eldritch hit and Equiling's hit. And man, saying it all like that is depressing.
I know. She has been a big believer in Earth, and specifically last tournament, what she played was this Earth and Thunder hybrid that took advantage of the good parts of both of those decks. And who knows, that could still be a very viable strategy. Both got hits, but if you combine them, maybe they equal something strong enough to be a deck that she wants to bring this week.
So that's the great thing about this meta right now is that because of the hits, we have a lot of decks that are more powerful. You mentioned it earlier. What if Cryovern comes back? Cryovern Turbo, I don't understand personally why that fell out of contention, because Cryolink, like Mulligan, oh no, my hand is bad, Mulligan. Oh no, my hand is not great, Mulligan. Then you got 6 spirits in, and then you got everything else. And I don't know why that fell out. So we may see Frost as well. But in any case, I believe it is now time for us to get this round started. So cameraman, do the thing, or you're ready. Kay, we have a big match in front of us, and I cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Oh yeah, cannot wait.
We have these players lined up, just literally just sitting there with their hands ready to vote. And I want to see, I'm just hoping for a great back and forth. They are casting out, and here we go. The card. Oh, look at the sleeves.
Oh, those are gorgeous.
Those are some good sleeves. I
love those.
Let's see how it operates. I'm not sure which player is going first. So we're going to have to just got to wait for the players to make their play, as it were. And I want to assume that Lizard is going first. Because I see them going through the hand. Oh, no, that's a mulligan. We do have a mulligan on Lizard's side. So we're already down 2 spirits. Yeah. But we get a sneak peek into what's going on. That is
Earth spirits.
Double Taratless, maybe?
So could that be just for a one-of Earthquake, or could we be looking at an Earth list?
I don't know if I would want to get rid of both of my my Trat lists for Earthquake on a mulligan, because it'd be a real feels bad to mulligan them away and then get the Earthquake. Oh, well, now I need Ambrosia.
Very true. That would be an incredibly
But if you
risky
played
play.
Panzer, you'd be able to recover those spirits. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I won't be Panzer's biggest soldier all broadcast long.
You know what? You have been carrying this on your shoulders since the beginning.
Since the Elestrias season 2.
I admire that.
I love that card. But we have a mulligan. They are doing however they're doing. I believe they're doing a numbered cut, essentially saying, hey, cut this amount from the top. Typically done on webcam tournaments.
Yes, and Jess it's very fun. She always comes up with fun numbers for you to take off of the top. It's always 11, 8, 12. You never know.
Just take off the first 37. That's fine. Can I just take the bottom 3? No, take off the top 37.
I want to see each individual card come off of the top of that deck with my own eyes.
There is no way this is a second mulligan.
Or maybe just a...
What a rough way to start round 1. I guess if there's any time to get this sort of bad luck, now is it. But
yeah, a first
double
pancake.
mulligan. Yeah.
I have never seen a double mulligan personally.
Oh, I have. I
Yeah.
commentated a match in Elestrias season 3, and I was shocked.
Wow. Well,
I say that ironically because it was a Thunder deck that did it.
Oh, okay. Shocked. I see what you did there.
Shocked, says PK Sparks.
Absolute. Oh, the layers here. It's incredible. Really putting on a masterful class.
I am a dad. I am nothing without puns.
Okay, let's see if Lizard is able to keep this hand.
I feel like you keep it regardless.
Oh, I mean, at some point, you just gotta go. And I think we are getting started. Jess, starting us off with the classic Elestrals Game 1 opener and an Astrabbit. She's going to be searching the top 3 of her deck and picking one.
Just let's talk about the optics of this opening turn for Lizard. You had the mulligan twice, and now you're going second, facing down in the Astrabbit start. If we see 3 back row get set, this is probably the worst opening for any player I've seen in the Elestrals so far. That's a pretty rough way to begin.
You are staring down a big booty Astrabbit, and you're right. If there is also back row to contend with, you're already down on spirits. I think that you have an excellent point there. I would not be feeling too good about what I'm going to have to spend to out this board state.
Bunny! All right, we got double bunny starting up. So now they're both on even footing in this case, unless Jess has the PTA, but it doesn't look like that's an option for her right now. So now we have the same play from Lizard. It's not impossible to get your spirits back and stay in this game. Like, I have seen people double mulligan twice and still win, anything not counting Frost. So it is possible. We just got to see how the play comes down. I think 0 mistakes can be afforded by Lizard here, but they are going to make the same opening play as Jess. Look at the top 3, choose 1, and now we're going to see how the back row fares. But right now they're just building their defenses, and even though the best defense is good offense, it's tough to argue a bunny.
It really is. If I see that in my hand turn 1, I'm putting it down. There's very little that feels better than a rabbit opening hand.
Yeah, you know what? I barely ever see it. Like, I'm the same thing as Joey Pokegame as well. I never see bunny in my opening hand. I'll have 3 in my deck and I still just won't see it. My God,
Okay.
I don't need you. You're supplementary anyway.
Okay, so now we are sort of reverse psychologying the Astrabbit so that maybe next time you play, you will in fact see it in the opening hand.
That is the exact play. Yes, I'm glad you understand my luck.
Yep. Okay, so we see 2 set over from Lizard and going over to Jess with a Frostbite? Oh my goodness.
Frostbite, if I recall correctly, lowers defensive stats?
Yes, you can target and give an Elestral -5 defense. Which...
Why is that the perfect card against the distract? And it worked!
Wow. Astrabbit goes down. Those back row, I wonder what those are in this case.
That's so exciting.
This is really fun to see. We were talking about Spice, maybe seeing some Frost come through, and Jess has delivered in turn 2 of the first game.
No, but see, that's the thing. Like, even if you're playing to the backers of Elestrals Clash, Warmight is a pretty good card in that format because there is no. Is that Equilinx?
Is that Equilinx? Oh, I think we are seeing the one of Equilinx come out already. Turn 2.
This is a good time for it to come out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, set a third. Oh, and it's just a swing?
You're spending that hand must not be great if you're spending your
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
But then again, the meter's also only at 1. So like, when do you play Equilinx?
Very true. And playing Equilinx without a Nexus bank is very scary. I think that even if we could see some more Feloy forests, even if they were to just act as Nexus banks, could make Equilinx a little more consistent so that we don't have to see Equilinx just swinging in this tournament.
I mean, it all depends on how they choose to, play their build. If we do see more Feloy Forest as a Nexus bank, or even Scyther Demeter could be a Nexus bank as well.
Absolutely. And speaking of those divines, we see an Elechick, the one of Elechick, going down on Sunseed Jess's side. Are we going to see a Keon?
Wait! There was something activated by Liz. Is that a gaze? That is a gaze.
A gaze. Okay, saying absolutely not. Which now that Elechick is down to 1, that is pretty devastating.
Yeah,
to get the Gorgon's gaze.
That means you are not searching your divine of choice at all. That is a major play, and you see, Jess just has to pass her turn on that.
Yep. Does not want to crash the Equilinx or the Elechick into that Equilinx, and is simply just.
Remember, gaze prevents attacking as well.
Oh, so true.
The only thing you can do with the Gorgon's Gaze, the Lestral, is switch its battle position, which you cannot do on the turn you cast it out.
Yep. No, he is just stuck in attack. That is very true.
Poor Elechick. Man, all these band cards just look at them staring at each other. Hey, look at us being here. Who would have thought?
Oh, speaking of a card that I thought might see a resurgence because of the ban list, we see Rummagem coming out. I love Rummagem. I think he is so cute. And grabbing...
Oh! That is a Cyanectar!
Cyanectar?
That is a Cyanectar!
Gosh.
Cyanectar got a really new reverse hollow art in this month's Shattered Stars as well. Sagittarius, I got my playset and I'm ready to utilize mine in my deck. But, so if you guys want to get Shattered Stars, you can still pick it up this month right now. But
absolutely.
A beautiful card, great card to play. It is immune to counter wounds when it ascends. Well, Waspivy is immune to counter wounds when it ascends from Cyanectar. So just that search alone pretty much lets Jess know what she's dealing with. So now we're going to see how she adjusts her game plan going into this next turn.
Absolutely. And this makes it pretty scary for Jess to play.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to point this out. The Rummagem was left in defense. It's not doing anything else after it cast out. A missed opportunity is nexusing off of the Rummagem to get that back row out of the way.
Absolutely. And you were so right there. That Equilinx being able to stay on board, even though it didn't get to Nexus that previous turn, that would have been a great opportunity to be able to take advantage of that. But we see an Arcturus come down and gonna swing over both the Equilinx and over that Rummagem, completely clearing Lizard's Elestrals.
So let's talk about Arcturus, because I don't know how many people know this effect. You can expend Frost in order to give Arcturus +3 attack. Now, we already know +3 attack is potent from Demeter and Zeus. So now we just have Zeus at home, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention, Arcturus can turn other strategies live, like Cryolink.
Absolutely. And here comes that Cyanectar that we talked about. And notice that we don't see a poison tipped arrow activation from Sunseed Jess as well. She does not want to see a possible ascension into Waspivy.
But if there is a poison tunic in hand, putting that on the Arcturus can neutralize that threat and also allow the Cyanectar to ascend into Waspivy from deck or hand.
Absolutely. It can be activated on either side. Either, like you said, poison tunic. Yep. Poison tipped arrow or poison nog as well. All of the poison.
Oh yeah, poison. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the card, but yeah, the card does operate as well. And what's? Wait, was that just a pass?
I think so. We couldn't swing over the Elechick, and we see an ascension into. Oh my gosh! Can you tell what that is?
I think that's Moralith.
Oh, I think you're right.
It is Moralith. We have a mill, poison tip arrow, lichen, Morphos lichen form. We have a lot of plays being here. And now we have the ascension. The Gorgon's Gaze stopping the ascension. Lizard making a huge play and losing the gamble entirely.
Oh my gosh. That was an incredible play from Sunseed Jess. She was hanging on to that Gorgon's Gaze. You know, once she saw that Cyan Nectar, that she knew that she needed to keep that on. And that was an incredible play from Jess.
And that calls back to what I said 2 turns prior. If the Elechick would have Nexus off of the Rummagem and popped the back row, that would not have been an option. It would not have happened. Or worst case scenario, it would have just been a pop. A Gorgon's Gaze onto the Equins, but it would not have been on your Cyan Nectar.
Yes, absolutely. And we're going to see... Okay, interesting. So the Morlith has been shielded, but was that also PTA'd?
No, the PTA was sitting there from the side. Wait, yes, it was actually.
Yeah, okay, so Lizard just did not want to have to take the spirits and damage, but I don't know, cost-wise... if
Argo!
Is that an Argo?
That's Argo!
Oh my goodness. And we are going to go into our deck here and look for an artifact with Argo. This is about to be an expensive turn.
We have an Underworld look into just right now. That the Frost Bears right there. We have the Gorgon's Gaze. Oh man, that's just the card art. Look at that full art Gorgon's Gaze from Daybreak.
That is gorgeous. And just possibly counting up those Frost cards as well to see maybe Cryoling. There are a lot of Frost cards that want to know how many spirits are in the Underworld.
I refuse to believe someone is playing Frost and does not include Cryoling and Cryovern. Cryo Scorch might be a bit far-fetched, but it's still insane.
That might be a dream. Oh, and there's Poison Tunic that you mentioned earlier. So we are seeing another attempt at getting this Waspivy out and special ascended.
It won't. If I recall correctly, we're still in Justice battle phase. So we're still going to, it still is not able to ascend or activate its effect at all. So this might just be a Tunic onto whatever was attacking. I think it was the Elechick. It was the Elechick is going to crash into the Cyan Nectar. I forget if Poison Tunic is -2 attack. Okay, it is, yeah. So it's -2 attack, and now we're going to take 1. But that is such a... That was such an expensive turn.
Yeah. Lizard about to be down to 1 with the Astrabbit swing here. There is not much other than an Ambrosia, maybe, that can be done here. Starting off with those 2 mulligans really put Lizard on the back foot for this game. And there is the Ambrosia.
We have a game, ladies and gentlemen. Ambrosia is going to be coming out, not only healing up Lizard by 3 or 2, however you want to consider it, but it's also allowing him to fix up the spirit deck however he needs for his next play. It is possible to make this play. 2 back row is on Justice side, and we've only seen 1 Gorgon's Gaze be played. We have the Eddie. Don't you dare activate that.
The little Eddie that could. We want to see Rabbit stay in attack. Absolutely.
Yes. So now the back row on Jess was potent here. Are they live? Are they real? I think they might be.
I have to imagine that Jess is able to answer the... Oh, okay. And Astrabbit is just going to go down.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I believe those back row were real, but Jess looked at her hand first and said, I don't need this value.
That's true, because we are looking at Lizard's completely empty, no sets or anything field over there.
How do you cast out Moralith again? Wait a minute.
Moralith has hit the stream.
This Moralith can be normal cast if your opponent has fewer Elestrals in their Underworld than you do.
And that is why she was going into that Underworld to count those up. We thought it was for the spirits, but it was in fact for that second Moralith. Incredible.
No, I believe it's just the first monolith, and that's going to be it. The game has been scooped. The hand has been revealed. Jess is going to take that 1-0. What an amazing game that one was, okay?
Absolutely. That was really exciting to see Frost right off the bat. Our dreams came true.
Yes.
Oh, and what a masterful game from Jess.
Let's talk about it. I mean, the first surprise of the day was Frostmite. Frostmite being an Elestral that will weaken defenses by 5. And that was the perfect. I never saw a more perfect counter to Estrabit than Frostmoth.
Yeah, and the way that no one has done that I've seen before, and yet it's right there, glowing, the perfect answer to Astrabbit. And you're so right, especially when Astrabbit goes out turn 1 and you don't have a chance to set anything like a PTA to deal with it. That is a great answer to the Astrabbit.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like Lizard did have the PTA, did have the shield, but I mean, that entire turn may have just cost them the game because that was such an expensive turn. And I think that similar to what Jess, I presume, did with the Astrabbit, Lizard should have argued, what value do I need here? Do I just want to go for the shield or whatnot? But I think he was so confident in the Nectar play that that's what he operated for, and he had to go for his backup, which was the shield, but still just a rough one. For that one. But hey, let's talk about what was Poison Tip Arrow. Moralith, I believe, making its first one of the first reveals in a long time in a Premier tournament. That card, when you cast it out, you can send the top 5 cards of your deck to the Underworld, and that pretty much turns a second Moralith live, or it can.
It can, yeah, absolutely. It definitely one of the most undervalued liths that, like you said, I don't know that it's ever seen play for me, at least in any of the games I've seen.
It's a card where it's kind of specialized in what it does. When a deck comes around that really wants their cards in the Underworld, such as an element like Frost, is going to be really potent. In this case, Frost is seeing play, and it's beyond just Cryoling Cryovern. Like, there's a real strategy from Jess here, and it worked out to efficiency. I am just enamored with this. This is great.
Yes, absolutely. And hopefully this next game we see a better start for Lizard. Hopefully we don't have to see 2 mulligans. I know that had to feel bad, especially with such an expensive deck that they are playing.
Yeah, you cannot be playing Argo and mulliganing twice. I wonder what those opening hands were. Maybe he just didn't want to West 5 in his opening hand or something like that. It's tough
something.
To say.
Or maybe just not enough back row. Who can say?
Right. And there's another card we need to mention as well. Arc Taurus, a card that for 1 cost can be a 9 attacker.
Oh my gosh.
It can still sit on 3 attack, which isn't weak. It's not terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that I think it can do it multiple times a turn. So it can bump up even more. Up to twice. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's +3 for each cost.
Okay,
so it goes up to 6. It can go up to 9.
Yes, exactly. And I think that possibly our casters are ready to go into game 2 here.
I don't know if I'm ready. Like, my heart is kind of chilled off after Justice play in the last round. But yes, let's pass it off to game 2 here in round 1 of Swiss. And Lizard will likely be starting. I better not see a mulligan. I need you to just find the magic.
Lock in, get that excellent opening hand.
All right. Okay. Well, that's a galaxy.
Oh, a galaxy right off the bat. I wonder if that was cited in between games or if that was in the original list.
I'm trying to figure out what. Oh no! What does Frost might do to Galaxy? Does it make it a 0 attacker?
Can we get Skyhawk on the
0
attacker? Oh my goodness gracious! And we did see one set from Lizard, and a bunny going down over on Jess's side. And it looks like the effect is good to go. There's no PTA activation.
Nope, no PTA. So Astrabbit is going to be sitting there. And again, this is arguably the best play any caster can make right now. Just fortifying your defenses. Get yourself a top 3 search to fix up your hand a little bit more for your next play. Astrabbit turn 1 is just so potent. And I'm glad that everyone is getting new art for this. If you back Elestrals Clash with the full art that's coming, man,
it's gorgeous.
Such a good card. And there are so many good Astrabbit art out there as well. The Shatterstars art that Jess is playing that I just bought 9 more of on TCG Player. Viserys!
It is the Shattered Stars gorgeous stained glass art Viserys.
Another card that is sold out from Shattered Stars, but you can find on TCGplayer.com.
Yes, now that Elestrals is listed there, which I know that you have been very busy with that. Demeter coming out. There's my girl. I didn't get to see her last game, and I missed her, to be honest.
What is this hand? Lizard's is dropping everything. Gorgon's Gaze coming out. Now, here's the thing we have to start considering. First of all, Divine, I believe, not Blessing, Divine Healing and Moonrise is going to be great for Demeter being limited, in that first week when it comes out. But still, we got to worry about when you start playing your limited cards. Viserys, I can see being cast out as only 2, but it's an offensive card. You got to worry about what happens with Demeter. Oh my gosh, that huge Cryoblast coming out and taking down this one of 2 Viserys. Yeah. So that means that the second Viserys that comes out is going to be a 0 attacker Galaxy. The second Viserys that comes out is just going to be a 5 attacker. But now we have the False Might coming out here and it's going to be making Galaxy a 0 attacker and it's going to be able to run over by False Boss in attack position. That is so funny. You knew this was going to happen too the second you saw that Galaxy drop. Is that a Gorgon's Gaze? Okay. Wow. I respect it, honestly. Because now your Galaxy will be able to run off the False Might on the next turn. You get a second cast. You can get Celestial Advantage. I respect this play right here. But man, that is so funny that it almost happened. And it looks like there are 0 set over on Jess's side. So Lizard has to be feeling pretty good about swinging into no back row right now. Oh, yeah. This is Lizard's turn. You can do whatever you want and operate how you feel best. Especially with that Demeter. You can even swing over the rabbit, no problem. Is that Rummagem? It looks like a Rummagem coming out. Wonder what we are going to go in and search? Oh, if it's not Equilinks, like you have a no back row field right here. It has to be Equilinks. Just to let your opponent know, this is coming. Be wary of your back row. Absolutely. Last time we saw the Cyanectar off of the Rummagem. But you're right. This is a perfect opportunity with Demeter set to have Equilinks come out. Huh? What is your hand, Lizard, to search out the second Vice? Okay. Very interesting. And now that it's limited to 2, it doesn't have any other buddies that it can call on. So that is going to be at and stay at the 5 attack. I'm willing to believe that Lizard sided out of the Cyanectar because either Cyanectar or Equilinks would have been the best play for right now. Searching out the Equilinks in hand means that his hand might be stacked. That's very true. And maybe he already has the Equilinks in hand. That is certainly a possibility. If you got the Equilinks and the Demeter in your hand with the Galaxy, that's a custom hand. Yeah, and there goes the Frostmite. Yep. And Astrabbit's still hanging around. One thing Bunny likes to do is hang out. Yeah, and if this is a bad hand by Jess, at this point, Reenchant Astrabbit is a perfectly viable play as well. Yes, absolutely. And we see Jess checking the underworld, possibly counting those spirits, possibly counting. Okay, and here comes the Morfrost, the Stellar, which is in fact going to expend and discard so that we can search for 2 other Morfrost. All right, so now we got this. Oh, this is probably the hyper offense strategy that Justin employing. Because we haven't seen any sort of Cryoling or Cryovern right now. So she could just be operating to go with Morfrost Abominable, which can't, I believe, well, actually, it can go as high as the names you have in your underworld. So this could be Justin's strategy of choice. Is that Morlith? Morlith just came out, absolutely. And we see Jess mill, and I did, in fact, see the resting on your laurels. It's and right on top of Ambrosia. That feels bad. I mean, it's the risk you take with playing a deck like this, but Jess now has a lot of control here. We can take out the Galaxy. The Rummagem isn't doing anything. The Rummagem can't even take out Morlith after a Demeter boost. That's true. Oh my goodness. Although we do have Vice in hand. Remember, we have Vice in hand, and it looks to be no back row set from Jess as well. So once again, Lizard's turn to play. Yep. And let's see. I think you're right. We could see that Viserys come out. Could even see Equilinks come out, or a Cyanectar. Okay.
The little Cyanectar that could.
And a Poison Tunic.
Okay. A Poison Tunic coming out.
So I was incorrect on my choice. He did not side out of the Cyanectar, but it was already in hand. That hand is stacked from Lizard this game.
Absolutely. He just had everything that he needed, so he could go in and grab the Viscerus for fun, essentially, with the Rummagem.
Essentially, and now you can easily get over the Moralith. You can deal 2 spirit points of damage from Poison Tunic. You can boost up the Rummagem. Wait, is Rummagem 2 or 3?
Rummagem is a 2 attack and 3 defense, I believe.
All right, so you can't get over the Astrabit.
Yeah, not quite a big enough boy, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Rummagem is such an interesting card.
And here comes Wasp Ivy.
Wasp Ivy. I wish I could tell what art that one is, but I want to say it's the original art from.
Yeah, I believe that's the holo from Frostfall.
Yes. But still great offensive pressure. Now, it's not utilizing its second effect as much. It's immunity because there's been no counter wounds even set by Jess besides the one Gorgon's Gaze. But otherwise, this is a really potent play. Poison Tunic goes down, 2 spirits are expended, and Lizard has a really commanding board. Huh?
Yes.
Wait a minute. How did the Astrabit just go down?
So I believe with the Poison Tunic, I thought that was equipped to the Moralith, but possibly it was equipped to the.
But I saw the Tunic go to the Underworld when Moralith.
I did too.
There may be something we're missing here.
Yes, they may be cooking things that we cannot even comprehend at this point.
I mean, that's a clear board by them. Earthquake coming out. Come on.
That is the perfect answer to this Wasp Ivy. It was cool to see it come out for sure. I wish that she could have lived a little bit longer. But what
I was just about to say, resting was already spent, so now we do need Earthquake, and Jess is cracked.
Yeah, Jess just had the thing that she needed, and that's the champion difference, I guess.
That is the champion difference right there. So now we got to see what Jess has, and Rummagem isn't hard to get over. This board is actually really open for Jess to play how they want and get themselves back into this game.
Yes. Okay, we see 2 set. Finally, some back row. We haven't seen back row in a hot minute.
No. But now it makes me wonder, is Equilings already in Lizard's hand? That is the Viserys. The new Viserys there, so that kind of tells me that Equilings is not around.
Yeah, maybe Lizard just couldn't see it, but we could have gotten it with the Rummagem. That's very interesting. But Viserys into 2 back row. I mean, obviously empty board, but 2 back row doesn't feel great, as Viserys is super vulnerable to a shield.
Or a Tsunami? Poison Tip Arrow.
Or that gorgeous, I know that's one of your favorite cards, Poison Tip Arrow. Still no?
No. Fingers crossed for later on today.
Okay, we need to get Dan to send you one of those loaded boxes that for sure hasn't.
Send me a God box, Dan Creator.
Absolutely. And Jess is going to go ahead and pop that Viserys. And Rummagem, the little Rummagem that could, is hanging around.
Yeah, it's kind of a non-threat, but that makes it a threat. Like, oh, so now you're discounting everything that's about me. Ooh, I believe that's Indus form.
Yes, that is the Indus form that we saw Jess grab with the Lichen form a few turns ago. So with this Indus form Morfrost, Jess can expend in order to search for up to 2 other Morfrost. But we are going to see an Ambrosia. Even though that one got milled by the Moralith, we still saw one from Jess. And the Indus form is in fact going to swing over the little baby Rummagem that could, and Rummagem goes down. Although that was a crash.
Swing into. They are both 2 attackers.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the spirits that were brought back. 2 Frost and a Thunder. We may have an Astrabit play in the wings for Jess on the next turn.
Very true. Or we did see Elestrals.
Did you just expend the draw? Yeah.
Oh, wow. We see an expend to draw from Lizard.
That kind of makes me sad because I was really hoping the Equilings would be in hand already. And now it makes me wonder, oh, we have Ambrosia. All right, so that helps out. But, now it makes me wonder why you didn't search it before.
That's interesting. Paying for the Ambrosia with a Solar Spirit. I have to wonder what Lizard is running that requires
I'm calling
Solar.
Argo with Golden Fleece.
That's true. This is an artifact deck. That is absolutely a viable card to have added to this. Interesting.
So
Okay.
now we have an open board on Lizard's side, no face down, so this is just his turn. So we could see a tap position. It is Cryling as well!
Cryling! Oh my goodness. You knew that this Cryling had to be here.
We didn't see any middle of it at all, so I assumed at that point in this game, in the clash, that it wasn't around, but now, so deep into game 2, we finally see it. This is going to be a quick ascension into Cryovern, a hit for 2 points of damage, or nothing?
Yeah, so we don't see the ascension into Cryovern.
Oh, is that water? I think that might be a Leviathan under Cryoling.
So it is a misenchanted Cryoling, and we pass over to Lizard, who dropped another little boy who could, and grabbing another Cyanectar, which it makes me wonder if we're kind of in the end phases of this game. Are we going to see another Wasp Ivy come down? Yeah,
if we see a Wasp Ivy come down now, this is going to be really strong. I'm really curious about the misenchanted Cryoling not going into Cryovern. That was puzzling me. So that was a search for the Shield of Achilles. Okay. I can see the value there, because now they don't get they don't keep the Elestral on board, but the Cyanectar is there. If Wasp Ivy is able to come out with the meter still having a spirit under it, it can get over a Cryovern easy. As a matter of fact, I think Cryovern is only a 7 attacker.
Cryovern is a 7 attacker, and because Cryling is misenchanted, we don't see the stat boost from all of the spirits engraved, and we see another misenchanted Cryling coming down and swinging directly into Lizard 4-2. I have to wonder what these misenchanted dragons are doing here.
I am completely lost. That is wait a minute. No, that was a tsunami played by Lizard to 2 water enchanted Cryling.
My goodness, Lizard.
A huge misplay that you do not want.
Oh my goodness. Okay. That is unfortunate, because that shows exactly what Jess was playing into, which was a possible tsunami. She just predicted what that set card could have been and played to her outs, which is incredible to see.
So now we have to question 2 things. One, was that entire play just for the tsunami? And B, is Jess out of Frost Spirits?
We did just see an Ambrosia recently, so you would think that if she needed those Frost Spirits, that she could have grabbed that. But we see one of those Cryling go down to the Cyanectar. Lizard with only 1 spirit left, that really does not leave us enough to cast Poison Tunic again. We probably aren't going to see another Wasp Ivy here.
So there's a Cryoblast!
Oh my goodness, Cryoblast coming out, and
there's Arcturus!
Arcturus swinging in. I believe this is for game.
What is it? What just happened? What was that play? The Frosts were still available, but you water enchant your Cryolings instead of going for a Cryovern. You have the Tsunami, which is played by Lizard at the worst time, because now you just put yourself down to spirit, and you just waste... What?
It just goes to show that Jess is always thinking a few steps ahead, and I have seen that from her in every game that she has played, which is just incredible, because we didn't even know what was going on.
A few steps, leaps and bounds. That is an Olympic style play there, just absolutely gone with the play that Jess employed right there. That was smarter than anything I've ever done. This is why I'm on the mic.
That's why we're here, and that's why she's there. And that was really cool to see. We did see that Wasp Ivy actually come out that game, which we wanted to see Wasp Ivy come out. Unfortunately, didn't even stick around for a full turn cycle, but gosh darn it, it hit the field.
It did hit the field. It was really nice to play, and both players employed their strategy. But I want to talk about that for a second, because we saw 2 different types of strategy being played. We saw Lizard playing his deck strategy. We saw Lizard operating for the Wasp Ivy, for the Cyanectar, for the Earth strategy. We saw that play. That was surface level, maybe 1 step deeper play. What we saw from Jess was utilizing your deck to play against your opponent. Jess utilized their deck to just drive home, I'm going to beat you, not your deck. That was with all respect to the opponent, I think that was just a level of skill that is yet to be fully showcased in the Elestrals that we just saw from our current reigning champ, Sunseed Jess.
And I think that was made clear from the opening play of Frostmite coming down to take down that Astrabbit in the first game.
Yes, yeah, that entire... I mean, let's talk about it. We saw Astrabbit start off both games, and I mean, it put Jess in a really commanding seat, especially in game 1. But Astrabbit, again, if you do not have your playset of Astrabbit, either visit base set and get yours from there, or grab yours from TCG Player, where Elestrals can now be bought and sold. So, I mean, just a master class for round 1.
Yes, absolutely. And even more exciting because this is, one small step for Jess, one giant leap for Frostkind. We are seeing a very possible Frost, I won't say sweep, don't call it a sweep, but I would love to see Frost in top 8 today.
Definitely a resurgence. And we were talking about that earlier, and why did Frost fall off? Definitely a resurgence. We saw Arcturus, we saw Frostmite twice, we saw Morlif several times, and of course Cryoling, 0 Cryovern, which is like the Frost that people knew. We saw a little bit of more Frost. That element's cool. Don't get your Keon full arts.
Absolutely. And especially because when we were talking about it earlier, we were thinking, Frost, what's viable? Rhinosect is what we were thinking. And here we are with Jess, just 5 head, 17 steps ahead of both of us. Incredible to see. And I really hope that we see Frost do well today.
I'm sure we will. If it's piloted by Jess, Frost has to have some stuff that people just weren't paying attention to. I am excited to see what is employed in the future. But hey, GG's to Lizard as well. The play was phenomenal. Only one misplay. And if you're going to misplay now, you're going to do that in round 1. But the also unfortunate part by them was having to mulligan twice. I think that this crash was just a bit of bad luck in Lizard's side, because when the cards were being played, they were played pretty well, Kay.
Yes, absolutely. Lizard, I'm going to call this a first pancake situation, where this was the first game. With the first pancake, you have to get the bad one out of the way, and then after that, the rest of them are masterpieces. Yes, the first pancake is never... Oh, okay, well, you're a dad. I'm sure that you have a lot of pancake trauma from Sunday morning breakfasts.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I like that.
I love the first pancake analogy because it's really freeing. Anytime you go into something, especially a game, and first one goes bad, first pancake. That means the next one's going to be good.
First pancake.
So, I think Lizard has a chance today for sure.
I am keeping that. I'm going to keep that one in my mind while we go on this break. But I want to thank y'all for hanging out. We still have so many more rounds of clashes to go, so make sure you guys stick around. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the Elestrals channel, because there's just video. I want you to know I have my notifications on. I want all the news and updates and videos. I love this game so much. So make sure you guys subscribe.
With Moonrise.
Oh, especially with Moonrise. We'll talk about Moonrise later, but this game... Oh man, 2025 is going to be a big year. But for right now, we're going to take 5, and we're going to be back here with Kay as well. I'm going to be stepping out, and Eagle will be stepping in for me for round 2. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank y'all for being here, and much love.
Yes, excited to get into the next one.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we are here in the game. We're kicking off a mid-game here. It looks like both players have gone a little bit back and forth. There's a PTA in the underworld and 2 Astrabbits on board. And it looks like John F. is passing on to Adumadam, who will be expending to pop this Astrabbit. And it looks like Adumadam will be doing that, wanting to put on some pressure. The 2 Spirits of Spirit damage here. And drawing for turn.
Spirits. Frost likes to be in these positions of low spirit counts and just have insane comebacks. And it looks like
we're
getting Rhinymph, a Daybreak staple, into this deck. Caleb, you're more than familiar with the Rhinymph Rhinosect deck, presumably. What are your thoughts here seeing this come down?
I love this strategy so much. This was my main strategy. And there comes the Rhinosect. Rhinosect able to special cast itself from your hand as long as there is an Elestral in your rune row, and Rhinymph does exactly that. Rhinosect going to go ahead and looks like they're using the ability to pop and swing for 2 damage here. The question is, will Adumadam be chaining a back row here? Potentially a Shield of Achilles, which honestly for John doesn't feel too bad potentially.
And a Sluggle's coming down.
Oh,
this is interesting. So a water strategy here will be kind of cool to watch. I have an inkling of what we might be watching right now and versus Rhinosect, but I'll wait for a couple more cards we cast before I think I call it. Sluggle's gonna get in for 1 point of damage here, and with 3 back row, this is very scary for Rhinosect. Another shield here would be killer. Easy. And a Viscerus coming down. We've seen Sluggle, we've seen Rabbit, and now we're seeing a Viscerus getting met with a poison arrow. On worst case scenario, this is kind of brutal. It's just a little bit too much on the Narpoon side.
Oh, this is a very John really going all in here, assuming there is no Shield of Achilles in the back row, but there is. That's going to be devastating for John here, as the Rhinosect goes back to hand, leaving their board wide open. Unfortunately, it looks like they hit the wrong back row with that Blizzard. This is such a bad matchup for our Rhinosect player here. The Rhinosect is a very costly deck, as we special cast out another Rhinosect, attempting to blow up the Quackle, and it really would it's gonna take Adumadam fading every single battle for the next 4 turns pretty much in order for John to be able to take this game. This is a very tough matchup here.
Live counter runes or live invoked runes aren't too bad either. A Earthquake to seal the deal and a Sluggle to really put the pain on. That's going to be a quick game 1 for Adumadam, wrapping it up against John for that one. And I'll start off here inside of game 2 with a Narpoon coming to the board. One of the best starts for the Frost deck. Grabbing the Rhinymph, pretty crucial. And if this is an early Rhinosect with a Narpoon on the board, that's pretty killer.
Looks like John F is going to be going for an Astro of their own here, which is interesting. That's going to indicate that Rhinosect is not in hand. They've searched Rhinymph to hand, and with how John has been playing, I imagine that if Rhinosect was in hand, we'd be going for Rhinosect with Rhinymph and taking out that Astrabbit and then swinging it into that back row to try and start chipping away at it.
We miss a Mountains of Boreas coming down for John, which is, I think, very interesting because there are Frost Celestial that can come down here. Well, looks like there's one coming down right now. It's the Ascension for the Rhinosect. Big body onto this board.
But, the Shield of Achilles on the Rhinosect, as was foretold in the Ancient Scrolls, the most devastating play into the Rhinosect player here. It will put Adumadam down to 10 spirits. However, that's kind of where they want to be, because now they can start really ramping up the healing with the Quackles, the Sluggles, potentially Drataguas if they're on them.
Here we see that Rhinosect come back down, misenchanted from the Rabbit.
Yeah, Poison Tip would feel very bad on Adumadam's side here, so it basically has to be another Shield of Achilles, as they've had to respond to every single Rhinosect. They have sculpted their hand a lot. They slam their hands on the table. I don't know if they're thinking or if they're frustrated. It looks like they're frustrated. And there's another Shield of Achilles, I guess.
I will say now, this does get dangerous for Adumadam. Effectively, I think that's all 3 shields that is gone from Adumadam, so John can hard ascend over the next Rabbit if this Rabbit can't be cleared and threaten once again.
Rhinosect's hitting the board here, and it's properly enchanted. It's popping that Astrabbit. That Astrabbit's getting off the board here one way or another.
Wow. It might also signal a Cryoblast, if I had to guess as well, because we saw, I think, in game 1, the Cryoblast come down for the Sluggle. And there's the PTA. That, honestly, you don't feel too bad about that. It removes the threat finally, but you're taking a ton of damage right now.
And they're going to chuck those spirits out on the board here to resolve the PTA expend to pop. This is a very costly turn for Adumadam, and the thing is, if they've got Sluggle, they've got Quackle in hand, those bodies are not that strong. And wow, resting on your laurels to take out the Astrabbit is a massive play from Adumadam here.
And we know the Viscerus is in hand from that shield. That might be lights out here for a quick game, unless there's an Ambrosia into something crazy. But a Quackle doesn't even need to go the Ambrosia.
Even better. And an Astrabbit with Fire Spirit left in deck.
Oh, well, we just were talking about how hard it is for the heal stall deck to get back advantage here, and to back advantage to try to beat over a 5. And I think that John can now get back advantage of this Astrabbit. If I'm John, I'm trying to pick out some spirits here. I think I'm going to go for a Fire Spirit it's got to go for 2 Frost Spirits. Absolutely. And that it was the Fire Spirit.
They gave them the fire.
Earthquake here would go crazy. I think that's the only reason why you would give John back that Fire Spirit.
Oh, that's an Arclith.
That's
that's an Arclith on my board. Oh, that's an Arclith.
That is that. There we go.
Yeah,
there is the Spirit.
Shiverroar.
That was the Mountains Boreas. It makes sense now. That was Shiverroar. This is a Shiverroar Rhinosect list.
That was a great showing by Jess. Obviously, she's someone that we'll be keeping an eye on for this entire tournament, having won the last one, but also on a very interesting deck. Was not ready for that Moralith, but very exciting to see nonetheless.
Oh man, the Moralith. I mean, I was popped off when I first saw the Frostbite. That thing was just really crazy. So I'm excited that we got to see that for round 1. While we wait for round 2 to begin, let's talk about the prizing that all of our casters here are competing for today, because man, they are a doozy. So let's talk about the lower side, just for everyone who signed up and participated. Everybody who signed up, and this can happen for you as well if you sign up for these premier tournaments. You get an organized play gold stamped Stellar Galaxy promo. We all love Galaxy, we love that card, and now you get a stamped version from the Stellar art. Man, I would snatch that up and sign up immediately. You get a random Shatterstars booster pack, but doesn't everybody love Shatterstars? The artwork you get that can only be found in Shatterstars, mwah. And of course, you get 2 random booster packs between base set, Frostfall, and Daybreak. That's for everyone who just signed up. Then you go to top 16. What do you think about top 16, Eagle?
Great additions to it, notably that full art stamped Mount Olympus, new full art stadiums coming out in the latest Shatterstars Series 2, and now you get a special hop stamp one just to add to your collection, and then 2 star decks on top of it. And notably, those star decks come with 3 booster packs as well, so not only getting 2 great decks with a chance for Stellars and Reverse Stellars, but 3 booster packs times 2 to further increase your odds of finding some really cool Stellars, Reverse Stellars, and now full arts and those gorgeous Holo Spirits. And of course, that is on top of the participation prize, so this is all in addition. And
don't forget that the starter decks can also have really potent Omni Runes as well, Gorgon's Gauge, Poisons, and Arrows. So really beneficial to anybody, and that's for everyone who makes top 16. Top 8 is when things get crazy, because not only do you get the Mount Olympus full art, not only do you get the starter decks, but you also earn yourself a gold stamped Shatterstar Scorpio Toxion Constellation full art. Which, if you don't know what that is, it's like one of the big cards from Shatterstar Scorpio. And you get one of those stamped as well, which is going to be a very elusive card for players and casters of Elestrals. Top 4. Man, just look at that top 4, Eagle.
Man, you now get also the gold stamped full art Arclith. You're getting all the good stuff from the latest Shattered Stars month, but now personalized to this tournament to show that you have been competing in this meta and taking the time out of your day. And now on top of that, you also get a booster box. That's even further chances to find a lot of great cards in it.
And just a reminder, these stamp cards are only going to be available from the premier tournaments. There's not going to be many of these printed. These are going to be highly valued cards for Elestrals casters out there, including everybody who makes it to top 2. Our final 2 casters will earn a gold stamped Shatterstar Scorpio full art Mount Olympus, a gold stamped Constellation Toxion from Shatterstars, a gold stamped Shatterstar Scorpio full art Arcalith, we love that card, and 2 Daybreak booster boxes. More chances for full art Poison Tip Arrow, for Gorgon's Gaze, for Nectar of the Gods, for the Stellars that are available. That's all just for placing second. But what happens when you become the champion?
Well, on top of everything we've just mentioned, you get an extra set of these amazing stamped promos. So the champion gets a playset of the full art gold stamped Arclith, the 4 art gold stamped Stadium, the full art Constellation Toxion, But not only that, they get an uncut sheet, which is just a really cool thing. I would love to see one of those in person. Haven't done that yet. But not only that, they also get the gold stamped Stellar Drag King, one of kind. Only the champion gets it. I've got right here the regular reverse Stellar I pulled from Shattered Stars, but I mean, this doesn't hold a candle to that prize that only the champion gets.
Also, all the cards that you can be getting as a champion, you get a play set of. You get 2 copies for getting second. So it's not just one of each. It is 2 Mount Olympus, 2 Toxion, 2 Arcalyph, and 2 booster box for second. And 3 of all of those, along with the uncut sheet, 2 Daybreak boxes. It is just such a package for the players. Just look at the images on screen right now. That shows you the quality of everything that you're getting.
Absolutely. I mean, the champion really is coming away with a great haul. And the runner-up top 4, like everyone who places, gets some great stuff to add to their collection to just remember this event and the time they spent both preparing and competing.
Yes. I mean, obviously these prizes are amazing because we got players like Sunseed, just the current champion, breaking out Frostfall going into this one. Not Frostfall, bringing out Frost.
Yes.
I guess what's the difference, right?
Yeah, Frostfall, Frost. It's all the Frost stuff from Frostfall that is really being highlighted by Jess.
Yeah, so I cannot wait to see what happens for these players for the next one. But right now we are waiting for round 2 to begin. And I mean, I already talked to Kay about this, Eagle, but let's get to know you a little bit. What are you hoping to see from the tournament this time?
Well, you guys kind of already stole what I was hoping for. I was hoping to see some Chronodial, just because I think it's a really cool Elestral, getting that targeting protection if you have 6 more spirits on board, and then just start popping stuff. It's a really great top end for water, and water being one of my favorite elements, I'm happy to just have another great Ascension to be able to go into.
Okay. Me personally, I would like to see some Solar pop out here. I still think that there is some untapped potential from Solar. This is Daybreak format, so I would like to see that element come through here. Someone drop a full art Lustragon as well. That card, because I've been tinkering with Solar myself, and I think that there's a lot of value in using Exaltus to just search everything. As long as you protect the tower that is Exaltus, you should be able to get your Dotaras and Nexus from there to heal. You should be able to get your Corvushan and Nexus to search out more. You use your Exaltus, Nexus again, search out any of your... Don't tell me, I'll remember the type. I'm thinking Divine, but that's not it. Ethereal?
There you go.
Yes, hey, I figured it out. The typings, they're kind of tough, but I'm going to get them. But you can search out an Ethereal, which is most Solar Elestrals right now. So it's including, I believe, Lustragon, so you can search out Lust as well. So I would like to see Solar debut here and really show off here within the later rounds.
For sure, I totally agree. I've been tinkering Solar a little as well. And even past just the Lustragon you mentioned, we've got the cows, which are really great. You can get those out quickly, start popping stuff. I even think it's quite interesting the fact you could do, if you get a cow to stick around for a turn, made the soul stocks, just pop something, ascend into Lustragon, pop another thing. That to me seems pretty powerful. Yeah,
it's a bit of a combo to get into, but once you pop it off, man, it's great. And then of course you have Apollo. I think that foretelling is being a bit undervalued right now, that casters need to start utilizing more, because just being able to set up your next plays, figure out what your next plays are, it does take a bit of thinking and a decent bit of luck. But it can pop off heavy. I'm still waiting for Celestio to hit the field and just terrorize everybody.
Very much so. Totally agree. The Celestio is another thing. Just there's a ton of really neat Ascensions in Solar, and I think it's uniquely able to get into those, despite not having something like a Tadpuff in element, but the consistency it has really lends itself well to being able to, because that's one thing a lot of decks don't have, is a way to consistently find those Ascension Elestrals without having to run a bunch of them in your deck. You don't really want to do that. You don't really want to be drawing into multiples of those without ways to get into it. So I think that's a really neat part about Solar.
I think the Ascensions are actually a real good topic of conversation right now. We have, with so many of the inroad runes being limited or, outright gone that can take out the Ascensions, I imagine we're going to see more Ascension plays coming up. With Moonrise on the horizon, that's going to be releasing January 21st, that everyone can pre-order now. I got myself a box and a bunch of other things. Cannot wait for it, including cards like Doppelganger. But Ascensions are going to be a major player going into this format into next. So what Ascensions, Eagle, are you hoping to play yourself or hoping to see other casters employ in their games?
I think the easy one that pops to mind right away is the Doppelganger, just because it is very Cryovern-esque with the Nobby, just great offensive pressure, and it requires a bit less setup than the Cryoling does. And on top of that, it can be searched off of, or the Nobby can be searched off of the new Ardbud, so there's a lot of great consistency plays for that. But outside of that, my personal favorite is probably the Draco Ray. Just being an Ambrosia for specifically, I believe, Fire Spirits on cast is very interesting. We've seen those one cost do very well, but imagine having that, but also on a bigger body that can hit big and can ramp thanks to the Cockeray and First Light combo.
I understand that completely. Yeah, those are major ascensions coming out in Moonrise as well that are currently available. Chat is already a big fan of Phosphocell. Like, Chad has been constantly saying, we want Phosphocell, we want Phosphocell, we want Phosphocell. Card is great, though. It currently has a 1 to 10 option available, and I believe Shatterstar Scorpio, which is still available on shopelectrals.com. But personally, I'm kind of torn on my Ascension choice. I was always utilizing Centaur. That's like my boy Centaur and Panzer. I'm sorry to mention Panzer again. But Centaur and Panzer, the Clovey, that's been like my strategy. But with the Invoke runes being weakened and lessened in card count in the deck, Centaur kind of loses its potency. It can still pop every turn. It's great. But I've been kind of leaning away from it and trying out other cards. Another card that I use in the Elestriad, Barabog. Barabog being a card that if your opponent uses a card or makes a cat or casts out an Elestral or a rune, without utilizing an earth or water spirit, they have to expend an extra card. So if you're facing somebody who either has limited amounts of those spirits in their spirit deck or is not utilizing those spirits at all, Barabog can really bog down their strategy and their plays, having a similar effect to the now limited Ferrogeist.
Absolutely. And actually, you mentioning that just reminded me, I don't think we really got a chance to see the Barabib and by extension Barabog really shine in Daybreak, simply because of the Drataya ban that happened so early on in this format, because both Drataya and Barabib specifically really like the use of those Invoke runes to just start either drawing more cards or burning your opponent. But once it kind of lost that draw engine, I think it became a bit less appealing. So hopefully in the future, we might see some more support to bolster that, and we might see both Barabib and by extension Barabog see some more play.
Those cards are really cool, and I would also pass a question to chat if you want to let us know what Ascensions either you are playing or hope to see played in this meta as well. While Morolith can be cast out as a normal cast, we did see two Calls Celestial being cast out in round 1 by Sunseed Jess. We also saw Waspivey, another Ascension, coming out there through the Side Nectar effect. But just major options for casters right now, so I cannot wait to see what players are going to employ. Speaking of Ascensions, though, have you seen Organized Play 2?
Oh yeah, I was watching that video the other day. There is a lot of very interesting stuff in there. Unfortunately, I can't remember all of it off the top of my head, but just going through that list of stellars that you get guaranteed per pack, yeah. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of 3 costs we've been looking for, rounding off some 2 costs. I am very excited for my locals to be picking that up.
You want to know what I'm most excited for? The fact that Stellar Cryo Scorch is real.
Right?
It exists. I did not believe. But that set is going to be incredible. We got the Chronodile, we got Stellar Ferrogeist, all of Daybreak starters as well. Yeah, those are starters. It's going to be major. I guess the Daybreak box toppers are all there. Ferrogeist.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be. No, because we don't have to. Yeah. But still, just crazy play from all the crazy options from Organized Play 2. So if you guys have not been visiting your locals, now is the time. Organized Play 1 will be going out of print essentially start at the end of December. So you have, maybe one more week and you can start picking those up, because OP2 is coming soon. There's a lot of major cards there, including reprints. Cryoblast with the Cryo Scorch art is going to be in there as well. We get a new Equilinx art as well. And I'm trying to remember everything because it's just so jam-packed. But there are just so many cards that are available in OP2.
Yeah, I wish I could remember more of them off the top of my head, because I just remember saying through there, I'm like, these artworks are amazing. I mean, we already knew that from OP1. That Ken Leo artwork in there goes hard, and OP2 does not let up and just ups it. I mean, that's one thing Dan has always said from the beginning and keeps delivering on. That artwork, time after time, just keeps getting one-upping itself.
So I'm looking at the player list right now, just trying to see everybody that we have available. We have 97 players, and we have some notable names here today. There's a lot of events going on around, but just like we have Spicy Sausage, somebody who has showed up before, Stella Kristoff. Of course, we have Sunseat Jess. Last week's commentator, Swolax, is now in the fray. And for the player, we have Trishula, the runner-up, second place from the last week tournament as well. Is there anybody you have your eyes on?
You mentioned Spicy Sausage. That was the big one I had my eye on, just because he's been around in the community for as long as I can remember, and he's been consistently performing very well in tournaments from the very get-go at the beginning of the year. And I even think end of last year when we got the Kickstarter stuff, he was even playing then. But other than that, there's just a couple other common faces that I've just seen around the community so much, such as Rat King was the other one I recognized. And that's just because I've been around for so long. I recognize all these names.
Understandable. We already saw what Jess is playing, and I cannot wait to see them employ their strategy even further. But I am curious to see what Trish is bringing. We do not have Trish on stage yet, so I want to see what the runner-up is also utilizing in this meta with the ban list now in full effect for everybody. So I cannot wait to see what they have brought as well. I'm still hoping though for Stop kidding. I'm still hoping for just some major Ascension plays here as well, and I hope that chat gets their Fossil Cell featured as well.
Same here. Fossil Cell, really cool card. Just hasn't seen a lot of play, unfortunately. Might have to look over the casual tournaments for that, but hey, maybe someone will finally crack it and we'll see it maybe in one of these stream clashes that we debut.
Possibly, but we're talking about everyone else's competitive ventures. What about you? What have you been bringing to your locals or your competitive play?
So it's been a bit since I've been to locals, been kind of busy, but when I was going, I was trying out a Turbo Chronodial build. Pretty much the idea was I wanted to get it out by turn 2 at the latest and sit on it and just pop stuff until I can safely attack. Just saying, deal with this, you can't deal with it, too bad. And the other way to do that was just to load it up with 6 spirits, so your opponent would need to suppress it or find a way to get bigger than it. And didn't do the best, but it was a silly little deck that was a fun experimentation.
Okay. Myself, personally, I was talking to Caleb.exe about this, another commentator from the last Premier Tournament, and I believe, talking about Ascension plays, I believe that there is room for Crysaur, the Wind Elestral. Now, hear me out. This is why I think Crysaur is good. 8 attack, 4 defense. Eddie can't beat it. Cryoblast can't beat it. 8 attack is very potent for a 2-cost Elestral. It can attack directly, and when it does, it heals for that same amount. It does. Not to correct myself. It heals for 2. So, if you put more spirits on the Crysaur, you don't heal more, but still it does that much damage for a direct attack on a big body. I do not understand why Windcasters have not been utilizing Crysaur more, but I'm trying it. I have a list that Caleb shared with me because I was just theory crafting, and he was just like, I've been looking at this, so I'm going to be trying that, and I think there's room for Crysaur. Are there any other underexplored Elestrals that your shot players aren't using?
Crysaur is a good shout out. I have to laugh because I actually, in a limited format, whereas on specifically Wind, I heavily utilized Crysaur because it is one of the best Wind Ascension Elestrals, and I'm pretty sure it won me some games. But other than Crysaur, the one that I've always been curious about is Filiferos. Personally, when I look at the card, I'm not all that impressed, but I keep seeing people say, oh, this would be crazy if 2 costs were better. So I've always been curious what people see in that card, because I just don't quite see it myself.
Help me out. Is Filiferos the wind or the solar one?
It is the solar one. Falacane's the wind one.
Okay, I know that's like the Nexus form. Filiferos. To read it off for chat as well. You can expend solar in order to reveal each of your opponent's face down runes, then destroy up to 1 rune revealed this way. This effect cannot be changed by counter runes. So I see the potential in Filiferos. So I think this is a card that will really shine when back row becomes incredibly more utilized. And not that they're not utilized now, but typically it's 1 or 2. But there are also decks that are utilized, just setting 4 and just, roll your luck. I'm trying to think. I think Chronodial will actually want to take advantage of this, because now you can know all the threats that need to be targeted, if I understand correctly. And because you can turbo out into Chronodile via, I'm trying to remember the Ascension name, not Chronodile, Nomadial. There we go, Nomadial. Because you can turbo out there may be room for Filiferos in that build. I mean, you use Plucky, you search out Poseidon, then next turn you can just cast out Filiferos, or you can, protect Plucky, Poseidon Poseidon up to it, and then hard cast Chronodile from your hand. I mean, there's a lot of options. So I can see Filiferos being potent. Yeah, absolutely. It's waiting for face down back row runes to be utilized more often.
Yeah, now that I reread it, I have to check my print cards to see if I just misread it, or the website just added something, or the correct print here. I don't know. But now that I read, I'm just like, wait a minute, hold on. This is kind of a pseudo-equaling situation where your opponent is kind of forced to respond on cast, or else they risk not being able to use the rune that they want to use, which that actually is interesting. So I'll have to see. I might also just be remembering an older effect of this card, and that's why I was getting confused. But yeah, now that you say that, definitely, yeah, this has potential, especially
absolutely potential.
Yeah, I think
it's just waiting for the right meta.
And next meta, that's what I was about to say. Moonrise, with the advent of the Hurricane. I think that's, if I remember correctly, that's what's called. You're now
another card that's being featured and first revealed in OP2. I think that's gonna be my preferred version, because that art with Tornigen, oh, it's so beautiful.
Absolutely. But now if casters are afraid of the Hurricane and don't want to set multiple back row, this card comes out and pretty much forces it. You're either losing it or you're casting it right there and there on the Filiferos.
I guess Hurricane itself pretty much just says, it kind of weakens Filiferos by proxy. I mean, the invoke route is definitely faster than the 2-cost Ascension. So, I mean, that's a little unfortunate. We have a call out from chat. Neandersloth is a card that I've also side-eyed a few times. A card that you need to utilize Titanostalk. And Titanostalk isn't the greatest card, so it's not seeing the greatest play to utilize Neandersloth's second effect. But essentially, Neandersloth, the 2-cost Earth Elestral 6/5 stats that says that when it destroys an Elestral, your opponent must discard 2 cards from their hand. And if Titanostalk is in the underworld, it gains +7 attack. Now, we already know that +3 -3 is the insane stat buff or debuff. +7 is unreal, Eagle.
It's greater than its own attack stat. But I'm reading this card right now in a meta where we've got less back row because of fear of possibly Hurricane. Coming in and Neanderthal forcing your opponent to discard 2 as well could be devastating.
Yeah, that Neanderthal is a potentially hard-hitting Elestral that would definitely demand respect if that second effect can be utilized more often. So Titanostalk, I don't know. I guess you have to question. You have to ask yourself this: is Titanostalk worth utilizing just to get Neanderthal live? Because hear me out. I'm not just spitballing here. Titanostalk, Paleoth, Neanderthal. Paleoth at 3, get your Titanostalk in the underworld immediately. Man, it could really be something.
Yeah, and honestly, I even think if we just ignore the Titanostalk, because that's not required for the discard too, the Titanostalk can just be an added bonus so you can hit over more things.
Well, I believe Titanostalk stats doesn't really lean itself into that. If I recall correctly, its stats say 1/4, and effect is expend an earth to reveal your opponent's hand until the end of the turn.
Yes.
Which, hand knowledge is also is always important. Like knowing what your opponent has can be beneficial. But if I were now I'm talking myself into trying this deck. I'm not gonna lie. Paleoth. I mean, yeah, please just show my Paleoth. Oh no, Titanostalk is in the graveyard, and then I could just get my Neanderthal out there, and you can play other Earth good stuff as well. Aqualates can be fitted in as at 1. Do you play a Divine with this sort of deck? I'm not sure if you want to play a Divine if you need to. Man, I'm hyping myself up.
Hey, watch out for PK at the next casual event. Your hand might not be safe.
I'm sorry, I just get an evil laugh. I apologize. But yeah, I gotta admit, I am thinking. But I think round 2, it looks like round 2 is going to be live soon. We're going to have Jack Yomu, if I apologize for wrong the names, but Jack Yomu versus the Shining Victory, I want to say your name is. Let's find out for sure. The Shiny Victinis. There we go. Okay, so these are names that we haven't seen utilized yet, so we don't know what decks they're playing. But is there anything that we already saw Frost, right? And I know chat really wants to see Frost herself. What are you hoping to see?
I'll be honest, the Frost was probably the exciting thing. It's a bit hard to answer this because I kind of know some of these deck lists already. I said Chronodile before, so let's say I want to see some more Draking, because Draking kind of pops up here and there.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love that card. I mean, I got the Reverse Stellar right here, and this is a big card.
Can you stop flexing on me, please? I was not that lucky.
Well, I hate to inform you, I also have the Stellar Jacket here. These are my babies.
I'm gonna take a minute.
Well, while PK's taking a minute, Draking is definitely a very interesting card that I think also gets bolstered by a lot of these changes from the ban list. Now there's less ways to kind of answer it and compete with it since, well, Demeter and Zeus are great ways to attack over it.
Well, right now, we're going to see what the best option Victinis has to get over a defense position Moss Station. The game has begun. Jackie Yomu went first with a set 1, maybe set 2, but Moss Station is there. We have a Nectar of the Gods for Victini's turn 1, getting 2 cards in hand. So it looks like we're going to have Water Heal by Victinis, which is a very potent strategy. It's very difficult to whittle it down when that card when that deck is always healing spirits thanks to Sluggle or Dratagua.
Yes, Water Heal, typically paired with Thunder, is something that we've seen kind of pop up on and off, and usually Nectar of the Gods can be a good sign of that one, since you also need cards to be able to keep up and also find your removal. But we'll see. We haven't quite seen anything that denotes that it's exactly that, but good suggestion here. I'm trying to tell what this card is that they're casting
That
out.
is Eddie. That is Eddie.
Yes.
And this is interesting because, I mean, Jackie Yomu is in the driver's seat here. If Victini activates Eddie's effect, Jackie Yomu can chain Moss Station to make it a 6 attacker.
Yes, and Jack did just that, and that's a very interesting dynamic. I don't think I've seen a Moss Station versus an Eddie yet.
This is a situation where Moss Station just wins due to its effect. Eddie can be efficient, but because it wasn't the right position. Like if the Moss Station was already an attack, then... But actually, no. Moss Station would likely just survive this no matter what, as long as the caster of Mustachian, yes. Doesn't utilize the effect. So yeah, definitely just in Jack's favor. But we have another face down set, and now we're going to see if there's going to be an.
Yep.
Okay, so it is a second expend. So I think that should be 17 spirits for Jackie Yomu. Spending a spirit to make it a 6 attacker so it can't get run over by Eddie, and then expending on his turn as well. So the Mustachian will be a 6 attacker going into the Eddie, but with 3 back row on Victinis, let's see how much they value the Eddie.
Yep, and also as Victini, I don't mind Jack just having to expend all those spirits in this one exchange here, because it keeps it even with the Nog that was played earlier. Ooh, and we see attack into a shield here. So Mustachian going back to hand, or Mustachian, gotta get the pronunciation right.
Yeah, it's Mustachian and Mustachian.
Mustachian.
At least that's how I've been interpreting it, just trying to determine it. But you could also say blue crab, green crab.
Yep.
But in any case, we do see that Eddie is valued by Victinis, utilizing a Shield of Achilles to get that out. And there is the Foamy. I am so excited to see Foamy. This is a card that we have not mentioned yet, but also a card that is really potent in this meta, Eagle.
Yes, with the reduction of removal, there are less options to clear the Foamy without getting off its effect. This is a personal favorite of mine, and I'm so happy that we're finally getting to see it get widespread play. A great consistency tool and utility tool for water.
This card can cast out an Eddie and Eddie can switch itself to attack. Cast out a Galaxy with Misenchanted, so it's the 5 defense. Right there, you can cast out a Dratagua and get a heal out immediately. Foamy is a battle searcher. That card is from... It always needs to be respected. Base set is a powerful set. We see the Earth Spirits being spent from Jack Yomu, typically alluding to the Earthquake as well. So we'll see what he does on his next turn. But now we have... Estrabit!
Ooh.
Show me Bunny!
No,
That's
Misenchanted blue crab here. I wonder what Jack's playing out. Could it be like maybe a Thunder Ascension play here?
That is very curious. So he just wants it to be sat, but now if a second Eddie hits the board, what exactly is going to, like, you have no defense. I think it's going to be curious to see how this goes for Jackie O if he survives this turn with the Mustachian, but with 4 face-down runes, I think it's pretty likely.
Absolutely. It is just curious because that implies that Jack is setting up for some sort of play where he needs a Thunder Spirit on board because there's no cards that inherently don't, like, you need to have a Thunder Spirit on your Elestral to play around.
Yeah, and if it was Arculus, he could have just cast it out thanks to the Eddie and Fomi both being in attack. But moving on to Victini's turn, we do have the Jotagua being played here, healing up by 2, and this is becoming a water board that you just don't want to let water casters set up. No attack, no play over the Mustache, so it does survive the turn. Jack is now going to, let's see what Jack is planning with this Misenchanted Mustache.
Yeah. It's his turn. Let's see if he does it, or maybe he might just stall for a turn. It very well could just be he's hoping to draw into the Arcolith and set up that play preemptively, just in case Victini started switching his Elestrals to defense to play around the Arcolith.
I mean, but again, if it was Arcolith in his hand, it could have just been cast out. Is that an expend the draw?
Yeah.
Expending of a, I cannot tell that.
Zapper.
That's a Zapper, yeah.
Yeah.
What is Jack's deck?
That's what I'm wondering. The only thought is that, again, he was just hoping he could draw Arcolith for turn and then ascend into it. But, hey, maybe he's on something very interesting. I mentioned Sonicore earlier. We haven't seen Sonicore in a while, but in the first set meta, that was a common deck in Mustachian, or I keep saying it wrong, but Blue Crab was used to be able to more easily set up to ascend into that Sonicore.
Well, I mean, right now we do have a Strabit being out right now. When Victini's is already up like this, so while Victini's is up on board presence, Victini's also doesn't have a way to get over this Mustache, so they're likely digging for something right there. What options they have available to them, I'm not sure. Maybe a second Eddie, which would get over the Mustache, but then you got to get over the back row as well. So this is a battle of a wall, like just wall v wall, and they're going to have to start tearing each other down. We have the Elestral wall for Victini and the back row wall with 6 defense Mustachian on Jack's side. We're going to be here for a while, Eagle. So let's see how much time these casters spend of their 42 minutes left in round 2.
Yeah, that's the important thing. You don't want to be caught with a low timer in the late game here. And since both of them are on water stuff, likely these could be some slow games, slow grindy games, especially with so much less removal in the format now. It will really depend on a few key cards in the deck or someone trying to progress the board state, probably for things to start shaking up here.
You got to also worry in this situation, what's stopping Victini's from just consistently re-enchanting Jotagua?
Absolutely. Great way to heal up on spirits. And then if Jack's just trying to dig for a card, that's not going to bode well for him with Victini just having a massive spirit advantage here.
It looks like we got a specific cut there from Jack Hilmer to Victini's right there. But yeah, like what's stopping him from just healing up consistently? If there is, rock in a hard place. This is going to be a major play for 2 reasons. 1, we're going to see what Jack values more, the defense of Mustachian or the back row that is targeted. 2, we're going to have a Curubus coming out here as well, which is going to be really potent to just pop anything immediately or just run over things. And 3, it looks like the
PTA. That's a good hit.
That's a very good hit for Victini's. Do we have the Ascension from Eddie?
Looks like it. He's going into his deck. But that is huge because now, I mean, Jack's got a bunch of back row, but Victini's is in a great position because he can start forcing that back row. And in the event Jack uses a shield here, because it's about the only way he can stop an attack, that Curubus has plenty of targets to just regular ascend on top of Shiny Victini's very next turn to just keep pressuring that Mustachian and the back row.
Yes, the pressure right now is definitely on Jack because now his back row is going to be forced one way or another. If it is shield, that just means you got to deal with it. I mean, I would easily ascend over the Estratman for Curubus again. Just keep that non-attack on a 2 ascension is insane.
Yes, and if I remember the Curubus's effect correctly, there's also always a play if I mean, even with the spirits on board right now, but if Shining Victini also has maybe a Poseidon in hand, could start utilizing the Kerbis's effect just to get rid of the blue crab just right away and start putting in a ton of pressure on the spirit deck.
Oh man, if Poseidon's what was that?
Oh. Did Jack just concede game 1? It looks like Jack might have conceded game 1.
Was that? But Victini's picked up his deck first. Was that a concession? Hopefully we can get a confirmation there. But I want to assume Jack just scooped the game. It looks like the face down was that's a Tyratless. What?
Yeah.
Just happened?
That is interesting.
That has to just be a scoop.
I'm assuming that's what it was. Also, notably, no Gorgon's Gaze onto the Eddy either to stop that Ascension. So, not quite sure what was up there. Maybe it was all bluffs as well, and Jack just got a really bad hand.
So I'm unsure what to make of the situation because Jack's deck made no. I couldn't find a strategy that Jack was trying to employ. Like we had Misenchanted Mustachian. That's the only Elestral we saw for back row as well.
Yes.
Right now, so we're getting word.
Oh.
This is crazy. Victini's dropped their deck, and that resulted in a game loss for Victini's.
Oh, that is unfortunate because Victini was very much in the better position there. But just that one misstep got them an automatic game loss, putting them down a game. That has to hurt.
This is my first time ever seeing a loss be implemented. That's not even like a miss. Is it a miss? Man. I mean, that just goes to show you, like, it's really important to make sure that you know how to handle your deck with care. You keep everything on the webcam as possible. But man, dropping the entire deck, which I'll be honest, I missed the deck drop.
Same here.
Ooh, yeah, it does throw everything into question. So we're resetting it. Jack Yomu with, just talk about some good luck there for him because that board state was not in their favor. We'll see what happens as we go into game 2. But man, that is one way to end that one.
I think also notably here, because of this event, I was wondering if Jack might have conceded game 1 because he knew he was just too far behind, didn't have the pieces to also hide deck information. But instead, now not only is Jack up a game, but Victini knows very little information about Jack's deck going to game 2, which really hurts his ability to side.
Yeah, I have no idea what Jack is playing. We only saw Mustachian and PTA and a bunch of, we saw the Spirits, we saw, Tyratless going to the underworld, but, 2 Tyratless going to the underworld is not surprising.
Not at all.
So, man.
Whew.
That's rough. I feel for him. We'll have to see how this goes. But this is a huge blessing for Jack because now he knows exactly what he's dealing with. We saw a lot from Victini. We saw the Foamy, the Strabit, the Eddy into Kerbis. We saw the Rock in a Hard Place. We saw the Jatagua as well. So at this point, it's just going to be going in. But I'm assuming Victini will be going first here. So will we see another opening Nectar of the Gods into Jatagua? That'd be a pretty good opening play for him.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. I mean, we really don't know. Will it be just another Mustachian? Oh, Astrabbit. That's a great start. Seeing a lot of these rabbits here, but not too surprising.
I think what's interesting to note here is that Jack is going first.
Yeah, that's interesting. With Rock in a Hard Place, there's a chance that Victini is on the Drat King because a lot of times that deck does like to go second, just so you can immediately ramp up into Drat King and just steal the opponent's Celestial.
So, I mean, Jack's right now. So this is the second Elestral we've seen revealed by Jack. Still unknown strategy.
Correct. Astrabbit doesn't really give you much information when it's probably the best Elestral in the game here. And then, as I mentioned in last round, the Misenchanted Mustachian does suggest that Jack might be doing some Thunder stuff, but it doesn't really give too much information. That 6 defense is just really good.
I would love to see Sonic Orb come out. Like you mentioned that earlier during the break, but yeah, I would love to see Sonic Orb be revealed. Eddie! We love Eddie on the Strabbit. But will we see a Gorgon's Gaze or something to protect it? Yes, we do.
We do.
So I always argue that there's room to save your Gorgon's Gaze for the attack declaration. That way your opponent feels confident in the attack. They may just not make any of the plays and they just set the cards and attack because that essentially ends their turn. Now that we know that Astrabbit is still an option, there's a room for Victini to drop something like an Earthquake or something like that. But it looks like that's not going to be the case, just a set and pass. Giacomo saves his Estrada for this turn, and we're going to see a Leviathan into an Eddy. Love that.
Opponent's Eddy can switch Victini's Eddy to defense and start attacking over it. I think that's a great shout out on the timing. Again, just on cast Gorgon's Gaze. I think that's a great call out as well, because even though this isn't highly probable with the limits to Zeus specifically here, and potentially Demeter, but the Gorgon's Gaze for the attack declaration also means that you can bait to get more information on your opponent if they have that card.
You know what? That makes sense. I understand that. We do have the Gorgon's Gaze on the Eddy activation to protect their own. So now we're going to see if there's another Rock and a Hard Place being cast out. Instead, we have the first play of Spectrus right now. Spectrus being a card that wait a minute. Oh, okay, so we're definitely dealing with the Dracane deck from Victini's here with the Spectrus.
Looks like it.
But Poison Tick Arrow is going to lower Spectrus down to 3, making it to where it cannot run, well, 2 technically, making it to where it cannot run over the Eddy. But it should be able to crash if I recall correctly. No. It would only go up by 1, so it won't be able to crash. So yeah, this is just a Spectrus.
This is an awkward board state for Victini's here, because sure, Eddy can still crash with Eddy, but then you're just wiping out your own board. But do you want to leave up the Eddy on Jack's board? I don't know. It looks like he made the choice to leave it up there.
Yeah, it's not a great start for Victini's. There's a lot of presence on Jack's board. And we have a re-enchantment on Astrabit. Does finagle with the face down a bit. Victini's choosing not to choose anything. So now we have a top 3 choice from Astrabit. Will we see an Ambrosia to spin off of the extra spirit on Astrabit as well? That would be a pretty good use of the spirit, and something that's commonly done as well, although it will be done pretty early in the clash.
Oh yeah, and even if it's just picking up something like a poison tipped arrow, that can also be a great siphon off the Astrabit to just pull that spirit off, and now you only have to expend the 1 from your spirit deck at the end of turn. So there's plenty of options. But ooh, a shield here, just getting that Eddy back to hand. I don't know if you feel too great about that though, just because now you have to make sure you're keeping that in mind as you progress your board state, that at any moment Jack can just drop the Eddy and potentially swing over whatever you just played.
Yeah, a known Eddy in hand is pretty scary. Jotagua is going to be coming out to heal Victini's, definitely potent, but the Eddy's already in hand, so that Jotagua might as well just be in attack position right now. We're going to see a heal though. I wonder if we're also going to see a Nectar just to help Victini's dig into something, but this board state from Victini's is not the same as we saw in game 1.
Not at all. I think if you're Victini's here, you want to find that Rock and a Hard Place. I think that's the only, the best thing you can hope for, and the best reason to protect your Eddy here is if you have that play lined up, because at that point you're pressuring either one of Jack's 2 back row or the rabbit. But nope, we just see a pass here into Jack's Jotagua. Oh. No. Oh, looks like we're trying to figure out exactly if it's too late for Jack to take that back. I don't think Jack meant to grab that card.
Yeah, he definitely put it in attack mode as well. I don't know if he took his hand off. I don't think he took his hand off, which means you should be able to, say, wait, not that card. So I guess we're going to let them figure out how it's going to operate. But, if it was me, we'll let the judges deal with it. I'm not going to say anything myself. But regardless, looks like it might be a misplay there. And
yeah, we'll have to see. I wonder if Jack wants to grab the Eddy.
I mean, what would you cast out here? Either the Eddy or the Jotagua. I think that there's room for putting out the Eddy and just taking out Victini's Jotagua.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. Would you rather try to keep pressuring Victini's, or would you rather try to stabilize yourself and just kind of get into a stabilizing war, knowing that you've got the Eddy in hand that you can spring on the opponent at any turn, at any moment?
Yeah, but I mean, still, you're going to need it sometime. You're going to have to, we're either going to get it now or later. So, I mean, and especially since they're all 4 stats, their biggest stats being 4. It's kind of tough to say. I think there's room for putting the Eddy on board and just scaring your opponent with the idea of, if you cast Rock in a Hard Place, I'm casting Rock in a Hard Place, or I can potentially ascend into Kiribis. But we do see the Eddy come out, so they do agree that Eddy can go out. But now Victini's has the knowledge of the Jotagua in hand, as a second Gorgon's Gaze meets the Eddy. Spending what's that second spirit?
I think they're both. I think they're both Leviathan. They're just different artworks. I missed that one. Because that one on top is the Celebration Shatterstars one.
Artwork, yeah.
Gorgeous card.
Really good artwork. Yeah.
Yes. But this is a very interesting board state. Jack did get the back row out of the way, but at the same time, Victini's is starting to build up a board and starting to potentially stabilize, but still needs a much bigger push, but is deterred from playing the rock in a hard place at current.
So now Vitinho on the draw, looking to really establish their board because board presence is definitely on Jack's favor. But Estrava is definitely the way to do it. Is there a face down PTA? Looks like there is not. So PTA so Estrava is going to be able to dig Victini's into something, and hopefully for Victini's, one of them is rocking the hard place and start getting some offense going.
Hopefully, but still has to deal with that Eddie on the opponent's side of the board. I mean, you could, in theory, cast Rock in a hard place, get rid of one of those back row, ascend up into Curibus, and then use your own Curibus to pop the opponent's Curibus and heal back 2. But is that the most ideal play? Is that really the position that you want to try to maneuver yourself into if you're Victini's?
I think either way, the best way to figure that out is to use Rock in a hard place to target the back row and the Eddie. Because then it puts them in a point of how much, like, do I want to ascend? If I don't want to ascend, then maybe I'll just let the Eddie go, which lets you know that Curibus is likely not being played in game, which isn't ideal, but is at least deck knowledge. And in another case, and Broja coming out as well. We have, in the other side, do you want to just let your opponent freely get out the what do you call it? The Curibus as well? Because we didn't see a poison arrow on Estrava. But maybe that's Jack saying, I value the PTA for something bigger than the Estrava. You know, there's a lot of nuances here between the casters. But we do have the healing of 3. I missed the spirits. Hopefully you saw them. But we do have a healing of 3 for Victini's.
Sorry, Ken. I missed some of those spirits. But very much right. I mean, you could read the lack of PTA on the Astrobot as potentially Jack saying, oh, I don't have my own Curibus. So if you go for that rock on a hard place play, I'm the one losing out here. But it looks like it's back on Jack's turn here. So we'll see what he's got queued up. We still really haven't seen that much information from what Jack's on. I mean, he very well could just be on a simple, just efficient Earth Thunder deck. But maybe he's got something interesting in the wings that we will get to see shortly.
Well, we have another cast out here. That is Boombat. Okay, Boombat. It looks like the I can't tell the artwork actually. It might be the Stellar.
It is the Stellar one, the promo from Founders Edition. But
yes, everyone who played Elestrals from the very beginning has that card. I have mine, and it looks great. Also, side note, did you know that the artwork for Boombat from the Imperial starter deck is different?
I did. It's such a unique thing that Elestrals did early on, and I hope we get to see some more of it now. I mean, we got plenty of alternate arts throughout all the other sets, but I guess now that all the star deck cards are in the main set, less likely to see that, but I thought it was really cool.
So we do have Boombat taking out the Estrava. We have Eddie crashing into Eddie. We now have a defensive board state with Jack sitting on 2. This is definitely his game in control right now. Victini's, though, does have a Jatago on board, which means that could ascend into a Curibus or a Curibus or a Draki, but instead we see Galaxy come out. Love this card. Also making Jatago a 4 attacker, but neither one of them can get over the Estrava on board.
Yeah, that's a risky play, just trying to get the PTA out of Jack. I mean, Victini's is up on spirits right now, but it's not that big of a difference. But at the same time, Jack is like, if you can't get over this, I'm just going to hold these counter runes before you try to go for a bigger play.
Yeah, I think there's an argument here if you did not have an offensive option for Galaxy to just re-enchant your Jatago and heal up and bolster your own health for the next few turns. But you know, there's also value in having 2 Elestrals on board. Attack position Estrava. Wait a minute. Attack position Water Estrava. Oh, it's a 5 attacker. It gets over the Jatago. Ooh.
Yeah. I do wonder, like, there's also a line where you just crash the Galaxy and try to simplify it, but I guess at this point Jack's just telling Victini's, crash the Astrobot, I dare you. This is
the joy and the glory of Elestrals. Utilizing the elemental differences on board to make your Thunder Elestral better. You essentially just made it an entire threat right there. So it looks like we may have a crash here from the on the attack position Estrada, but no, we just leave it in attack position. Is that where you would leave that eagle?
Not at all. I would start trying to pressure the opponent. At some point, you need to turn the game in your favor. And a lot of the times, when you're just passing on bodies, you're telling your opponent you have the option to, if you've got maybe like a stadium or some way, maybe Jack finds a Zeus or something, now you gain the advantage here because I didn't take out your Lestral to now take out mine.
You got to think about the mental damage being done to Victini too, having such a commanding game one, but losing to a technical decision. And now being in a situation where you're just trying to build up your board. Another reenchantment of the Astrabit here. I think there's an argument to have re-enchanted the attack position one, just to A, have your spirits spread out, and B, have the attack position option available to you. But, you know, it either or there, either or. But we do have a top 3 search, and I wonder, I mean, at this point, I think it's safe for us to assume that Jack's deck is just a good stuff deck. But I wonder what the main condition of play there is.
Yeah, definitely, because right now we've just seen some really solid water. Have we just seen Astrabit, the Blue Crab, and then Eddie? I think that's all we've seen from Jack. But yeah, I mean, just might be trying to play out games here, just grind it out and get himself into just a much better position resource-wise.
Yeah, but all we're seeing here is just, 5-stack go bird. Like if you guys don't know, like sometimes a game can be won on just 5 stacks. Is that a cryoblast?
That is a cryoblast, and this is what I'm talking about. Now you just lost your Spectrus when cryoblast really wasn't doing much against the Galaxy. You could have crashed the Astrabit and been in a position where that cryoblast wouldn't have done anything. Like you would have been able to keep your Galaxy on board here.
Does crash the Astrabit into the Galaxy as well. So now 3 spirits are on board for Jack. With the Astrabit sitting there. Victini's has nothing but a face-down rune. Definitely not an ideal position for Victini, but let's see if they can still find a way out. Is that an expend to draw?
That is an expend to draw. You do not want to be doing that from this position here, because Jack's got a body on board, and while, again, Victini's up on spirits in Spirit deck, Jack does still have 3 on board. We can't discount those spirits here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage just threatening you right now. So that, and the Galaxy as well. This is definitely going to hurt Victini, and that face down is potent. Like even a tsunami would be valuable here because you definitely lose less from allowing it all to go through. But they are going through there, and the Owloon goes down. An immediate hit from 10 spirits to 6. Man. Yeah,
I mean, Jack had nothing to lose here. He's up on board. Victini's had to expend to draw last turn. Even if that Astrabit gets shielded, and that is a loss of spirits on Jack's end, he's still at least pressuring getting the rest of the cards out of Victini's hand, capitalizing on his better position here.
If you're able to re-enchant the Astrabit on board, I would probably do that right now. Oh wait, no, this is still, wait a minute.
Got the Drakid coming out. Do we finally
have I have to ask this
place?
Again. How does Drakid apply to Galaxy?
Ooh, good question. So I'll actually need to look up the specific wording again.
I want to believe Galaxy will remain a 5 attacker and Drakid will remain a 2 attacker, I believe. But now it doesn't matter. Rock in a hard place is going to be played there. So what would you target here? The Astrabit with the spirits or the Galaxy? Oh, no, actually, no, you have to target the Galaxy. Because otherwise, Drag King comes out here either misenchanted, being a 7/4, or in defense position properly enchanted.
Yeah, that's a tough call here. I mean, regardless, I think Jack's going to call the back row. Unfortunately, we do not know which Elestral that Victini's called there to be able to say, but the important thing here is just getting out that Drak King, because sure, the Galaxy does make it awkward, but at least Victini's has one of 2 options. They can either misenchant the Drak King to attack over the Galaxy, or regular enchant it to be able to attack over the Astrabit, and then misenchant the Astrabit with Bar to crash the Galaxy.
And it looks like it's going to be properly enchanted because the Drak King was placed in defense. So, opting for the defensive play here. I think there's value in going for the attack, but at the same time, with the back row that Jack has on the field, maybe it's better to just bolster your defense.
Maybe, but at the same time, Victini's has not been putting any pressure on Jack.
Wait a minute!
What spirit was that?
I think that was a Leviathan.
Well, that makes sense. That's properly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it is properly chanted in defense. I'm pretty sure that's Leviathan from Daybreak. So
Yes.
yeah, that does make sense. But now we're just in a, you know, how do you hold the line with only 2 spirits in your spirit deck?
I don't think it's possible, unfortunately, but maybe Victinius has something up their sleeve. I do think that likely it would have been a shield and back row, but it might have just been better to have a Hail Mary play to try to answer Jack's board and just hope that they're bluffs or just cards that are not like tsunamis that aren't very useful here.
I mean, fortunately for Victini's, Poison Tip Arrow was not in the back row. Otherwise, I would have ended this game. I don't think we saw Poison Tip Arrow at all. Is that an Earth Astrabit? I missed the...
It is a Zaptor. I believe it is the Frostfall Zaptor.
Properly enchanted Astrabit. We are going to search up 3, and that I think that's also 3 Astrabits that Jack is seeing. This is just a good stuff deck.
Yep, it definitely is. Also, tying back to the Drakid on the Galaxy question, I just looked up the wording on the Drakid. That is correct. There would be no change in either stats because it goes off of the base attack stats, which Galaxy is 2 and Drakid is 2. So it wouldn't result in any changes in either of those Celestial stats.
Wait a minute. It goes off the base attack stat?
Right.
You know what? I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
Hey, Skyhawk, can you give us the information there?
It says right in the card, base attack with Drakid's base attack. So.
Does Galaxy swap base attack or just stats?
Correct.
Okay.
It swaps base attack.
I'm sorry, not Draken. Does Galaxy swap base stat or?
I believe Galaxy just swaps stats. We can discuss this in the wrap-up afterwards. We should focus back on the game here. But Jack just kind of walling up with these Astrabbits. Though looks like the Draking was switched back to attack here. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Did Victini's just scoop?
No, I think that's a scoop. Yeah, revealing the Poison Tip Arrow face down as well. Not having a proper opportunity to release that. Tsunami Gaze
and there's a shield.
Was set for Jack as well. That was just... Man, what an unfortunate game for Victini's.
Absolutely. That first game was very rough to see. Just unfortunate technical issue of knocking his deck off that cost him such a good position. And we might have seen a game 3 otherwise.
Yeah, that game 2 just was not in Victini's favor at all. And just leaning in again, it was kind of just a good stuff deck between both players, but definitely more of a slight focus in the Draking. But the Galaxy play, just laughing at the Draking, phenomenal choice of card for Jack as well. It negating the Curibus, making it a 2/9, negating the Draking, making it a 4/7, not potent enough to get his offense off. It's just Galaxy sitting on Jack's side, pretty much turned off the majority of Victini's board deck, essentially.
Yeah, really showing the power of just those efficient bodies. Jack really just sitting there and doing exactly what he wanted to do that game 2.
Yeah, there's not really much to say because we didn't see anything. That was just well played from Jack. Although that game 1, it was not in his favor. The spirits were not coming out. He only saw Mustachian in game 1 and 4 back row. So, I mean, just that technical play essentially changed the entire trajectory of this clash.
Yeah, and I'm still very much wondering if Victini's had just put on a bit more pressure, not been as cautious as they were throughout all those turns, maybe they would have been able to get into a much better position when they got the setup for the Draking.
Yeah, we got the Draking set out there, but it's at that point with that board state, with the amount of spirits that Victini had, it was just not likely for a comeback to be had. Because it's maybe one more power room, PTA, Gaze, etc. to play. And that's if there was no 2 cost there. You had the Astrabit constantly making 3 spirits on that Astrabit, just dealing major damage, including that one turn where 4 spirits were lost. It was just, I think the right cards didn't come at the right time for Victini's.
Absolutely. The minute that Astrabit connected, that I think signified that the game was likely going to be Jack's unless Victini's got the God draw there.
Yeah, I mean, but there's value in good stuff. As we mentioned earlier, 5 stats are really good for a 1-cost Elestral. That is like the baseline of a good Elestral. So you really want to just focus on that number as much as you can. Spectre is being a little tough because it's not 5 attack until it actually attacks. It suppresses something. So, if you have Ditch Fog from Daybreak, Dense-Fall from Daybreak, a card that's going to get buffed up and utilized even more when Moonrise releases January 21st, 2025. Pre-orders are open now. You can, that card will probably see more play in the future and be able to turn off cards such as Galaxy. Like, I'm going to attack in a Galaxy. Okay, Dense-Fall. Oh, darn.
Yeah,
so,
honestly,
so suppression may see a benefit if cards like this are going to be utilized more often.
Absolutely, and Dense Fog would have been huge in that matchup for sure. And I did look up the Galaxy rulings, so the Drakid and the Galaxy, so Galaxy just swaps its current attack and defense, but per the rules of Elestrals, how stat modifiers go, first any modifiers that set stats to specific values applies first, then anything that adds or subtracts stats, and then the swap happens. So Drakid it sets the stats, so the exchange of stats is a set, so that would apply first, and then the Galaxy swap would happen, meaning Galaxy would still be a 4-2.
5-2.
Sorry, 5-2, excuse me.
5-2. Yeah, okay. I figured that was the case, but I just wanted to double check there. So, man,
Absolutely.
that was a clash. That was a clash, but that kind of stuff happens, and that's also an important note for everybody at home as well. Unfortunately, you can learn the lesson through Victini's mistake, but technical play, make sure you're handling your cards correctly, can cost you a game. And I don't believe that there was any. I don't believe there was any, malice in just in the misplay, but you drop your cards, especially if you drop them off the desk, out of the view of everybody else. Like, it's kind of hard to say. So I think the right call was made by judges, but there's also something to be mindful for everybody who's going to sign up for the next tournament, which will be happening in January. We'll talk about that more in the future in a little bit, but just be mindful of how you're managing your cards, because that is part of the game as well.
Absolutely. And the biggest tip I have to give is just make sure you give yourself plenty of space on your desk. I know it isn't always possible. Some people are operating off of very tiny desks, but the more space you give yourself, the more area for less error to happen, such as that to occur.
100%. Even clear your mouse off. But let's go into upcoming events that people can sign up for. Because if you think Elestrals is hype now, we are steamrolling into 2025. So if we can start talking about that, we have the next event will be the Webcam Casual. Going on on December 17th, which is going to, that's the time where you essentially go to your locals. You come through, you have fun, you do your whole thing. Is going to be exciting. And then we have another event happening December 18th. This is going to be the final event happening in 2024. But double caster coins will be available for all participants, which means if you cannot because there's going to be no more events, you're not missing out on your coins that you would get for the year if you sign up for the December 18th event.
That's very exciting. I might have to make time for that casual tournament on the 17th just to make sure I take advantage of that double caster coins leading into 2025, when we should hopefully gain more promos like the stamped Stellar Golden Fleece that I believe there still is currently up on the Play Network, but I haven't checked in a while. But hopefully more promos like that to come, and you can get those double caster coins to make sure you can get it when it does.
Yes, caster coins, you can get them not only from the casual events, but you can get it from going to your locals. I visit my locals as often as I can, and hopefully I can go next Sunday. That'd be exciting. I'm taking my Vesuva deck. That'd be exciting. But that event's going to be happening as well. That's also going to be the last event happening in 2024. The next casual event will be happening on January 7th. Should be a Tuesday if I recall correctly, and it's always a Tuesday. And the other casual event will be happening January 8th. Lots of time to come through and play, just casually try out decks, meet other people and other casters in the Elestrals community. But the next major premiere event, January 11th, 2025. This will likely be the last event happening for Daybreak, because no, actually, there should be one more, because Moonrise won't be legal until February 1st. So January 11th, and we'll have another event happening later on. You can see on your screen right now that there is a $25 entry fee to get major prizes. And do you see that stamped reverse stellar mudlet?
It is absolutely gorgeous. I can see Kay just freaking out in the corner over this card because it is adorable.
Yeah, and I didn't get one. It is. You can get one available from Shattered Stars as well. You can get it from this month Shattered Stars if you want to subscribe now. Shattered Stars Sagittarius is what you want. But if you were unlucky like me, then you can compete for it in the January 11th tournament. Is going to be major, and the major championship prize is going to be a gold stamp reverse stellar mudlet that is right there on your screen. So I guess I am breaking. I got to put Centauro on the shelf and break out my major deck. I can win with Vesubatuga. I can win with Vesubatuga. I can win with Vesubatuga. If I say it often enough, does that make it true?
Hey, you never know until you try. Just draw your Earthquakes, draw your Vesubatugas. Your opponent only has 20 spirits. At some point, they have to just lose
Excuse
them all,
me,
right?
Earthquakes? Did you not look at
Eruptions? Eruptions?
Yes, eruptions.
Did I say
Eruptions, yeah! It's going to be fun and exciting. But right now, we're going to... what do you think of the tournament so far? There's been a lot of major things, and I cannot wait to see what changes up when Moonrise releases.
I'm so excited for Moonrise. Unfortunately, changed scenes. Don't need to go back, but there was the Ardbud on there, and I'm so excited for that little guy. Specifically,
Ardbud, a card that will be legal. If I, correct me if I'm wrong, producer, but will be legal January 1st because it is available in Shattered Stars Sagittarius, which is this month Shattered Stars.
Just more reason to pick up these Shattered Stars cards because that has a lot of very interesting search targets and will only get better once we have Moonrise. I know I mentioned the Navi into Doppgator line earlier, but that's not even all the Insectoid Elestrals that this card can help you search out.
It can search out Viserys.
Yeah?
Ardbud searches out Vice.
Oh, you're down to 2 Viserys? Well, now you can go up to... Well, you could already run up to 5 copies because of Rummagem, but why not run up to... What would that be? 8 copies now? Yeah, 8 copies running 3 Ardbud.
And here's another thing you can mention. So with Sagittarius, the 1 of 10 Stellar is in Titan. If you are one of the lucky 10 to pull that card, you can actually play that entire line right now. Well, in January 1st, I should say, with Ardbud release in Shattered Stars Sagittarius. And don't tell me, Ard. What's the second ascension?
Ardvarum.
Ardvarum, there we go. Ardvarum being released in OP1, which is going to end December 31st, and then Titan release in Shattered Star Sagittarius as a 1 of 10. It's available a little early for Moonrise. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you can just flex on your locals with that nice clean line and just try to bully all the Viserys and Toxion's your locals are playing due to Ardvarum being able to destroy any Insectoid Elestral on the board to ascend into the Titan.
And Titan and Ardvarum are going to be really potent Elestrals. I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening with them happening out. Speaking of them, because all of those cards, Ardvarum and Titan are available as Stellars. What has been one of your favorite Stellars you've pulled or are trying to chase right now? Reverse or otherwise?
Ooh, so I showed off the Draking. Those are special to me. But the other fun one is on my shelf behind me. I was at too many games with A Drive, and we were opening star decks to teach people. And at the same time, I opened Stellar Imperial when he opened Stellar Pantera. That one was probably the most exciting one I opened.
Oh, wow. A double Stellar pull back to back. Y'all were just going to just play with people.
Yeah, we're going there to teach anyone at the convention who want to learn the game.
Crazy.
There's a lot of fun.
That's really cool. My first Stellar I pulled was from the Elestriat Season 2. Pulled also alongside Mario Gaming World. We both got Stellar Centaur.
That's exciting.
Stellar Centaur. I remember it was the first time I ever did it. I didn't think it was actually real, but I did it and I yelled. It was great. My latest one I pulled, I actually got from winning my locals. A little bit of patting myself on the back here. I've been doing pretty well at locals and I earned store credit. Got myself a Daybreak box and pulled myself, I'm going to show this one. Pulled myself a Stellar Pandalix.
Gorgeous.
This card is great. And then I was lucky enough from Shattered Stars Scorpio to get a Arculith.
You're rolling in these. Well,
no, these are my only 4.
Those are great ones. As So we'll have to continue this conversation a bit later because we're about to go into an ad break ahead of round 3. So we'll be back very shortly to continue these exciting games. I can't wait to see what we see in round 3.
I will be taking my leave here, guys. You'll be joined by Kay and Eagle for real this time, but I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching. Subscribe if you haven't already. And as Eagle said, we'll see you in a bit.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestilio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
Hello, and I am now back. Eagle, I am so excited to actually be able to sit and commentate with you.
Me as well. Got an amazing chance with PK. That was a lot of fun, but being able to get just the difference of dynamics here, I think will be a lot of fun throughout this entire tournament.
Yes, absolutely. I was on the edge of my seat watching that last round. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, while the first round I think was a bit crazier in the cards we see, that second round was very intense with that highly technical play all the way up to the very end of the game where even though we kind of had an idea Jack would win, it still was, well, maybe Victinis can find a way out of that position.
Yeah, absolutely. And as someone who has trademark shaky hands anytime I play a card game and have flipped cards over, done other, especially I can't imagine being on stream when you're doing it. I can absolutely sympathize and empathize with that happening.
Absolutely. And it's something to not discount. The nerves of being on stream, I've heard plenty of players, even top players, discuss it extensively. Don't discount that. It is definitely very nerve-wracking.
Yes, absolutely. So going into round 3, how are you feeling? Are you expecting to see anything, hoping to see anything? What's going on?
Ooh, so I got my Drak King call out. Still waiting to see Chronodile. And I have to think of some other fun stuff. Maybe some more Rhinosect. I really think Rhinosect's a cool card. I've seen play here and there, so I'd love to see that again. What about you?
So I am with you on the Chronodile. I think it was cool to see a water matchup, water really coming through with the new ban list. I would love to see Titanostrike stuff. I think that could make Thunder even more incredible, having all of those toolbox options that it already has. But then on top of that, sort of the harmony that it has with Thunderstorm, and especially if we want to do some Bronaglow Glow stuff, some Fun Glow stuff, who knows?
That'd be so much fun. I mean, Titanostrike on its own with such limited removal, a 1-cost body that can pop opponent stuff, that's pretty good, because in the event that if you cast Thunderstorm and hit your opponent's Gorgon's Gaze, then they can just flip a Gorgon's Gaze anyway. But if you can hit something other than a Gorgon's Gaze, you might be able to at least force 2 cards out of your opponent with a combination like that.
Yes, definitely. And a running theme from the last tournament between Caleb and Swole was shield never resolves. That was the running bit. And that's always what you're hoping to pop when you're aiming at the back row. You never want it to resolve.
Very much so, because of the common counter runes run, that is the only one that has a timing that cannot be changed to a lot of these rune removal cards. And we're also seeing stuff like the Rock in a Hard Place is really cool to see pop up because that cannot be chained to, and that is pretty big. While your opponent does have an option of what they destroy, it still means that they, in the event, they could be put in a very awkward position if like their Gorgon's Gaze is targeted with their Elestral and your opponent's sitting on a Drakid or an Eddy.
Definitely. And we saw it just last match. You have interesting situations where, because Eddy is so prominent right now, if you want to play Rock in a hard place on your side, does that mean that you're enabling an Ascension over on your opponent's side as well?
Yeah, that definitely is tough. And that could also lead to a lot of interesting side decking games where you don't run Kuribis in your main deck if you're just running Eddy as a tech card, but can easily side in one if you know your opponent's on Rock in a hard place and really punish them for not respecting the fact that you've got an Eddy on board.
Yes, and especially now, I think that we went from 12 to 15 cards that you can have in your side deck. So that gives you so much more room to play with. And like you said, have these different techs that you can side in just based off of specific situations that you find yourself in.
Absolutely. And I think as we progress through this tournament, especially when we get to Top Cut, we'll see a lot more side deck techs come into play here. I think in these early rounds, we're a bit less likely to see those pop up. But once we get to the best of the best duking it out, I fully expect the side deck to play a huge role in games 2 and games 3.
Yes, definitely. And especially we saw Jess round 1. One of the things that I really love about watching Jess, and this was true in the Elestriad, is she is so good at crafting a side deck that can completely come in and change what the original deck was. So you never know what's coming game 2. You think that you know this, what you're trying to play against, what you're trying to prep against, when just a few cards siding out completely change how the deck works.
Absolutely. And that, I think, is a unique situation that Elestrals is with such a small card pool, but also these cards designed in these little packages that work really well together is you can start siding them interchangeably and keep your opponent guessing round after round.
Yes, definitely. And so I am looking here. I've been kind of, as I was on my break, I was going through all of the cards that we could possibly see, looking through all of the new Daybreak cards. I want to see Solar so bad. I think that Lustragon is a really cool card that, now that removal is such a big deal, could possibly be coming through, have a lot of value.
Lustragon's a fun one. The Nexus, it's a very unique effect in how it's worded. Typically, you see Nexus effects word, you can Nexus up to whatever the spirit designation is. And then when you do, but specifically Lustragon says when this Lustragon receives one or more Solar in a Nexus. So if you're running cards like Altar of Stars, you can trigger this effect on your opponent's turn. Haven't seen a lot of that I'd be really interested in. And just really any Nexus play you can think of on your turn. Dratora on board, Circle the Sky. There's a ton of possibilities just to devastate your opponent's board with this card.
Absolutely. I think that Solar has a lot of options that so far have been pretty underrated. But like you said, the Dratora, and then with like the Calfmel stuff, truly some threatening Elestrals that you could see possibly going into Ascensions.
Yes. I have to shout out the Calfmel that you said there, because it really popped off one of the tournaments, I believe it was in November. Just seeing someone utilize that heal effect to just play a heal stall deck was really neat to see, a really cool innovation.
Yeah, definitely. I think that heal stalls are always very fun. And I mean, you have, for a while, we've seen the Quackles, you've seen Sluggle and Dratagua, but yes, the new tech with Solar is so exciting, and hopefully we can see some of that today.
Yeah, also from Solar, I think seeing some Helioliths would be really cool. I believe we saw some last tournament, if I remember correctly. And seeing some more artifact with Heliolith would be really neat, because I think Heliolith is such a cool card.
Oh, definitely. And with a lot of the, I believe they're community coined as scrap decks, which is actually the last tournament that I played in. I played a variant of that. But the artifacts becoming a lot more prominent because of things like that is really cool to see. And you're right, Heliolith has an application there for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited because I know there's also a ton of different variants of that deck. People try out different elements to Nexus to, and yeah, the more innovation we see, the better. And on the note of innovation, this is something that I was thinking about before today's tournament. This is the first one after the new ban list, so this will kind of set the baseline for all the tournaments that will happen in January. just because it's brand new meta. People have had less than 2 weeks to really develop stuff. So once we see the results for this tournament, I think that January 11th tournament has the potential to be fascinating to see what people decide to bring, what people decide, what kind of spicy techs and deck build arounds that people decide to go with.
Oh, absolutely. And I fully believe that people are going to be going all out for that mudlet. I know that you saw me freaking out on the camera when you started talking about it, but I am absolutely in love with that mudlet. It is so gorgeous. The stamp on it, I don't know. I might have to compete.
Go for it. I guess PK and I and whoever else we get on cast can just hold down the fort while you go win that mudlet for yourself.
Yes, my son, he must come home to me.
On the note of mudlet, have you opened your Shattered Stars Sagittarius month packs to see that reversed hollow mudlet?
I have not. I have 15 over there. I have 45 total packs. I went in this month because I'll be darned if I'm not getting that mudlet. As soon as I saw that. And honestly, I think that the Cherry Blossom Verdolith is being slept on. Obviously, mudlet is a star, but that like pink floral, oh, it is so gorgeous. It matches my wall.
Yeah.
I need it.
You now need a Verdolith plushie just to throw back there, don't you?
So true. So true.
Well, I'm excited to see what your reactions are when you do finally open those packs, because when I opened mine, when I saw those reverse hollows, oh man, I was like, I originally went from, the artwork, it's nice, but I don't know if it's necessarily my favorite. And then I saw those hollows and I was like, all right, nope, these hollows just elevate this artwork to a whole other level. I can't tell if the hollow helps the artwork or the artwork helps the hollow, or it's just one of those situations where both of them just complement each other so well. The product is just astronomically more gorgeous than the two individual aspects.
Absolutely. And adding the additional pull just adds even more value to Shattered Stars, which I have been a subscriber for a while. I am a big fan. So much gorgeous art available in Shattered Stars.
Shattered Stars is really the front runner for that now. We did have, it feels like it's the natural progression of the artist collection pack that we saw back in Founders Edition that kind of established all those gorgeous different artworks outside of the style of Elestrals. And now we get to just see that continue with Shattered Stars. To me, it's just very exciting to see that that idea, that concept was not dropped, but rather just implemented into the general release cycle of the game at large.
Yes, absolutely. And I heard you and PK talking about it earlier. All the new art coming out in Organized Play Series 2 as well. Talk about stepping up the art game. I believe that there was is it a Bandaloon that has is that the Wanted poster art?
I remember seeing that. I think that is from there. I can't remember fully, but that would make sense that that's there.
Yeah, and then you have, so I personally am prepared to go all in on Volk Clips when Moonrise comes out. I love it from the beginning. And then as soon as that full art, like the alt art with the little baby Voldusk was announced as one of the chase cards of Moonrise, on top of that, you have the stellar serialized XM99 in the Organized Play series. And as soon as that was announced, it was like, okay, I'm going to have to get myself to my locals. I'm going to have to be pulling not only one, but I need an entire playset.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're in danger, because if you've looked through the reverse stellars for Moonrise, that all the lunar phases, reverse stellars in there.
Like, the Volumbra is gorgeous.
Yes, that one was a fun one to develop. And I'm very excited to see how it ends up performing, because it's such a unique concept that Elestrals is exploring just on the coattails of something like Morfrost. Now we've got titled runes that all function off of the same name.
I am very excited about that. I think that Moonrise is going to change the game so much more than any of us are anticipating at this point.
The just question now is how?
Exactly. And, when Demeter and Zeus are able to come back into their full power going into Moonrise, we're going to have even more of a mix-up from the current meta that we're working in.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a major shakeup, but that's exactly what you want to see for a game, especially when a new set release comes out. You want people to be excited and try out all this different stuff, because at least as long as I've been playing games, that's always the most exciting, is when there's a shakeup to see what people end up bringing.
Absolutely. And I know I've got all of my Elestrals plushies back here. So I've got my Fawnlet, my Nobby, my Bulldusk.
Yes.
They're all on pre-order. And you know what? I'm going to be absolutely living my best life. They are going to be in their habitat back there.
Best place to put them. I've got them up on, you can't see it on the screen now, but I've got my plushies up on top of my shelf. I had one. My wife loves Owloon, so I had to get her an Owloon plushie, but unfortunately...
Got mine right there.
Yes, it's a gorgeous, it's probably one of my favorite spirit plushies. But unfortunately, we had to move it in here because Curious Little Kittens decided that it was going to be their new toy. So, she just has to come in here and enjoy it, which, hey, that's fine by me. It means I get some company.
Absolutely. As someone who has a dog who frequently takes over ownership of the plushies that I have, I can't have them on the ground. That sundial right there is in danger. It is not safe.
Won't be surprised if it goes missing next time you go live.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, they're very tiny dogs. Those are bigger than them. She doesn't care.
Oh, absolutely.
She'll carry them around the house.
Yeah, I'll lose like twice the size of our kittens, and they're just like, ooh, cool. We'll just mess around with it.
Oh, perfect.
That's great. Well,
so it looks like, it seems we saw this at the same time, but we are preparing to go into round 3. Very exciting.
Ooh, this will be... Yeah, this is definitely going to be very exciting to see. Looks like it will be Sean versus Cloudy Xenon here. Wonder if their profile pictures kind of alludes to what they're running, because Sean's got a Volcanic Forge profile picture while Cloudy Xenon's got a Zaptor on the play network.
Ooh, it would be cool to see Fire coming through for sure.
Fire Nexus is another deck that I tested out in set 3 once I saw the artifact concept, and it's just and lacking removal. It's just a removal option that is essentially for free until your opponent gets rid of the spirits on it, making it quite scary. It's something you really need to answer ASAP.
Well, and as we know, removal is the name of the game right now, so that is absolutely a viable option and could be something that we see.
And you can run that one of Lavalith in your deck just natively.
Oh yeah, I feel like that one of Lavalith is one that we're gonna see pretty consistently across. It's just so good for reliable rune removal.
Yeah, and even though one of the best targets has historically been the Zeus and the Demeters, but notably, it's still amazing into back row, just set back row. And if people are on more stadiums, it can also be very handy here. So Lavalith, despite technically losing out on some utility with this most recent ban list, I don't think it loses out on what makes it potent and makes it worth running.
Definitely agree. And as we saw last game, just because these cards are limited, the Divines does not mean we're not going to see them. They absolutely still show up and are still a threat.
And not too surprising, honestly. These are such good ones that when you find the one, you just can start pressuring battle way easier. So I fully expect to see most of the lists that are already running Thunder and Earth just run those one of Divines. I think the more interesting we'll see what do they pair it with, because they can work with technically anything. So if you just need to find a new shell, now all of a sudden you can just, I don't know, use water good stuff and just have them be able to be better equipped into battle with the backing of Demeter and or Zeus.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are now getting into our round 3 battle here with Sean and Cloudy.
Yes, we'll see. It looks like Cloudy is either on the play or deciding to mulligan. Not quite sure here. We'll see in a moment once they make their decision.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay.
Or maybe it's Sean that's on the play here. It looks to be a Lumaru from Shattered Stars. Big 5 body here.
Yes. And I wasn't able to see, is that properly enchanted or is it a misenchanted Lumaru of lore?
It looks to be properly enchanted, but not 100% sure. Notably, though, no back row here. So Cloudy Xenon just has the floor to do whatever they want to do, and they're opting for an Astrap. Phenomenal turn 1 play.
Oh, yes. Especially with no back row, like you mentioned, not having to worry about PTA, not having to worry about Gorgons. That's a free rabbit right there.
And now Sean's going to need a little extra oomph to be able to hit over that rabbit and start pressuring. But we'll see. Being in Solar, is this the Solar deck here? I know that PK and I were talking about that extensively. I believe you and I were as well a bit earlier. Maybe we might just hear on stream.
Hopefully see some of those, maybe the Luster gone, maybe Camel makes an appearance. I like your cow shout out, honestly. I love the cows.
Those ones are a fun one. I could talk for days about the process of developing those cards, but more importantly for the here and now, it's just a powerful way, again, just more removal. And I think that's the real strength of Solar right now, is that it's just got a lot of built-in removal options in their Ascensions that make them very appealing to play.
Absolutely. And we have 3 back row set by Cloudy, which is incredibly intimidating for Sean to be looking down. And
Corvishine.
Okay. So we have been talking about foretelling things all day. It looks like we're going to finally see that in play.
Yeah. An Avalanche. Looks like Avalanche Earthquake. And then we'll see. Well, we won't know what Sean ends up drawing and stacking, but that looked like Avalanche there. Did it look like that to you?
It was either Avalanche or maybe Earthquake. It was a little hard to tell, but
I know the top one was definitely Earthquake. I think the second was Avalanche. But what are you trying to do with Avalanche in Solar?
Sean is cooking something for sure.
Must be. Now I'm curious. Are you maybe try to set up some big Ascensions to mill off of Avalanche to set up into a Rise from the Ashes play? That could be kind of crazy to see.
I love Rise from the Ashes, and my dream is to one day see it actually played.
Yes, very much so. Maybe one day. I'm surprised. No, I feel like there has to have been someone that's brought a Rise from the Ashes deck, maybe Pharaoh Geist. Don't think it's worth right there. But getting back onto the clash here, you see a Viscerous come out from Cloudy. That's going to be an interesting play. Can hit over the Corvishine and start spawning out the 1 extra copy of it. Notably, OP1 looking great.
Yes, and I think is that a back row that we're seeing coming through?
That was a back row. I think it was obscured by Sean's hand, and I'm guessing it's a shield.
Yeah, it looks like a shield.
Yeah,
I think we have that Viscerous being sent back to hand.
Looks like a Flare Mine was used as well. Not too surprised since we saw the Avalanche.
Could be a Cryoblast in for some tech, for sure.
That's another good call out. Maybe that other card was Cryoblast, not Avalanche. But a Neblio here foretelling... I cannot tell here.
It is such a blessing that you can identify these cards so well. It is a bit blurry, but you are helping see us through.
There's a Rise from the Ashes, though. It looks like...
I see that one.
Looks like Shield, Avalanche, Rise from the Ashes, and it looks like another Lumaru, I think?
Very interesting. I am looking at that Rise from the Ashes, and I am hoping.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to add off of the Neblio here, so I'm curious to see what was stacked on top of the deck. Notably, no Rise from the Ashes targets in Underworld yet, and nothing being stacked that you really want to Avalanche. So I wonder if Sean is looking to shuffle the deck there, but probably wants to get both those cards to hand first, if that's the game plan he's going for.
Definitely. And either way, Sean is in a great position with the board. Obviously, staring down these 3 set runes on Cloudy's side, a bit nerve-wracking. But in terms of just momentum and Elestrals on board, Sean has the advantage right now.
And notably here, as long as everything's properly enchanted, which we know the Corvishine and the Neblio are, Neblio can start contesting this Astrabbit if Sean can get another Solar Spirit on board.
Which we will see. And are we still on Sean's turn right now? Is he deliberating? Is that what we're looking at right now?
I believe so. And what is that card? Because this could be the extra solar. Is that an Earthquake? We did see the Earthquake reveal, so yep, that's the Earthquake here.
There's Earthquake, and there goes Bunny.
And now Sean's got the big board presence, so can start swinging in. But again, Cloudy with all that back row, got like something like a Tsunami. There we go. Just shuts down this offense right here for 1 spirit, saving himself 2 spirits.
Huge value for 1 counter rune.
Absolutely. That's kind of the stuff you want to see for Tsunami. And now it's back on Cloudy. We'll see what they can do in the face of 3 Elestrals. Just throwing out that Viscerous again, but notably into no back row. So this will connect.
And we will see that second Viscerous.
Absolutely. But hey, if Sean can deal with those 2 Viscerous, there's that pressure tool just out of the way right away. But likely we'll need to either see an Apollo to try to buff up that Neblio, or whatever they're trying to get out with that Rise from the Ashes combo.
Very curious about that, definitely.
I just hope we can figure it out across the course of this match. I think Cloudy probably wants to figure this out this game so they know exactly what they're up against going into a game 2 and potentially a game 3.
Absolutely. And we do see that second Viserys come down, cast in defense.
Yep. That does leave it vulnerable for the Neblio here to be able to take one off.
With 3 back row sets still, I have to imagine Cloudy isn't too nervous.
Likely not. This could be Cloudy taking back board control with just this one little bug here, proving how good it is. Ooh, this is a double avalanche. New PTA reveal.
Okay, and I think that was a shield in there as well.
Looks like it. That is... I really think that is avalanche there, but I don't think that's really what Sean wants to see. Here's what's in his hand. Maybe it's a bunch of Elestrals, but ideally you really want some of those runes in hand right now.
Now, for me and those tuning in at home, what exactly is the wording on Avalanche? This is not a card that we see very often.
Yes, Avalanche is a 1 Frost Invoke rune that makes both players mill the top 3 cards of their deck, or in other words, send it 3 cards from the top of their deck to the Underworld. But then if you control a Frost Enchanted Elestral, you can send an additional 2 cards. Here, likely, it'll just be the 3 cards.
Okay, very interesting.
Ooh, a re-enchant on the Corvishine, so really just trying to cycle through these cards here.
Yes.
Looks like put Shield on the bottom, because we saw Avalanche, PTA, Avalanche.
And specifically, Avalanche being paired with Solar and this foretell ability, being able to see what those cards are that you will potentially be milling, is very interesting.
Yeah, this is something brand new that I've not seen prior. I really do hope we can see this pop off, and we do see the Avalanche here, but are these the cards that Sean really wants to see?
Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna start ramping him up into what his eventual strategy here is. Oh, that one of Demeter going to the Underworld.
And we also saw an Eddie as well in an altar. Not too surprising overall, but really good hits. And as you called out, notably the Demeter here. Now Sean does not have to deal with that card.
Yeah, that is a tough loss in this current format for sure.
Another reason I thought that the Avalanche might be run here is just when sometimes with Foretell, if you don't have a way to shuffle up your deck, you can get the top cards of your deck clogged with cards you don't want to see. Sean might also just be using Avalanche to be able to just speed through those cards that he doesn't want to see anymore, with the added benefit of if he mills a high cost Elestral being able to rise from the ashes. So that's a very possible angle to take this.
Absolutely. There are multiple applications, and there is a kind of harmony with this Frost and Solar combination that I hadn't even considered before.
Me neither. I can't wait to see if people kind of take this concept even further. Maybe once we see a Frost Solar Elestral at some point. But notably an Elichick coming down here. So with the Demeter milled, Aeolus.
Oh, Aeolus?
I was not ready for that one. It looks like there might be...
Was not either. I thought maybe Zeus.
Same here. We don't know. There might still be a Zeus in there, but with the board control, might just want to start fishing out some more Elestrals to keep up the pressure here. Notably, Wynn's got some phenomenal Elestrals that can help control the board. The first one that comes to mind is, of course, the Sorlet.
Sorlet is a great mon, and as someone who was in the Wynn Pantheon for Elestriad Season 3, I was able to really learn about all of the toolbox applications that it has. It's a great element, and I think it's really cool to see that it's having more play. And we just cleared the entire board over on Sean's side. Cloudy swinging in with both this and the Elichick.
Yeah, if I'm Cloudy, I'm feeling phenomenal here because now you've mitigated any Ascension plays in Solar. Specifically, Sean will either need to Rise from the Ashes something, which is a huge spirit commitment.
Very expensive.
Yeah, or they would have to find Apollo plus Soul Bell and find a Soul Stocks. That's the only really swingy plays I could see that could really get Sean back into this game here.
If I see a baby cow hit the board, sorry, Cloudy, I'm rooting for Sean. That is one way to win me over.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Sean ends up doing here. Looks like Sean is deliberating on what his next play should be. How is he going to face down double Viserys and an Elichick, knowing that there will be an Aeolus coming out that could potentially search out a plethora of Wind Elestrals? Like, the sky's the limit for what Xenon could have in that win section, but it looks like an expend to draw and pass.
Okay, interesting. And this just goes to show that even with Viserys down to 2, it is absolutely still a threat.
For sure. Just curbs his power just a little bit, but definitely still makes it a highly playable Elestral, and we see that power. Ooh, a P-Gust.
P-Gust coming out. Oh, I love P-Gust. Falcane is one of my favorite Elestrals of all time.
Yeah, such a cool. Maybe we'll even see Falcane here, but here P-Gust going to put in some work. Notably, it looked like Sean set 2 back row, and a P-Gust cast will pop 1, and then all the attacks could potentially force the other one, just clearing out that back row.
And with the additional spirit left on the Aeolus, I have to wonder if that has been left there for a specific reason.
Yeah, sneaky Exaltair burn. Definitely could win
Exaltair
games.
is real and could be coming.
This could also telegraph an altar play. We did see altar milled off of the Avalanche from Xenon's side, so that's the other possibility.
Very true.
So we'll see what Sean ends up doing here. It looks like just hitting in with all 4, potentially.
Oh, man. And this just shows how quickly a game can turn around, because we were tied exactly in spirits, but because Cloudy... Oh, and there is the scoop. Yep.
So Cloudy takes game 1, and we'll move... Wait, why did it say Sean took game 1? I think that might be an error there, unless a judge had to intervene.
Please tell me there was not another deck drop.
Okay, yeah, Cloudy won the
there we go.
one. Looks like it was just a slight misclick on updating, but yeah, really strong showing from Cloudy there, but some very interesting stuff shown on Sean's side. I hope we can see that game plan be executed in round 2. What are you thinking that Rise from the Ashes is trying to build up to on Sean's side?
Honestly, with what we have seen Sean cooking up so far, like we talked about, that harmony that they have found between Frost and Solar, I think the possibilities are endless, and I'm really excited and hope that Sean is able to pull off whatever this game plan is. Do you have any thoughts on what that might be?
Well, one of the cards I think we briefly mentioned, but haven't mentioned recently, would be a Celestleo. That's one of the big defining plays. It's either that or Pharaohgeist would also be really, really cool to see.
Yeah, I didn't even think about Celestleo.
I mean, he's got the Neblio as well, so and it looked like a ton of Solar Celestial, so just being able to get through those rune cards with avalanches, make sure you've got the setup for all those Solar Celestials and go Celestleo, you can just nuke a board and then just start swinging for game. That could be quite devastating.
Yeah, and I hope we find out, because we are about to get into game 2, or round 2 rather. And let's see, I wonder if Sean or Cloudy made any side deck changes. That was a pretty quick in-between, so it kind of makes me wonder.
Yeah, I wonder from Cloudy's end, what do you side in? Because you really have an idea of possible shenanigans that Sean might pull off, but you're not quite sure what the payoff is yet. And do you even want to try to respect that with your siding up a game, or just say, all right, my game plan worked, do I just retry it, maybe with a few adjustments game 2?
There's definitely something to be said for keeping, when you win game 1, for keeping possible plays in your back pocket to be able to trip up if you go to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, there's another dynamic at play here, is going first or going second. Because I know I've seen a lot of times players will side deck resting on your laurels and then side it in when they're going second, just because it's more likely to be live. So I wonder if that dynamic might play a bit here. Maybe not in this match, but definitely I would expect in the top cut matches. But starting off with the Galaxy on Cloudy's side, and it looks like Sean might have mulliganed.
Yeah, I think we saw mulligan, and Cloudy did go first, it seems. So Sean has opted to go second.
Yes. And then 2 set by Sean as well going into... Maybe Sean did go first, because there's the 2 set there. Wasn't quite clear. An expend to draw? Or is that from the attack?
I'm not sure.
It was the draw attack. But Strong for the Galaxy is strong here, just a big 5 body. And the one thing about Solar is Solar stats are generally on the lower side. You need to ramp them up either through just getting a ton of Solar Spirits on board for Neblio or Ascension plays.
Yes, and it's very interesting to see Galaxy from Cloudy, because I wonder if that was something that was cited, because we saw wind, we saw earth, we saw thunder with the Elechick, and now we're seeing water as well.
Very potentially so, because there's only so many spirits that you can run your spirit deck before it just becomes too clogged. So maybe did side out some of those pieces just for a more efficient water package. But Cloudy taking a massive lead here against Sean. Already down 19 to 14 spirits, or looks like it should be 18, because it looked like Cloudy did expend to draw on his last turn. Don't really blame him. You've got a Galaxy on board against no other Elestrals. Just get up on resources, so even once Sean starts doing something, you just have a ton of cards at your disposal to hit back with.
Yeah, absolutely. And going over onto Sean's side, looks like we're seeing, is that a resting? No. Yes?
What is that?
I don't think we have enough spirits
Nectar
for
of the
resting,
Gods?
but maybe.
I think that was Nectar of the Gods, because I saw him take 2 cards from the top
It
of the
was
deck.
a Nectar of the Gods. I see the animation playing right now. Thank you, Zeus. Take your little sippy.
Ooh, we'll see what he gets off of this. Is that a first light?
Oh, interesting.
That
And
looked like it's
I've never seen First Light played. For the folks at home, and again me, do you mind telling us what that card does?
Absolutely. So First Light is a 1-cost solar invoke rune that lets you search your deck for a solar card, or solar Elestral specifically, shuffle your deck and put it on top. So it lets you stack your deck.
And is it any cost solar Elestral, or is it only 1 cost?
Any cost. So you can start stacking your 3 costs right away. So I'm wondering if that's meant to try to get whatever he's building up to into the underworld with an avalanche to then rise from.
Right, possibly that Celestlio that you mentioned we could see.
Celestio, Lustragon. Though the interesting thing about Lustragon is we haven't really seen a Nexus bank from Sean to be able to capitalize on it. But over on Cloudy's side, we see an Eddie just getting bodies out on board, I guess. Just pressure.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, because of that Galaxy, his Eddie is, booty is big, attack not so much.
Yeah, that's a good call. And it looks like that Eddie was not quite sure there. Was that a shield PTA?
Well, it went to Underworld, so
It might have been a Laurels. And we might have missed the attack and it passed back over potentially. I can't really tell what the card was, because if that's a shield, that Eddie should be back in hand.
yeah, very interesting. It did seem to be on that battle step.
Yeah, and then even if it's poison tipped arrow, that still wouldn't work because of the Galaxy. Eddie would be a 1/2 at that point.
Right.
But it does look like it's back on Sean's turn. I think that's a Neblio. Ooh, and it gets Gorgon's Gazed.
Okay.
So I can't quite tell if it is a Neblio or not to confirm, but it's something that needed to get a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, we did see Neblio last game, so probably a good shout there, I would say.
You know, I'm a little sad we saw the Eddie go, because that could have led to a very interesting dynamic with that Gorgon Gaze set, where if Sean tried to attack into Eddie, Cloudy could have Gorgon's Gaze his own Galaxy to be able to swap the attack back and cause the Sean Celestial to be destroyed. But ended up not seeing that here.
That would have been very cool to see.
Galaxy mind games are real here. But we did see an Ambrosia out from Sean trying to recover some spirits back at a major deficit here. Ooh, and the Cryo Blast to take out, I believe that is the Neblio there.
Oh, this is brutal for Sean, just unable to get any kind of momentum.
And now a Galaxy as well. The funny thing is, these are all cards that Cloudy is casting out that ideally you would hold to answer specific Elestrals, but because Cloudy is so far up both on tempo and spirits, he just wants to throw guys out there to continue pressuring, which understandably so.
And swinging directly for 2 damage as well.
Yeah, really putting Sean on the back foot here. Doesn't look like Sean can quite get whatever his strategy is up and running, unfortunately, but maybe he's still got half his spirit, so maybe he can make some play happen in the latter half of this game.
That's true. 10 spirits, the game is not over. There are still plenty. Oh, well, 6. We're at 7 spirits at this point, which is still a lot to play with. And as we talked about earlier, we don't know if maybe Cloudy sided things out because we see a lot of different kinds of Elestrals. But now looking at both Galaxy and Galaxair, we in fact do still have those Wind Elestrals in deck. So we just have a smattering of Elestrals happening over on Cloudy's side.
I think that's the Rise from the Ashes.
Oh?
Where are you bringing Ack with this? I don't think... Yeah, it's just the Neblio here. I was thinking he had just enough spirits that he could go Avalanche if he can hit specifically a Celestlio if he's running it. Rise from the Celestlio, leave him with 0 spirits, but could potentially wipe out Cloudy's entire board and just tell them, you need to answer the Celestlio. But unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing here. We're just seeing a Neblio gets Gorgon's Gazed again.
Oh, that is brutal, especially with that Galaxair on the other side who is able to come back and answer it this next turn.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing a wrap here. A quick round 3. Cloudy potentially taking it 2-0. It's just up 11 spirits, up on Elestrals on board. And that Neblio is smaller than the Galaxy. And either way, the Galaxair can hit over it easily. We'll see what happens in this final... I think we're in the closing turns here.
Well, Sean having to start out with that possible mulligan, it seems that he's just been unable to get a guy out. And when he has, Cloudy has had an answer each turn. And a second Galaxy has hit the field.
This is just insult to injury here. Because if the hand gestures I'm interpreting right, what Cloudy specifically did was use Galaxair to swap that one Galaxy back to a 5 attacker. Because the Galaxies are negating themselves, essentially, since they're flipping and then flipping back. But at this stage, it's just like, does Cloudy really care? Because if Sean tries to answer one of the Galaxies, the other one goes back to 5 attack.
Yeah, I would say Cloudy for sure. There was a chance of meatballs today. And they have been raining down over on Sean's side.
For sure. The question is, which Elestral would be the leak? Because that's all I can remember about Cloudy Chance of Meatballs is that funny leak thing.
We'll come up with it. We'll workshop it and get back to all of you whenever we figure it out.
But I think that looks like it's it. Cloudy takes it 2-0 against Sean. Unfortunately, we do not get to see what Sean was trying to build up into. My hope is a Celestlio, because that'd be kind of hype, but there are plenty of other options that could have been going. But a really just interesting deck concept on display.
That would have been really cool to see. Absolutely. And very interesting to see Solar come through. As we talked about, we were hoping to see Solar. And I really think that Sean was onto something with that combination with Avalanche and the Foretell abilities. I think that really could lead to something cool at some point.
Absolutely. And then on the flip side, Cloudy Xenon just showing off the power again of efficient bodies, but this time leaning into wind as an additional splash element, which I find fascinating because there's definitely a lot of good wind Elestrals. It just seems like they've just been eclipsed by what we already have in water, thunder, and earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw in that game 1, we saw the 2 Viscerous come out and we're able to really just get momentum that way. And there were a lot of different applications. There was possibly an Exaltair hiding in there somewhere, as we speculated from seeing that spirit left on the Aeolus.
Yeah, and another interesting tech that could be in the wings or even potentially in the side deck is a Hydrake to Pantera package, just to give the deck a big explosive play that could just change the course of an entire game.
I am a Pent believer, or at least the threat of Pent is usually enough to make an impact on a game. Like, I know that Pantera is coming and I'm not going to play into it. And that can trip your opponent up a lot of times. Especially
since you can just misenchant the Pantera to play around Tsunami. Yeah, it's definitely a scary thing. So definitely think you want to be keeping an eye out for what kind of shenanigans Cloudy could get up to with that deck, because that wind tech really gets you questioning. And I don't know if a lot of players will have prepped for that sort of side deck potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And to conclude, huge, great game to both of those casters. I think that we saw some really cool tech, some really cool innovation, and hopefully in Sean's later games, they're able to see that tech pay off in a big way.
Absolutely. Despite the game looking very one-sided for Cloudy Xenon, I do think that due to the nature of Sean's deck that it was either Sean gets off his plate and it's amazing and just does a lot of stuff, or it's going to look like Sean is just falling very far behind. Looked like he was really committing to that big explosive play.
Very true. And with Solar, we have seen Foretell change the entire tide of battle. It's such a strong ability, especially with Apollo. And I think that has yet to be fully explored as well.
Absolutely. I'm really hoping Daybreak, we can see a lot more exploration with Solar as it's got its second support wave. And I know I've got some ideas that I am brewing up and very excited to test out.
Absolutely. And as we are done with Game 3, our casters have been fighting hard, have been playing incredible games, and I have to wonder, what are they fighting so hard for? Maybe we should take a look once again at the incredible prizing that they are playing for today.
Oh yeah. PK already went over this, but let's go over it again because it is worth just shouting from the rooftops about how amazing this prizing is. So for all the participants, not only do you get a Shattered Stars booster pack randomly selected, and then 2 random Elestral booster packs from base set Frostfall or Daybreak, but you also get the Organized Play Gold Stamp Stellar Galaxy promo. And this is just for entering, and this will be prizing moving forward for all these major events. But top 16, they get some interesting stuff. Do you want to go over that, Kay?
Absolutely. And it's also worth noting that even for participation prizes, shipping is totally free on that. That is included in your application fee, which is so cool, and that galaxy is gorgeous. So moving on to top 16, we have the beautiful Shattered Stars Scorpio Mount Olympus full art. It is absolutely stunning, and this one has a gold stamp. And this new gold stamp thing that they are doing, I think, is going to be incredible. And I know myself, I am going to need to collect all of them.
Yeah,
and
that's
on top. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And that's the really awesome thing about these tournaments, but also just one of those. I feel torn because part of me is like, I really want these cards, but at the same time, you get top 16 as well. But it is just amazing to see that Elestrals is giving those cards out, really giving a reason to sign up for these tournaments.
Absolutely. And top 16 doesn't just get that gorgeous Mount Olympus. You also get Daybreak starter decks, the Chronodile and Farrageist, both, I believe, with potential to pull those as Stellars.
Yes, that is the exciting thing. I mentioned this when we were going over this a bit earlier. Those starter decks, not only do you have a chance to possibly pull a Stellar of each of their base forms, that being the Sundial and the Calfmel, but you also have a chance to pull a reverse Stellar of Rock in a Hard Place or First Light. And then you get 3 additional booster packs in each starter. That's 6 booster packs total to get a plethora of just really, really awesome cards. I completely lost what I was going to say there. I was trying to get at that you get full art, Stellars, Spirits, full shebang.
Possibly incredible value from these starter decks for sure. And do you want to tell us about top 8?
Absolutely. Top 8 just continues to up the prizing. Now, not only do you get everything that participants get and top 16 get, but on top of that, you get a Constellation Toxion gold stamp card. This one's another gorgeous option for your deck. You can take that, what was given in Shattered Stars, and just amplify it to the next level. And Toxion's a really, really solid card and a nice addition to if you make top 8. But top 4 continues that trend, wouldn't you say, Kay?
Absolutely. You going into top 4, not only do you get that gold stamp Mount Olympus full art, the Toxion full art, but you also get the gold stamp Arcolith full art, which is absolutely gorgeous. And not only that, but you get an entire Daybreak booster box.
Now, not only do you have the chance to get, well, one, you're guaranteed some awesome cards already, but now you get a full-on booster box at a chance to find now a guaranteed full art, a guaranteed Hollow Spirit, and on top of that, any of the reverse Stellars and Stellars in that set. And maybe you can also find one of the 1 in 10 Stellar box toppers.
Absolutely. And tell us what our runner-up is going to get as well.
Our runner-up, on top of everything that we've seen so far, essentially what top 4 gets, the runner-up gets double that. 2 of the gold stamp Constellation Toxicons, 2 of the gold stamp full art Mount Olympus, and 2 of the gold stamp full art Arcoliths, and 2 booster boxes. So now you just double your chances of finding some really, really awesome stuff.
Absolutely. An incredible value there. And moving on to our champion prize, this one is so exciting. Not only do you get all of the things that we have mentioned before, but you also get a Daybreak Hollow uncut sheet. I have a couple uncut sheets and they are so cool. I fully intend to get mine framed and hung on the wall. It's just such a fun collector's piece. But on top of that, I would say one of the most exciting prizes I have ever seen is this 1/1 reverse stellar Draking with the Elestrals champion gold stamp on it.
It is truly gorgeous. I'm just looking at my reverse stellar Draking from Shattered Stars, and while I do love it, man, that one, the one the champion gets, is something really, really special. Can't say this Draking feels inferior now, but a little bit. But whoever wins this, kudos to them for getting such a unique card. And notably, this one is different than the last tournament, so it truly is a 1/1 card that the champion gets.
Yes, absolutely. And don't think I didn't notice you taking yet another opportunity to flex that reverse stellar Draking that I did not get one of. But that's okay. That's okay.
It's fine. You're saving your luck to get that Mudlet.
That is true. And I have, and you know, this is possibly something that we could discuss, but I have 45 packs of Shattered Stars Sagittarius that at some point on stream today, who knows, maybe we could open a few of them. Maybe we could have some tournament luck come through and help me pull my Mudlet or my Cherry Blossom Vertilith. I need it so bad.
Go for it. Now I wish I'd saved my packs. I opened them yesterday. Now I wish I had saved them for this so we could do like some pack battle stuff, but unfortunately I'm fresh out of product right now. But let's see if I'll just send all my luck your way so you can get that Mudlet. So let's see it.
Okay, we want to do it now. Okay.
Yes.
I've been waiting for this moment. I had them on standby.
Yes, love to see it. I'm going to get the images pulled up so I can make sure I have them in easy access. I'm also excited since you haven't seen them. New to Shattered Stars Chapter 2. So that's now Thunder and Earth. There are now reverse. Ooh, starting off strong.
About the tournament luck already coming through on my sticker pull with these Stellar Viscers. Are you kidding me? Okay.
That was awesome.
Absolutely incredible. Hopefully I didn't burn all my luck right there with that.
Nah, that's just the sticker. I have to ask though, what have you been doing with your stickers that you've been getting from these bundles?
I gotta tell you, I am a notorious sticker hoarder. I always think that there is something better that is gonna come along, an application that I simply must save them for, and I get paralysis with the stickers.
I don't blame you. I have all mine in a stack as well, but that's also because of all the product that I open. I tend to save them with one day hoping to have time to like scrapbook them, just create a history of all the different products I've opened just from like the packaging and artwork alone. And I figured I'd use the stickers for that.
Ooh, that would be awesome. And as it turns out, as I told you, whenever I play in tournaments, my little shaky hands, they're also a little bit sweaty. So I'm going to get some tools to help me open these packs.
Ooh. Well, while Kay is grabbing that, I know I was mentioning earlier that the cool thing about these new Shattered Stars packs is that they've got the reverse hollows. So now you get 5 commons, 6 commons if you include the spirit, and then one of the 5 commons can be a reverse hollow. So let's see. We got the cards here. We can see it right now. Let's see it.
Yes, we can see all of them. And this is my first time seeing these cards. I have not opened this set yet. We have the gorgeous, I love the art style on that Cyanectar. We have the Wasp Ivy. And since you got to flex earlier, I'm going to flex. I did get my serialized Stellar Wasp Ivy. So, just saying.
It looks so good.
Ooh, there we go. PK is here with us in spirit. We got the Panzer. We got
There's your Mudlet.
My boy, the Mudlet and Ardbud. Very interesting once that becomes legal to see what kind of applications we will have. And I've got the hollow of the Mudlet. Okay.
Look at that. Doesn't it look amazing?
Oh, it does. This, and then right next to the scythe is absolutely gorgeous. And we are looking at the beautiful stained glass Taratless art. Oh man.
Love it. Good question. I think Scythe is probably one of the most exciting artifacts to get in Hollow because it has been seeing play. You had mentioned earlier the Scrap deck. A lot of times that deck, especially if it's running Equal Links, really likes to run Scythe, notably because it gives not only a significant attack buff, but an even bigger defensive buff, meaning it's got both offensive and defensive applications with cards such as Argo.
Yes, absolutely. And the fact that you get to heal with Scythe as well. You get to heal back 1 if you don't have Demeter enchanted, but you get to heal back 2 when you take down one of your opponent's Elestrals if you have Demeter on board.
Yeah, if you're worried about the Argo into Scythe play being expensive, don't you worry. As long as you destroy something, you just refunded 1/4 of that cost, which is a really good deal. And if you can get off another attack, you just heal even more of that cost away.
Absolutely. And as we talked about, these Nexus banks possibly coming from the Stadium runes or the artifacts are always really viable now that Divines are a bit limited for these decks that want to Nexus like Equilinks.
For sure. Speaking of that, we were talking about Phosphocell earlier with PK. That was one deck I was trying out the artifact side of Nexus into. And, well, didn't have as much success. Maybe someone else can cook with it and do better than I can. But really cool alternative approach to Nexus decks.
Okay. I can't wait any longer. I have been so good and patient. And I've been sitting here with my next pulls. And I do have another one of the reverse hollow mudlets into... Oh, the
so good.
full art Feloy Forest is stunning. I am just here getting my play sets. Don't worry about me. I am in my element, thriving, happy, moisturized.
Positively gorgeous.
Possibly a little too moisturized because I was unable to open that first pack, but that's okay. We have tools now to help us.
So this is the final pack of the bundle.
Yes.
Let's see what you get from here.
So I'm just going to take these off to get 2. And it is a Waspivy
Looks so
as
good.
that reverse hollow. And
Bloom.
the hollow bloom. Okay. Very interesting. I saw that had a lot more play in the last tournament. And I think it's a really cool card that hasn't really been explored too much yet.
I absolutely love that card. That's something I've been trying to get to work with various things for forever now. And I like pretty much every set I'm like, can I finally make Centarbor work? Not quite, but Bloom, there has to be something that really wants to use that card eventually.
There's got to be something, and I am Sakurasaur's strongest soldier. Okay, I think that it is one of the most beautiful Elestrals, and the fact that it is on that Bloom card, I have to see play. If I can't get Sakurasaur on board, then I'm going to get Bloom on board.
Sakurasaur needs a redemption. I think that's a gorgeous card as well. If you've ever seen the Founders Edition promo version of it from the Artist Collection pack, just truly shows its beauty.
I have so much FOMO because I got into Elestrals with base set, and anytime someone sends out one of the Artist Collection or any of the ones that I don't have access to, it's just, man, truly must see it.
Well, next up, we've got the graphic here on screen now for the upcoming tournaments. So, bit excited with the bundle here, but of course, the tournaments we got to talk about are the casual events. This upcoming week, December 17th and 18th, will be the last ones of the year, and notably, double caster coins. So, cash in when you can with those caster coins.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that you think that we could see some even more fun promos coming to be able to spend those caster coins on.
Yes, we've already seen the Hot Stamp Stellar Golden Fleece, which I actually got a fun tease from Dan at Too Many Games for that one. That's a gorgeous one. But specifically, I do anticipate there to be more of those cards coming out very, very soon, and you will want to make sure you got plenty of caster coins when those do hit the store.
That's very exciting. Are you planning on playing in any of the events for the rest of the year, or do you think that you're pretty much locked in for the next format?
Oh, I need those caster coins. I will probably try to play in this Tuesday's tournament. Unfortunately, Tuesdays are usually a bit awkward for me. but I really want to try to find time.
It really is unfair when real life doesn't understand that you need to play card games. And I keep saying this.
I can't complain. Most of the time, it's because I'm spending time with my wife, and that is a lot of times the priority.
The wife flexed.
What about you? Are you thinking of playing in the casual tournament?
We will see. Obviously, coming into the holidays, it is such a busy season and there's always so much going on. But that double caster coin, that is looking mighty tempting for me. And this could be an opportunity to play something fun and something different that I wouldn't play in an organized tournament like this.
Yeah, and a chance for just people to get to play against you. That'll be also fun. Just meet more people, meet the community at large is always a good experience. But on that note, looks like we're going to head into a quick 1-minute break. And when we get back, PK will be taking my place. So we're back to, what was the name that you and PK gave yourself? The dynamic duo?
PK Cray. That is the canon collab name.
So we'll be back with PK Cray after this break. Look forward to it. I know I'm excited to be able to listen into their dynamic duo.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
And we are back. Oh. Now, I don't know about chat, but I am currently not able to hear you actually, PK. I am having some...
That was a mute on my end. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
You are so expressive, though, that I feel like I was right there with everything that you were saying. But we have PK back, and the PK Cray collab is back on screen and now fully audible.
Sorry about that. As I was saying, I'm excited to be here. Round 4 will be happening momentarily. But before we go that far, I do want to talk about the top 12 of the tournament at the moment, because it is an exciting top 12 that we already know. We have a couple of notes here, though. In 10th place is Sunseed Jess, the current champion, at 2-1. She has experienced her first loss. I don't know what round, but a loss has been experienced. What do you think about that, Kay?
Yeah, that is very interesting. And as we know from round 1, Jess is on this really cool Frost tech list, some mill going on. And I just wonder if that's growing pains of Frost coming into the new meta, or, you know, obviously in a game of Elestrals, anything could happen.
Yeah, the deck that Jess piloted does seem to be a bit of a slow burn. So if there's a deck that kind of establishes dominance early on, it could give Frost trouble. That's just a thought, though. I don't know for sure. We also have Swolax, last week's commentator and previous champion in his own right. I believe the final champion of Frostfall format, if I recall correctly. Currently sitting in feel like the record could be updated a bit, but is in the top 12 as well. If we can get a current update standing, an update of the current standings, that'd be great. But Swoleax is there as well. First place, let's talk about it. It's the runner-up of the last tournament from 2 weeks ago. Trishula sitting at 3-0.
Yes, I know that Trish has got to be looking for that comeback, like you said, after placing second last week.
Absolutely a phenomenal player in his own right. Has had top performances in many Elestrals tournaments, so not shocked to see him here, and we're glad to see how the rest of the tournament goes for him. We also have, just a shout out to the other players as well. We have Sketch, Tyler CU, Wooly, Skullmock, Cloudy Xenon, who I believe we just saw on screen in round 3. Adrian B, Rat King, the below average Gatsby, and Jackie Omu. We also saw Jackie Omu on stream, I believe, round 2 as well.
Yes. Yeah, we just saw him.
But yeah, they are all doing phenomenal work right now. Swoleax also in the top as well. So we're going to see how things shake out in the rest of the tournament. But, we're going to be having the next matchup, round 4, momentarily. But let's talk a bit about that last match, Kay. Like, you were commenting on it. What moment stood out to you the most?
Well, so specifically with the matchup, with Sean specifically, there were so many interesting things that you could tell were attempting to be set up, and all of these different tools and applications. And I've said this a couple times, but this harmony that they managed to find between Frost and Solar with this Mill and Fortell combination, which could be so interesting, but we never got to see Rise really be fully utilized, and unfortunately just never really saw that take off. Whereas on the other side, Stormy was very consistent and was able to do what Water wants to do, which is just be consistent and each turn get a body on board and a threat on board and sit there and be Water.
Yeah, I was hoping to see it come out, see this Nebuleo come out. I don't think we even saw the Celestial from a Fortell or anything, so it's tough to say if the Celestial was even in play. Or even the, if I recall correctly, Leo Bright, I think is the Ascension from Nebuleo. But yeah, we didn't see that. I don't think we saw a First Light, or at least I missed it. I feel like the cards just didn't line itself up correctly. I do think the strategy has some legs though. I mean, it got them so far to be 2-0 going into round 3. So I do think the strategy has some legs, but I want to see exactly how things work out with that deck. And, if they can crack into the top cut going into, the top bracket of it. But that was a very interesting strategy. But as you said, the other strategy, it was just good stuff, solid. The double Galaxy on board, I'm so glad Eagle called it out, because I'm just like, no, you just made them both 2-5. What are you doing? But at that point in the clash, it didn't really matter because the board established was already, solid. So yeah, that was a really interesting match, and I really am looking forward to seeing more of that Nebuleo strategy. But the Avalanche tech as well, it was very interesting.
Absolutely. And in Elestrals, as we know, 2 galaxies do not make a right, but they do certainly make for interesting game ruling.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So speaking of which, so there are a lot of game plan decks available in Elestrals. I mean, my favorite one I always try to utilize is building up Centaur, utilizing Clover and Panzer mentioned, and Centaur. But what is it? Like, what kind of game plan do you try to utilize most in Elestrals right now?
So I am such a creature of habit. If I get comfortable with something, I love sort of existing within that and finding all of the different ways to play it and really sort of master of one kind of thing. But it was very fun in Elestriad Season 3, not having the choice to go with Earth and therefore being taken out of my comfort zone and being able to play Wind, which I actually really ended up loving. There was a heal stall list that I played, and then in our lower bracket games, I even got to play, what's the big boy? Pint. I got to play a Pentair deck, which was really cool. But I think that I'll always have a home in Earth. I actually want to bring that up. Because the same thing happened to me. I learned to utilize Earth to its fullest from 7 weeks in the Elestriad.
And I ended up digging in deeper with Fire, going into Fire with Elestrals Season 3. I think there's room for new players, or for anybody. If you already played Elestrals, or you have friends who want to know Elestrals and don't really know what it is, maybe consider an Elestrals format. Make it to where everyone has to pick up a starter deck of whatever element they're interested in, or maybe just do a draft format, just how it's done in the Elestrals, and have everyone be forced to a new element and make the most out of it. Because what's the word I'm looking for? Necessity breeds innovation. If you need to actually figure out a strategy with an element, you're going to dig deep. That's literally what happened when I was, I guess it didn't happen with me, but I was just focused in on win for a little bit, and I realized that Chrysor is insane. So I think there's room for everybody to try out an Elestrals format. Get some of your friends together. Doesn't have to be the same amount of people, but get some of your friends together. Everyone go buy a starter deck from your local game store. I don't know what's available on shopelestrals.com, but I know locals have them. So find your local game store, get a couple of friends, have an Elestrals format for a few weeks. Why not?
Well, actually, interestingly, on this exact topic, right now, if you're a Shattered Stars member, you can get 15% off on Elestrals gift cards if you use code, I believe it's SSDEC15. So if you want to get your friends involved, if you want to start, like PK said, a draft format, something like that could be so cool. And Christmas is coming up, could possibly gift an Elestrals gift card to get your friends involved in the game with you.
What if I just want to use the gift card for my own purchases?
See, I don't think that legally we can say that you can or cannot do that.
Dan said it!
My hands are up.
Listen, I am just repeating what Dan Creator A Drive said.
Okay. If
I don't
Dan
know why
said
I've
it,
given
then it's
him that
law.
lore. I don't know why I've given him that lore. Dan Creator A Drive.
That's his full government name at this point.
That is the full government. Dan Creator A Drive. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of, and that's the glory about Elestrals, is that it's not just about the 1v1. I don't know if you ever take in the wording on these cards, but you can play with 2 or 3 people, 4 people, 6 people. Why not? Make up your own rules. I mean, the cards are there for your utilization, so get creative with it. I would love to see some content creators make a 4-player Battle Royale Elestrals game. That sounds like a lot of fun. But
that would be incredible.
This game just has a lot of room, not just for player expression, but to grow. And I cannot wait to see all that Elestrals creates, presents, and gives to players of card games in 2025. One of my favorite things, though, is the Stellar Chase. I gotta admit, I've become a sucker for the Stellar Chase. I'm thinking about not going for next month's Shattered Stars just to buy more Sagittarius and get my Mudlet.
You need that Mudlet.
I need the Mudlet. I need the Mudlet. I love the Stellar Chase. What are your biggest Stellar Chase right now?
I mean, the Mudlet, absolutely. I bought 15 bundles of Sagittarius in hopes that I will get this Mudlet. And I mentioned it a little earlier, but I think that we are sleeping on that Stellar Verdolith with the cherry blossom colors on it. It is just so gorgeous.
I'm not sleeping on it. I want that one too.
Like I said, matches the vibe here.
It really does. Wow, a pink Demeter. But I am so tired of everything working out for Kay. Hey, producer, do we ever have time to open one more bundle? Because if so, I'd be down to see if we can get that Stellar Verdolith pull.
Just enabling me to continue opening all of my product on stream. Absolutely.
You subscribe to Shattered Stars on shopelestrals.com. Absolutely, you should. But while we wait for that confirmation, though, I want to say that one of my favorite things about Elestrals is just I like the how much time we have in a single format to really figure things out. Like, it's not just pushing forward with the next format month after month after month. Like, we have the cards, we have the game plan. Just because one deck topped an event doesn't mean that one can't. I mean, look at Sunseed just right now. Won the last tournament with Earth, came into this one currently 2-1 with Frost, and showed off on stream. So, I think there's just a lot to explore. I already have my Chrysor deck built. Like when I have time to sit down and play, we should.
Absolutely. And everyone at PK's Locals, look out because Cryosaur is incoming, I feel. And
they're going to be expecting a Super 2 again.
We have, in fact, gotten confirmation that round 4 is imminent. It is upon us. So there might be more pack opening segments later, possibly some stellars. So be sure to stay tuned in for the gameplay. Obviously, we're here for a tournament today, but
I can't believe producer hates pack openings. How dare you?
It absolutely wild. They don't want to see a girl open her stellars.
I blame producer.
Mm-hmm. We have all the power to strike right here and just open all my packs.
But we have, what is this? So now we have round 4 coming up. We're typically going to be getting decks that are going to be 3-0. So what style of deck that's not a typical play do you think could be up in the top 12 going into this round? I am hoping that there's a Chronodile here somewhere.
Yes, we keep talking about this Chronodile, hoping that we'll see it. And last round, we did see the 2 water decks, and you also saw a water deck the round before that.
Yes.
And it's like they're teasing us. It's like they just want us to have that little bit of hope that maybe we'll see a Chronodile. I still want to see Bronaglow with Titanic Strike and Thunderstorm come out so badly. I would love to see that. And I think that that's such a powerful strat that we could very easily see that as we continue on in the day.
100% going second, Titanic Strike Thunderstorm would be powerful. You take out a back row room, you take out an Elestral with the... what are Titanic Strike stats again? Is it 2-4?
Let me check on that.
I want to believe it is 2-4, but in any case, Titanic Strike is absolutely a potent card. A card that's only going to get, let me rephrase that, an element that is only going to get better when Moonrise drops. Like,
absolutely.
Those cards are going to be so cool. I cannot wait. I want everyone to get creative with Thunderstorm decks and figure out what's available there. I believe Magneros is the card that allows you to Nexus and then look at the top 3, or am I mistaken there?
I believe that you're right. And it's the new, we have seen the Ampharos, which I think has a lot of application in these new water decks that we're seeing, especially with Chronodile. But yeah, that is one of those. And you were, by the way, just for your own sake, you were right on the money. Titanic Strike is a 2-4.
Money. Yeah, I know my cards. Look at me. Being a knowledgeable commentator. So right now, this next match is going to be exciting. We have Skullmock, a name who I'm unfamiliar with, feat of going up against Swolax. Now, that's a name we absolutely know. Previous champion of Elestral's premier events. Previous commentator from the last premier event. We are taking the baton from Sir Swolax. But this is going to be a solid game that's going to have some high technical play on both ends, I'm sure. Both of these players being 3-0, or I believe 3-0 at this point. I will double check that, but I know Swolax is 3-0. Skullmock is 3-0 as well. So exciting time. What are you hoping to see from this?
Well, like you said, we have 2 clearly very high level players here, and Elestral's favorite Swolax for sure is here. And I'm interested to see what Skullmock has been rocking with, because clearly they have been dominating today.
It's going to be exciting to see how this one plays out. Swolax is making a card tower with his cards, and I hope he doesn't drop them, because that's going to be revealing his opening hand.
And that might be just a special little treat for us as we are seeing the preview of what we are about to go into. But
no, I know. I just wanted to mention it for the chat. No, see, now I might do that in the future. Make a card tower with my opening hand. That sounds fun.
Absolutely. Elestral's House of Cards.
Yo, let's get that lore dump going.
Yeah.
Actually, that's another thing we should talk about. I want to talk about the lore of Elestrals, because the last one that was created was unbelievable. But our casters here are ready to go, so I say we jump into the round 4 clash. Skullmock versus Swolax. Cannot wait to see what these casters will bring into the top tables.
Yes, absolutely.
So now the only question is we have to figure out who's going first. And it looks like Skullmock has won the die roll. So we have an Astrabit cast out. Immediately, we love Astrabit. Everyone, put your bunnies in chat for Astrabit. We get the top, place a bet on how many cards he sets.
Ooh.
Oh,
so far we're just seeing 1. Yeah.
Wow. seems like one has really been confident. You guys know that Hurricane isn't in the game yet. You can set 2 or 3.
They just know that it's imminent and they're trying to get ready for the eventuality of Hurricane.
Something's going on here. I think Swolex is calling him out. I'm not sure what. Like, did he not activate the effect of a Stravit?
I think we saw that happen. I'm not sure, but he seems to be shuffling the deck now.
Maybe a bit of a misplay there. We'll see what happens. But whatever it was, I think it was caught by Swolex. The decks are being shuffled, so I would assume all the casters are okay with the situation. We have a Fleur Mine coming up. What? What? Arcturus is back?
Is that an Arcturus? Are we seeing another Frost deck right now?
That's insane. I'm so excited. So we have 2 top players, previous champions, both believing in Frost. Frostfall buyouts happening now.
Absolutely incredible. Oh, and the PTA coming from Skullmock's side. We only had 1 set, but it was potent and was exactly what Skullmock needed to save that Astrabbit, because Arcturus, with the ability to expend Frost and buff up attack by 3, would have given it the ability to swing right over that bunny.
Yeah, the Arcturus is going to go down. I think in terms of spirit cost, this is definitely in Swolax's favor. Is the PTA going to be paid out? Yes, it will. So even board here, 1 face down for Swolax. I would love if it's also PTA. That would just be funny to me. But this is exciting to see. We have another Frost player from Swolax, so we get to see more Frost tech going into this new meta as Swolax hits the field for Skullmock.
And is that a small Tuga right there?
Wait,
are we looking at fire?
Did I say Swolax hits the field?
Swolax has hit the field.
I meant Swoltuga.
This new format is going crazy.
Yo, we got now. You know what I just spoke into existence? Swolax getting his divine rune created.
The divine rune.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Elestriad Season 4, you foretelling here? Who can say?
Call me Apollo. Absolutely. Smotu is going to hit in for 1/1. Fleur Mine goes to the underworld, and it is now go back to Swolax's favor. But notably, no back row for Skullmock, so he is absolutely vulnerable. As Narpoon is not only threatening the Smotuga, but gets a Frost search from Swolax's deck. Cryoling in Morphrost, maybe a Morphrost Indus.
Possibly. And also notably, we did see Smoltuga go ahead and grab a Nekruff. So on Skullmock's side, we might be looking at a fire versus frost situation here. And he did grab, yes, that gorgeous Stellar Morphrost.
Yes, it's going to be allowed. That's a really good card to pull off of Narpoon, because not only is it getting a bunch of Elestrals in your underworld for a Moralith cast out later on, but you're also going to be able to get likely Abominable and Endus in your hand as well.
Absolutely. And
we have an animation for it. Look at it. It's so cute.
So cute. They're all running around.
I didn't know we had an animation. Now we need more Frost play.
Yeah, we need people to play Frost so that we can see really cute animations that we don't normally get to see.
Yeah, now I want to know what else we have animations for. Do we have a Centauri animation?
Just start throwing stuff in decks to see what you can get them to animate.
It looks like that's a Stella, but I can't quite pull out which one that is. Is that an Indus?
I am not quite sure. It's either that or I don't think it's in a bomb. Is it in a bomb?
No, I don't think it was in a bomb. And I think that was only 1 as well. Didn't add in 2 more Frost. Very interesting. But is going to run over the Smotuga, 2 back rows set for Swolax. So even though Nekruff is in hand, I think Swolax may be comfortable here as well.
We have confirmation it was in fact an Indus form. So that is incoming.
Interesting. Nekruff is going to be cast out. It is Water Puppy, the most misenchanted Elestral in the game.
Lumaru is attempting to take up that mantle now, but Nekruff has been holding it down for multiple releases here.
Yes, base set too strong. We have a Shield of Achilles bouncing the Nekruff back.
Okay.
So, wanting to protect the Narpoon on field. I think this is a very safe trade. Is that the hand of Skullmock or a face down? That's a face down as well. So not completely defenseless this turn, but you have to wonder in this situation, is that just a bluff?
For Skullmock's sake, knowing that all of these Morphrosts are going to start kicking off the engine, I hope that Skullmock has an answer to that, because once Morphrost gets going, it is terrifying.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Indus have a ability as well when it's destroyed? It destroys a face down back row wound.
So the exact wording is when you cast this Morfrost, expend Frost in order to search your deck for up to 2 Morfrost, send them to your underworld. When this Morfrost is destroyed in battle, you can target and destroy a face down rune. So yes, absolutely.
So its existence is now pressuring that back row. I really do hope it's not just a bluff, and that's an ambrosia. But we'll see what happens. Skolmok is now sitting here, not in the worst position, but definitely not ideal. Does have spirit advantage. The back row is very curious as well. So let's see how this one plays out for Skolmok.
Yes, and Morfrost at this point, not a huge body on board. Skolmok could definitely, like, we know that Necruff is in hand coming out. It is able to swing over either one of these. But Swolax does have that one additional back row set.
That's a properly enchanted
Properly enchanted? We're going to see some burn here?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Tsunami. It is Tsunami.
The one time that we don't have a water puppy. And this is why you misenchant.
I understand the idea of wanting to get more spirit advantage, but man, was that a worse time to have Tsunami be live. And the Cryoblast.
And then to Cryoblast. My goodness gracious.
Oh man, Cryoblast sniping out the Necruff, putting that to the underworld. And interestingly, Swolax does put the Indus to defense here. Cast out attack position as Strabbit. You think he's digging for a back row to protect that Strabbit, or already has one in hand?
I am not sure, but it's never a good sign whenever you see an attack rabbit hit the field. That's when you know you are on the back foot.
Yes, absolutely. You are 100% correct. I like that Swolax just counted his spirits. I want to believe that one of his top 3 is an Ambrosia. He is behind on spirits, although after this attack, he will be much closer in spirits. So the 2 questions here is, does he have Ambrosia in his hand now? And does he have a back row to protect his Strabbit?
And are we looking at possibly Cryoling in this deck at some point?
True. Wait. Oh, right. The Indus got swapped to defense from the Tsunami. He put it back to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought I saw him doing it his turn. I was confused, but I get it.
It might have been after the fact that it got moved. But
hey, by the way, you're not water enchanted as well, so it makes sense. But we have 8 points of damage going into Skolmok, and now he's definitely in a bad position. Let's see how they adjust going into this next turn. You gotta hate Arcalith now being at 1 now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And Arresting will do it. That is one of the best cards to help you get back in the game. Such a great value, only a 1 cost, and you get to destroy an Elestral, and we see that Morfrost go down the Indus form.
Not only getting that monster off the field, an Elestral off the field, but also protecting his back row. Is that a Rummagem?
I think it's a Rummacole. I think we're looking at Rummacole now.
Rummacole. What do we search here? Forge or Stoke the Forge?
Oh.
Let's see what it uses to add here. Like, you gotta assume that it's going to be looking at the other hand. I think that is Stoke.
I think you're right. I can see the forge being open in the middle, which I believe is the Stoke.
So that does make me believe that Volcanic Forge is already in hand. And we talked about this early on, like before round 1, where Stadium Wars aren't as big in the meta right now. So if Volcanic Forge sticks, that means that Skolmok, the majority of Skolmok's deck is going to be potent, and there is the Volcanic Forge as well, likely searching out a Kinleo. This is going to be an exciting next few turns for Skolmok.
Absolutely. We might be seeing the comeback. We said it would take a lot to come back, and a lot just happened.
Mm-hmm. So many cards played. Rummacole into Stoke the Forge, playing Forge, Volcanic Forge. Stoke searching out, I want to believe that's Kinleo, the base art there.
That is what that looks like, yeah.
So, I mean, we have a lot of plays now in store for Skolmok. With that back row, hopefully that back row is live, because
and it is a shield. Okay.
You know what? You remember when Swole was saying that shield never resolves and never played? What
never resolves.
He's done it twice.
See, I think that this is a rules for thee and not for me situation for Swole, which seems to be pretty consistent.
Right. Swole is dad. Swole is dad. You do as the parent says, not as they do. Got it.
Absolutely.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Getting PTSD, but it's all good. But yeah, the Shield of Achilles, that's the second one played by Swole, protecting his Elestrals, keeping him with board presence. And
oh, here's that Cryoling coming out, and I believe is that the Shattered Stars art?
I believe that is a Shattered Stars art. Do we see the Ascension?
We must have enough in the underworld to be able to ascend.
Looks like we're gonna have a Gorgon's Gaze there.
Oh,
I didn't. It was flipped too fast for me to see, but I want to assume it is Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Ascension there, which is really good because now there's a chance to take it out on his turn. Oh wait, did he pay off of the Forge?
He did pay off of the Forge, so Forge is gone. That's really interesting.
And Ambrosia giving me heal up. So that calls out the Astrabit search earlier where we saw them counting the Spirit deck. Swolax was, considering, do I want to add this to my hand right now? I want to believe that was the add off of the Astrabit. Putting him back up 7-4, threatening 3 points of damage on Skullmock right now, which means he can cast out the Kinleo, but this is looking like the end of the game. Like he needs to have Ambrosia in hand, Kinleo to get the field, and some way to nexus on the to Kinleo or with Kinleo to destroy an Elestral, which will likely be that Cryoling. If not, that will likely be game.
And even then, this is Swolax's field is pretty built up. We don't see any back row, but I mean that Cryoling is huge right now. And
correction, only 2 attacks because it was Gorgon's Gaze. But yes, Eddie is going to come out, Kay.
Eddie, and it's misenchanted.
Oh, that's not great.
Very interesting. It's a fire Eddie.
I think that might just be
Are we seeing okay.
Unfortunate.
You know what? I have to respect that Skullmock said, you know what? I am going to put a fire Eddie down on the board
Fire
right
Eddie!
now.
You know what?
Just to say it happened.
Hey, Dan A Drive, creator A Drive, can we get Fire Eddie next?
Oh, I cannot wait for the different Eddie variants for sure.
All the Nexus forms of Eddie. But in any case, that was a really interesting game. Really enjoyed the gameplay by Skullmock there. I believe that I want to say that was a Fire deck, maybe Fire Nexus. We didn't see much of an Argo or any artifact being played, so I'm unsure what type of build Skullmock is on. But really interesting play there that he had a decent amount of control of, but it was about late mid game where Swole just kept up his presence. I think you know what? It was the Shield of Achilles. The Shield of Achilles constantly keeping Swole in a lesser advantage is what swung this game his way.
Yes, absolutely. And we did see possibly Stoke the Forge shenanigans going on Skullmock's side, which didn't quite pay off. It seems like they came a little bit too late in game 1. So hopefully they're able to see all of the pieces that they need to see to, like you said, make that happen and show us what this deck is actually wanting to do and accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like we didn't see it. We saw, typical good stuff you see from Fire. Smoke 2 good search Necklace. We have Stoke the Forge, Rummikul, and Forge and stuff. Like, we saw it, but we didn't get to see anything explosive happen. So that's what I'm hoping to see from Skullmock going into game 2 here, is just how explosive is this strategy from Skullmock.
Absolutely. And really cool to see Frost again. Makes you think maybe we have some of these champions collaborating, talking about what they think is good, what should we bring. And it has been really cool to see that be Frost.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it's more so just Frost because Frost is underexplored right now, or is it Frost because they have discovered something that the rest of us have not quite seen yet? But I do find it interesting that 2 previous champions are bringing out an element that people were not using just 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely. And based on how the 2 people who we know are playing this deck have performed in today's tournament, seems to be going pretty well. I think that Frost has had something cooked up for it.
I think Arcturus is so interesting right now. I believe that card does have a Stellar available as well in Frostfall, if I'm correct. But I think Arcturus is such a really interesting card where it can allow yourself to pump up to 6, which can get over most 1 cost, or pump up to 9 to get over most 2 costs. I mean, it's kind of expensive, but people play Mustachian as well.
Absolutely, and it looks like we are ready to get into game 2 here. I imagine Skolmak has opted to go first, but we shall see.
I wish you could choose to go first or second after you saw your hand. Is that a mulligan again?
A mulligan.
You know what? I can see this happening with fire sometimes. I wonder exactly what that hand looked like, but in this sort of matchup, I don't know if you really want to be mulliganing against, but then again, it's tough because Frost is, again, an element we haven't seen much of. Maybe this is okay, but, with fire having such little or diminished ability to heal in this game, a mulligan early on is pretty tough.
Well, but we do know going into this game, both of these casters are currently undefeated. So we know that despite maybe last game Skolmak not being able to see all of the things that they needed to see, they clearly have command of this deck and have been able to get it to perform today.
So look, the thumbs up comes out from Swolax, and I'm assuming that Skolmak will be going first. Hopefully we can see either an Estrabit or Smotuga. Thinning your deck is always great and allows you to get this on early. Instead, we see an Expend to Draw.
An Expend to Draw. Oh my goodness. Starting out 3 spirits down. That is going to take a lot to come back from.
That face down needs to be Poison Tip Arrow or Shield of Achilles to keep himself with Elestral advantage or not going in disadvantage here. Elechick! We have a Divine Search here.
I'm thinking it's not a Gorgon's Gaze if we don't see it activate right here, because Elechick is scary, especially when it can go and get whatever divine it wants. And I wonder... Zeus! Okay. Very interesting, that one of Zeus. And I wonder if Swole is running Keone as well.
That's what I was kind of hoping for. I think Keone's a divine that is still very potent, especially in Frost strategies. But Swole being Swole, the professor is teaching us that not everything is as it seems. So we're gonna have to see exactly how this plays out. But now Skolmak has to play with the knowledge that Zeus is in hand, which means that if there's you need a big hitter to deal with that. Otherwise, you're going to be trading with the Elestrals turn for turn. Eddie cast out is going to be threatening switching in the Elechick to defense, and it looks like it goes through K.
Yeah, that ability absolutely goes through. This could be a bait to... No, Elechick is going to go down. Swolax is going to let that happen. I have to wonder what that set is. Or maybe Elechick has done his job, and it's just time for him to go rest in the underworld.
Once you search out the divine, especially one as powerful as Zeus, you don't really need the Elechick around. It's still nice as a body, but you absolutely don't need the Eddie around as well, or Smolak doesn't need it, as a Cryoblast immediately puts it down. And now a Thunder Thunder Spirit is being cast out for Estrabit. No negation from it, I'm assuming, for Skolmak. No, we do have a Gorgon's Gaze being played.
Gorgon's Gaze. Okay, and that was the second time Swolax has played a rabbit in attack in these games, which is very scary. Swolax is playing very aggro with this Frost deck.
Yes, Estrabit is a very potent card. Again, typically a 3-of in most decks, especially with setting another back row. He knew he could protect him in some way. We saw Tsunami be played out before, so maybe consider a Water Enchanted Elestral this time. As we see, is that Spectrus? That's Spectrus! I love that art.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
Not Water Enchanted either.
That is properly enchanted, I think.
I don't see the value in a properly enchanted Spectrus right now. Ambrosia coming out from Skolmak already, which makes sense. He is down 12 spirits to 17. So We'll have to see how it goes. He's going to bring himself to 14. Let's see what he heals up. Fire, water.
Okay.
And I'm assuming another fire at this point. Yeah, another fire. 2 fires in the water. But if you had a water, if you're going to bring back a water, why not bring it out for the Spectre? We'll have to see how this attack goes. But I feel like he's really hoping... I don't know. I just feel like a properly enchanted Hephaestus. That divine's not limited.
No, you can have 3 Hephaestus if you want. And, there is the animation. I love a redhead. I really do.
My king! We have Hephaestus who are going to be likely searching out a divine. We don't have a Kinley on the field. Necklace of Harmonia! Okay, so we have Argo build confirmed now.
Very interesting. I wonder if this is going to be used, if Necklace is going to be used as Necklace, or if this is simply a Nexus Bank. I have to imagine that they're going to equip it.
It's likely going to be played as the Nexus Bank for later. You can also just utilize Hephaestus as a Nexus Bank. So it's interesting to see that be played out right now. But maybe, and this is a guess, maybe this is his counter for the Zeus that's in Swolax's hand.
Oh, that's very true. You could possibly, like you said, if we see an Argo trip Swolax up on the attack declaration, possibly see maybe turn the tides, be able to knock something out in return after that.
We'll see how it goes. You also got to wonder if the face down that was just set was a bluffed out Harmonia.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. And
Morlith!
Yes. There we go.
Morlith hitting the field. Is it going to be a mill of 5? Is it going to be a negation? I think Swolax is questioning that right now. Is going to be a mill of 5. Otherwise, Ambrosia in the shield. PTA.
That didn't feel great.
No, my heart broke. Like Ambrosia being the top, Rabbit being the last. Man.
Yeah, and the fact that shield and PTA were in between. And
Altar?
we see that an altar. Okay.
So we're going to be... Hold.
Okay.
See, now in this instance, I feel like that's a mistake because you're not going to be able to get over the Morlith without a properly enchanted Spectress.
Well, we do have that Necklace of Harmonia, which could absolutely give us enough power to swing over it.
At the cost of 2 spirits at the end of the turn, though, so the value wouldn't be there.
It is very expensive, that is for sure. It depends on how much of a threat you consider this Morlith, which I think you have to consider it a pretty big threat.
I probably would have paid off of my out of my spirit deck and just Nexus the extra spirit onto the Spectress to keep it properly enchanted, or just cast out a second one. I'm sorry, I was unaware of your game.
Okay, let's go, Skullmock. And that one is also, that one is properly enchanted after the Nexus. The other one is not, and it is PTA'd. Swole said, yes, I did have to mill one of my PTAs, but I didn't really care because I already had one set. So.
Man. And now that takes away the initial play, and now the Harmonia has to be played. Wait a minute, how does this work? Harmonia is going to go, I'm assuming, onto the PTA Spectress. It attacks in. Does Harmonia trigger first, or does PTA trigger first in the end phase? I think Harmonia triggers first because of turn priority. Oh,
yeah, interesting.
But it looks like he put the Harmonia onto the Spectre, the misenchanted Spectress.
I guess we'll see at the end of this turn when Swolax pays out for that PTA if the necklace also disappears.
No? Interesting. Yeah, because now that one is attacking, so he's going to take 1.
Yeah.
But now Skullmock has to burn 2. So he does have a non-attacking Spectress on the field, but that's just an Arcturus crash.
Oh, that's true. So Arcturus is a real threat right now.
We'll have to see how this goes. I wonder what Arcturus is played at. 2, 3. I want to assume 2, but I can see it being played at 3. In any case, though, now we're deciding here. Wait, is a card being played?
Oh,
is that an altar?
I think it was another altar, and we are saving the spirit from the Spectaris that was going to go down in the first place, saving that, bringing it over onto the other Spectaris, possibly for a Nexus Bank.
I understand wanting to save the spirits, but in that scenario, if you had altar set, I think there's value in keeping altar around. I probably would have paid off the 2 spirits there. I mean, that lots of nuance that can go on there, but man, what an interesting way to save that. Looks like that the Shattered Stars Cryoling as well. Do we see the Ascension? I guess we're counting for the Frostbolt, right? But Cryoling is on the field, and we're questioning the Ascension. And looks
Here
like
it comes. Oh, a big Cryovern.
Misenchanted.
Yep, to play around that tsunami. Very smart.
Man. So now he's got to question what that back row is. I just want to point this out. Zeus has yet to hit the field.
That's true. Swolax grabs Zeus. I think turn 1.
Turn 1, I believe. Yeah, it just has not been utilized yet.
And has yet.
So still, that silver bullet is in his back pocket. Insane play from Swolax's game. Counting the spirits, he's at 13. Shout out to producer for keeping this. I'm sorry, for 11. Shout out to producer for keeping it on stream. And now we have to hit in no damage thanks to 2 spirits being on the Spectress. But you see here, thanks to the preemptive plays from Skullmock, getting rid of the properly enchanted Spectress, utilizing the Necklace to get over the Morlith, but then utilizing the altar to get rid of it. He took out all of his options to defend himself here, and
Absolutely.
now he's in a situation having to expend the draw, I believe.
Mm-hmm, that was an expend,
and it's just stuck facing a 2 enchanted Cryover.
Very, very interesting. And I think we have word that the necklace was, in fact, just for clarification, empowering the Fire Spectaris. So that altar was actually to prevent having to burn those 2 at the end of turn.
Yeah. And
so that was a very good play, I would say.
And then another Morlith. Look at, no!
Wow.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That was 2 Gorgon's Gaze in a PTA for sure.
Oh my goodness. I have to wonder how Swole is feeling about these 2 Morliths.
I mean, I feel like he has to be fine considering he's up 9-4. But this has been an insane game right now. What can Skullmock do? He has an Astrabbit. It does not have the defense. This is the rare case where Astrabbit's defensive prowess is not enough. Those top 3 cards need to be gold.
Yes, unfortunately, Rabbit is incredibly vulnerable here. I don't know if we're looking for, have we seen Laurels this game? I think we saw it last game.
I'm pretty sure it got milked last game. We saw it by Skullmock last game as well. We did not see it this game.
But even there, it's hard to imagine what Skullmock could be hoping to see here to come back from this 3-9 spirit count here with such an intimidating board state over on Swolax's side.
If there's an Ambrosia to be played, now's the time. Otherwise, this looks like to be your last solid turn, Skullmock. But this has been rough. I think it's more so that turn with the double Spectress that I think put him back too far. He utilized too many of his back row, and I'm assuming that's they're not discounting spirits. Ambrosia is the set, so there we go. Puts him back up to 5 and allows him to fix his spirit deck a little bit. We can kind of infer what options he may have available. Thunder, water, earth. Can he protect the Astrabbit? Earth and fire, yes. Can he protect the Astrabbit at all this turn? Is he planning for an Eddie play? Eddie wouldn't do anything here.
Yeah,
interesting set.
I'm not sure. We might just be stopping the bleeding a little bit with that Ambrosia. I can't imagine what can stand up against a Cryovern and a Morlith at this point in time.
Is that Keon? Keon!
Oh my gosh, I was hoping we would see her.
So we saw Zeus and Keon. That's why he did not search out Keon.
And
already had
here comes Arcolith again. Is what was added back. Is Arcolith coming out? Yes.
Arcturus is going to be dropping up to the 6. We cover for each other, okay?
Yeah, I appreciate you, PK.
And that's going to be 4 hits in, and this one is looking like a wrap. We have to see exactly how this one plays out. Is there another Ambrosia in hand? Does he have a major Kinleo play and then crash into the... No, that wouldn't... I think that secures the game.
I think even then, we might be looking at game. That was... This has been an incredible display from Frost. This has been so fun to see.
Morlith, I think Morlith is the MVP right now. We've seen Cryoling as well, and that is going to be a concession as well, so fantastic play, but both of them. But man, Frost looked dominant. Swole going up 4-0 in today's Premier Tournament.
Yeah, man, I love Frost. Absolutely.
Oh boy, I love Frost. I would die for Frost. But yeah, just fantastic play by them, and they really just held it down. Skullmock definitely put up a fight. Like, they did not go down. But, and I hate to keep harping on it, but I feel like the mismanagement of cards and spirits with the double Specter's turn is what really just sent them too far back. Because next turn we saw the Cryovern, and the turn after that we saw the Moralith, and it just went down from there. Meanwhile, if you would have kept the Specters around, or kept it properly enchanted, you would have had 2 ways to get over. I forget the Elestral it was, but I know he could have got over it. And you gave that up. You gave both of that up. Sorry.
That's true. It is tricky because with Frost, especially knowing what Swole was cooking very clearly, we had seen the Morfrost, we had seen all these different engines, we had seen the Cryoling. It is a matter of time before something really huge and really scary hits the field. And so I think that when you're playing into something like that, you have to take risks and make plays that could pay off in a big way. Or if, they're answered by a turn like what we saw where the Cryoburn hit the field and all of a sudden there are a bunch of big boys in front of us, that doesn't feel so good to play something super expensive and aggro.
No, exactly. And then we already saw like the Nectar of Harmonia, which would have cost more. We saw Hephaestus, which that's my king. We love Hephaestus. But I feel like once the big bodies hit the board from Frost, that was kind of all she wrote. Because unfortunately, Kinleo does take a decent bit to set up. It's not as easy as Kinleo. Demeter, or I guess it can be, but at the same time, it's not. It's weird how those two, there's actually parallels, but they don't quite operate the same. Maybe it's a stat line or something like that. But in any case, it just, the cards never lined up perfectly for Skullmock in that matchup. Meanwhile, every card that Swolax played, I feel like there was value gotten. We got the Elegic, searching out Zeus, always having that nuke in hand. Then the Cryoling, we saw the Moralith after putting all the Elestrals in the Underworld. Arcturus being a big body beater to just, potentially a big body beater to just punch whoever it needs to. Man, Frost is scary.
Absolutely. And you could see that with Swole, the fact that we were watching those Moralith mills, seeing things that were absolutely devastating to go, the Ambrosia, the PTA, the Shield, the Gorgon's Gaze, and Swolax was completely unfazed by that and managed to play it out because, as you said, he had an answer to everything and really didn't care to see those things go, which in any other game, any other player, I feel like would have been a devastating blow.
Yeah, I mean, we were on mic cringing every single time, like the PTA and the Gaze and the Ambrosia. We're like, oh no. He's just like, it's the cost. Mm-hmm. It's the cost for power. He has traded that soul for power. And honestly, trade well done to go 4-0 so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. And the fact that, like you pointed out, we saw Zeus be put into hand in that turn 1, and Swolax held on to that, conserved the spirits, conserved the moment where he might need to have a big hit or a big turn. Never ended up needing it, but always had that intimidation in hand.
Yeah, think about that. The play from Frost was so good that Zeus, the limited divine along with the meter, wasn't even necessary. Kion saw more play than Zeus in this game. I think a lot of people, for better or for worse, was just highly underestimating or not taking the proper lens to Frost. But now we got Sunseed just breaking it out. We got Swolax breaking it out. Again, fall buyouts. Go. TCG player is now hosting Elestrals. Go get yours.
Absolutely. I saw someone in chat on that first game say Frostmite stocks are about to go way up. And I think that's so true, not just with Frostmite, but like you said, the Arcturus, these cards that I think have been really undervalued when in actuality, being able to hit at 6, at 9, these are such great stat lines to be able to hit over game staples like Astrabbit. It's incredible to see it work.
And we're not even seeing Rhinosect. Before, previously, Rhinosect was like the premier Frost. And when I say Frost, I mean like it was a loose Frost. You're playing Rhinosect more than Frost. We are seeing Frost shine here. We saw the Morfrost. We saw Moralith. We saw Cryoling and Cryovern. Man. And not to mention Arcturus. Arcturus is cool.
Arcturus is cool. Absolutely. And And yeah, it's like these are tools that have been in front of us the whole time, and we simply didn't see the potential in them, which is what's wild.
But this is why we're on the mic. This is why y'all are in chat. Like we're not at this level yet, but it's cool to watch and understand that there's more to be explored. So I want to take this time to encourage you guys to explore your favorite elements and find some other cards that maybe not are utilized yet. There may be some gold there that other people have not figured out. It only takes one person to change the meta.
That's incredibly inspirational. I feel like we are giving like a motivational speech here.
I'm motivated. One person. Can I get off the mic and
bring it all back?
You're like, let's start playing. Like, hey, look, I got my avalanche right here. I'm already there.
There you go. PK, I believe in you. You can make Cryosaur work if you want to.
And Blizzard. No, we up here.
Blizzard.
Frost stocks up.
You just
wait a minute. We were talking about this earlier. I actually find this funny. I don't know how this is happening, but like I have cards on my desk, right? Of everything that we just talked about. And in order, it's Avalanche, Blizzard. We mentioned Neandersloth earlier. And then guess who's fourth?
Who? Panzer. Okay, we've been talking about foretelling. I feel like, PK, you must, the meme with the dodgeball where it's like Apollo and the gift of prophecy. Yes. You have somehow predicted today.
But yeah, there's a lot more exploration to be had in this game, and I am excited. Like, this is so good. I know Dan Creator A-Drive is loving seeing Arcturus in play as well, because I remember him being a stalwart defender that Arcturus is good. And now it's been a prime Elestral in the 2 times it's been on stream. It's been like a main threat each time.
Absolutely. And each time we've seen it, it has been devastating.
Yeah,
and it has
up
been
to 6,
able...
up to 9.
Yeah.
What's your PTA going to do? I'm still a 7.
Exactly. And we saw that exact situation happen this past game with Swolax, where it got PTA'd and didn't care.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time of things to explore. So while we wait for the rest of round 2, I want to ask you, Kay, we're a little over or about halfway through the tournament today. You still there? Like, we still got the energy to push forward and see, hope for our Chronodile showing up in round 5?
I am holding out hope, but honestly, I think that I am frost-pilled. I think that they have sold me on this. I want to see Frost take it today. I would still, of course, love to see Chronodile. I would, of course, love to see Bronzeglow with Titanostrike and Thunderstorm. I think that would be so cool, but I have to root for an underdog. But at this point, it's so dominant, I don't think we can call Frost an underdog today.
I want to pose the same question to chat. Of all the decks we've seen on stream so far, which one are you most excited to see more of and to explore yourself, or other cards you're still hoping to see? But yeah, after seeing what's been going on with Frost, I am all in, and I cannot wait to see their ratios. Because that's always the most important thing for me, is I want to know the ratio. What cards are you valuing more? Which ones may just be, for lack of a better word, filler? Just to supplement the main strategy. Because I want to say that besides Moralith, that Sunseed Jets and Swolax have 2 completely different builds. So I cannot wait to see their deck be revealed at the end of the tournament, and we can see what's going on there. But man, am I excited to see. Man, I love Frost.
Man, I love Frost. Absolutely.
Reminder, guys, that if you guys are seeing this tournament and you want to participate in more tournaments yourself, we have way more coming up in the future. The next tournament, if I can load it up real quick. Oh, producer is back. Hi, producer. December 17th, you're going to be having a Webcam Casual tournament, and the final event will be happening on December 18th. Afterwards, online tournaments will be taking a break for the holidays. We'll be back January 7th and 8th for more casual formats. But most importantly, for the premiere events, we'll be back with more Daybreak post-ban list format, January 11th, 2025. And if you get first place, that gold stamp reverse stellar mudlet is yours to cast out.
He is so gorgeous. And of course, going into 2025, we cannot undervalue the fact that Ardbud is going to become legal in January.
Yeah, not in Titan, no. I was given the information. I was sad about it.
Yeah,
And Titan has to wait till February.
Yeah, the world is not ready for that to be released, but we do have little bitty baby Ardbud.
We don't want Attack on Titan? Like, I'm ready for it. I want to see that. It's that season 1. Let's go.
Chat, get your tomatoes.
All right, well, I guess I'll go clean this tomato off. But I think now's a good time for a quick break before round 5. So I want to thank y'all for hanging out. If you haven't done so yet, again, reminder to subscribe, take clips, share it out with your friends, let them know of the major events and moments happening in this tournament. Go get some water, go get some snacks. In about 5 minutes, we'll be right back with round 5.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile. Everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestilio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
But it looks like Jackal's going to start off our round 4 here with a Moss Station in attack position and 2 cards set, passing on over to Sir Track.
Because it allows you to put up some offensive pressure early and saying to your opponent, hey, you have to deal with my big body now, or this is going to be annoying. It looks like a PTA is going to come down to meet an Elechick, which is going to stretch out a Demeter. Might be an Earth Mirror.
Very interesting to see. This means that Elechick cannot get over this Moss with the Demeter buff. It's currently sitting at 2 attack. A +3/+3 would only bring it to 5. Turn looks like 3. Set in the back row. Move to the end phase. And Jackals will pay out the pop on the Elechick, sending it to the Underworld and drawing for turn here.
And an Attack Rabbit. I like this strategy here, but another Poison Tipped Arrow. Oh.
Brutal.
Wow. Name a better combination. It used to be Astro Rabbit, set 3 pass, Earthquake, or Astro Rabbit. But now it's Astro Rabbit turn 2, get Poison Tipped Arrow. This Moss Station is going to be sticking around for another turn. And while the value here is really good for Sir Tractor.
Swapping the Moss back to attack immediately. And running out a Viserys. Jackals will be swinging for 2 damage here. Viserys plus the Moss Station. And then passing it back on over to Sir Tractor, who's going to draw for turn. Going to rip the Laurels, which will take out the Viserys. Incredible value here. Viserys did not have anything to connect with. No Elestrals to take out means that Viserys isn't getting out a second one. And so Laurels is pretty killer here. And it looks like they're going to go for Eddie. Likely not declaring the effect here. Probably don't want to declare the effect. Unless they decided to go for defense position Eddie declare effect.
What is the scenario that Tractor actually had a Laurels, and Gorgon's Gaze can come down to stop the attack of the Eddie, by the way, keeping this Mustation alive for one more turn. And there's a second Viserys. It's just another Viserys coming down and threatening this Eddie. But
Not
a PTA coming down too. Call and response answer from these 2 casters here.
There's a wonderful back and forth between these 2 players right now.
Any sort of clear on this Moss Station since the start of this game. And look at this Moss Station of their own.
It's incredible opportunity for Sir Tractor to really take board state here, swinging with the Eddie over and swinging for 1 damage, then swapping that Moss to defense position. Playing a Mudlet, that'll do it.
You know, we can say that's a properly enchanted Eddie, right? That's Mudward. That's Mudward right there.
Yeah, that's Mudward right there. Yeah, we found Mudward.
Yeah.
Finally, the sequel to Edward, Mudward.
And And it looks like Jackals is going to be flipping potentially a Gorgon's Gaze here to force a trade from this other Earth Enchanted Eddy, putting Jackals down to 2 spirits. And now with a clear board and an open heart, Jackal's got to find the cards necessary to take out this board. And it looks like that's going to go to game 2.
Yep.
Sir Tractor taking it inside of this Earth Mirror. And it looks like we're going to start off with Jackals here on the Moss Station again. The little Moss Station that could, this little crab, is going to be a big offensive force. Last time we saw this thing stick around for far too way long. But I
Did
think
it leave the
that's
field?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This
it
could
had
soon
to,
be
it
game 1.
had to at some point. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like the big wall is going to come down to a tiny little mudlet. Mudlet swapping the defense of the Moss Station, forcing that effect prematurely. But then Sir Tractor also on open board effectively with back row as well. So passing back and forth. We're talking about how even that first game was, and this one is looking pretty similar. A Laurels here, a Cryoblast could be big. It looks like we see come down.
Is that a Cynector?
Be a Cynector?
There's no way that's a
Poison
Cynector.
Tunic. Stellar Cynector, I think it looks like. Beautiful card, by the way.
Poison Tunic! No way!
This
We've
better be
got
the Gorgons.
a Cynector trigger,
No Gorgons.
and we will be ascending into the Wasp Ivy unaffected by counter runes as it was ascended by Cynector's effect. There's no way!
Shackles, be still my beating heart. Wasp Ivy coming down after Poison Tunic or Viscerus is too small to get over. That 8 attack body is huge on the Wasp Ivy. You gotta love it.
And that's going to be a burn of 2 from Sir Tractor as that Poison Tunic goes to the Underworld, triggering its effect to force Sir Tractor to expend 2 spirits. And then the one from spirit damage from the 2 spirits under Wasp Ivy. This is looking now like Jackal's game to lose.
Tsunami would be huge here. We see Jackals take a Tsunami. And it looks like the Wasp Ivy comes down.
Wow.
Wow, and just like that, the game is back into Sir Tractor's favor.
The caster's curse. It strikes again. Jackals looks like it's a Demeter going to be going onto the field. 4 spirits under that Demeter. That is an absolutely massive amount of commitment into one Divine here. And it looks like we're going for an Equilinx.
And it looks like it's an altar of stars.
Oh, that is brutal.
That's one that was not expected here. Kind of another innovation into the Daybreak meta of Earth utilizing Altar to do some cool little tricks. You know, you can Nexus onto the Viscerus to ensure that the Equilinx is put in defense position or goes down, or Mudlet to change position. It's a pretty versatile card here, and that's going to be killer for Sir Tractor to gain back tempo. But
those back row from Jackals just have to be Tsunami. Otherwise, Sir Tractor is going to just massively take board state here. And that looks like an Equilinx that's going to hit the board here. We know they have a Demeter in hand. Poison-tipped arrow going to be hitting that Equilinx. There's a sum of 6 spirits on board, and Jackals has 5 spirits left in Spirit deck.
Is that Argo?
That was an Argo from Jackals.
That was an Argo. I was thinking it was Shield. Argo coming down, and I think that's just game. Sir Tractor takes it with swiftness.
Hi, I realized my mic was muted again. Hello again, casters. Welcome back to Elestrals Premier Tournament. My name is PK Sparks, still sitting besides Eagle this time. Eagle, we saw round 4. That was insane. We once again saw Frost show up. What do you think about Swolactus Frost build versus the first one we saw in round 1?
It looked very similar. Kind of envious that you guys got to commentate that one, because these are some exciting matches, especially with the Morlith. The thing I'm curious about is Morlith being run in tandem with the Cryolink Crowd, or is that like a side deck thing? Because I don't think we saw it game 1 out of Jess, but we did see it, I believe, in game 1 with Swole.
Yeah, it was a I believe Arcturus was the first card we saw cast out from Swole, and I was just like, oh no, it's Frost again. But man, what an exciting element to see show back up. And here's the thing about Frost is that it never really got weakened. It only got stronger from Daybreak. People just weren't using it. And I guess, as I said earlier, necessity breeds innovation. People said, all right, Earth or hit, Frost or hit, what other elements are out there? And everyone realized, oh, they ain't do nothing to Frost. Keon, Arcturus, we even saw Frostmite come out here. Man, is there any other Frost spirit you're hoping to see?
I don't know if there's any that I'm seeing particular, and Paralot would be kind of funny. I really like the Snowlid. I think that's a card that has a lot of room to grow.
Paralots.
Yeah, but in terms of just seeing the Morlith, that's what I've been most excited for. I think it makes a lot of sense with less removal, and the big removal now being the Cryoblast, which Frost is notably immune to. It's easier to set up the first Morlith, and in theory, once you set up the first Morlith, you get all the Elestrals in the other world you need to start just slamming them on board and pressuring the opponent.
Morlith being an Elestral with amazing stats as well, 6 and 4, very much the same as Lavalith. The only thing that is rough for me with Morlith is watching those mills. Seeing double Gorgon's Gaze and PTA, seeing Estrada and Ambrosia just go straight to the underworld by your direction, man, that pulls, that hurts.
For sure. It's really, you probably want to see the Elestrals, especially if they're running Kione. You get Frost Elestrals in there, you're just using your Underworld as a toolbox at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I cannot wait to see what happens there, because if we saw more Frost being played in both lists, but we did not see an Abomination, one of them. We did not see more Frost Bomb in either game. So we don't know if that's in either of the lists as well. Curious to see if that is being utilized. Maybe it's just deck fitting. There's a lot of possibilities there. But if we see more of them in the future, or if other people are utilizing Frost, there may be more to see. So I'm excited to see more of Frost in this top bracket. But we're moving into round 5. And this is all going to be, top bracket, 4 O's, 3 1s. So I cannot wait to see what other strategies may be there. I want to assume that there is another good stuff, 5s and, good costs and whatnot. 5 static Elestrals, I should say. But is there anything else besides Frost you're hoping to see a surprise from?
We've talked a lot about Frost, Solar, but I haven't heard much Wind. We saw in the game that Kay and I was commenting the splash of Wind with the Aeolus, and I'd love to see more of maybe a Wind-focused deck. Would be quite fun to see on one of these games.
I think Wind is still a very potent element. Maybe it's not being used right now because it's just not the hot stuff right now. But Aeolus is still good, searching out any Elestral, any Wind Elestral, 1 cost Elestral. So typically searching at a Pegas, you can also search out an Exaltus. Honestly, Aeolus, search out Exaltus, burn 2 under Island of Aeolia. That's a potent 3-card combo or 2-card combo, typically, because you're searching out the Exaltus. So there are lots of plays there. Then, of course, you have Healing with Nemesis, you have Burn with Toxic Swarm and Exaltus as well. So I think there's still a lot of room for Wind right now. Maybe a bit tough to execute because typically their stats are a little low, but I think it's still possible for those to be coming out. So I do like the advent of Wind. I would say I am glad we got to see Fire on deck right now, but I would still like to see some Thunder. I don't think Thunder is dead, and I would like to see more of it. You just got to change up the approach, and maybe that new approach hasn't been figured out. But I understand why we're not seeing it right now, because, Arcalith is down to 1, Race to the Top is down to 1, Elichick is down to 1, Zeus is down to 1. That's like 8 cards from your deck, 8 to 7 cards from your deck just, gone. I understand why we're not seeing it, but explore Thunderstorm and Titanic Strike.
Yes, please.
Please, Shadow Stars is there for a reason.
And I just want to shout out the fact that we're all heading into round 4 or round 5 next. So we've only watched 4 clashes, and this tournament has just under 100 people. So there's a good chance there's a ton of Thunder players out there. We just haven't seen them on stream yet. We're getting a small subsect of these games right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We're not seeing much Earth. We did see Equilings, I believe, in round 1 or round 2, definitely the early rounds. Otherwise, yeah, both Demeter and Zeus. We saw Zeus even be searched by Swolax in round 4, and it just wasn't around. Yeah. It wasn't played. So But we are getting close to Top Cut. We're halfway through the Swiss rounds. 7 rounds of Swiss today. Cannot wait to see what else is in store for us today. But I am hoping for just one more bit of spice.
Oh, yeah.
My spice pick that I would like to see more of, and I'm not going to say Crocodile. I want someone to have been bold enough to bring out Farrageist right now.
Ooh.
Because I think, have you seen Calf-Mail on Battle Destruction, or I think it's Destruction in general, but I know Battle Destruction, or Ascension, you heal 3 of Solar?
Yeah.
That's a good amount of healing.
Yup.
On a card that you want to go to the Underworld one way or another anyway, that's a good trade.
It is a very good trade. It's on any Destruction or Ascension.
Any Destruction.
So essentially, if the opponent wants to prevent that heal, they need to utilize resources to suppress that Calf-Mail and then destroy it, or else you're going net 2 in spirits to your spirit deck.
It's such a potent card that I think a lot of people just aren't looking at. So hopefully we can see more of that in the future. I remember Celestio being dubbed the king of the jungle at the beginning of Daybreak. We did see flashes. We actually didn't see Nebulio. We didn't see Celestio, but we saw Nebulio. So it hinted at Celestio, maybe even Leo Bright, but we didn't see that one come to fruition. Do you think there's still room for Celestio to shine with Solar in this format?
Oh, for sure. There was the round that I think it was that same round I mentioned earlier that Kay and I were commentating, where the player was clearly trying to dig for something for Rise from the Ashes, and a Celestio would have been insane. But I don't think that's the only way to take it. There's still Nebulio to help you find Leo Bright. If you can stack a Celestio, that Leo Bright can ascend straight up into Celestio, or just do Exaltus plays with it. Honestly, the Exaltus is probably the most flexible way to achieve that Celestio. Just get Stick on board, Nexus to it off of Apollo or Temple of the Sun, and boom, hard ascend into that Celestio. Opponent, do something now or else I'm going to nuke your board.
I am so glad you brought up Rise from the Ashes. I think that card is just waiting to be, I don't want to say exploited, but brought to its full potential. That card being able to revive an Elestral that's already been spent from the Underworld is so underrated. It can really help you just bring back resources that you already had. The only crux of it being that it's so expensive, but I can't see that card being any less than 3, because a revival from Underworld is pretty darn strong. Because it's a special cast that you bring out. You can bring out any 1, 2, or 3 cost Elestral. Yeah, 1, 2. I don't know how that happened. But 1, 2, 3 cost Elestral. It's a really good card, but it's expensive to play, which is why it was most utilized with cards such as Archilith, because it puts those spirits back on board, and you can rise from the ashes, maybe something you ascended over, or maybe another big Elestral. It was essentially free. A similar argument can be made for Verdalith. It's a 2-cost normal cast. You bring back 4, but then you can bring back something else. But you to get even value, you can only spend the 1, so it's not quite as free. But the argument is there. If Verdalith had more offensive prowess as Archilith does, then I can see that play being played with Verdalith as well. But still, Rise from the Ashes, I think that everyone should be considering that for their next match. But speaking of next match, round 5 is up, and we're going to be having Stellar Kristoff. Now, this is going to be interesting, because he told me, and I have no choice in this, but he said, you better stream my match. I don't know what he has in store that makes it to where he wants his deck to be streamed, but I cannot wait to see what's going on.
Oh yeah, he is known to bring some interesting decks, really cool stuff, and this will be definitely. I hope we get to see what he brings. It's not kind of the situation like we saw in round 3, where we just didn't get to see what that deck was building up to, that Solar deck. Hopefully we can actually see what Stellar Kristoff is going for.
They're going to be facing off against Eclipse. That is a name that I have seen around, but I am unfamiliar with. But we're going to be seeing just some interesting plays going around here all around. So I'm excited to see what these players have brought out. And a little bit of a note: these 2 casters are 2-2. That's not to say that they aren't playing, they aren't playing well. But I do think that leads credence to a more interesting deck choice in this upcoming round for us to watch here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I just took a quick peek at their deck list. Ooh, we're in for a fun treat here. I'm excited. No spoilers. No spoilers.
I actually don't know. I'm not peeking. I do best when I don't know what's going on. I know that sounds weird, but literally, my ignorance is bliss is a real thing with me.
Completely understand. I'm just impatient. I'm ready.
But it's going to be fun and exciting. Hopefully, we'll see. Hey, what if the chat get what they want, and there's Phosphocell coming through?
Ooh, not surprising. We keep Phosphocell.
Phosphocell has been chanted for by the viewers very often. Definitely a crowd favorite. So it could be Phosphocell. I would love to see. Honestly, I know Zeus is at 1, but is Voltempest still viable? I like Voltempest. I'm scared of Voltempest. Maybe?
That's what I was wondering. That also get our wind in there. I've definitely seen a lot of interesting Voltempest brews. Maybe we could get like a Thunder Wind hybrid that tries to build up into Voltempest. That'd be fun to see.
What was your favorite? What was your starter deck element? Mine, I remember being told to not play 1, and I'm like, why? I want to play it. And they no. So I'm like, fine, I'll choose Thunder. So I chose Thunder and Earth was my secondary originally. What about you?
So this was dating back to the prototype decks. I picked up Fire and Earth and was very successful with Earth in the prototype tournament. But I'm just too biased against Water. I love me a good Water deck. Majesty all the way.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Foamy is an option right now. But we already saw Foamy earlier, and it didn't even get destroyed. It was just there. Wait, no, never mind. We saw Foamy earlier. But it's going to be exciting to see how this one operates. So let's go on and see if we see Foamy this time. I think Foamy's one of the most potent battle searchers that are out there right now. Paleoth, they talked about it earlier, but it's also a decent option, especially with something like Paleoth kind of makes Titanic Strike Neandersloth a bit more viable. It is a thought. I'm putting the idea out to the casters in the world. Please take that idea and try to run with it. Paleoth, Titanic Strike, Neandersloth.
Now that you mentioned Paleoth, I really want to see people try to cook with Paleoth, because one of the things that I think held back Foamy, and by extension Paleoth, was how much removal there was, because they have to be specifically destroyed in battle. But as we see...
Actually, Paleoth can be destroyed by card effect.
Oh man, I am misremembering. Well,
yeah, but you are right. Those cards did hold back both of those searchers in their respective rights.
For sure. I mean, now we've got suppression, sure, but even with less removal, like Paleoth's 3 attack stat, I kind of want to see people cook with Paleoth, because one of the biggest things I think that can hold back Ascension sometime, and by extension the Rise from the Ashes you're talking about, is how Ascensions aren't very consistent to find. But Paleoth, it can consistently find you that, with the added flexibility of being able to also find 1 cost or 2 costs as well.
Paleoth was a card I consider often in my Vesuva build. I figured I'd play 3, cast it out. If you don't destroy it, I can probably ascend from my hand. If you do destroy it, I get Vesuva in my hand, and I get one out of my deck. It's a really flexible card that I think many people aren't considering. I think it's always on everyone's minds, but they're just not finding the right opportunity to play it. It's a card that is very similar to Foamy as well. So I think there's room. I believe they even have the same stats, right? 3-1?
Yeah, Paleoth is a 3-1.
And Foam, yeah, so I mean they're very similar cards. We'll have to see how this one goes. And I just gotta say, y'all can't see it yet, but these playmats that our casters are using, oh man, they are beautiful. Just wait until you see them.
Gorgeous.
I mean, if you visit shopelectrals.com, there are still accessories that you can visit that you can grab for yourself. And Moonrise has their own accessories coming through here. New deck boxes, new sleeves. With the new sleeves as well, the one that have a better text feeling as well. You have the playmat, which the Temple of the Moon as a playmat looks beautiful. So I would say that the playmats and accessories that Elestrals create are really good, but there's nothing better that Elestrals creates better than a good clash. Round 3 is ready to go, so let's switch over to our casters and get round 5 started. Eclipse versus Stellar Kristoff. And again, these playmats,
so gorgeous.
Beautiful. They are a bit exclusive, but you can find out what you can get on shopelectrals.com.
Yeah, 2 very exclusive playmats here. Not to, and I mean, all Celestial playmats, as you're saying, are gorgeous, but we'll see. Not quite sure which one is starting right now. Is that a Ooh, that is a mulligan from Eclipse, and that's 2 Lycaris?
Yes, that is 2 Lycaris. That's going to be interesting. So we have wind here? So what wind decks could we be seeing? Do you think Pantera is here?
I would think Pantera is the likely option, just with how powerful it is. That, or maybe a more low to the ground toolbox burn style deck, but also maybe Chrysler. I know we were talking about that earlier.
I'm guessing Pantera just because wind typically doesn't mulligan. Like, you have to have a really bad hand with a wind toolbox. So that's why I'm thinking that it might have been some heavier dudes in his hand. But at the same time, you already peaked, so I guess I'll take the guessing game away from you. Stellar Kristoff will be going first, and that is certainly a card that's been played.
I cannot tell what it is.
That it is a card, but there's been a search from Deckcraft, so I want to assume that is a Rummer Gem, maybe the Stellar art.
Looks like a water card.
That is a guess. But we do have a search from deck here, setting 1 card. Is it going to be an additional set from Kristoff or no? Nope, that's going to be it. So a defensive Elestral and a face down card, as we see Eclipse after a mulligan go for a set 2. And is that a Pegas? That's a Galaxy.
Galaxy. Ooh. And I
Meet
just realized
the PTA.
Whew. Yeah.
Hey, viewers at home, what's the stats of Galaxy right now?
Good
Pop
question.
quiz. But Galaxy is going to meet that. We're going to see another spirit being spent out, so no attack in.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so I want to believe that's a Stellar Astrabit.
Yes, that is a Stellar Astrabit, and those were Zaptors expended. What is this card? Oh, another PTA though.
Wow, PTA clashing, not clashing, but meeting the card on Kristoff's side definitely stopped, making it to where the spirit Elestral disadvantage isn't too far gone from Eclipse's side.
Yes, and it looks like that Elestral cast searched out something. Having a bit of trouble telling, is it maybe a Jolton to search out Stadium?
Is that the reverse Stellar Jolt? Okay. I forgot the person that we're watching. I apologize. I gotta pay attention to the different artwork now. And
right?
Nothing is normal.
Yep.
All right, Kristoff. This is why he wanted his game stream. But okay, so the Jolton is going to search out the full art Mount Olympus once again from Shatterstar Scorpio that you can still get on shopelestrals.com. We have a Ampharos. I love it.
We're going to start seeing some drawing?
Possibly, if we see a Poseidon hit the field as well. If this is just a defensive play, then maybe not. But if those are being cast out already, is interesting.
For sure. Just getting back then, notably some water spirits. So we saw some wind to lead from Eclipse's side, but now we're seeing a bunch of water and an Aphros, which suggests he might be more primarily on water than the wind.
I think Aphros is properly difficult to utilize properly because every time you get to draw a card for every water spirit that you nexus from it. So I think that card is really, it can snowball heavily. So I understand why it's so difficult to use. But if it can stick around for a little while, then it's going to be great. Is that a Constellation Toxion?
Yes, we saw the expend from Eclipse's side in response to the cast and met with the tsunami, so that Aphros is sticking around, but also that Toxion can just keep pressuring the spirit deck, and under that Mount Olympus, it's a 5 attacker that can only get bigger.
Yeah, so he's going to have to attack it right now. Hopefully, Eclipse does have a way to either get rid of the Stadium or to get rid of this Toxion right now. And if you have that is an Elestral.
That's a Babloon?
Huh?
Oh, that's interesting. So for those of you who don't remember, Babloon is a Frostfall water card that gives all enchanted water Elestrals +2/+2. I believe that's what it is.
I am intrigued. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Every water enchanted Elestral gets +2/+2. It is something that your opponent is able to take advantage of as well, because every water enchanted Elestral, not just you control. So it's very similar to a Stadium Rune in that scenario. Is that a Thunderstorm?
Well, that's a race to the top by the looks of it.
Race to the top. Okay. So that is going to knock out the Ampharos.
Yeah,
for sure. That takes out the Ampharos.
Both are at 6 defense, so you can do that.
Unless he chooses I guess it depends on what they're going to choose.
I would think you'd always go for the Aphros because that just risks drawing a ton of cards and drawing an out versus a Babloon.
Kristoff does target his own Estrapin as well because they're both 6 defenses. Kristoff gets the choice and takes out the Aphros. And now there's another card being cast out.
Quackle.
You are good at this game.
It is the Artist Collection Quackle.
You are good at this game. Gorgon's Gate is going to get Gorgon's Gate regardless, so it's going to stop the healing. It is still, I believe, a 2 attacker, 2/4 or stats under Mount Olympus. Babloon is sitting there with 3/4 though, so not exactly the worst case scenario for Eclipse right now.
Nah, just got some big but the Astrap here, I don't think that's quite what you want. If you could get out another Water Celestial, you'd be feeling a lot better. But you still get to dig for more cards.
Yeah, if you can find a counter rune and you do have another card in hand, then you can see what happens here. I think there is the ideal situation is that back row is another Tsunami. Back row, the card in hand is another Tsunami or some sort of defensive rune, and you can search out the next Water Elestral you want to cast out to get boosted off of Babloon right now. Regardless, I do see Babloon hitting into the Quackle just to keep a Elestral advantage. But the question is, does Stellar Kristoff want to protect himself? Trident of Poseidon.
I hope he's got the Eclipse has the Poseidon, or else this might need a shield.
No, it does not, but the attack does go through. Trident of Poseidon, being a card I have not seen in a while, but can still be, still has a really nasty effect. Given the Empowered Elestral +2 attack, and cannot be targeted by counter runes, which would stop Shield Achilles from working, I think, shield targets. But in any case, if you have Poseidon enchanted as well, your opponent cannot cast counter runes at all. However, the face down is resting on your laurels, and it takes out the other card that was on the
Astrap it.
Yeah, Strap it. There you go. Sorry about that.
Quick note, shield does not target. That's why typically you don't see Trident played without exactly Poseidon, because that's a massive punish.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see how it goes, but Trident is making... This is the world's strongest Babloon.
It is at 5 attack right now, facing down a 4... Wait, no, was that an Ascension? What is that?
I think it's Arcalith.
Is it?
No, I don't see spirits on the board.
Then it...
Gatto Bolt!
Is that
That's a Gatto Bolt!
Cool.
I have never seen a Gatto Bolt be cast out ever! Was it target a Thunder... You can target a Thunder Enchanted Elestral and it gains +1 attack and defense for every Thunder enchanting this Gatto Bolt into the end phase. So you essentially have a 10 attacking Gatto Bolt on field. That's not Sonic Core. I'm flabbergasted.
Dang, yeah, I've not seen a Gatto Bolt hit the board at all. First time I was like, wait, Leica Bolt? No, wait, no, Gatto Bolt. Crazy. And that's a defense position Eddie. But yeah, that Gatto Bolt's big, so Eddie can't even really hit over it.
Yeah, actually, it's a 12 attacking, because the stadium is on the field. So couldn't even... Gatto Bolt was so close to getting beaten by Eddie, but just that stadium. This is the lack of stadium wars we were talking about earlier.
Yes, for sure. If Eclipse just had a stadium, he could probably switch this game back in its favor. And
I know that card. That's a Stellar Toxion. I know that one. Yeah, I got a point. Stellar Toxion hits the board and is met with a PTA. But this is still just a threatening board. I think Taxion is getting more than its value worth right now. Burning for 1, going to take another with the PTA activation, another with the expending for destruction, and is still hitting for 2.
And that is putting Eclipse on the back leg here. I think that puts Eclipse down to 1 spirit by the looks of it. 1 spirit
only, yeah.
And I don't know if that was before or after the PTA.
Is that an empty hand as well?
That wasn't before the PTA.
That's an empty hand as well. There is nothing you can do here. Even if you have Ambrosia, it's it. Aphros is going to come out, but that's just not going to be enough. The winner of the first game is Stellar Kristoff with all the Stellars in his deck.
As the name would imply.
So I have to say, this game came down to the stadium. The Full Art Mount Olympus from Shatterstar Sagittarius Scorpio dropped on the field, and it just didn't allow Eclipse to get over anything at all. Now, mind you, he buffed up. Now, again, the world's strongest Babloon, powered up by his own effect, powered up under Trident of Poseidon, did not have Poseidon under his belt as well to boost himself up even further, and it just got out of hand from there. So I mean, then again, it didn't even matter because the face down was a resting on your laurels, so you didn't need Poseidon wouldn't have done anything. But man, we saw Gato Bolt.
That was insane. I think that means Gato Bolt now has 100% win record in Elestrals premier events. So
Gato Bolt 100% win record. Let's go.
Let's hope. Well, to be fair, this is only on stream because right now Stellar Kristoff is 2-2, so that likely means that unfortunately not true. But
hey, maybe he lost because Gato Bolt didn't hit the board.
Very well could be. We don't know. We'll have to.
Gato Bolt's the win con.
Later.
Gato Bolt's the win con. But man, I was just not expecting. I would have sooner expected Sonic Core more than Gato Bolt. But we saw Race to the Top. We saw the Mount Olympus. Every Thunder kid that came down was a 5 attacker. Thunder still has some legs. You're seeing it right now, so keep your eye out. I think Thunder is still an element to watch, even with the hits to a lot of its good stuff right now. But the casters are signing out right now, so we're going to see how they choose to operate going into this next game. Eclipse, I think, if he has an Atlantis available to him, he needs to put it in his deck now. That's going to really help him win these Stadium Wars versus Kristoff, especially somebody who is utilizing Race to the Top. I think you gotta go tit for tat there.
Absolutely. So I was just a bit confused there because I noticed Eclipse switching around sleeves, but definitely that reminds me, I'm so happy that if Elestrals, when you do buy sleeves, you get plenty of extra ones for your side decks, so you don't always have to do that. Sometimes it's just a necessary situation you're in, but thankfully when you buy Elestral sleeves, you don't have to do that.
Oh yeah, they come with 60 of one sleeve and 40 of the other, so you can mix and match or match however you choose to utilize. I think 100 sleeves being given to you is an insane deal. So yeah, that's a really good point. Not many people do that. Not many sleeves offer that. So shout outs to Elestrals. Again, shop Elestrals.com to grab your Elestral sleeve and accessories. Unfortunately, you cannot find these two mats here on Shop Elestrals, but there are plenty of other ones. I am eyeing Temple of the Moon myself. But it looks like our casters are ready to go. Eclipse will, well, I'm not even going to say likely because we've seen many people lose game 1 and then choose to go second. So let's see what happens here.
Yes, and it doesn't look like either. Is that another? No. Again, that hurts.
I mean, it is a water-esque build, so it doesn't hurt as much. You expect to see like your Tagua and Sluggo and stuff like that. But, you don't want to mulligan. That's not how you want to start. If you're going to mulligan, if you want to use 2 spirits on turn 1, you want to use it for a Nectar of the Gods.
Absolutely. I will say, there's a good shout out because since Eclipse used the Leviathans to mulligan, you can kind of just get a free mulligan and still be able to normal cast out a Tagua or a Sluggle and get immediate value first turn, which doesn't feel too bad. It's pretty much a free mulligan at that point.
Yeah, there are some elements, especially ones that can heal rather well, or some deck strategies, I'll say, that really don't mind having a mulligan. I know that, of course, Sluggle and all of them, they like to utilize that sort of strategy as well. Aphros is going to be the defensive play. Do we see a Poseidon to get an extra draw? We do not. Just a defensive play. Kind of telling that there's not many options available to Eclipse right now. Let's see how Stellar Kristoff capitalizes on this as he casts out, I want to say a bunny, which is going to meet a poison tip arrow.
Yep, it is an Astrab. We can see him go for the top 3. It's really hard to tell with how dark that Stellar Astrab it is, but we'll see what we get here. But good chain of events from both players here, though I think Eclipse really wants to get that Nexus Bank online and start drawing cards with the Aphros, because otherwise it just isn't doing much and isn't that remarkable of a body on board.
It does pose the question, how many Poseidon is Eclipse utilizing in his deck? Because we haven't seen it played at all. Is he playing stuff like Plucky? Can you please be the one to be playing Chronodile? That'd be great. I would love that. But did we just see her spin the draw? Oh, no, that was the PTA experiment.
Yep, that was the PTA. So Eclipse has to face 2 back row, but not feeling too bad here with the advantage on board. And is that a blue? I can't quite tell what it is.
The glare is getting me. I am lost here.
A Sorlet?
Oh, thank you, producer. Sorlet is being cast out.
Cool.
All right.
No. Oh, that was an Ambrosia. Cool. Yeah, Sorlet, I think, a very interesting response. Notably, can take care of the Gato Bolt if Stellar Kristoff can get that out on board again with its effect to swap it to defense position.
Well, right now, this is a pretty good board for Eclipse, having a defensive prowess and Aethros, offensive presence with Soylent. I think this is a pretty solid start here. We have Kristoff. It looks like that's an Eddie. It is an Eddie. Well, I mean, that's just rude.
Eddie the free Chrysor. But what is that? It was a PTA onto the Eddie. So Eddie can still take out the Sorlet, but will be going away at the end of the turn.
Yeah, so now this isn't the worst state scenario. If Atlantis is a play and Poseidon is a play, you can get an offensive threat on the field with Aethros while still having a cast, but it all depends on what is in his hand. I'm hoping for the Poseidon. I'm hoping that there's not a Titan. But it looks like that's a Shattered Stars Astrabit, and it is. Love that. That's my favorite artwork of Astrabit. I just think it's so good. And you cannot get it from shopelestrals.com anymore, but Elestrals is available on tcgplayer.com now, where you can grab yours. But Astrabit is going to allow Eclipse an ad of the top 3 of his deck, and he chooses, well, that one. No, not the other one. The one to the next. Yeah, that one. And he chose that one. And now we're going to just hopefully allow him to fortify his defenses. I'm guessing with the attack position Astrabit, there is a tsunami on field, which means that he may want to put his Aethros to attack as well, but instead he just pokes in for one.
Yeah, interesting choice here, choosing to preserve that Aphros. I guess Eclipse is really banking on finding that Poseidon or something to Nexus off of to really start digging deep into his deck and get the game plan going.
We have one set from Kristoff right now, and just going to be casting out. Is that a Galaxy? I think that's a Galaxy. And if that is a Galaxy, that's a potent play right now. We also have, I want to say, an Ambrosia to heal up 3, choosing a Thunder, and a Water, it looks like. Really interesting plays here right now from Kristoff. Let's see how this one operates. That is a Stellar Ambrosia that he played, but you can get from the base set Blisters, available on shopelestrals.com. But Galaxy is going to hit into the Astrabit, and now that is a pretty decent swing of the board. 2 face downs from Kristoff. Galaxy, one of the most annoying one-cost Elestrals right now, just sitting out there making the Aethros a 4 attacker. And is that a second? It is a second Aethros.
If Eclipse has a card to, I don't think that's quite what you want to do. I mean, he probably doesn't have much of a choice, just needs to draw, but met with the Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh, no. Yeah, I just want to put this out there. Imagine if Poseidon was in hand. You set 4 on it and you Nexus twice.
Draw 4.
Man, that would have been great. That would have. Instead, he couldn't even get a draw 1. Kristoff being relentless. And now sending another card to replace the spit Gorgon's Gaze. Casts out another Elestral. I want to believe that's Jotun. Reverse Stellar Jotun from Shadow Stars.
I think it was Quackle because he just grabbed 3 Thunder from the Underworld.
Is that Quackle?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Well, then you know what? I lost this game. -1 point.
But getting over that Aphros that everything that Eclipse funneled into, and notably, Eclipse is at, after this attack, 11 spirits to Stellar Kristoff's 16. So Eclipse not in a good position here in this game too.
No, not by spirit count, not by board presence. It's a really rough board game state for Eclipse. Let's see how he utilizes it, though. We're still holding hope for Poseidon. I don't know where Poseidon is hiding. Maybe there's only one. I want you to know, Poseidon is not the limited divine, so I hope you have another. But we have Jotun going to be searching out an Atlantis as well. Excited for that. And that is, you're right, that is a Stellar Quackle that he has now.
Ooh, it met with the PTA, but Jolton can still try to do something here. The question is, well, I shouldn't say the question is, does Eclipse, ideally Eclipse should hold this Atlantis and hope that Stellar Kristoff eventually commits that Mount Olympus and then can swing the board back in his favor later off Water Elestrals. But
yeah, you definitely don't want to utilize the Atlantis right now in an open state because you have more to gain from destroying his Olympus than anything else. If nothing more, you kind of guarantee that Kristoff won't cast Olympus unless he either needs it or you just use it right now. Okay.
But casts it. Oh, because the rise from the depths. Okay. What do you fetch back with this?
It cannot be. Wait. Let me go confirm. Trident's effect. Trident Poseidon. It cannot be. Cannot be targeted by counter wounds. It can still be destroyed by counter wounds, which means that. Wait, Aethros. Oh wait, was that Rise?
Yeah, that's Rise from the Depths.
Oh, I thought that was Trident. Okay, so yeah, Rise from the Depths, bring him back. So I guess he really wants that card draw.
I Yes, but also here with the Galaxy out, it's not ideal to have Atlantis on board. So if you're making this play, it's to try to either dig for cards or because you have that Trident to then start pressuring the Galaxy. Well, that still actually wouldn't work now that I think about it.
Yeah, like because now you're losing the stats to get a draw, which means Aetherals is vulnerable right now. I mean, it is a 4 attacker thanks to Galaxy on the field, but neither one of these Elestrals can beat the Galaxy. I don't know if I valued the man, this is a rough spot.
Yeah, it's pretty much just cycling cards in hand to try to dig for more cards that might be more useful. But that Galaxy really putting a chip on what Eclipse is trying to do.
I feel like the play there would have been Aetherals into the Quackle, get the spirit damage, and making Kristoff pay more off of the PTA expense.
Yeah, that's a good call, especially with the 2 spirits, 4 attack because of the Galaxy. Not quite sure what was happening there.
In any case, this is Kristoff's turn. We're going to see what he chooses to do. He already had a backup for the other rune he played with the poison tip arrow, but nothing here this time. Just a simple attack. A simple attack and getting 1 point of damage.
Chautauqua coming out here.
Yeah, Chautauqua is going to heal up, so that's not a terrible thing in the world to do.
Not at all. Still interesting putting in defense, since with Galaxy it is swapped, but I think it's a good call out here. Despite all these plays that we're questioning, stream nerves are a thing, so that very well could be happening here on Eclipse's end.
Well, we have a Ambrosia coming out from Kristoff again. Play that animation.
Yep.
But Ambrosia coming through here, healing Kristoff more. Kristoff is just in a commanding position.
Yes, for sure. And that was notably after an expend to draw. So Stellar Kristoff really leveraging the fact that they're in a very commanding position right now and can just afford to recuperate resources to ensure that they stay up against Eclipse.
Yeah, Eclipse's gameplay right now, like I feel like it's heavily hinging on seeing Poseidon, and we haven't seen Poseidon once.
No.
Another Jotun going to search out another Atlantis, which is a card he definitely needed. But like, what is it? Wait, that's a wind enchanted Jotun.
Probably is out of Thunder. That would be my guess.
Oh.
Because I don't think we've seen any Ambrosia from Eclipse's side either.
Oh, this one's rough. This one's definitely rough. We have another Toxion hitting the field, going to burn for 1. Galaxy can get over the Jotun, and then Toxion hits for another one. So the only question is, does Kristoff have another backload to fortify? Never mind, he just plays out his own Olympus. That way he can keep... race to the top. Man, he said, I have spirit advantage. I'm going to take a celestial advantage as well. Really pushing his advantage right now. Burning for 1, destroying and hitting for 2. So, you have the Atlantis in his hand, but does he care?
I don't... Eclipse should not have an Atlantis to hand because he used the one you searched off the Jolton, didn't search off of this one.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. It was Wind Enchanted.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep. I do question using the race to the top here. I can understand, even casting the Mount Olympus, because if Eclipse has a big defensive body that they can stall on, maybe holding that race to the top when you can't necessarily ensure victory here might have been a bit more advantageous, because Eclipse isn't out of it just yet, and some Ambrosias and maybe an Astrabic could stall it out.
I think only 1 card is in Eclipse's hand.
Actually, yeah, with only 1 card, might be a good time just to clear it and try to close it out early.
I think it might just be a good time to just call a game.
Yeah.
Okay. There was more than one. Okay. We have a face down. But even if that Tsunami is not doing anything unless another Thunder Celestial is cast. And speaking of the devil, no, we have a re-enchantment.
Good call by Kristoff here, because it puts it down to 3 with 3 spirits on board. This is more or less pressuring game. It needs exactly Tsunami to be able to live this turn with spirits left to make plays.
Definitely necessary for him to just try to do something. Maybe get over the Toxion, but I mean, that's a 3 defender, and Water doesn't have the... we'll have to see what happens here, but that looks to be a concession. Alter, Curibus, and Gaze in hand is going to call it. Kristoff is going to win round 5. With his all-stellar deck, but not just stellar deck, but stellar plays with Kristoff as well. Let's talk about that spirit count, though. I don't think we saw him even under 10, and that was only because he only got to 11 because he forced his play so much.
Yeah, no, way higher. It was stabilizing around 15 between finding 2 Ambrosias and a Quackle over the course of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, without much pressure being put on him, what reason did he have but to not just make sure that he was up on resources?
Yeah, it was a tough call for Eclipse there. Not that he wasn't playing, I just don't think he saw any of the pieces that he needed. And even when he tried to do something, I mean, the Gorgon's Gaze for the draw 1 off the Aphros was just kind of mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the trouble with Aphros. It is such a good card if you can start drawing with it. But if it's interrupted or you don't have the combo pieces with it, it is just doesn't do much. And a 2/4 just isn't that remarkable of a body, unfortunately.
Right. It was... Like, it's not terrible. That's the thing. Like, if it was a 4-2, that means offensive pressure. That means more than a 2-4. Because, I mean, 2-4 is just waiting for a 5 to drop down. You know, and there are plenty. Galaxy, Necroth, etc., etc. So, definitely not the best. I feel like the pieces, like the deck was there, the strategy was there. The pieces just eluded Eclipse that game.
Absolutely. And I bet that Elechick limit really hurts as well, if Eclipse was specifically not on the Chrono Dial.
I feel like that does make me sad that we did not see Chrono Dial, because I was hoping that that was going to be the case, because it is one of the decks right now that can search out its Divine and find potential from it still. You know, like Plucky Poseidon is a quick ascension to Chrono Dial or Normal Dial, however you want to do it, but it can do it really quickly. So, you know, go back and try it, y'all. I don't think it's terrible. But in any case, we do see Kristoff taking that game 2-0 in a really impressive fashion, including the use of Gato Boat. Man, that was funny to see. Potentially 12 attacking Gato Boat as well.
I'm so happy we got to see that. That was probably the highlight of the match, and we actually knew what he was on and up to.
We've seen fantastic play from all of our casters here so far. Like we saw Frost, we saw Thunder still here. We've seen a lot of water though. Eagle, what do you think about the resurgence of water in this meta?
So we've seen water be very prevalent as the supporting element in past tournaments, typically with Tsunami and Eddy, but also we saw a lot of Galaxies popping up, and we kind of know that the Sluggle is also and Foamy are really solid. But it seems like now, post-restriction list, a lot of people are now dipping fully into those good water pieces and instead supporting that with Thunder, Earth, even Wind, and that to me is super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen water just essentially be a splash in a lot of things or be supplemented by the elements you mentioned. So it is interesting to see how the community has been adjusting to the ban list that is now in effect for this premier tournament. Man, that was such a good ban list. Just to go over it again with you guys, because the ban list is potent. Elechick being put to 1, Farrageist being put to 1, Arcolith being put to 1, Race to the Top, Elechick being put to 1, Viserys semi-limited to 2 per deck. And until February 1st, both Demeter and Zeus are hit to 1. Clearly, the team made a great choice in limit selections because it has blown up the meta wide open.
And I think most exciting is that this is the first tournament with the new ban list. I mean, this is setting the baseline for the remainder of the tournaments up until Daybreak's release and tournament play starting, and legality starting February 1st. So we could see some really exciting developments as we get this new baseline next year.
I cannot wait. I mean, we still have other Star Wars on the ban list as well. Resting on Your Lords, which we've still seen played this tournament. Earthquake, which we've still seen played. And Lavalith. We have not seen Lavalith yet. Still a really potent Elestral, and I cannot wait to have Lavalith resurge. But at the same time, it should remain limited because if everyone can play Lavalith, they will play Lavalith. I don't want everyone to play Lavalith.
Here's the real question, though. Lavalith's specific trigger condition is your opponent having 2 set cards, if I remember correctly. And with the advent of Hurricane, there's a chance that players will be very hesitant to set cards. So despite it being limited, it may just reside as a side deck card come Moonrise.
Maybe. There's a lot of options for Lavalith to be utilized, and especially with it being what?
I misremembered the condition. It's 2 or more spirits because it's the divine that triggers it. I don't know which one I was thinking about. Ignore me.
Back row. Hold on. Let's have that quiz right now. Back row. That is.
I think it's
not
Aviolith.
I'm thinking it is Aviolith. It is Aviolith.
That's
oh man, Aviolith and Necrolith coming in Moonrise as well. Necrolith is going to be a threat.
Yes, that 7 attack, if you can get some stuff suppressed and just bring it out, it's going to be a menace.
It's going to be
alone.
It's going to be a major play. And I love how we have all the lifts. Can I just say, out of all the things in the Elestrals, I think the idea of the lifts are my favorite thing in this game so far. Like in terms of like elemental, I don't want to say gods, but like an elemental soldier. I just love the lifts in that fashion. I want baby lifts. I want ascendant lifts. Like I want them all. Just let them be like the angsty teenagers, but give me baby lift and give me adult lift. I want them all. I think that they're very cool.
Maybe one day even fusion lifts. That'd be pretty cool.
You've gone too far. But actually, you know what? You bring that up. Hear me out. What if there were fusion lifts in the idea of just, mix and matching the elements? Now we got fire and frost, and now we got thunder and lunar. Maybe. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, could make some really cool elemental pairings.
But we're theory crafting about the future of this game. But that's what's so exciting about Elestrals is that there is so much room for this game to grow. Like, there's so much happening. 2025 is going to be so good. I am happy that I have picked this game up full time because it's just like, it's so much fun to explore, to talk about. It's just going to be, it's going to be good.
Absolutely. This game is still very much in its infancy. I've equated these first 4 sets to feeling sort of like a prologue, just getting all 8 elements established, meaning that once we get past Moonrise, sky's the limit. We're at in the actual story.
It is really open because right now the whole set has just been introducing Frost, introducing the game, introducing Frost, Daybreak, Lunar. Now what?
Guess we'll just have to wait and find out.
Now what? I have definitely had my own theories about what the future of the game entirely, but my hope is just a revisit to the first 5 elements. That's been my hope, is just to just see how those can be revived and whatnot. Yeah. But in any case, I talked about this with Kay, and I want to get your opinion on it as well.
Okay.
Besides the Drag King,
okay,
what stellars are you chasing? Like, what are you just like? I need this stellar in my life right now.
Ooh, I don't think I'll ever get it, but that full art Stellar Majesty from the Celebration Shattered Stars is gorgeous
and sold out.
Yeah.
So I wish you luck. I wish you luck trying to find someone to trade for it. But yeah, that is a really good art that I saw that I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool. What is it? My big one is still Panzer. Panzer mentioned. But I went all in now, and it's impossible to get because it was Kickstarter only, and I wish I knew before I asked for 4 boxes of base set because I thought it would came in there. But Equilinx would be great as well. That's a beautiful. I know it's only at 1. It'll be back at 3 one day.
It's just a lower investment to pick up then because you only need 1 copy. I
mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But we have a lot of interesting games as well. If you guys can allow me to just get, I don't even want to mention it because I really want to just give y'all the surprise on stream. But there's a name that you guys have been talking about that I think you guys might see soon. But that's going to be an exciting time. I think it's a good time for us to take a quick break, though. So you can get up and stretch as well, Eagle. You're going to be here kicking it with Kay, as I'm going to be kicking it on out of here. Hope you guys have been enjoying. If you haven't done so yet, the subscribe button is your friend. Do so and support Elestrals and get updates on new sets, new releases, new info, new updates, and of course, matches from this event that you guys may have missed out on or previous events. I personally recommend Elestriat Season 2 and 3 and 1, but I'm not in that one. Subscribe and hit that like button as well. We're going to take a quick break, so go get some waters and go get some snacks. In 3 to 5 minutes, we'll be right back with more Premier Tour.
Cena goes first, and it looks like it's going to be MBT starting off with a Thunder Spirit and a Rabbit. It's pretty good Thunder start. I would say it's okay.
Hard to complain. Hard to complain. Elestrals Search Zeus means one of these rabbits could hit over this Echolinks in defense position. And so if Sunsi just only has single targeting back row, things like PTA or Shield of Achilles, one of these Thunder Elestrals from MBT will be outing this Echolinks. It all comes down to, is Zeus already in hand, or is it searchable off of an Elechick, as the casters foretold? This means this Echolinks is gone. But the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out here. Massive play from Jess here, making sure that this Echolinks has at least a chance of sticking around. Yeah, this is an incredible board state for Jess, with the caveat that Arclith might be devastating here. Jess potentially alter in end phase. Alter in end phase will make sure that Arclith is not coming down. What an incredible play here. I absolutely love this from Jess here. She's going to go ahead and she's not. She's going at Viserys in face. Even better.
There's a full board of Elestrals with full hearts here on the side of Sunseed Jess. Now, the spirit count is getting a little low, and that one set back row has to be Shield. It's got to be Gorgons. This is quite a precarious position. Once again, even though Jess is down in spirits by almost half on the spirit differential, this is still anyone's game. That's the crazy part. Welcome to Elestrals.
And it looks like MBT going to go ahead and cast out this Elechick, which will finally resolve here and go get that Zeus. And that will let this Elechick clear over anything that MBT wants to. It can attack over these Viserys. It can attack over the Echolinks as well. The question is, which one of these does he want to get off this board?
Yeah, there's a lot of rock in a hard place with this board, like quite literally. The Echolinks sitting in between the two Viserys is kind of a no-win situation. You do have to go for the Echolinks just in case you do draw into more counter runes. You cannot have that Zeus die unless there's another Echolinks about to come down and Caster's Curse once again. But the tricky part here is that there's the Echolinks. That's the tricky part. What was I saying?
That's your fault. If Ambro Arclith are in hand, this could be game for MBT, but otherwise it looks like Jess might be taking this one.
I think if it was Ambrosia Arclith, we'd see it slap down almost immediately right now. I think the deliberation is, can I just do enough damage or try to clear the board in any way? And I don't think that Joseph's pondering too long, unless quite literally baiting us here at the cast. Ambrosia coming down. Wait a minute. Stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. Mute your microphones. All right. So we've had Ambrosia coming down and going back for three Thunder Spirits here. See an Arclith that could be devastating in an amazing game one.
That does not look like an Arclith. That is a Quackle, that Joseph is holding in hand there, and that will be very important for trying to restabilize here, potentially getting us to a position where Jess is at 3 spirits, 2 Elestrals on board, and this is just stalling out to potentially draw into that Arclith, and that's gonna be a path.
With one card can swing the tide of the clash in the other's favor, and it's just about these micro decisions here.
Shield of Achilles. Last 2 spirits in Spirit Deck on the Shield of Achilles. And Altar of Stars, and that's going to be a scoop from MBT. Altar of Stars will clear the game at this point. And wow, what an incredible game one from these 2 casters. An incredible 15-minute grinder.
We have game 2 coming down. Jess on match point here, and Joseph looking to continue the run into the semifinals on Thunder. I'll let him to go first, I imagine.
And Joseph bleeding his hand a little bit there. I saw 2 little swimming friends in there that potentially might be very helpful later on in the game. There's one of the swimming friends, MBT, going to go for Edward to swap the position of one Elestral on the field, just considering that back row potentially. MBT considering his, and it looks like Jess looked like she might be flipping it up. She's considering it very seriously. Gorgon's Gaze would be very important here, and it looks like she will be going ahead and using the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the effect of Edward from swapping that Asteroid to attack position. Really looking to keep that Elestral around and not let that Ass Rabbit leave. She's got 2 spirits. That's going to be an Earthquake, absolutely right there. If I've ever seen one, that is Tectorus coming and slamming down the board to take down one of these Viserys. And Joseph going to go ahead and flip off all his cards, not seeing anything that he wants to activate in his counter rune row. And that attack Viscerus is going down, and Jess has one of her own. This is the driver's seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We have found the driver's seat. Jess is in it.
Got a Chick coming down. Chick is
massive.
pretty good here. Gorgon's Gaze, I imagine, will be pretty decent. An Equilinx in hand to help seal the deal later, I think, will be something we are going to see from Jess, holding on to dear life for this Equilinxes to help close out the game, more so than try to get advantage on early. And 5 spirits left from Sunseed Jess. I believe we have that spirit count at. So not quite in Unk range, but I wouldn't be surprised. And a shield of Achilles.
Absolutely a killer here for Sunseed Jess. This puts her down to only 2 spirits in Spirit deck. Joseph appears to be on 3 in Spirit deck. And so this is
Wow.
do or die for MBT. These back row have to be something. And he
think
has to
that-
have Ambro in hand too, I think.
Elchik is big, but the defense is small. Again, Demeter here probably going to be for the best. If we see a Demeter come down, Ambrosia would be killer. There's the Ambrosia. Just so good about when to time these Ambrosias just to keep Joseph on the toes. And a second Ambrosia coming down. Oh, the fruits of Demeter.
Brutal.
Coming down for Jess here with, looks like 2 water spirits and 3 earth spirits left inside of the spirit deck. Flip that Tsunami now, I guess, to try to maybe take out the Elechik. No back row from Sunseed Jess. And Ambrosia Arcalith, again, helps MBT get back into this game, but Jess is staying, just like a lot of players played around Eruption back in the day, around Unk. And that's it. That's going to be the game. Sunseed Jess moves on to the finals.
Hello, I am back on the mic. I am back with Eagle once more.
Happy to have you back here. I am loving the juxtaposition between the 3 of us. It feels like every time we get a different pairing, there's just a slightly different energy that just kind of keeps everything so dynamic.
The vibe is very different between all of us. It's very cool and very fun. And speaking of the vibe being very different, every single game that I have seen today truly just showcases that casters are innovating today. I know that I had a particular bit of studying that I did for today, and most of it has been rendered irrelevant because of the innovations that we have been seeing in these cards that, silly me, I didn't expect to see Morfrost. I didn't expect to see Gatto Bolt last game, which was so cool. But this has just been too much fun to see all of these cards that I don't think any of us expected.
Absolutely. And I think that is also where I'm happy that I can come in with knowing the card pool extensively, just because I see these wild stuff. I'm just like, oh yeah, that does that, right?
Yeah, that thing. Yep.
It's just some crazy stuff I was definitely not expecting to see.
Yes, absolutely. And I will say that I did put a few more of my Shattered Stars Sagittarius. And I don't know. I think the only thing that could make today better is if we pull a Mudlet on screen today. I think we have to open at least one more bundle. Are you down?
Absolutely. You already have it in hand. Go for it.
That's true. I did kind of strong arm you into saying yes to that.
Really strong arm if I'm just sighing over here like, oh, fine. But no, this is exciting.
Go ahead, pull a stellar. True. Okay, and so sticker for this pack actually is a Pin Terror.
Yes.
Possibly, a sign of things to come. Who can say? Would love to see Pin Terror.
Still haven't seen one yet today.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still utilizing my scissors because of my sweaty little hand. And we're gonna get these out of the way. And I did, for the reverse holo slot, I did get the Wasp Ivy.
I don't know what it is about that artwork. It pops so much as a reverse holo.
I love the line work on it. It's truly gorgeous. Okay, and these.
You can't get any better than this.
There's no way. PK is somewhere off camera like, what? Oh, are you kidding me? We got The reverse stellar mudlet. All right, wrap it up. Tournament's over, guys. We can't get any better than this. Holy moly.
Do we need to open those final 3 packs, or are we just good here?
I think we're so good. I am a happy girl.
That is great. You'll have to send me a picture later because it's a bit grainy on my end. Should be fine for everyone watching the stream, but specifically for me. So you have to send a picture later because I bet that's gorgeous.
It is absolutely stunning. That purple in person, I cannot tell you how much it pops, and it is so gorgeous. The way that we still have 2 on the desk right here, though, I don't know, could possibly see that Verdolith.
Maybe.
Who can say?
The regular Verdolith was eluding me, though, because I got 10 bundles, and I wanted a play set. I didn't get my first one until over halfway through. I think it was on my 6th bundle. And then I didn't get my final copy until the final pack. And I was like, that is exciting. But not as exciting as pulling a Stellar Mudlet. That is awesome. Congrats. All right, it's reverse Stellar Mudlet.
Yeah, sorry. It's just the Demeter in me that was calling to my Earth Elestrals here.
Is it Stellar or Reverse Stellar? I cannot remember.
I think it's Reverse Stellar because the Stellar is on the Mudlet. Yeah.
Yes, it is Reverse Stellar. Still awesome. That's right. The lits are the 1 out of 99 Stellars.
So really, you got the more rare pull here. But, I mean, this is a little boy. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Personally, I would always take a Mudlet over a Verdolith because that thing is just adorable. And I may have a little bit of personal bias with Mudlet as well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Without saying too much, I did have an effect on its final effect, and I'm very happy how it turned out.
There's lore here. Oh, that's so cool. So you have, like, the Mudlet bond.
A little bit. I would say Draking a bit more, but Mudlet is an early example of something that I'm just like, awesome. I'm happy I had an impact on this.
Well, he's perfect. Everyone involved in making this little piggy come into my life.
Can't take credit for the artwork. The artist was... Ooh, I love shouting out the artist.
That was Amalri.
Yeah, shout out to Amalri. Just absolutely gorgeous. I'm so happy that Elestrals credits the artist on the card. That was actually one of the first things my wife noticed when she picked up an Elestral card. Was like, they credit the artists?
Yeah, no, that was one of my favorite things, especially when I recognized names of artists that I knew from the community. And it's like, oh, hello? And we've said this multiple times, but every single set, they have been stepping up the art and delivering on that. And not to keep talking about it, I will continue talking about it forever, but this Reverse Stellar Mudlet that I just pulled really just showcases that. Should we show it again? I think we should show it again. Just look at him.
He's a good piggy.
And wasting no time, I do have my second pack here.
Oh, the Cyanectar.
Yes, so that is the holo here, and
all right, let's see it.
Oh, okay. It is the Holo Terratlas with the stained glass. These are beautiful. I noticed in one of the rounds, one of the casters was playing with these spirits, and they are truly stunning.
They really are. I can't wait to have all of them to just get that full picture. But hey, now you got a spirit, a nice shiny spirit to cast that Reverse Stellar Mudlet with. And
specifically with the holo on this, it brings out the design of it. It is so stunning. I'm going to be honest, though.
One more.
I have dreams for this one. I have stellar dreams.
I don't know you've been having this issue, but there's been so many different spirit artworks that look so amazing. I've been having trouble deciding which ones that I want to keep in my decks.
Oh my gosh. I thought that I knew which ones were my favorite, which are the holos that you can get from the different sets. But then the Celebrations spirits came out in that watercolor artwork style. They're just so gorgeous, especially the Leviathan. I have been a Leviathan fan from day one. That one has to be one of my favorite arts in the entire game.
Absolutely. Leviathan is the one spirit, if I ever pull one of the holo versions from a booster box from, I automatically keep.
Yes, absolutely. I have not gotten very many holo Leviathans, which I have made my complaints known to the universe. So hopefully it gets on that and starts, changing my luck there. Okay.
Got that pack ready?
I do.
Let's see
And
it.
we are starting out with the Hollow Cyanectar.
All right.
And the final pull is... Oh, okay. That is my second Hollow Scythe of Demeter, which, you know what? One more and I have my play set.
There you go.
So, absolutely. I will take the hollow of that.
That's crazy. Not only did you get... Yeah. Not worked better.
Stunning. Thank you for indulging me and letting me open those.
You don't need to thank me. This is entertaining. I love seeing people open Stellars.
Oh my gosh.
Especially the ones they want.
Right?
It's the
I love
best
seeing dreams
feeling
come
ever.
true.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're still waiting on round 5 to wrap up and round 6 to begin. But
Perfect.
if we could maybe quickly go over the prizing for the next premiere event, it feels like a appropriate transition after that Mudlet opening.
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yes,
Get that up here. But as we've talked about before, going over the casual events first. There we go. As you can see, now we can be, there we go. Perfect. As we can see down in the bottom left-hand corner, we see a Stellar Mudlet, but notably with the Elestrals Championship gold stamp on it. That will be the prize for the first place of the January 11th Premier Webcam Tournament event. So if you want a chance to be able to be the sole owner of it, enter it. I believe it is live on the Play Network. And if not, it will be live well before the 11th, so you can sign up.
Yeah, you cannot beat a 1 of 1. That one is particularly stunning. And again, these uncut sheets, they are such fun collector's items. They're so cool to see in person. And I can't wait to get mine up on the wall.
Boy, I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, I've not had the pleasure of seeing an uncut sheet, but maybe someday. Someday I'll be able to see one.
We need to get one out to you.
Apparently, I need to enter the next tournament and try to win it.
Apparently, are we going to be going head-to-head, clashing over this Mudlet?
Unfortunately, no. As much as I say I need to, I can't enter a tournament, but I'm definitely excited to see who ends up just winning that, and really any future tournament. It's always awesome to see.
Maybe. I must bring my son home.
Yes. It needs it. Your Reverse Stellar Mudlet needs its brother.
Exactly. Oh, that's so true. And how cruel would it be to separate them? Really, we're just doing the morally right thing here.
They've been separated for long enough.
Mm-hmm. And I will say that if at any point we want to open more, does she have more?
Oh yeah, you say you got 15. What, you've opened 2 bundles?
Yeah, we have not even scratched the surface. And the fact that second bundle, literally the 4th pack that I opened, we got the Reverse Stellar Mudlet. Oh my goodness.
I think the only thing I've heard top that was a friend of mine said, should I just open a pack early? I was like, yeah, why not? And it was the one out of 10 Sonic-Cores. From the first month.
Oh, you're kidding.
I was like, wow, this entire opening is just going to go downhill from here. But congratulations.
Yeah. That's incredible. I have never gotten a 1 of 10. The only serialized one that I've gotten is that Wasp Ivy. And oh my gosh, the feeling, especially of pulling a serialized one and knowing that there's only a limited number in the whole world is incredible. It's one of the most fun things about opening Elestrals.
It's a bit intoxicating just being like, oh man, this is so exciting. I want to go open more product and hopefully open some more.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that is why, I mean, if you see the merch behind me, imagine how many boxes I have accrued over my time in this community.
Oh, I don't even want to think about the number I've accrued, and I've got a bunch of Daybreak coming in as well, and I'm sure there's going to be a reason to order more, even though I'll have all my cards by then.
I mean, you've got to go for that full art PTA for sure. That's one of the most gorgeous cards in the entire set.
Ooh, on that note, I was wanting to see if we could transition to discuss what full arts are we looking forward to out of Daybreak, because there's some gorgeous ones in there.
In Daybreak or Moonrise?
Sorry, Moonrise.
Okay. Yeah, see, I have my answer locked and loaded. Full Art Volclips.
Remember you saying that.
The second that I saw that card, I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be my whole personality until I get it then.
Well, I hope you can get it.
Thank you. What about you?
There's a couple good ones. The Tornadian looks amazing, but I have to get that full art Drat King because that looks so awesome. And even if I don't run it in my deck, because I want to flex it again, the Reverse Stellar Drat King, you got your Mullet to pair with my Drat King. I think the full art, it's something else. So I would want it for my binder at the bare minimum if I'm not playing it in tandem with this one.
Absolutely. Also, I feel like we have to have a jar for you for every time you mention that Drat King.
I'm done. Unless we go back to the prizing for today's tournament, might throw it up again, but I'm done. I swear.
That's true. We can use the same jar for Panzer mentions for PK.
Yes. And then I'm guessing we probably need to get you on for the 11th tournament. Then you can just flex that Mudlet time and time again and just be like, you get this, but stamped.
Yeah, that's true. I'll just have it right here. And did you know, I have a prop that I pulled, by the way.
Check out the previous tournament VOD for that exciting moment.
Absolutely.
There you go. So I think we're almost set up for the next round. And we've got an exciting one queued up here. Dry versus Chibi, Samurai, and the rest of the name is cut off. Let me find it on the Play Network.
Oh boy.
Where is it real quick? Chibi Samurai Fox.
Oh, Samurai Fox. Okay.
This is a name I keep recognizing as well, so hope we're in for a good show. I mean, all these have been such great shows, so I don't see why this would be any different.
Absolutely. Casters have absolutely been keeping us on our toes, and I have no doubt that round 6 is going to be no exception to that.
The second to last round here in Swiss, queuing up soon. Any predictions on what we might see in these two casters running?
I think that all of my predictions have gone flying out the window today, because at this point, I have been surprised so many times pleasantly that as much as we went into it saying, oh, we would love to see this, that, or the other, Bronze Glow with Titanostrike, but the things that we have been seeing are somehow even more exciting than I could have dreamed.
Absolutely. I believe both these casters are, they're 4-1. So this is going to be two casters that are really trying to end up 5-1 heading into the final round of Swiss to make that top 8, because it is a tight margin to get into top 8 now. I even think with an X-1 record.
Absolutely. So this is a critical game because this could be make or break whether or not either Chibi Samurai Fox or Dry end up, like you said, in top cut.
Yeah, and here, right away, Dry mulliganing with notably 2 Lycris, so maybe we finally get to see some wind. Well, we've seen wind, but we might be able to see some more wind, maybe actually being the prominent element of the deck instead of the supporting cards.
I mean, I'm looking at that playmat, and I'm thinking, maybe? Who knows?
Is it just going to be the skies versus the forest?
Ooh, that could be very interesting. Okay, so we've got the mulligan. Hopefully, we don't have to see a double mulligan like we saw right off the bat this morning.
Is this a double mulligan, or are they pulling spirits out to... Oh!
Aeolus! And it is the gorgeous, the stone Aeolus. Oh, I love those arts.
So notably, I think it was 4 spirits. So not a full load on Aeolus, because the Aeolus can go up to 5. I'm grabbing a Nemesail. So that makes the mulligan feel a little less bad because you recovered those spirits, though you'd probably be feeling a bit better if you just disenchant the 2 from Aeolus and bring back those 2 spirits right away at the Nemesail. But an Ultra could change that.
Absolutely. And possibly some wind heal stall shenanigans happening here, which was a dream of mine. So this should be really cool. Starting out very interestingly, for sure.
Looks like we might be getting the Nemesail here.
Yep.
But there's a lot of, pretty much, I think in this game 1, Chibi will be really looking to get a lot of information out of Dry on what specific cards that this deck is running. Is it going for a Pantera line, or maybe a bit something else? Maybe it's just staying low to the ground.
That's true. We could see, like we talked about last time, maybe some Exaltair things happening, possibly Sorlet coming out, maybe even oh gosh, what's his name? The Burn.
Toxiswarm?
Toxiswarm. I love Toxiswarm and would love to see him make an appearance at some point.
Look at what Chibi's playing. Do you see that stadium room up there? This is going to be interesting.
Are we looking at bears?
I think we're looking at bears.
Oh, bears! I am so excited. Oh my goodness gracious. This is about to be the cutest game of all time.
I'm excited to see. I mean, Chibi's got a 4-1 record with bears. I wonder, that Dope Poke the Bears must be putting in a lot of work. That's really one of the power plays of the deck that sets it unique from pretty much any other deck in this game.
Absolutely. And I really think we have a rebrand of Chibi Samurai Bear coming, especially with that record. It seems like Bears is going wild today.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a full load onto the Aeolus there.
Okay.
There is existing with that one spare. I guess one of them was overlapped. But Wind versus Bears. I'm excited for this matchup. Two decks we have not seen yet. And an Exaltair.
And there he is. Okay, we're going to see Nexus. We're going to see Burn. Nexus is especially cool with Nemisail because every time it's re-enchanted, you get to heal back too.
Which is going to be very nice for Dry to try to stabilize. It is this is a 4 spirit swing with this combination here, if left uninterrupted. We'll see if there's a Gorgon's Gaze on Chibi's side.
There is that one set, but this has to be, Dry has to be feeling not so bad about that mulligan at the beginning, because this is more than going to make up for it.
Absolutely, and that's the real power of mulligan, is ideally you set yourself up with a hand that is highly playable, so despite being at a 2-spirit deficit, you can make big swings, such as this. So now, it went from a 16 to 13 spirit differential to a 14 to 15, putting Dry both in the lead on number of Elestrals on board and in spirits. But not by a major margin, but definitely swung it back in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. And again, this is so cool to see two decks that we barely get to see at all, let alone versus each other. And it'll be interesting to see the dynamic here versus Wind and Bears.
Yeah, and especially with Don't Poke the Bear in the mix. I mean, the Wind stuff isn't usually that big. They're not known for their big bodies. I mean, Don't Poke the Bear isn't as handy with hitting over stuff, but the battle trick to switch a battle in your favor cannot go underestimated.
Absolutely. And I know that the bluff of Don't Poke is oftentimes very effective. Do they have it? Don't they have it? If they have it, are they going to play it? And the mind games that exist with it are very fun.
The other question here is, we see an Ursa's Mog, and Ursa's Den has 4 spirits on it. Will we see a disenchant from Ursa's Den? And it looks like we are. The real question is, which one of the big bears is Chibi going to go into?
Ooh, is it going to be Mommy Bear or Daddy Bear? I really hope to see Mommy Bear. I think she rocks.
And notably here, Dry only has 1 back row, so this could potentially be quite scary. Oh,
it is Mommy Bear.
Going with the Fire Focus. So now, if people at home need a refresher on the Majursa and what she does, let me pull it up real quick. So she gives all other Ursa, or no, she herself gets plus check for each other Ursa Lestral on your field. So this Majursa is coming in at a 16 attack stat. And all the other 1-cost Bear Lestrals cannot be attacked and cannot be targeted by your opponent's card effects. So essentially, Dry has to answer that Majursa first and foremost before dealing with those baby bears.
Absolutely. She is a true mother bear protecting those babies. And I have to wonder, because like you mentioned, with Wind, you don't have a lot of big bodies. It's not like there's going to be something that can easily swing. I mean, you have Pantera, which is obviously a big body, but we very rarely see it, and we haven't even seen Hydrake.
And notably here, Majursa is actually bigger than Pantera at current. It's at 16 attack versus Pantera's 15.
15, yeah.
So I think Dry's going to have to really rely on a back row Shield of Achilles and for Chibi to attack with that Majursa to really swing the board. But Chibi could also just sit on Majursa and just not do anything and rely on the 1-cost Elestrals to start pressuring that Exaltair and Nemisail. But Chibi will have to do that really quick. because the other threat from Dry's end is just that Nexus play with Exaltair to start burning, and Chibi's already at pretty low spirits because of this massive play.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know if you're able to see, but is that an Earth's Coat down on Chibi's side?
Oh, good call out. Yeah, that is an Earth's Coat.
Very interesting.
And I believe that one, I think it specifically has to be attacked, which here, not the most relevant. Yeah, it has to be attacked. It's not the most relevant right now because the Majorsa preventing them from being attacked, but still could have some relevancy. And I believe we just saw an altar from Dry.
We did.
So switching that Majorsa to defense to keep up with those Nexus plays, and notably resets the Spirit on the Exaltair to Nexus to the Nemesail to get another 4 Spirit difference swing between the two of them.
And this is absolutely not a situation where you can count Dry out. Obviously, we are looking at a very scary board state on Chibi's side, but Dry is so ahead in spirits and is in a really good position to be able to continue healing up each turn.
And we see a Toxiswarm.
My dreams are coming true. I love Toxiswarm. More burn. So Chibi really is on a timer. They're going to have to decide to go aggro, or they're going to have to figure out how they're going to deal with this imminent burn situation.
Yeah, down to 5 spirits and opts for the heal. I find that interesting because Dry could have forced Chibi to expend another 3 spirits, putting them at 2 spirits, I believe. And that would have been big, but on the other hand, just being able to stabilize a bit more to set up maybe for another bigger play later might be the call, because 2 spirits is still enough to do stuff.
Absolutely. And it makes me wonder what Dry has in hand, and if they are trying to set themselves up for something with all of these spirits, or if it truly is just trying to stay so ahead of Chibi that the board state does not matter.
And I think that might have been a good call. We see an Ambrosia coming out of Chibi here, meaning that even if Dry had gone for the dedicated burn play, Chibi would have been able to heal back up, stalling out the game a bit longer. And with no back row, Chibi is just happy to start dealing with this board.
Yeah. And a second Ambrosia? Wow. Okay, maybe Dry knew things that we did not, because I'm thinking that having some extra spirits on board on their end is going to be huge here if they want to stay in the game.
Yeah, Chibi with that heal definitely putting themselves in a much better position, and now Dry is probably just fine, trying to figure out a way to kind of come back. Maybe they were betting on that burn to be able to close out the game without having to deal with that Majorsa, but that's not looking like a reality now.
I think Mommy Bear insists upon herself to be dealt with, in fact. And, is that another Ursadin?
It is.
Oh my gosh.
So what that means is all Ursa-Elestrals are now getting +1 attack and +1 defense, meaning those smaller bears can start really pressuring Dry's Elestrals. So now not solely relying on the Majorsa, and can actually use that Majorsa as more of a way to pressure Dry's Spirit deck to make up on that Spirit difference.
Wow, this has been an incredible showing for bears. And it just goes to show that even though this isn't a deck that's being played too much, if it can get going, it is scary.
Yeah, that was 3 spirits out of Dry. Like, we saw 2 boards just be built up, and then Chibi with on bears just completely dismantled Dry's board in a blink of an eye. Yeah. And now Dry has to figure out what are they going to do, because Pantera's not a possible line. See what they do here.
Really thinking about this one.
I mean, likely it's a situation of how can I keep stalling until I can dig for something that lets me out this Majorsa, but really right now in terms of removal, either a Boombat or an Earthquake here is probably what Dry needs.
Boombat is a really fun addition to put into really any deck, but especially these wind decks that don't have any big bodies, because you kind of don't care. You also don't care about the Toucan.
Oh yeah, the Veratoka?
Veratuka, yes, because it ignores the attack stat of whatever it's swinging into. So a Veratuka could do it. It could swing into this Mommy Bear.
Yeah, but Dry will have to find a way to get 3 spirits on it, because it specifically has to have the same number of enchanting spirits. But if that actually would have been a crazy play the turn prior with the Exaltair on board.
With the Nexus.
Yeah, you can Nexus the 2 from Exaltair, ignore the burn just to try to out that Majorsa. But here, a defensive Hydrake play is very interesting. Obviously just trying to stall on bodies on board to get out the Pantera and maybe try to do something to buff up its attack. I mean, this probably is just a desperation play from Dry to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, Dry has the spirits to make moves. It's just a matter of if they can combat Chibi's absolutely wild board state.
Yeah, and the Twindra here, if Majursa attacks into it, Pantera comes out. But yet again, I think it's of note that Majursa is now not at 16 attack, but rather 19 attack because of the Ursa Elestral and the Ursa's Den up on board again.
She's got a full board of babies, so she is protecting them with all her strength, which, as it turns out, is a lot.
And notably here, the Stellar Twindra from Organized Play 1 coming out. That is another gorgeous card. Unfortunately, not long for this world.
No, but you know what? For that brief, shining moment, it was sure beautiful.
But now we're going to see a Pantera come down, obviously deciding on the spirits and choosing to properly enchant a Pantera. Not something we see very often. Usually we see it with the Water Spirit to play around Tsunami, but Chibi not having any back row doesn't really apply. Oh, let me switch on a spirit here. Oh, interesting.
Thunder, holding back a wind for something that Dry has, possibly.
That's what I'm guessing, just to conserve those spirits. Doesn't need a Thunder right now, but again, how is that Pantera contesting that Majursa? Guess we'll have to see on Dry's turn.
Yeah, that will be very interesting. I have to think maybe we're going to see some heal from Dry to try and make something happen, but even with that, that was a very costly turn. And like you said, this Pantera still can't beat over the mommy bear.
And a Sorlet. Oh, that's the way.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. And with no back row set, it looks like Dry is in fact going to be able to get rid of this Majursa.
Yes, and this is a great play from Dry here, understanding that Majursa does not buff its own defense. So she's only a 13 defender, meaning Pantera has a clear shot here of outing it, and then that Sorlet can start picking off the baby bears. And now Chibi might be on the back foot here.
Wow, this has been really cool to see. Not just a Majursa come out, but to see multiple big bodies and for it to make a difference. And you're so right, that play with the Sorlet, very smart, knowing exactly what you need to make this comeback.
And by the way, Dry played that one. I think that they recognized that as their best out to this board state and really played into it, which obviously when they cast out the Hydrake wasn't too obvious to us, but that really shows some of the skill level of these players. And when you see plays that at first don't seem like they accomplish much, but then once that they're clearly building towards something, and it shows in the later turns.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we saw it with holding that one wind spirit back. We said, why are they doing a thunder spirit on this Pantera? And you know what? Our answer was right there. It was the Sorlet.
It's a cute little cloud pig. But Sorlet then outed I believe that was the Smog, so Chibi has restricted ability to swarm the board with more bears, but notably does have the Scout here being able to float into another body. And here, actually, the spirit math has flipped. Chibi's up on spirits, up at 8 because of those 2 Ambrosia, while Dry is down to 4, but Dry's got the Pantera.
Yeah, and unless we see an Earthquake, because even right now with the Ursa Den on board, resting on your laurels doesn't do it.
No, the Sorlet cast there plays around the resting on your laurels, so Chibi would need a way to remove the Sorlet first before going into laurels, and that's a big restrictor of laurels there and what can make these Ascension plays even more threatening. Ooh. There's a misenchanted Sorlet, so I think that Dry was down to 2 wind spirits, and that's why they prioritized putting the Thunder on the Pantera to have the expend for Sorlet.
Yeah, that's absolutely what that was, so that they could properly enchant the Sorlet. But Sorlet, even misenchanted, is a big body. That's a great attack line.
Yeah.
And we see a crash here.
It wasn't a crash, it was the Urskoat. So when Urskoat enters battle, is attacked, at the end of that battle, the Elestrals attacked, it bounces to hand.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So, hey, that's not too bad. Get an Ambrosia, you got a Sorlet on backup. That's still putting a lot of pressure on Chibi here. And still, Chibi would need probably an Earthquake to enter this Pantera. And we'll see if they actually have it. Looks like another okay, that was Scout into Urskoat here.
Okay.
So this is an interesting play. if I didn't catch what attacked that Urstmog here, but this pretty much, if the Pantera hasn't attacked it, this pretty much tells the Pantera it cannot attack. But I do think Dry's fine with that. It does stall for another turn, but they got protection from resting on your laurels.
And Chibi does still have that back row set. It makes me wonder what that is, if it's a bluff, if they're saving it for when this Pantera does eventually attack in.
Could be a shield, another set card. A shield could be quite devastating here because Dry is at such low spirits, so despite Chibi having to spend a whopping 4 spirits to be able to shield that Pantera, just getting that off board, likely we won't see that again from Dry.
Yes, and Chibi can just barely afford to make that happen, for sure. And we see that Sorlet that got bounced back to hand coming back out once again, misenchanted with Earth. And there's the shield. Good call.
So at this point though, but what does that really accomplish? Eventually, Chibi will just run out of resources to stave off the Pantera, so probably just stalling a bit longer because now Sorlet goes in and destroys it and bounces it. Yep. But here, either another shield could be devastating, or what I'm wondering if Chibi's trying to go for here is make it so that a resting on your laurels can finally deal with this Pantera.
Oh, that might have been why they went into the Urskote.
Yep. Just a great way to stall, try to get those Elestrals off board. That would also inform the shield on the Sorlet there.
Absolutely. This has been a really back and forth game. There was a while there that it seemed like it was going to be a Bears sweep, and now Pantera has made a comeback in a real way.
Yeah, and we'll see if Chibi has resting on your laurels. This could be huge here, because also with the Ursa's Den up, Chibi does have the option to pull spirits off of the Ursa's Den to keep spirits in Spirit deck. We'll see. You see the Abomin Ursa.
Oh man, okay.
Doesn't do much on its own, and passing. Ooh. Not the position you want to be in here.
No, and with only 2 spirits, even if something is set there, you can only afford to do so much.
Yep. You see the attack in. Is this going to be game with the Pantera?
I think it's gotta be.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Whew, Dry takes game 1 with a crazy comeback. That was truly back and forth. First, the pressure with the burn.
That was absolutely incredible.
First, we got the pressure with the burn on Dry's side. Then Chibi stole back the board with a big Majursa play. And then the Pantera. That was, I just am very impressed by that play from Dry. That playing to the out with that Sorlet was a truly phenomenal play to witness.
Oh, absolutely. Even we were sitting here like, what could possibly come back after seeing not only the mama bear come out, but fully loaded with baby bears and fully powered up. And Dry found a way, which it, again, as we go further into this tournament, we're just going to see more and more high-level plays like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm even now thinking, now that I saw that play, I think Galaxir would have accomplished a similar result. So Dry actually winned, showing that it's got a lot of utility. Like, we call it a toolbox deck because of Aeolus, but when we don't really see it too much, I think we lose respect for the individual cards that Wind has access to enable these super heads-up plays like we just saw here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can't wait to see if we're going to have anything side in to kind of change up the tech that we see coming from Wind and coming from Bears as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see in game 2. We'll see post-side how these casters adapt to each other's strategies, because I think Chibi, knowing that they lost that game and that Dry has an out to that big Majursa, might be looking to hopefully insulate their plays a bit better in this game. But also notably, they didn't have too many counterins to insulate that Bears board, and something like a Gorgon's Gaze could have been nasty at securing that previous game.
Yeah, absolutely, because I believe that would have made it so that Pantera could have swung over the bear, even if we didn't have access to that Sorlet by shutting down that ability.
Yes. I was referring on Chibi's side to be able to stop the Twinter stuff, but that's actually another good call out as well. On Dry's side, Dry could have easily had a Gorgon's Gaze to be able to shut down the Majursa's attack gaining effect to be able to attack over, because that point will only be 13 attack from the stadium.
I love an offensive Gorgon's Gaze.
There's just so much utility, so much nuance in this matchup that I hope we could see more. But that is a Halloween Nekruff.
That's Nekruff. Okay, Chibi really switching gears going into game 2. and going first.
Yeah, just set up a big play at first. I mean, a lot of times Wind just has the smaller bodies, but an Ash Rabbit from Dry is a great start to just find more pieces and start contesting this Nekruff, or really just stall this Nekruff.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't tell us a lot about what Dry is on this game and if they made any major switches to the deck.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that Nekruff is a post side just to get more bodies on board to start contesting, or it might just be a way to round out the deck on Chibi's side with all the bears. We'll see. Notably, no PTA on the Astrabbit. Its effect goes through, so Chibi's going to have to find another way to deal with it.
Yes, and we do have, it looks like 2 set right now on both sides. Did you see if that Nekruff was, in fact, properly enchanted?
I believe so. So it is looking to burn. See if that comes in. A 3rd set from Chibi. Also, funny note, I commented on the playmats earlier. I feel like Chibi chose this as a way to say that the bears are burning down the forest.
And that's their home. They live in the forest. But they have been burning it down. That was an incredible showing from Bears last game. Despite how it turned out, both of these casters played incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing earlier, a single card could have flipped the tide of that entire game in the other's favor. Just
Absolutely.
didn't see it. But here we got an Earthseer. Can attack in. There's 2 back row, which makes it a bit wary to attack in. But if there's a don't poke the bear face down, this Earthseer can deal with this Astrabbit, get out another body, and really start pressuring Dry.
Oh, interesting. It looked like we have a swing, maybe baiting or teasing the don't poke.
Yeah, we'll see. And what is... So you see 2 spirits here for a Shield of Achilles.
Okay. Very interesting. I suppose that was possibly a bluff. Maybe we do have don't poke set, but Dry did not want to take a chance one way or another.
Yeah, and notably, Don't Poke the Bear is also super flexible here. I just checked this. Its cast condition is that it can only be cast during the battle phase, meaning that Chibi did not have to commit to it on attack declaration and instead could wait till battle declaration, meaning that if there is a Don't Poke the Bear, it's still safe and sound in that back row.
Yes, and we have another Aeolus coming out, and it is in fact fully loaded. I saw all 5 spirits going down there. Very cool to see my boy shining today.
Are we going to see, I think a Sorlet would be, but a P-Gust.
That makes sense. They are really set up over on Chibi's side with a lot of back row, and I would want to start picking that apart.
For sure. And I'm wondering, maybe also trying to get the P-Gust in case the Ursa's Den comes out. Like, I think there's a world where you can just hold the P-Gust in hand, telling your opponent, I know that I have this. So if you're going to play that Ursa's Den, you better be ready to load it up immediately and deal with it.
Yes, but P-Gust in fact does come out, and it hits a Gorgon's Gaze.
Interesting play here. Maybe a bit scared of further Nexus plays to pick off the back row, because I couldn't catch if it was targeting the Gorgon's Gaze, but if it was targeting the Gorgon's Gaze and you're not scared about using its effect again, it's probably fine just to let it go. It can't attack over this Nekruff, but clearly Chibi spooked about something.
Clearly. And we see, okay, another bear coming out. Possibly going to see if one of those set is Don't Poke the Bear.
Yeah, but doesn't even need Don't Poke the Bear to attack over the P-Gust here.
Yes.
Really makes me wonder what is in this back row. That P-Gust was also put in attack. Seeing some card here. Is it an altar? It is an altar.
It looks like altar, yeah. Oh, okay. And is the wording on P-Gust such that when it is enchanted, when it receives a spirit? Okay.
Yep.
Very
so
interesting.
The back row here.
Is it the Don't Poke?
That would be very unfortunate. I mean, Don't Poke could be chained to it to bolster the Earthseer. Can't see what it was.
It looks like it's a fire something, so...
I think it is Don't Poke the Bear.
It was Don't Poke. Okay. Ooh, that was a great hit.
Yeah. That is interesting. Why... Do we miss on here why the Earthseer didn't attack? Because Don't Poke the Bear could have been chained if they were worried about something, but... Wonder why the Earthseer didn't attack.
I'm not sure, and it seems like there was just a pass.
Yeah, we got the Tox Swarm down here to start putting on pressure. So the opponent has to expend 1, though notably Dry is down spirits and has to find a way to make up that difference. And Toxic Swarm is a great way to do that. Also threatens a Exalter Search with the Aeolus next turn, and then can start Nexusing from P-Gust to Toxic Swarm to burn or start popping more back row.
Yes, and we saw just last game this exact situation, but totally switched, where Dry was very ahead towards the beginning, and then Chibi was able to then sort of over the course of the game make it a little more even.
Yeah, so we'll see if Dry can mimic what Chibi did that previous game. But here a Toxic Swarm attack, and we can see that final back row is a Gorgon's Gaze. So notably,
Ooh.
Dry has picked through Chibi's entire back row now, which if I'm Chibi, I am terrified.
Yeah, absolutely. And did the Gorgon's Gaze go onto the Toxic Swarm?
Yes, to save the Earthseer. Or maybe it might have been the Necrof. I wasn't sure the attack target, but it did go on the Toxic Swarm to save it. Also makes me wonder, I guess they really want to save it for battle for more utility. They could have prevented the 1 burn damage if they had cast it in response to the Toxic Swarm's effect.
That's what I was thinking, but I suppose, either way is fine.
So here we see an Urskote come down from Chibi. That's going to be a kind of obnoxious Electral to deal with, but also not too frustrating, just because then you can... Here's the fun thing you can do with Dry in this exact situation. Your Electrals are small, but what you can do is you can attack into that Urskote, bounce them back to hand to reset in hand to have later, especially when they can start pressuring the Spirit deck. Something like Toxic Swarm and Exaltair do that perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely.
But notably, I think that was a Gorgon's Gaze onto the Urskote, so Dry just doesn't want to have to deal with that effect at all.
And I don't blame him. I have to say, Urskote is my favorite of all of the bears, and it's cool to see him getting play here because usually is not included in the bears lists that I have seen previously, and I love to see him shining here today.
Same here. I'm happy for a bit of redemption because I remember on a pie chart from an older tournament, I accidentally typed out Urskote instead of Urscout. So Urskote got featured on one of the images when it's supposed to be Urscout.
Oh no, I mean, listen, he's a model, okay? And it looked like there was that a Sorlet that came out?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, there's a Sorlet. Okay.
Yep. Starts contesting the Necrof here.
Absolutely. That Necrof went on turn 1 and has been hanging around. I'm not going to complain because I absolutely love the Halloween art, but always scary when an Elestral, especially a body that big, manages to hang around.
And it looks like here Dry is just going to take back control of the board. Just feeling a bit better now despite being down by 4 spirits. But with everything that's about to just go away, Chibi's going to have a big comeback here. And I don't know if the Majorista can save him this time around.
Yeah, and I think that both of us learned last game that even though Dry has lower spirit count, we cannot count them out because they can play to their outs in win conditions.
Yeah, and notably, we haven't seen an Exaltair or a Nemisail come out of Dry yet, so there's always the chance that spirits can just start flying out of Chibi's spirit deck or back into Dry's spirit deck just to bolster this position that they are in.
Yes, absolutely. However, this is a perfect position for possibly a resting on your laurels from Chibi. Some kind of comeback card like that.
Yeah, resting on your laurels on the Sorlet, cast out an Earthseer, attack over Astrabbit, get another Bears. That seems like a really solid way to gain back board control.
Absolutely.
I don't think Dry has any set cards currently.
Okay, new bear coming out.
So Ursmog. So this can expend a fire to special cast a 1-cost Ursa Celestial from hand. So we'll see, just trying to build a board. This card's particularly good with Ursa's Den, but notably we don't have the Ursa's Den on board yet.
Yeah, we have not seen it yet this game. I think we saw 2 last game.
We did, and specifically here, if there's going to be an Ursa's Den, we probably would have seen it cast first, so I don't anticipate one to come out of Chibi.
Very interesting. Might just attempt to swing over the rabbit here. Yep.
Yeah, just crashing the rabbit.
The no back row set, Dry didn't have an answer to that, and now Chibi is staring down a pretty big Sorlet.
And look at that hand from Dry. Looks like they've got all the options they need here. Nemisail.
Here he is. We were just talking about this. Time for Dry to start making a comeback in spirits.
With no set on Chibi, it's going to be a 6-set Spirit tie after this battle phase, barring any Nexus plays, which I don't think we'll see. And from there, Dry just put himself in the clear advantage with 2 Elestrals on board.
Now, in your opinion, do you see any way for Chibi to come back from this? Any cards that Bears could have tucked away to make the ultimate comeback?
Chibi is definitely not out yet. I think we would specifically need Resting on Your Laurels, but because the Nemesail has such low attack stat, something like we see the Necroth normal cast here, if there had just been a Resting on Your Laurels on top of it, that would have been phenomenal to just swing the board back in your favor. But I have a feeling that Chibi, it's going to be really hard because Dry has a lot of big explosive plays left on their end that can stay pretty low to the ground, but Chibi Bears just doesn't quite have that capability with no back row.
Yeah, I think we just saw it
was for Sorlet's effect.
Ah, I see. Okay, switching that Necroth to defense so that it can swing over without having to crash. And then the burn from that Toxiswarm and swinging over and probably hitting directly for 1, I would imagine here. That is a big turn from Dry.
Absolutely. And the reality for Chibi is you really wanted that Laurels last turn. You can still do the Laurels play this turn, but it's going to be a lot harder with only 1 Spirit left after that exchange to contest with Dry's 3rd Spirits. We're in a very simplified board state here, and one where it's going to really be difficult for Chibi. Well, and Ambrosia does help here. 3 extra
Ambrosia
spirits.
is probably the card that Chibi was hoping to see that is gonna keep them in the game, possibly might just be holding off the bleeding a little bit, but Chibi is now up in spirits and has a chance to do something.
That is a Ursicle, can help search out an Ursa card. This might have actually been exactly what Chibi needed, because I think right now the biggest limiter potentially for both players is the spirits in their spirit deck, especially knowing Dry can just snipe a bunch of them with Toxiswarm and Exaltair. So seeing an Ambrosia plus an Ursicle to search out a Ursa card probably is the best shot Chibi has right now about getting back board state. Just needs to do it quickly and then quickly just start putting pressure on Dry's minimal spirit deck.
Don't call it a bear comeback, but is that an Urscout coming out?
Ooh, interesting. So going for the obnoxious route of just bounce stuff back to hand. Problem is, do you really want to bounce back that Toxiswarm? Because on cast it just burns them up again.
It does not feel good with Toxion, Toxiswarm, these burn cards, sending them back to hand and just immediately being punished for that. But very interesting.
I will say, the limitation that Dry might potentially be running into here is running out of Wind Spirits.
Yes, and we are in fact getting a very good flash of Dry's hand here, so I have a pretty good idea of what they might be cooking with.
Ooh, we got a view of their spirit deck there. They actually, and an Ambrosia anyway, so never mind. They're fine. They're fine.
I did see that Ambrosia. Whenever the hand flashed, I was like, maybe hold back. Maybe other people didn't see that yet. But yes, we have the Ambrosia putting Dry back up ahead in spirit count. And I wonder what we're going to see come down here. It is that Exaltair.
Ooh, so here, Exaltair onto Toxiswarm burns 3, putting Chibi down to 1. I forget Ursicle's defense, but I think this might just be game here.
I think you're right.
I don't remember Ursicle. If it's a 2 defender, then it's guaranteed. I mean, I think regardless, it's game here because Toxiswarm should be able to just attack over it. Yeah.
And that
Toxiswarm
looks
just attacks
like
over
what it is doing. Exaltair for 1, and that is game. But how close were both of those? There was never a point where either of us said, I don't think that there's a way to come back from this.
The margins were very narrow, and that is the sign of a very, very good game. And variance is, of course, a factor that always plays into here. I'd love to see these 2 decks matching up over the course of multiple games to see if one has a clear favor, but off of that one match, I'm not convinced. I think it might have just been variance slightly in favor of Dry, as well as I think some very heads-up plays that shows Dry's knowledge that really gave them the edge this match.
Absolutely. I am so impressed with that Pantera comeback from the first game. I know that I was looking at that, and me as a player, I was like, I think I would lose from here. But Dry was able to bring that back in a huge way and show us what I think has been one of the best games of the entire day.
I 100% agree. I love those sort of plays. To me, one of my favorite things to do when playing Elestrals is to just, when I'm behind, what is my line? What is my out here? And it is so satisfying when that does happen. And I will say, I think it's actually one of the harder skill sets to learn and master this game is recognizing those outs.
Absolutely. And it's just like that turn where we saw the Thunder Enchant on the Pantera, and both of us said, huh? And that was exactly the play that needed to be made. It was just, that was a beautiful couple games. I loved watching those. I loved seeing bears come out, Mommy Bear coming out and putting in huge work. It was just, I love Elestrals. That's one of those games that just makes me so excited about this game. The back and forth of it, it was not dominant from one side or another. Both of those players played so well, and both of those decks really showed out.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of those technical plays moving into these the final round of Swiss and Top Cut, which is super exciting. I just hope we can keep up some very interesting decks seeing play here, and I'm hopeful. I did get a glimpse of the Top Cut pie chart, so I am hopeful that we might see some interesting diverse matches moving into our top 8. But
where did you see it? I've got to look.
I think that was in the staff
chat. You can send it to me later. That's all good. I am very excited. And I mentioned this at the beginning of whenever we hop back on together, but all of the preparation that I did, all of the things that I said, oh, these are probably the cards we're going to see. These are probably the decks we're going to see. And the casters today have absolutely just proved all of my studying irrelevant. And I cannot be happier about it. This has been so fun. I feel like I've been having fun just watching the games, and sometimes get so immersed in it that it's like, oh, I'm supposed to be casting here. Oh, okay. Anyway, so what we see here is an Astrabbit come down.
Yes, I mean, that's a great problem to be having. I know for you it's probably just like, oh man, what is this? But at the same time, that just shows that there's so many interesting stuff actually going on today.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially after last tournament where we saw a lot of Thunder, we saw a lot of Earth, and it goes to show that this ban list was incredibly effective.
Yeah, and as I was saying with when I was on with PK on the prior round, I do think that this tournament sets the baseline for what the rest of the meta leading up to Moonrise will be, meaning that I think next tournament will also be very interesting as people use the baseline established here to start further evolving their decks and refining their decks. So I think we're in for another great tournament on the 11th.
Absolutely. And we've said it, we'll say it again, Frost stocks are up. I am a believer. I have been made a believer. And I was already a believer in Wind, but I feel like that last game, even more so, showed me other ways that it can be played. Even though they were some of the same cards that I've seen played before, the way that they were played was so masterful and creative and fun to see.
Absolutely. And specific on the note of Frost, I think it's really exciting to see the Morlith stuff, because I was thinking that Morlith really needed more support before seeing play, but seeing it have play now, and we've got Snowlit lined up next set, which is further self-mill support. We might see a little Age of Frost coming up. Yeah,
this is very exciting. I feel like Frost has been the most written off element so far. And we talked about this earlier, but a lot of the cards we're seeing are cards that have already existed. It just took someone to see potential in them. And I have to wonder what other cards could be lurking, even from base set, that could come and be meta defining.
I am definitely excited for Solar to hopefully receive that showing, because I can't remember who was saying this to me, but I do think that it is notable that Frost and Solar are a bit more complex elements. So it's a bit harder to be able to really master those decks. They're not the simplest, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we have our card counts that show the usages of what people are bringing. I know that I have been super interested to see this with today. And here, no surprise, the number one card we are looking at is, in fact, Ambrosia.
Yep, unsurprisingly, we keep seeing it come in clutch. It came in clutch in the last match we watched.
Yes. Cool to see Galaxy on the number 8 slot for total count.
Yeah, definitely a very popular card, really showing up. So it looks like, since it's not showing up in the decks contained count, there's plenty of decks that aren't running it, but the decks that are running it are running an average of 2 copies, making it one of the most played cards out of the Swiss rounds.
Yes, and unsurprising to see all of the usual suspects over on the deck contains. Even Elechick, after getting taken down to 1, is still in the top 10.
Yeah, that's not too surprising, though notably only a 44% of decks. So that begs the question, are decks not really trying to rely on their Divine Runes all too much, and thus Elegic is being cut? Or are they trying to swap over to Plucky for that consistency and not even worry about the 1-of?
Plucky is very interesting, and we've mentioned before that we thought that we would see Plucky more than we have today. And you know, there are so many casters playing today, and we've only seen a very small glimpse at them. Maybe there is a whole Plucky party happening that we are blissfully unaware of.
Yeah, where's our Plucky Chronodial play? Will we be able to see that?
Excuse me, we have been asking for this very politely.
We might need to wait till next tournament for that one, but we can hope.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that it's very cool to see that even with these bans, that there are some things that are still consistent. Still seeing Eddie, still seeing Earthquake, still seeing Resting, these things that have been taken down but are still staples in the sets.
Yes, for sure. I mean, we still see our solid basis, but I love seeing the kind of mix up here for some of the staples that just fill out of that top 10 time after time, such as Eddie. We see Cryoblast. We finally see Alter up on there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Are you an Alter believer?
I love Alter. That is such a skill-intensive and interesting card that whenever I get to run it in a deck, I'm just like, I'm either going to live or lose by playing this card correctly and super heads up, or incorrectly.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that whenever I was first starting to play Alter, oftentimes it feels like a dead card when you draw it. But whenever the time is right for Alter, it is an incredible card.
Absolutely. And on that note, we are going to move into a quick about 1 minute break. And when we get back here, I'll be stepping off for the final round of Swiss, and PK will be hopping back in to share his electric commentary. So you get the PK Cray duo yet again to close both start Swiss and close out Swiss. So do enjoy.
Absolutely.
Unleash the torrential power of Dial as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
And we are back with the PK Cray collab.
This is the collab for all collabs, and I am really glad to be here. Man, that last match might have been my favorite clash of the tournament so far. Not only did we see bears, we saw Mama Bear. Not only did we see Win, we had Pantera. Not only were they both in the decks, they clashed directly. Man, that was exciting. That was so good to watch.
I saw you popping off in the comments. I knew that you were excited about that. It was truly so fun to see.
You know what was more fun to see? You getting your stellar mudlet.
Oh my gosh!
Look at it.
Listen.
What a good boy. Eggplant, baby. Eggplant Parmesan, says Dan Creator A Drive.
This is my son. I love him so much. I hope that you are able to get one because it is gorgeous.
One way or another. My packs didn't bless me, so Demeter may need to give me some of the money, but we'll figure that out.
I mean, hey, they are still available to order if anyone out there is hoping for the reverse stellar mudlet or for the stellar gorgeous Verdolith.
Shop Elestrals.com, click on Shadow Stars, buy your bundles, and I wish you the best of luck. There have been there have been amazing stellar pools that you can see online, and many of them get shared in the Elestrals community Discord as well. The stellar, I saw, I believe Stellar Kristoff was the first one one of the first ones to pull Stellar Verdolith from Shatterstar Sagittarius, and it was the 1 of 99.
Typical Stellar Kristoff.
For real though, honestly. I got my Arcolith. It was really similar to yours, but it was the first pack, and I'm like, I only did it on a webcam call because I'm like, I'm not going to get it. I just wanted Jolton. I didn't get Jolton. I got the serialized Stellar. Make that make sense. What is my luck?
I did manage to get the reverse Stellar Jolton, but I didn't get the Arcolith. I was quite bummed.
I mean, sounds like we have a trade set up. We'll talk about it later.
Well, if you think that Mudlet is my son, wait until I tell you about how I feel about that Jolton.
Oh, okay.
We will not be parted, I fear, but...
Let's talk about it. Everything is good. Everything is good. But I need to know, chat, there are just so many decks going on right now, but what did y'all think about that Bears versus Pantera deck and what y'all enjoyed about it? I really do enjoy Win. I think that Win, the only thing that holds Win back is Elestrals, the base stats are, rather weak compared to others. Like 3 isn't terrible, but it's not naturally big that you can make bigger with the stadium or something like that. But at the same time, it's so good at spirit manipulation, utilizing the spirits on Aeolas, getting a search of whatever you want, destroying back row, getting burn damage off, healing up yourself up as well. Like all the effects are there. And I'm still waiting for people to say, Hydrake is cool, but Crysaur though.
You are on Team Crysaur.
I am.
And I think that would be very cool to see. And you're right about Wind. And we were talking about this during the match, that it really doesn't have a lot of big bodies. Obviously, it has Pantera, which is gigantic.
The biggest body.
The biggest body. But then you have the Javelucan, and you have all of these other things that you can do that are very, very cool.
And all the Cockadoodle as well. The 2 cards that are getting Nexus forms and Moonrise. Cockaray, Draco Ray. And what's the big form? The 3rd Ascension? Drago Ray? It's getting a Stellar in OP too. I'm lost. I missed it.
I believe you. Unfortunately, I am in fact horrible with names. And I just get excited when I see them in front of my face and I say, oh, well, this is gorgeous. Hello.
I'll say this. It's going to be a major card coming in Moonrise that Solar players are going to have their eye on. I know that for sure. Cockaray, Draco Ray, and the 3rd Ascension. But it's going to be a major player. Moonrise is going to be so good. I am most looking forward to No Stone Unturned, which is a card that many people aren't talking about because it's not an Elestral. But having a card that searches out a golem means that all of the lifts are searchable. And my personal favorite, y'all can tell I'm like a narrow person, but like Vasuvatuga is a golem. I wasn't expecting that, but it's a golem, meaning it's searchable by no stone unturned. Now, I haven't figured it out yet if I'm going to use it fully, because it is a 2-cost invoke to break out to get that search off with an already expensive deck. Like even Botuga is a cast 1 and then expend to search. So I haven't figured it out yet, but no stone unturned, I think, has a lot of potential coming into Moonrise.
I agree, and I think it's very cool that it is a native Earth card.
Yes.
We are both a little bit biased, but just adding something else to Earth's little toolbox there, especially with Verdolith.
Love me
that
some.
That makes that feel great.
Love me some Earth, but at the same time, you want to know what I look forward to in new sets? I do enjoy seeing the new spirit arts.
Yes, that has to be one of the things I look forward to the most.
I am picky about them because I will use the spirits from different sets all the time. I love base set Teratlus and Daybreak Teratlus. I'm sorry, Frostfall Teratlus.
I was going to say,
Frostfall's the best one. Frostfall's the best one. Owloon from the hollow version from Daybreak, so good. I love Frostfall Zaptor. I love Frostfall Flurmine, Daybreak Luminate, and base set Hollow Leviathan. Have you seen that one?
Yes, and I've never gotten it, and
I didn't. I only have one. I didn't know it was a thing until I pulled it, and I'm like, "This is the best art ever." I need 20. It's so good. That's my favorite one. And Lycoris, I like the Daybreak one. He looks courageous. He looks confident. Like he's ready to just be a king. I like that Lycoris from Daybreak. That's my favorite one. But then, of course, Moonrise is introducing 8 new sets as well. Which one from there is yours? Your favorite?
Oh my gosh. That's so hard to say. I feel like with Lycoris, there isn't one of the arts that I don't like. That's one of those that I think is very strong in all of the sets. The Frostfall Teratlus, like we said, that is one of my favorites. But I have to say, as much as I would love to at some point pull the base set Leviathan Hollow, what I have pulled multiple of, and I'm so happy about it, is the base set Zaptor Hollow with just the most kissable little forehead. He is so cute. He's right here looking at me.
So I want to show this off. I got this for my Elestrals Clash Creator Box, and I didn't see anybody else pull this. Now, it's not, I want to say it's not as special anymore because it's the same art that's being debuted in Moonrise. But take a look at this.
I remember when you pulled that
prototype Owloon, and I haven't seen anybody else have this, and it makes me so happy.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. I love the way that like the moon is shining off of the eyes. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous art for Owloon.
The hollow pattern as well. This is a great version. So thank you, Mr. Dan Creator Ray Drive, for that. That was very cool.
I have to say I was jealous.
Yes. As you should be, as you should be. Competitively, though, for Moonrise, I think everyone has their eye on the Navi line, specifically Doppelganger.
Yes.
Doppelganger being a card that is -1 to every, let me look it up real quick. Elestrals that are not solar or lunar enchanted get -1 attack for every lunar on Doppelganger. And Navi, when you cast it out, it's essentially a 6 attacker. And when it destroys an Elestral in battle, can cast out into Doppelganger. And then if Doppelganger receives a spirit, I think in a Nexus, is it just receives? Yeah, in a Nexus, you can go cast out into Fulgorix. I watched Dan in a casual tournament go from Navi to the Doppelganger, Altar of Stars into the Doppelganger after its attack, go to Fulgorix, and just punch. I'm like, dog, this is the biggest showcase for Moonrise right now. This is an amazing combo.
I mean, we know that the whole Navi line was a labor of love from Dan specifically. That is a Dan favorite.
Yeah, major card from them. What card competitively are you eyeing for the Moonrise meta?
Honestly, and I have said this, my number one is the Volclips and the Volclips line.
Lunar Phase.
Yes, I am so excited. Honestly, I don't care if it ends up being good or not. I'm bringing it to something at some point, and I'm bringing it blinged out.
With 8, blinged out. You getting all the reverse stellar lunar phases?
Who's to say? I might.
Okay, I see you, girl. I see you. But with all the lunar phases that are available, there is undoubtedly a build that is going to be insane between Vol Dusk, being able to search out whatever you want. You have Werepup taking advantage of the lunar phases as well, specifically full moon. And there's another card that we're not very mentioning that I think every lunar caster should be keeping an eye on, and that is Pulverwar, I believe is the name. We have Pulverwar. Let me go find this. Yes, Pulverwar. It can be special ascended from your hand. You can special ascend it from your hand onto. Let me just read it. This Pulverwar in your hand can be special ascend from your lunar Elestral if you also disenchant a lunar from your field. So you PTA'd my cast out. Oh no, Pulverwar, deal with this 7/4 attacker.
Ooh.
What are you going to do?
I think that's going to be very cool.
So I'm excited for Pulverwar, as I am excited for our round 6 matchup, and this is going to be a play of major stakes. We have Trishula, the man who's been in the top bracket this entire tournament. We have not seen showcase yet, going up against I'm not sure if it's a team or a team. It's one of them. But yeah, round 7 is going to be insane. Both of these casters are likely to make it to top cut either way. So we're going to get to showcase what both of these casters can do. And I am really excited to see what Trish has brought to the table today.
Oh my gosh, same. Absolutely same, especially after some of the cooking that we have seen so far. I have utmost faith in Trish, and I'm excited to see A-Team because this is a player I personally have never seen before. And I think it's very cool. They're doing super well in this tournament, and awesome to see someone new in a feature that I've never seen before.
Yeah, there are many players in this game who have not had the showcasing as others. And every once in a while, we have somebody, rise to the crop. And it's nice to see somebody else coming in here, A-Team coming in here 5-1. So that's really cool to see. Trishula is currently 6-0, though. So I would argue is probably the number one placing competitor in the Swiss bracket right now. How this is going to translate into the top bracket is going to be interesting.
He absolutely came into this tournament today with something to prove. Last time he was the runner-up, he got second, lost to Sunseed Jess, and he is here with every intention of taking the number 1 spot this time. And with how he's been playing today, I imagine that it is a real possibility.
Absolutely. He has clearly been consistent. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're going. As well, we already saw, again, Jess, performing how she did on round 1, showing off Frost. I'm curious to see if Frost is going to make it into top cut as well. But Trish, bringing his deck, I'm excited to see what he brought. I would not be surprised if he did not go with Frost, because if there's one thing I know about Trish, he thinks about this game differently than most.
So it seems as though our first clash has already begun. We might be jumping into it sort of in the middle. And we will be sure that all of you watching, we will catch you up. We will catch ourselves up and make sure that we know exactly what we're getting into here.
Yeah, so just hang tight. Production will be on it, but we're still going to be catching up with you guys, so you're not alone in the weeds of it all, as it were. But I can kind of tell what player is what just by what cards are on the field, and unfortunately, that means that my prediction of thinking differently than most was completely incorrect.
Hold it back, though. It could be a surprise. Who's to say?
Yeah, the Cryover, we have that from the OP1, Tournament Pack 1, or Organized Play Pack 1, that you can still get if you go to your locals. So find your local via the store locator on shopelestrals.com or play.elestrals.com. But we have this board of a Strabit and a Face Down, as we're still getting, exact information about spirit counts, etc. from our production.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. So I am just looking at our update that we're getting here. And
Okay, so this is an interesting situation. We have Trishula up in spirit count 17-12, but it is actually a team, or a team, if I can get a pronunciation, that would be great. But a team with the Cryovern and the Astrabid on the board as well. No back row, only Mustachian on Trish's side. So again, it looks like I am correct in that Trish did play this a bit differently, but I'm assuming if it may just be water good stuff, like simple one cost and whatnot, and see how this one plays out. They're trying to figure it out together. But shout out to production for getting us all up to date regarding the game state. And it looks like the game is continuing. Trish would be on your right here.
Yes, eventually when we do get into it. And it is pretty cool that, once again, we are seeing Cryovern here. I am quite excited about that.
Cryovern is going to be go up. Prediction is still getting things set up, so everyone will be brought up to speed here soon. Please bear with us. But again, the game has been paused, so you're not missing out any more than you've already done. But it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. The board is actually potent, but the spirit count, again, being 17-12 in Trish's favor, means that more power plays and potential combo is going to be coming out right now,
Yeah, absolutely. And for one of the first times we've seen this game, also apparently there were no mulligans this game,
yes,
which we really do love to see, especially after we saw a double mulligan earlier in the tournament. And
we saw double mulligans many times in this tournament on stream today. And that's definitely not what you want to see. Every once in a while, maybe one. We didn't even see mulligans from the Frost players. That's what's wild.
Yeah, and with Frost, that's the one element that it just kind of gives you a head start with a lot of your pieces if you mulligan. So you never feel too bad.
The second one being water, which we know we did see water mulligan once, which isn't the worst thing if you have Chicago, because you can kind of just get that back with a body on board. But
absolutely,
still, that is just an interesting situation that we're going to be seeing how these casters play out here. But no mulligans on either side is very good. So now we're just waiting on the caster, everyone to get set up for you guys. So hang tight. But I do want to say, if we're talking about water, I see Mustachian, I want to assume that Trishula is playing Foamy, which means that we're going to have a sort of a toolbox in the deck available to play with. And I don't think we've even seen Foamy resolve once. Foamy was on field earlier, but that was also when there was a technical DQ there as well, so we didn't get to see the full brunt of it. So with the Foamy cast, what would you hope to see Trish cast out?
Oh, with Foamy. Oh my gosh. We have been dreaming about this Chronodile. Foamy is great to start getting things on the board, getting Ascensions out. And honestly, it's really good as something that just sits threateningly on the board. Even though it's not very big, its ability really helps with that.
Yeah. I think Nomodile and Chronodile are very good. The only thing for Chronodile is that it is a bit of a combo ball Celestial, where you really need the pieces set up to where it can shine as most as it can. But there's no need for any more theory crafting. Let's see what the players have in store for us. The game is lined up. Let's go into game 1, Clash 7, round 7 here in the Premier Tournament.
Yes. Very excited to see what happens here. We have had the anticipation built for us, and me personally, I cannot wait.
So let's see whose turn it is at the moment. That's the only information is who actually went first. And I think Trishula, maybe it just passed his turn. So maybe something that was destroyed in the last turn, or maybe prevented. I see the Cryoling in the Underworld for a team. And now Cryovern is going to hit the Mustachian, and Astrabid is going to hit in attack position. So safe to assume that face down is something to protect the Astrabid as well, Kay.
Yes, absolutely. And that we've come into an aggressive board state because we see that rabbit in attack.
Ooh, Taratla's hitting the field. What's going on there? Oh no,
Earthquake.
That's the expend from the spirits. That's the expend
I had a dream that maybe we were looking at an earthquake from Trishula, but you are right.
I mean, resting on your laurels will do the same job. Oh, no, actually, resting will only take out the Estrabit.
Yeah.
Galaxy! The immediate punish to Water Enchanted Cryovert.
Oh, that is really cool to see.
I love that. It's, like, we love the tournament pack, organized play pack, Cryovert. Wow.
Oh, so we were just talking about resting deals with Astrabbit, but it doesn't deal with Cryovern. Well, here we go. Trish has found a way to deal with the Cryovern.
Yeah, so resting on your lord, I mean, he's just that good. He's 6-0 for a reason. Let's see what that face down is, though. Clearly, it's not PTA, Poison Tip Arrow. So we don't have to worry about that. It could potentially be a shield, which would have decent value for a team. If nothing more, being a trade, but it is going to go down immediately, and that is now just a lone back row against the lone Galaxy. Oh wow, he made that play quick. You see him just smooth.
Yeah.
He said, no, this is fine. I have no fears, no worries. Galaxy does not tread on me, and I'm assuming this will be properly enchanted.
Yes, I think that we will not be seeing that water spirit enchanting here. That does leave it open to a possible tsunami, but you kind of just have to deal with the threat in front of you.
Oh, he's signaling Cryo Scorch.
That is very interesting, and we all know that that is one of your favorite Elestrals of all time.
So anyway, Galaxy is going to hit the field, going to hit the underworld very soon and take a point of damage.
I had to bring it up at some point today.
Oh, boo, Cryo Scorch. Anyway, we have this expansion right now, and now Trish is once again dealing down with the second organized play, Cryovern. That he has been going to locals. The team has been going to his locals.
Absolutely a flex. And, not that it'll come up, but if there are any eruptions, A-Team is safe. We've got that fire enchanted Cryovern, and if Trishula is playing some sort of the
one of Laurels, then the one of Lavalith.
He
with
simply
the Stellar by Pyros.
All the Stellar Spirits have been really cool to see. Okay, so that was
tsunami.
That was a tsunami. Very cool.
Yep, the immediate hard punish to that play. That is the one card Lavalith does not want to see. And there it is. The back row is set, though. So there may be a way for Trish to save himself and his Lavalith here. And if that is his own tsunami, then he's going to be able to protect himself and get over this Cryovern the next turn. But let's see what happens when you have to deal with a Rhino as well.
Yes.
I think A-Team's play is just big guy turbo. Between the Rhino and the Rhinosect and the Cryovern, we're just getting out all the Frost Turbo guys. GG.
Yes. And we talked about this earlier where we were expecting to see more Rhinosect stuff. And here we go. Here it is. And combined with the Cryovern, like you said, that's just big guy stuff. And this is a very, very scary board. Trishula has been doing nothing but dealing with threats since we tuned into this game.
I mean, the spirit count has not been in Trisha, A-Team's favor, but the board presence absolutely has been. And that full art Rhinosect that you can get from Daybreak is just sitting on the field, soon to be sniped by the Poison Tip Arrow, but still poised to deal major damage to Trishula and bring the spirit count to a more even place.
This is about to be a very expensive Poison Tipped Arrow, but unfortunately it's gotta happen. These threats have got to be dealt with.
What just happened? Why did I go to the underworld early?
I'm
not sure. He might have just been playing for like, you're going to attack. But the Cryovern does go to attack before any damage is dealt. And now those two. Oh, it's the Vinum effect, right?
Oh.
Hold on. Let me confirm this real quick before I call anything out. Vinum says, you can expend in order to move it to your row. It becomes an artifact that just lowers it by 2 defense. Yeah, so we must have missed something there that caused the Lavalith to go to the underworld.
And we do see a set over on A-Team's side, and we are heading back over to Trishula. There was certainly some event that happened there. That was very interesting, the order of the things that happened.
Yeah, but in any case, a Galaxy does come out, and now, what's in the hand? Ambrosia.
So we do have confirmation. What happened is that he paid for the PTA off of the Lavalith.
Yeah. Interesting mode of operation, but I trust Trish and his values there. But Ambrosia is going to come up, heal him up to get back into this game in a stable place. But I'm wondering what the Galaxy is threatening here, especially with it being an attack. That face down Tsunami and 2 face down. So maybe you think one is a bluff. Could
Possibly.
Be a Tsunami, could be a shield, could just be a whole bait. What is this?
I mean, this Cryovern not being water enchanted, you're right. It is absolutely open to a Tsunami. And here it is. Yeah, you were absolutely right there.
Yeah, that was a really confident Tsunami, but with 2 back row from A-Team, I'm wondering if that matters in the long run. So we need to get another 5 attacking Elestral on the field right now. Water Necklace would be great, or anything like that, but just something to help assure that this Cryovern goes down one way or another. Because if that face down is a Gorgon's Gaze, is a shield, or anything like that, it's not
Crab
going
does
to be
it too. If we see Crab come out with that Galaxy
that would
still
help,
enchanted.
Crab would absolutely help. Elechick.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Elechick, Laurels, and Lavalith? He's just goated.
What's going on? And that was properly enchanted with that gorgeous Stellar Zaptor. I love the Stellar Zaptor.
And goes for the Zeus. The starter deck Zeus. Man, he's showing off all the other cards. He's like, and here goes starter deck Zeus.
So with the Zeus, that is going to, if both back row are real, obviously A-Team has an opportunity to protect it both times, but it gives Trishula a very good opportunity to, in fact, make sure that this Cryovern goes down this turn.
Well, Zeus is going to hit the field and immediately disenchant, going to guarantee the KO, or hopefully guarantee the KO on this Cryovern one way or another. We have to see how real A-Team's backload are. Is that another Ambrosia? It is
another Ambrosia.
How is he doing this? Trish is playing no bad cards.
I haven't seen one. That's crazy.
I feel like every card in his hand has got him some sort of value. Like the back row, it looks like the Ambrosia was the set card as well.
Okay, so that was a bluff then.
Yes, Zaptor, Tyratlis, and Leviathan have all been brought back. Interesting spirit count. Would love to see how that is. Also, that means one more Ambrosia is waiting for him.
I wonder if he's going to see the third.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's already in his hand.
At this point,
At this point, I don't trust him. He's too good.
Okay, and that Cryovern just goes down, and A-Team is going to take one from the Galaxy. So I have to wonder what those back row are.
Board presence is in Trish's favor. Spirit count is in Trish's favor. What just happened? Man, incredible play by Trish there. Those limited cards are limited for a reason, and yet Trish still saw what he needed to see at the moment. So now we have a Tim trying to figure out his next play. I believe that's him utilizing or going over his available spirits. So he may have something to cast out here. Let's see how potent it is to get him back into this game. There's a full art Leviathan going for Ambrosia. We're still in here.
That'll do it. That'll keep us in this game. And as we saw last game, you can never fully count someone out, because even if we don't necessarily see an answer, we say this is an incredibly intimidating board state. These casters are incredible and can find a way out of these situations.
Yes, they are refining their play specifically. We have 3 Fleur Mines right now coming back for our team, showing that he's leaning more so into the Frost side of his Spirit deck. So let's see what he's able to utilize and how real those back row are. That is a Cryo Blast. Do not target the Galaxy. Did he target the Galaxy? Did he target the Galaxy? He targeted the Galaxy.
Oh my gosh. We were just talking about this earlier today. Oh man.
And I think I'm trying to figure out what just happened there.
Yeah,
the Galaxy. Give me a second. The Galaxy lowered it to 1. Eddie went in. Oh, there's a false enchanted Eddie.
He's not properly enchanted, so he is still at 4 attack.
Right,
with
so
our Edward.
So that was a well played, and there's a second Galaxy.
We're not out of the woods yet.
No, there's always another one. That was a well-played one, but that is a poison tip arrow.
Immediately met with the PTA.
Okay, what's his attack stat now, though? I can't figure it out.
Do not ask me any of these questions. Do not ask me Galaxy. Do not ask me Galaxair. I will cry live on stream. Absolutely not.
Galaxy remains a 5 attacker with 0 defense at that point. But it is still going to be enough to take it out. Yeah. I'm just repeating you. But it is going to be, it looks like there is a concession for the play there. The glare on the snow is really bright, but unfortunately, Trish's play and record is shining just a little bit brighter.
Absolutely. Frost was in fact shining bright, but you are so right. Trishula was able to get through, able to see all of those cards, including the one-ofs. Absolutely wild.
He was just chosen. He was Zeus's favorite son. Like, we saw the laurels, we saw the lava lift. It was like all the limited, and the Elechick as well, to search the Zeus, which then helped them get over all the other. Like, it was perfect play for Trishula. The cards he needed when he needed them at the right time. Just, he was chosen to win that game.
Absolutely. And even coming into that game, partway through, I feel like we were still able to fully get where we were. Things were so dynamic, so exciting. It really seemed like when we came into it that Trish was on the back foot, having to answer these gigantic threats, the Cryovern, the Rhinosect that came out, and then the second Cryovern that came out. And even with that, Trish managed to take game 1.
Yeah, and without a single PTO and any of the big guys as well, they were all taking out, offense. Like, I am coming right at you with power to get over you. Like, well, actually, no, I think the Rhinosect was taken out by the positive arrow, but still, just kept out all the big guys. I don't think A-Team was playing a bad strategy or even played incorrectly. Trish just had everything he needed.
Yeah, I mean, these are two great casters, and you're right. Trishula saw the cards that he needed to see to answer these things. It was really cool to see with A-Team with that set Tsunami, that even though I'm sure that for most of the game it was a dead card against water, it did in fact come in at the perfect time.
Well, we're going to see this next game come in on your screen right now. Game 2 is just about to begin, and I cannot wait to see what these casters are doing. We need to get a team to close his window. But we are waiting for this next class to line up, and I am excited to see how things are going. It looks like Trish, as we were talking about before this clash began, is playing a good stuff deck. He is playing the Galaxy, even the second Galaxy, and just kind of sitting there playing with one-to-one trades and going back and forth. So we're going to see them just play their rounds, and as we see them finish their sighting. Do you see A-Team refining his strategy in either way? We already saw Rhinosect. We already saw Cryovern. Do you think there's a chance of mixing it up and maybe including Warfrost?
I think it's a loaded question to say, do you see A-Team with the level of sunlight and glare we see off of this freshly fallen snow going on? But that would be very interesting. With the Rhinosect deck, I've seen in the past, even like my game with Teklo for Elestrals Season 3, he was able to have a completely different strategy in the first game that we played and then transition into Rhinosect. So it absolutely is a possibility to switch things up for A-Team.
No, it's very easy to, the term is called smokescreen, where essentially your side deck will allow you to go into a different sort of strategy with the 15 cards you're allowed. So it is very possible to see that happen. But what A-Team would do is tough to say when Cryovern and Rhinosect have already been employed. Those seems like the two cards you would probably want to go into. So maybe A-Team may have a way to refine one strategy or another going into game 2.
Hey, who knows? They could have in that side deck Arcturus. They could have Frostmite.
Yes.
We could see more of these cards that have been
where's cards. Where's Frostix? Where's Frostix?
Frostix is a really cool card. I actually think that all of the Phoenix type cards are very underutilized.
You want to know my first game versus Frost? I got super comboed into 3 Cryovern, utilizing Frostix, Keon, and Cryolay. it was scary, and I lost almost immediately. And this happened on like turn 2.
That sounds incredible. I feel like I had a similar experience because going into Elestriad Season 2, those were the first games of Elestrals I ever played. And I was practicing against Josh, who was on Frost, who similarly was like, okay, here's kind of an Earth deck. Anyways, I'm going to play Cryo-Scorch.
Oh, yeah, cool, dude.
It was
Thanks, man.
so terrifying.
Well, let's see what A-Team has in store for us. Looks like our casters are getting their starting hands ready to go. Let's see if there are any mulligans waiting in the future for these casters.
Absolutely.
Looks like they're deciding who's going to be going first. I'm assuming A-Team will be going first, but I can see a Frost player wanting to go second and getting their aggro strategy live as soon as possible. Like, what defensive opening hand play does A-Team have besides maybe an Estravit?
That's true. And I mean, with A-Team, obviously Frost doesn't mind going second, but there's also the question of if you want to let Trishula have a free turn where you can't answer these things that are getting set up, because he seems to be on what you call a good stuff deck, and therefore any turn can be critical.
Yes, you really just got to be aware of what Trish could have, because the entire base of his deck is meant for value. It looks like we had an expend to draw from A-Team, setting 2 and will be passing there. So similar to what I said, but chose to go first in that regard. Interesting approach there. We have a Mustachian going in. Oh, I love the animation. It's so good. Does not need to expend. It goes in for 1. No set back row. Notable. Because that means that now, well, actually, Cryling's not live. Maybe Reiner and Rhinosec.
Actually, you just mentioned Kryling, and here he is. Kryling is, in fact, on board.
Well, not live, but it's certainly present on the board right now. We have him at enough attack to get over the Mustachian, because there was no expend for Mustachian's effect. So I guess Trish just wanted to see, all right, I see what you're doing. I'm just going to go slowly with this Mustachian as a way to feel out the strategy or the play of A-Team here. But now we have a Galaxy coming out with 3 back row. Is PTA waiting?
I do not think so, considering we are seeing a swing, but there is a Gorgon's Gaze coming through, and I think that with that just allows Kryling to KO?
Yes, the battle step Gorgon's Gaze still allows the attack to go through, but it will negate Galaxy's effect, swapping it back to a 2 attacker, meaning Cryoling gets over it. And now we have a second Cryoling is here. And they're both just going to go in for 1. I want to say their attack is, I can't tell exactly how many spears. I think it's 3 Frost in the Underworld, which means that it would be a 5 attacker if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so they are already pretty big, and I have to say I love that we're having a baby dragon party on the screen right now. I love Kryling. I think that he is the cutest little baby. And we see a water crab come down over on Trishula's side.
See, this is curious because now if Mustachian takes out a Cryoling on main phase, the other Cryoling would automatically trigger.
Oh, that's very interesting. And you know that Trish has to be aware of that. And but it seems like that is a risk that he is willing to take. I wonder if we're going to see a back row get set to be able to deal with this incoming medium to large size dragon. Nope. He is simply going to swing and be shielded by A-Team back to hand.
Wait a minute. This gets the same result. I think that this will get net the same result. If my spirit count of the Underworld is correct, this will get net the same result, except now there are 2 Cryovern going to hit the field. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I think you are right. I see A-Team pointing at both of those saying, hey, they're big enough to become Cryoverns. And I wonder if we're going to see not Water Enchanted. Obviously, last game with that Galaxy, it was very interesting. I
think there's value in putting 1 Water Enchanted, 1 Fire Enchanted. I think there is value there, because if the next cast is going to be Galaxy, then the next cast is Galaxy. But that means that you already know that you could probably play around it. I think there's value there. So let's see how it goes. It is going to be 1 Water Enchanted.
There is 1 water.
The second will be, I'm calling Fire. Ooh. That's the same
Lightning. Okay, or thunder.
That's the same thing, right? A fire. That's the same thing, right?
Fire, thunder, yeah.
We did it. We got it. We're good at this game.
Very similar. And we do still have one back row set for A-Team, 0 over on Trishula's side. So A-Team has got to be feeling pretty good about this position right now and is about to do some massive damage this turn.
4 spirits worth of damage. It has not even used their normal cast, so they could expend to draw here or anything else. And what's important about this as well is that you got the 2 Cryoverns out of your deck, thinning your deck out even more to pull more Omni runes such as Gorgon's Gaze, Poison Tip Arrow, or whatever that may have just been set here. So really good turn for A-Team.
Yeah, we might have just seen just that come into effect, as you say, which is really cool to see. With the double Cryovern hitting the field at the same turn, and it seems that they're indicating a swing here. I saw a point.
Yes, they do swing in, and those hits are going out. We did have an expend to draw from A-Team as well, so he has 1 additional card in his hand.
Absolutely, and Trishula, I think, is probably coming out hot with an earthquake. This is the ban list showcase. So, hey, by the way, here's why they're banned. And Trishula still somehow manages to have all of them, by the way. And interesting that Trishula targeted the water enchanted one. Maybe that means that there isn't a galaxy in hand. We see the water crab coming out, the Moustachian, the Moustachian, whatever pronunciation you want to use here. And
I've been using mustache. I'm emphasizing the stash on blue crab and the moss on green crab.
I think that's cute. And then an ambrosia coming from Trishula. He was starting to fall behind in spirits, but no more. In fact, we're just going to see the cards. And they're speaking of these one-ofs. Good heavens!
What is happening this game? Never mind. This is not good stuff. This is ban list turbo.
This is too good stuff.
Yes, too good stuff. That is the deck name. Change it on Play Network, Trish.
And we didn't even see an Elichick. Trish just drew the Demeter. Is that?
Man, that is a Spectress from Shatterstar's Lunar.
Oh, and it is gorgeous. Very interesting. Being able to suppress the water crab. That'll do it.
Actually, it won't work during the this form because it just swaps these stats. Even he's so good! The cryo forcing the attack swap on the Mustachian, falling a prey to the cryoblast in hand.
Oh, the chess that we just witnessed being played! The mind games!
Hang tight.
Oh!
Hang tight, because the Mustachian is still on the field.
Okay.
Does that not operate how I thought it was? I thought Mustachian swaps its stats completely.
We might need a judge ruling on this, but it seems as though, in fact, the water crab is staying on the board and is going to be tsunamied. Okay, that's very interesting.
Swap its attack with its defense. Never mind. It's a cryo. It's a galaxy. Okay.
Darn you, galaxy.
Okay.
We can't escape. But we do, in fact, see a PTA coming in on a bunny, which is great here because that rabbit was an attack. And that means that it simply cannot do any damage, even if it wanted to.
I do want to say that's an important reason why you always want to look at the wording specifically written on the card, because that can change it entirely. I had to go look at Mustachian, and it just swaps its attack and defense, not its bait. So it makes it to where it operates like Galaxy and PTA and Cryoblast,
Yes. So the order of application of these effects, it always comes back into play with Elestrals. And it is interesting to see. And I have to say that it trips me up often, even though I keep encountering these things. Darn you, Galaxy.
It is an interesting situation where not only did we see players get tripped up on it twice on stream, we're seeing a 5-1 player get tripped up on it in the last round of Swiss. So that goes to show you that there's always something to learn and rulings to know going into each round. So make sure you guys practice up on all of your rulings, including how stat swaps work.
Absolutely. But that would have been so cool to have seen. Just the mind game of the Spectaris coming out, forcing that switch. Obviously, that it didn't end up being how that worked, but the mind game there from A Team, it does show a level of skill that goes beyond just the playing of the game.
The fortunate benefit for A Team here is that Trishula is down to only 2 spirits. He has a Demeter on board and a Mustachian on field in attack. So Vinep now going into 5-1. Interesting play. Let's see how this one operates. But if Vinasect is an option right now, but it looks like he's just going to crash.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess at this point, A Team is ahead in spirits. There's not too much that Trishula can do with the 2, unless there is an Ambrosia and you're Trishula, you're going to draw it, and there it is. And you're going to get 2 waters, and let's see what the third one here is. A 3rd water. Just, you know what, PK? I think what I've learned here today is just draw the card, Just draw the one that you need, have it in hand.
Actually drawing the card. But this is not great. We're going to have 1 spirit spin for A Team. We're going to take 1 from the attack of Foamy and then spend 1 to take out the Foamy. That's going to put him down to 1.
Ooh, yeah, that was a costly turn, but I mean, you can't let the Foamy stick around. And we have Rhynymph coming out, the little Rhynymph that could, then the little Ambrosia that could. Oh, these casters are just getting exactly what they need here to stay in the game.
This is a crazy game right now.
Yeah, oh my gosh. This could go either way. We're neck and neck. Board states are pretty similar. That Demeter on Trishula's side is scary. The set card on A Team's side is scary. Trishula is going to go ahead and take 1 damage from this Rhynymph.
So now Trishula is in the driver's seat. 2 spirits in his spirit deck right now. What?
You're kidding! Trish! Oh my gosh. And now for the game, the 3rd Ambrosia, 2nd from Trishula. Okay, should we just start taking bets on if he's got the 3rd in hand right now? Because this is crazy.
Both of these casters are having exactly what they need to get back into the game. But it's actually a bit more impressive for Trishula because all the cards that he's seeing when he needs them are all limited cards.
Yes, now, absolutely.
It looks like he spent off of the Demeter to play the Ambrosia as well. And was that an expend to draw?
Ooh, and a set 2. Yeah, I think that was an expend to draw. And a pass with 2 back row set. We see possibly an ascension into... I wonder if we're going into the...
Just a water enchanted Vinep. He's going for damage and getting around Tsunami.
Oh,
that's a brave play. Because if Shield of Achilles is there, then that's going to be a negative for life for you. And sure enough, that's exactly what was waiting for him.
Oh man, that was a gamble. And at this point in the game, there goes.
Galaxy.
Oh my gosh, the Galaxy. And A Team does have 3 back row set, or 2. I think that was his hand. But with only 1 spirit left, there's not much that you can do.
Vinep and defense is going to save him for right now. So let's see how this one goes. I guess we're going to be digging for the Ambrosias and some combo pieces, but this is A Team's wall. So Trish does have 1 spirit in his spirit deck, something that he can utilize. There is those back row from A Team are turned off. So this is just a war of attrition at this point. Who's going to draw their out?
Yeah, a matter of who sees Ambrosia. Does Trishula see a way to beat over this Rhynymph? And we see a pass. So this is a matter of who sees their Ambrosia next. Trishula has seen 2. A Team has seen 1. So statistically, the chances are much better over on A Team's side. Well, and we're just going to be...
So place a bet on how many turns we have draw pass. I'm going to say 7. We're at 4 right now.
Yeah, we are playing 5. The passing game.
We are at 6.
Okay, we see another set. There we go.
That's still draw pass. 7.
Yep.
All right, play something so I can be right. Oh, man, my number was wrong. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
We are going to be here for a
Draw
little
pass.
bit, it seems.
No, this is exciting because now this is like all skill has been expended. Who is luckier?
Which honestly, this is, you're right, a very exciting place to be because I am on the edge of my seat. I am locked in. I cannot wait to see who gets what they need, how this is going to end up.
I'm leaning forward in my chair. I am just waiting. This is like 10 turns. 11 turns of draw pass. Oh, we have an ascension. Eddie!
That'll do it!
Eddie!
That'll do it! Oh my gosh, the Eddie and
the Eddie was the out, the hard swap out, the damage necessary. Man, that was a play. But Eddie will always be that dude.
Eddie is an incredible card, and that goes to show why it showed up on the list of the most used cards of the day. And Trishula continuing this dominant sweep, not taking one loss. That was a 2-0 from Trishula, despite how close that was from A-Team. An incredible showing from both casters.
Yeah, definitely a hard-earned win by Trish because A-Team was not letting up. We saw game one. We saw when we joined this clash, Cryovern was already there. Then the Rhino set came out. Then the second Cryovern hit the field. There was so much power coming out from A-Team, but Trish just had the answer every single time to get back into it. And again, the two good stuff list. We saw Lava Lift, Laurels, Earthquake, Elichick. We saw
Demeter.
Zeus. We saw Demeter. What? Let me look at this ban list real quick. Was there anything that we did not see that is on this ban list? We did not see Equilinks, but we wouldn't see that. No Farrageist. So everything that you can expect them to play, he saw. Besides,
anything you could have really shoved into that too good stuff deck, Trishula not only did, but then drew it.
That is the too good stuff right there. I love that name. That is the name. Put that on the sheet, producer. Man, Trishula with phenomenal play there, but I just cannot believe how good the draws were with him. Every single card mattered.
Absolutely. And the fact that, again, we've been saying this, but Frost in a slightly different hat coming out again and showing that it is a force to be reckoned with. It was neck and neck. It really came down to Trishula getting those wild, statistically improbable draws and being so lucky, and also being a good enough player to know when to play those cards and when to hold them back.
The number one player right now going into Top Cut, 7-0, as you said earlier, undefeated. But man, I love that Frost is getting such a major showing in this tournament. So I cannot wait to see. I hope everyone has Frost on their radar right now, and they're looking to buy Frost from shopelectrals.com. Get your stuff while you can, because I think this element is still a potent force going into January.
Absolutely. And I'm really excited to see the rest of Trishula's run specifically. What a good story, too, coming from the last tournament where he was the runner-up and then going completely undefeated up until this point. There's only one more game left until Top Cut. And I think at this point, that means Trishula has secured it and is going to be seen in Top Cut.
It's going to be exciting to see what's going on. We're actually going to the Top Cut next.
Oh, that's coming next.
Yeah, round 7 is going to be insane. So that match has happened. Top Cut is coming up soon. I am just hoping if we can. I'm going to peek a little bit and see what the standings are, but man, has it just been exciting. Again, Trish being 7-0. I cannot wait for y'all to see this Top Cut of everybody as well, because the names that I am seeing, these names are serious. This Top Cut is going to be insane, and you guys better stick here because it's going to be hype. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Okay.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
And we are back. PK, I think you might be muted once more.
I have taken my time to stretch, and I do feel good because, man, that last round, I just had to shake that one off. Like you were talking about being on the edge of our seat, I realized early on that, hey, wait, I'm old now. My body got a little stiff. Let me stretch that one out. But we will be confirming top cut among everybody. Round 7 throughout the entire tournament will be concluding soon. So let's talk about all the decks that we've seen here so far. I mean, round 1, we saw Frost. There's been so much Frost, way more Frost than I was expecting here today.
Yeah, Frost from both Trish and Swole, who seem to be playing at least similar mechanics. And then this previous game from A-Team with more of what we expected from Frost, if we were going to see it at all, which I wasn't sure about that. But the Rhinosec stuff, which is, as we could see, absolutely viable and very scary. But the different applications of it is very, very cool.
I really do love how just aggro Frost can be. And as you said earlier, just the many applications of Frost that we've seen. We've seen the underworld usage. We've seen the big body aggro usage of it as well. So what else is there to discover from Frost? One card that I know it can be potent, and one card I did not see yet, is Boomerlinks. Boomerlinks being a 3/5 Nexus, a Frost Nexus Celestial, Nexus Seeing Celestial, that can lock down back row with every single Nexus. So that's a card I feel like people should be on the lookout for as well.
I actually, in the lower bracket for Elestriad Season 3, I did end up playing against a Brummelinks deck and got my Tookus handed to me, I gotta tell you. I was not prepared. I didn't think I was gonna see it, and it's one of those cards that if it catches you off guard, it can steamroll you, and there's very little that you can do about it.
Not the Tookus, no. but yeah, no, absolutely. I ended up facing Brummelinks in locals one time. My entire back row just got locked down. I was eventually setting things because I'm like, I need you to just not hit the right thing. But essentially, I didn't draw into what I needed, and then my entire back row was locked down. I can't do anything. So yeah, it's a really tough place to be with Boomerlinks. I think that card is a card that needs to be explored just a little bit more, especially with the Stellar that is available out there. I believe Dan, creator A-Drive, was the one to reveal that Stellar as well. It was opening up packs and showed that one off. I remember that. I was there. That was a crazy time.
Yeah, and with the full government name again, I see.
Dan, creator A-Drive. Yes, he is out there.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's such a, like, pulling Stellars, especially being the one to reveal Stellars, has to be a great feeling. Like, unless you're again creating A-Drive, where you can just do it wherever you want. I want him to get so bold one time and just start sharing all. Hey, by the way, here are all the Stellars right there on Twitter one time.
They kind of did that with the most recent, the Organized Play Series 2 video. I don't know if you watched that, but it was just Stellar after Stellar after Stellar after Stellar, and I was watching that and my jaw was on the floor because there were a couple that he was like, I'm going to hold these back. But for the most part, I think he said 2 or 3, right? Yeah, there were a couple that he wants the community to find and to discover. And I think that that's really fun. And the community aspect of this game has been one of my favorite parts.
Absolutely, 100%. Do we know if the ones that are hidden are the serialized Stellars or the standard ones, I'll say?
I believe they're serialized. I think I remember Dan mentioning that from the video, but only one way to find out, and that's for them to be found.
All right, well, January 1st, Organized Play 2 packs will be at your local game store. And if you have a local game store that's not carrying Elestrals, you can submit your local game store to the Elestrals team. They will reach out, and if they end up picking up Elestrals through your recommendation, you'll get a free box. Who doesn't want a free booster box? I want a free booster box.
Absolutely. And I know that in a lot of the descriptions of the YouTube videos is the link that goes to the form that you can give to your local game shop, and it makes it super easy. There's a QR code. It is very, very simple.
I have it. I have them right here. Hold up. I'm going to show you live.
Love a prop.
So here is the poster that you can get. They were giving out for the pre-orders of Daybreak, and I believe there are still ways to get it. But if you hand these out to your team, they can, just show them everything you can get from organized play. These things are amazing. It shows you the cards you can get it, shows them essentially everything that they need. I have a store that I found that I'm trying to get lined up and ready to go. So hopefully we can get some of that stuff going. But I want Elestrals at all the locals. I think that the local scene for Elestrals is how the meta truly gets pushed. And not to mention, forget the meta, how camaraderie gets pushed, how you get to see your friends all the time and all that. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually did find a local game store near me that a few people who I've met through the community play at, and I was able to attend only one so far. It's been very recent, but just being able to go in person and play this game, and especially at locals, these atypical decks that you don't usually see, they really shine. People always are bringing the fun tech. Apparently PK is always trying to play something funky. I
will make Vasuvatuga work, I will make Centaurba work, and I will make Chrysor work. Watch me.
I believe you just manifested that, honestly.
It's going to happen. I'm just saying, my record at locals, 3-0, 3-0, 2-1, 3-0.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. I can make it happen. I just need to find the time, but I'm at that.
That is very fair. And you know what? I should never have doubted you. Of course, that is your local at your record at your locals.
I do my best. I love this game, man. It is just so much fun to play, to figure out, to grow with. And it's also thrilling being in on the base of it, while the game is still young. Like, we've been playing since the first set with the idea of, like, there's so much to explore. It's different, but it's nice.
Yes, absolutely. And the game is always evolving, just like we were talking about earlier with the ban list. None of these things are permanent. They're dependent on how things go moving forward. And the really cool thing about this game compared to a lot of other card games is that there does seem to be an open dialogue between the community and the team. And the community is really able to come forward and say, hey, so these are the things we like, these are the things we don't like. And we're listened to, which is really, really cool.
Right. Man, this has just been such a great event so far. We've seen Pentair. Wait, let me rephrase this. We saw Pentair versus Mama Bear on stream. We saw Wind Toolbox. We saw Frost dominate twice on stream and have a really good performance. The other one, we saw the advent of two good stuff by Trishula just now. And other decks. What other deck did you see that you remember from here?
Gatto Bolt coming out.
Gatto Bolt, yes!
Was incredible.
Gatto Bolt was so hyped. That was a really good play. Man, if you guys have missed the recap of this tournament, you need to subscribe and watch the VODs when they get posted up later on Elestrals, youtube.com/Elestrals. But for right now, we're going to take a break until Top Cut. We got to get Top Cut figured out, and of course, the Top Cut competitors need to get themselves ready to go. I know I need to do as well. So in about 15 minutes, you guys are going to see me and Eagle the Duck come through with more Top Cut commentary. If you guys haven't done so yet, subscribe. Hit that like button. Go get some waters, go get some snacks. In 15 minutes, we'll be right back with Top Cut.
John F. is passing on to a who will be expending to pop this Astratum. And it looks like Adumadam will be doing that, wanting to put on some pressure. John reaching for that Spirit deck, going to take the 2 Spirits of Spirit damage here and drawing for turn.
Spirits. Frost likes to be in these positions of low spirit counts and just have insane comebacks. And it looks like we're getting Rhinymph, a Daybreak staple, into this deck. Caleb, you're more than familiar with the Rhino Sect deck, presumably. What are your thoughts here seeing this come down?
I love this strategy so much. This was my main strategy, and there comes the Rhino Sect. Rhino Sect able to special cast itself from your hand as long as there is an Elestral in your rune row, and Rhinymph does exactly that. Rhino Sect going to go ahead and looks like they're using the ability to pop and swing for 2 damage here. The question is, will Adumadam be chaining a back row here, potentially a Shield of Achilles, which honestly for John doesn't feel too bad potentially.
And a Sluggle's coming down. This is interesting. So a water strategy here will be kind of cool to watch. I have an inkling of what we might be watching right now and versus Rhinosect, but I'll wait for a couple more cards we cast before I think I call it. Sluggo's gonna get in for 1 point of damage here, and with 3 back row, this is very scary for Rhinosect. Another shield here would be killer. Easy. And a Viscerus coming down. We've seen Sluggle, we've seen Rabbit, and now we're seeing a Viscerus getting met with a Poison Tipped Arrow. On worst case scenario, this is kind of brutal. It's just a little bit too much on the Narpoon side.
Oh, this is a very John really going all in here, assuming there is no Shield of Achilles in the back row, but there is. That's going to be devastating for John here, as the Rhinosect goes back to hand, leaving their board wide open. Unfortunately, it looks like they hit the wrong back row with that Blizzard. This is such a bad matchup for our Rhinosect player here. The Rhinosect is a very costly deck, as we special cast out another Rhinosect, attempting to blow up the Quackle, and it really would it's going to take a Dumadam fading every single battle for the next 4 turns pretty much in order for John to be able to take this game. This is a very tough matchup here.
Live counter runes or live invoked runes aren't too bad either. A Earthquake to seal the deal and a Sluggle to really put the pain on. That's going to be a quick game 1 for a Dumadam, wrapping it up against John for that one. And I'll start off here inside of game 2 with a Narpoon coming to the board. One of the best starts for the Frost deck. Grabbing the Rhinymph is pretty crucial, and if this is an early Rhinosect with a Narpoon on the board, that's pretty killer.
Looks like John F is going to be going for an Astro of their own here, which is interesting. That's going to indicate that Rhinosect is not in hand. They've searched Rhinymph to hand, and with how John has been playing, I imagine that if Rhinosect was in hand, we'd be going for Rhinosect with Rhinymph and taking out that Astrabbit and then swinging it into that back row to try and start chipping away at it.
We miss a Mountains of Boreas coming down for John, which is, I think, very interesting because there are Frost Celestial that can come down here. Well, looks like there's one coming down right now. It's the Ascension for the Rhinosect. Big body onto this board.
But, the Shield of Achilles on the Rhinosect, as was foretold in the Ancient Scrolls, the most devastating play into the Rhinosect player here. It will put a Dumadam down to 10 spirits. However, that's kind of where they want to be, because now they can start really ramping up the healing with the Quackles, the Sluggles, potentially Drotaguas if they're on them.
Here we see that Rhinosect come back down, misenchanted from the Rabbit.
Yeah, Poison Tip would feel very bad on a Dumadam side here, so it basically has to be another Shield of Achilles, as they've had to respond to every single Rhinosect. They have sculpted their hand a lot. They slam their hands on the table. I don't know if they're thinking or if they're frustrated. It looks like they're frustrated. And there's another Shield of Achilles, I guess.
I will say now, this does get dangerous for a Dumadam. Effectively, I think that's all 3 shields that is gone from a Dumadam, so John can hard ascend over the next Rabbit if this Rabbit can't be cleared and threaten once again.
Rhinosect's hitting the board here, and it's properly enchanted. It's popping that Astrabbit. That Astrabbit's getting off the board here one way or another.
Wow. It might also signal a Cryoblast, if I had to guess as well, because we saw, I think, in game 1, the Cryoblast come down for the Sluggle, and there's the PTA. That, honestly, you don't feel too bad about that. It removes the threat finally, but you're taking a ton of damage right now.
And they're going to chuck those spirits out on the board here to resolve the PTA expend to pop. This is a very costly turn for a Dumadam, and the thing is, if they've got Sluggle, they've got Quackle in hand, those bodies are not that strong. And wow, resting on your laurels to take out the Astrabbit is a massive play from a Dumadam here.
And we know the Viscerus is in hand from that shield. That might be lights out here for a quick game, unless there's an Ambrosia into something crazy. But a Quackle doesn't even need to go the Ambrosia.
Even better. And an Astrabbit with Fire Spirit left in deck.
Oh, well, we just were talking about how hard it is for the heal stall deck to get back advantage here, and to back advantage to try to beat over a 5. And I think that John can now get back advantage to this Astrabbit. If I'm John, I'm trying to pick out some spirits here. I think I'm gonna go for a Fire Spirit. It's got to go for 2 Frost Spirits, absolutely. And that was the Fire Spirit.
They gave them the fire.
Earthquake here would go crazy. I think that's the only reason why you would give John back that Fire Spirit.
Oh, that's an Arclith. Oh,
that's
that's an Arclith
why.
on my board. Oh, that's an Arclith.
That is that. There we go.
Yeah,
there is the Spirit.
Shiverroar.
That was the Mountains Boreas. It makes sense now. That was Shiverroar. This is a Shiverroar Rhinosect list.
It looks like Jackals going to start off our round 4 here with a Moss Station in attack position and 2 cards set, passing on over to Sir Track.
This card is really deceptive as a turn 1 starter because it allows you to put up some offensive pressure early and saying to your opponent, hey, you have to deal with my big body now or this is going to be annoying. It looks like a PTA is going to come down to meet an Elechick, which is going to search out a Demeter. Might be an Earth Mirror.
Very interesting to see. This means that Elechick cannot get over this Moss with the Demeter buff. It's currently sitting at 2 attack. A +3/+3 would only bring it to 5. Turn looks like 3. Set in the back row. Move to the end phase. And Jackals will pay out the pop on the Elechick, sending it to the Underworld and drawing for turn here.
An Attack Rabbit. I like this strategy here, but another Poison Tipped Arrow. Oh.
Brutal.
Wow. Name a better combination. It used to be Astro Rabbit, set 3 pass, Earthquake, or Astro Rabbit, but now it's Astro Rabbit turn 2, get Poison Tipped Arrow. This Moss Station is going to be sticking around for another turn, and while the value here is really good for Sir Tractor.
Swapping the Moss back to attack immediately. And running out a Viserys.
Viserys.
Jackals will be swinging for 2 damage here, Viserys plus the Moss Station, and then passing it back on over to Sir Tractor, who's going to draw for turn. Going to rip the Laurels, which will take out the Viserys. Incredible value here. Viserys did not have anything to connect with. No Elestrals to take out means that Viserys isn't getting out a second one. And so Laurels is pretty killer here. And it looks like they're going to go for Eddie. Likely not declaring the effect here. Probably don't want to declare the effect. Unless they decided to go for defense position Eddie declare effect.
What is the scenario that Tractor actually had a Laurels? And Gorgon's Gaze can come down to stop the attack of the Eddie, by the way, keeping this Mustation alive for one more turn. And there's a second Viserys. It's just another Viserys coming down and threatening this Eddie. But
Not
a PTA
anymore.
coming down too. Call and response answer from these 2 casters here.
There's a wonderful back and forth between these 2 players right now.
Any sort of clear on this Moss Station since the start of this game. And look at this Moss Station of their own.
It's incredible opportunity for Sir Tractor to really take board state here, swinging with the Eddie over and swinging for 1 damage, then swapping that Moss to defense position. Playing a Mudlet, that'll do it.
You know, we can say that's a properly enchanted Eddie, right? That's Mudward. That's Mudward right there.
Yeah, that's Mudward right there. Yeah, we found Mudward.
Yeah.
Finally, the sequel to Edward, Mudward.
And looks like Jackals is going to be flipping potentially a Gorgon's Gaze here to force a trade from this other Earth Enchanted Eddie, putting Jackals down to 2 spirits. And now with a clear board and an open heart, Jackals got to find the cards necessary to take out this board. And it looks like that's going to go to game 2.
Yep.
Sir Tractor taking it inside of this Earth Mirror. And it looks like we're going to start off with Jackals here on the Moss Station again. The little Moss Station that could, this little crab, is going to be a big offensive force. Last time we saw this thing stick around for far too way long. But I
Did
think
it leave the
that's
field?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this consumed game 1.
It had to at some point.
Oh, looks like the big wall is going to come down to a tiny little Mudlet. Mudlet swapping the defense of the Moss Station, forcing that effect prematurely. But then Sir Tractor also on open board effectively with the back row as well. So passing back and forth. We were talking about how even that first game was, and this one is looking pretty similar. A Laurels here, a Cryoblast could be big. It looks like we see come down.
Is that a Cynector?
Be a Cynector?
There's no way that's a
Poison
Cynector.
Tunic. Stellar Cynector, I think it looks like. Beautiful card, by the way.
Poison Tunic! No way!
This
We've
better
got
be Gorgons.
a Cynector trigger,
No Gorgons.
and we will be ascending into the Wasp Ivy unaffected by counter runes as it was ascended by Cynector's effect. There's no way!
Shackles, be still my beating heart. Wasp Ivy coming down after Poison Tunic or Viserys is too small to get over. That 8 attack body is huge on the Wasp Ivy. You gotta love it.
And that's going to be a burn of 2 from Sir Tractor as that Poison Tunic goes to the Underworld, triggering its effect to force Sir Tractor to expend 2 spirits. And then the one from spirit damage, from the 2 spirits under Wasp Ivy, This is looking now like Jackal's game to lose.
Tsunami would be huge here. We see Jackals take a Tsunami. And it looks like the Wasp Ivy comes down.
Wow.
And just like that, the game is back into Sir Tractor's favor.
The caster's curse. It strikes again. Jackals looks like it's a Demeter going to be going onto the field. 4 spirits under that Demeter. That is an absolutely massive amount of commitment into one Divine here. And it looks like we're going for an Equilinx.
And it looks like it's an altar of stars.
Oh, that is brutal.
That's one that was not expected here. Kind of another innovation into the Daybreak meta of Earth utilizing altar to do some cool little tricks. You can Nexus onto the Viscerus to ensure that the Equilinx is put in defense position or goes down, or Mudlet to change position. It's a pretty versatile card here, and that's going to be killer for Sir Tractor to gain back tempo. But
those back row from Jackals just have to be Tsunami. Otherwise, Sir Tractor is going to just massively take board state here. And that looks like an Equilinx that's going to hit the board here. We know they have a Demeter in hand. Poison-tipped arrow going to be hitting that Equilinx. There's a sum of 6 spirits on board, and Jackals has 5 spirits left in Spirit deck.
Is that Argo?
That was an Argo from Jackals.
That was an Argo. I was thinking it was Shield. Argo coming down, and I think that's just game. Sir Tractor takes it with swiftness.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestilio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
Welcome back, cast. Welcome back, casters. Welcome back, casters, to Elestrals Premier Top 8 Tournament. We are here, ready to go. It is myself, PK Sparks, along with Eagle to enter and open your Top 8 cut. Eagle, that round 7, man, what happened?
Whew, Trish really showing why he was someone to keep an eye on this entire tournament. That was a very, very good showing, but also shout out to A-Team really showing how good of a player they are on that Cryo set deck.
Yes, the Cryo Vern and the Rhinosect. Oh, you said Cryosect. Oh, that's cute. Cryosect. I like that. But yeah, that deck was very potent. He was definitely out there playing around. But, just like many casters doing Elestrals, got tripped up over the stat modifications. It is probably the one ruling method in this game that you really need to spend time on to make sure you understand. Because there are a lot of stat modifiers in this game. And then there are some that hear them and turn them on their head. Moustachian and Galaxy being 2 of the most common ones. Galaxair also being one that could throw that for a loop. So you got to make sure you study those effects and make sure you understand what your cards are going to do against what.
Yeah, and I think that it really trips up players, not because it's very complicated, It's actually quite the opposite. It's simple, but I don't think a lot of other games lean into that simplicity, and thus players tend to overthink it or might not find it as intuitive at first glance as I think it really is.
These top cut players are going to be insane for this play as well. I cannot wait to see who we have ready to go. So let me tell you who we have lined up. We have Doom Raider, Adrian B, JJPM, and Dry. I believe we saw Dry earlier on stream with Pintera. Was that them?
Yes, it was. I'm really excited to see Dry and Top Cut here.
So that's going to be very exciting. We also have Jack Yomu, who we saw earlier in the bracket, making it up. And they're going to be facing off against Trishula, who we just saw win on stream in the their first match of Top 8 Cut. But on stream is going to be Not Sure It and Viper. This is going to be a matchup that I'm really excited for. I don't really have information on either of their decks either. So this is going to be a semi-unknown for us going into it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see as well. I've not peeked quite yet. We'll still see. There's still time for me to peek, but maybe I'll let the surprise hit me.
Yeah, I'm going to be surprised, so don't peek either. It's better for us all. But this is going to be exciting. You can see the brackets right here. So we're potentially going to see, I would actually love to see Trishula face off against Dry, because Pantera has been an Elestral that Trishula has captained for quite some time. For him to come face to face with his beast would be a really interesting way, especially with Trishula not having any actual big guys of his own. Would love to see how he deals with something like Pantera with his deck.
Absolutely. And interesting, just looking at the casters here on this top cut, I'm pretty sure we're guaranteed in top 4 to be watching someone that we've previously seen on stream, because looking on the other side of the bracket from Viper and Not Sure It, we saw Trish, we saw Jack, and we saw Dry. So I think that pretty much guarantees us that next round we'll be seeing a repeat, but that can also be quite exciting.
There's a decent chance for that happening, but over on the other side, under Not Sure It and Viper, we have Adrian B and Doom Raider, two casters whose names I'm not familiar with as well. So we have a pretty unique top 8 lineup, and I would love to compare it to the top 8 from the last week to see how many people are repeating, because I think only Trish is the repeating top cut here.
I don't remember fully off the top of my head, but that is the one name that stands out to me as well.
I'm going to actually look into it. But in the meantime, what is it? The only match, we know Dry, we know Trishula's deck, and we know that's essentially it.
We know Jax as well.
Yes, we do. Well, remind me on Jax.
Jack was similar to Trish's on water.
Yes, there we go. Some like the water good stuff, essentially. So now we have water good stuff and 2 good stuff, where you just have all the banned cards you can play in and at once.
Yo.
But essentially, we're here right now, and I'm looking at the top 8 right now. So comparing the names, the only repeating player from last week's top 8 is Trishula. Everyone else is new from last week. So this ban list, again, showing a huge major shakeup for the deck list.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited to see it. Unfortunately of note, Jess did not make it into top cut, nor who was the other one that was on a Frost build?
Swolax. They both stumbled on the last 2 rounds. Swole definitely, and Jess had another unfortunate showing as well. Them both ending their matches 5-2, I believe. But even though it did not work out this time, I still all the Frost casters today did showcase that Frost still have legs to stand on. So I am really excited to see what the future of Frost is going to be going into the next week's casual events.
Yes, I think we'll definitely see a lot pop up, and even if we just don't see Frost quite making the cut in the competitive scene for Daybreak, there's always another shot come Moonrise, because notably, Borleth pairs very nicely with the new Snowlit and the other owls it ascends into coming out in that set.
Oh, no, you make up a really good point. Moonrise is absolutely going to turn them up on their head. So I'm really excited to see what Frost is going to do coming up, because now everyone's going to be looking at Moralith differently. If you can get better mills off of Moralith and not just your Gorgon Days or PTA or Estrabit or Ambrosia, then yeah, those cards are going to be really good. And it's just a simple case of just not playing, just playing cards that are always going to benefit your strategy. So Snowlit from Moonrise and BlueStacks as well going up into it. And for that matter, if you want to go so far, you could talk about not Sakura-saur. What's the new one from Moonrise?
Cedar-saur.
Cedar-saur. Cedar-saur being a really potent card that you can cast out when it's milled with either double Earth or double Frost, allowing for a major Ascension play. So another option for Frost players or Earth players in that way.
Yes, I think Frost is going to be a big one to pay attention to come Moonrise. And also notably, I think having Snowlit in the mix makes it so that you don't have to ascend into the first Morlith to guarantee that you're set up with a bunch of Elestrals in your underworld. You just have way more ways to get that started.
I am very excited to see how Frost is going to pan out here. But let's talk about Pantera. What do you think that allowed Dry to make it to top cut with Wind? Do you think it was just the strength of Pantera? Do you think it was the toolbox of Wind that assisted more? I want to believe that more often than not, Pantera was able to hit the field and just your opponent just could not do it.
I think that it's most likely a combination of one, casters not having Wind too much on their radar, and I think that's been a big mistake. The cards are very strong, maybe a little expensive, but very strong. But I think the second thing is just Dry's skill, because Kay and I were discussing that in the match we watched from Swiss. Just the way that Dry outed that Majursa, I think really showed the skill and awareness that Dry has.
Well, right now we have 2 new casters on the stream. They are locked, loaded, and ready to go. So let's get the casting flowing. Not Sure It versus Viper. Top 8 cuts, game 1. And I am excited to see what these 2 casters are bringing today.
I am
also, look at the mat. Yes. Where is that mat coming from?
I don't know, man. It just keeps popping up. That gorgeous Flammoth.
It's so good.
Because now, first Stellar Kristoff, now Viper, and it looks like Not Sure is on the play here.
So we have an expend to draw of a Leviathan, setting 1. Hopefully that's PTA, so we keep Celestial advantage here. But just a simple expend to draw, we'll see how things go forward. Viper casting out a Vipyro to a Fire Puppy. Okay, Viper, I see. With a full slate of back row. If this is a Fire Nexus deck, Sure It should be terrified.
I mean, Viper is definitely known for their fire deck, so I wouldn't be surprised. But that is... but a PTA nonetheless. That's going to contest that Necruff. I don't know if you're that mad with Viper. That is still getting 3 additional spirits out of Not Sure It.
I am a bit suspicious on the timing of that one, but I guess the attack didn't go out, so it's fine. But, I guess the judge will allow it. But in any case, you want to make sure that you keep the mode of operations in place. So it's like, Necruff, do you have anything? Give your opponent a window to respond. But in any case, we do have the Leviathan and the Tyrantus going out and the damage. So already down 16 to 19. But we have, looks like he's maybe planning his plays there, and that is a Foamy. I love that artwork of Foamy as well.
I love it as well. Let's see if there's a PTA meeting that Foamy, because that can be a great way to keep Not Sure It off of potential value and healing back those spirits.
I'm assuming not. I think the window of opportunity was passed there, so Foamy is going to get in for 1. This is going to be interesting. It's also shocking that you set 4 back row and have 0 poison tip arrow. So I'm curious what those back row actually are.
Still a chance for Gorgon's Gaze, but we'll see. And is that a Comagma or a...
I believe that Shatterstar's Kinleo.
Shatterstars are organized play. Anyway, it's definitely a Kinleo.
Oh, organized play. Yeah, it's definitely a Kinleo. I'm not sure where the art's from, but I mean, that art is beautiful. And you know what? I do believe that is going to be organized play, which you can still get if you visit your locals right now. But right now we have a cast of Jotagua healing back 2 spirits for sure, bringing him back into a spirit advantage. Card advantage on field is a little bit off, but let's see how it works out for this caster going into his next turn.
Notably, Not Sure It did keep a lot more cards at hand than Viper did. I'm starting to wonder, again, no Gorgon's Gaze. Did Viper just set a bunch of bluffs back there?
It is possible. At the same time, if we're dealing with Fire Nexus, well, first of all, he's not going to be able to cast out Argo with an entire back row setup unless you're able to send one for the activation, but I'm unsure of that ruling. But in any case, it's going to be interesting what exactly is available to him. Maybe he just wasn't worried about the cast at all. Maybe he just wanted to get the Elestral out of his hand. Eddie is going to be the play here. Definitely going to get over the Kinleo. Is there something to stop it in that back row? If we don't see an activated back row at this time, I'm assuming they're all bluffs.
Same here. The Argo would be able to go through because the Argo would leave the board before the necklace gets cast onto board. or not the necklace, but the counter rune. I was thinking necklace because if the Kinley had been left in attack, an Argo play here could be devastating to take out that Eddie and then set up for Nexus plays the following turn. But is that a Demeter?
That is a Demeter, absolutely. Only casting out 1 on it, but it's going to be able to buff up. Ooh. I wonder why we're playing Demeter for 2, unless there was an altar in hand. Buffing up Dratagua?
That pretty much guarantees that unless the Viper either needs to activate 2 back row to protect that Kinleo, or it's going down.
Yeah, it's not going to be stopped by a tsunami there, and it just goes down. Those back row aren't real. They're all bluffs. That's my prediction right now. Either that or diamond hands from Viper.
Or tsunamis, and he's just sad because he drew all 3 of his tsunamis against water.
That would be rough. That would actually be really rough. But at the same time, then why would you set? I feel like if that was the case, you don't set all 3. But Smotuga does come out, allow him to search out a fire. So I feel like we're confirmed to say that Viper is here in top 8 with Fire Nexus. So that's amazing play on Viper's end. But now we have a Nekruff coming out here. Smotuga can get over the Jatagua. Demeter in the back for sure. What an interesting game state we're in.
Very much so. I think that's a great heads-up play by Viper to put that Smoltuga in attack and take advantage of the 2 attack versus the 1 attack on the Dratagua. Because if you just throw in defense, Eddie plus Demeter would have contested it anyway, so there's no reason to just try to stall in defense.
No, not at all. Especially, I mean, there's still hope that the back row is real. I want something to be real, because essentially, you just told your opponent there's not much to worry about in your hand by setting all those cards down and not playing any of them. Estrabit, however, coming out for sure, definitely a major play. Do we have a poison tip arrow? This has to be the time, but I'm guessing it just goes through. He checked his cards and just folds his hands back up. So no response from Viper.
I'm really curious. I'm wondering if some of that back row is also Ambrosia, because on the Kinleo turn, if those were cards that could be flipped up to be able to give a Nexus Bank, why wouldn't you do that as well, especially into such minimal back row?
Well, it's possible that it was that he only has runes that are going to lower the attack. Like, let's say he's playing Poison Tunic. Eddie into Kinleo wouldn't have been enough, and why would you want to use that just for it to get destroyed the next turn? And not, that's my guess. Just it wouldn't have been enough as options for Argo if it was there.
Yeah, it is definitely tough here to kind of dissect. Maybe we'll get some more information as this game progresses. But also, it's quite interesting because both casters are giving out a little bit of information, but also not too much information yet. So this clash has only just begun.
I am interested to see why Shura just buffed up the Eddie to get over this Motuga. I guess maybe wary of a a Necklace of Harmonia as well.
Yeah, that bumps it up to 7 attack, and Necklace would put also
Motuga to 7 as well.
Yeah.
So we do have a properly enchanted Nekruff taking out the Eddie. That's going to be 1 point of burn damage against him. It's going to take out a Taratlus. Score is 14-11 Viper favor. Board presence is 5 cards on the field to assure it, but I'm not so sure board presence is in Viper's favor.
Yeah, since we haven't seen him use the back row, I'm a bit skeptical and not sure it has a larger grip since he hasn't set a bunch. But now the question is, one, what is Not Sure going to do? And if that Nekruff surprise back to Viper's turn, how is Viper going to out this Astrabbit?
I mean, at this point, it's tough to say. We have a re-enchant of Astrabbit, no Gorgon's Gaze, I'm assuming. So we're just going to be sitting here waiting for the plays to happen. But in this scenario, what exactly are we waiting for? Because we don't really know much about Shurit's list. We saw Eddie, we saw Foamy, so this might just be water good stuff from Shurit.
Yeah, this might be very similar to what we saw Jack and Trish on as well, and in which case, I don't think there's any big play that Not Sure is trying to build up to. It's just, I don't have a great way to deal with this Nekruff, so let's just dig for more cards and just stay up on resources, and eventually I should just hopefully win.
Yeah, this 5 stat can be so potent on a simple level, but if you're also good enough to get around it with other cards, like some sort of combo, then typically 5s aren't a big pressure for you. But we do have an Ambrosia playing the Spirit off of the Astrabbit to heal up 3. There's a positive result all around. Very good for them. It looks like that's 3 Leviathan Eagle that's being brought back to the Spirit deck.
That's what it looked like to me as well, and that's really what Not Sure needed to be, because the other thing playing such a low to ground efficient deck is you really do want to be up on spirits.
Yeah, this is not a time where he's up on spirits, but that also comes from the fact that Viper has not played any of the 4 back row that he set on turn 1.
Yeah, we got an expend to draw from Viper as well, clearly trying to dig for some more pieces and just not feeling all that pressured by a lone Astrabbit on board.
I mean, at this point, what do? I think both players are just kind of waiting for their own combo piece. And you have to believe that if Viper can dig into a potential Vomicole or even Volcanic Forge, game pressure goes in his favor. But Elechick from Shura is going to dig him into another divine. I have to assume it's going to be Zeus here. But let's just see how, there's going to be Stone Zeus from Shatterstar's Thunder. Beautiful artwork.
Yep, not too surprising here, unfortunately. It would have been really hyped to see another Aeolus tech, but I think that one might just be unique to that one caster. I forget who it was in the earlier rounds. But still, Zeus, a really solid pickup, and now we'll let Not Sure It actually contest that tech Necruff and start putting pressure on Viper again.
It's a really tough situation, but this is also a time for sure to get some sort of offensive pressure, so hopefully one of those back rolls from Viper is actually live, and if so, then this is a good spot for sure for Viper to be in. Another face down does get triggered as well. The Necruff was weakened by 3. Are any of them live?
I'm assuming one has to be a Tsunami, and there you go.
That is a Tsunami, just washing itself all over the field. Majesty's Majesty saving Viper's time right now, and now allowing him to get over the Elechick, take that out, and deal a bit of burn damage potentially with a Vomicole. I called it. This is going to be a major swing for the game here.
Yeah, a Viper with this play not only can get over the Elechick, which it already could, but now can also start pressuring that Astrabbit and completely flip the pressure around onto Not Sure It. And notably, Not Sure It used only 1 spirit onto the Zeus and got rid of it. So that's both Demeter and Zeus out of the way. Viper does not have to deal with those cards anymore.
Oh yeah, really good play from him, especially with the stats being up right now. This is Viper's game to control. Necruff going back to attack, now a 6 attacker with the Fire Spirit under it. We have Vomicole sitting as a 4 attacker. Both of Shura's Elestrals are threatened right now. And Vomicole attacking into the Elechick. Let's worry, both attacks were declared, but let's wait on the Vomicole attack first to see what happens. Vomicole going into Elechick, and that attack is going to go through.
I'm assuming it's not a, shield. I assumed it wasn't Tsunami. I'll see what a Tsunami on that first attack, but I don't think you're very happy sending that Necruff back to hand since you now have to wait another turn for it to be cast out. Like, you need to set up something either preemptively or prepared to deal with that Necruff when it comes out next turn.
And what exactly do you have to prepare for a Necruff besides getting rid of the stadium? And if you're playing a good water good stuff here, you're likely not playing a stadium. So that Volcanic Forge is here for the long haul. So, and also you have to question, is there a Stoke the Forge in Viper's hand? I feel like with that Forge on the field, the momentum of the game has heavily swung in Viper's favor.
Very much so. If he does have a Volcanic or a Stoke the Forge, don't know why I wouldn't cast it right now. So I'm guessing not. But again, we still have 3 back row now that we are unsure what they are. But a Galaxy coming out here, it's good on this exact board state, but still doesn't really help with the Necruff next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be there just ready to go. And I'm assuming the Battle Step Gorgon's Gauge replacing the Tsunami. And that Galaxy is going to the Underworld, gone before the Gauge could even finish. And now this is like a great spot for Viper to be in. Just back row pressure. He has the right pyro. He has power on the field. Celestial advantage as soon as he makes his cast here. This is Viper's game to lose.
Yeah, definitely. And good call that replaced the Tsunami. So we still have 3 unknown back row from the very first turn of the game. And Necruff hits the board again as predicted and starts pressuring that Astrabbit. And it goes. Ooh. What does Not Sure It do here to get back in this game?
What do you do? I mean, do you have Arcalyph in hand? That's probably your best bet right now. Do you have a Lavalith? Like, you need a power play to come through here. And the 2 best ones have been limited on the recent ban list. That is a resting on your list. That's another potent play there. And now Shura gets his choice of taking out either the Vomicole or the Necruff. And likely, yes, the Necruff is the best play to take out. That's what he chooses. So now the 4 attack stat, Vomicole is on field, and that is a Lavalith hitting the field. You better snipe that Forge.
I don't think that's... Oh, the Forge. Yes, I was about to say, I don't think that's a legal play, but you're right, because of the Forge.
But yeah, he does allow it. He gets it through, takes out this, I think that's Argo.
Yes, it is.
As well. We lost focus, but I believe that was Argo going out there. Not a bad play. A second Argo has set sail. A second Argo has set sail. That is such a... You said 2 Argo. What a bold player Viper is.
And to hold it until now, this is huge, because by holding until this stage of the game, you pretty much assure that you have control and punish Shurit for making that play to try to come back.
Man, that is a massive swing. That's going to make Rummikul a 9 to Lavalith 8, and that's going to be enough to get over this Lavalith in that battle.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Not Sure has response. I believe one of those set cards what has been here and can still technically be live.
Yes.
But we'll have to see.
It's definitely still viable for Viper to play that. But with board presence and spirit presence, it's unlikely to see that right now. And I feel like the worst part about this game for Shurit is that the back row wasn't pressured fast enough. There wasn't many attacks coming out from Shurit that Viper felt the need to stop. And that's the biggest play here, is that Viper didn't see the value in activating his back row until they were necessary. And now we have this situation where on attack declaration, Argo is going to power up the Rummikul, who's now sitting at 9 stats, if I recall correctly.
Yep, I count 9 as well. And I really want to shout Viper for this play here. I think it was really smart, because on an earlier turn I had mentioned how with the Kinleo out, you really wanted to cast Argo to set it up for Nexus plays, but you just let the Kinleo go because it got moved to defense by the Eddy, and it really worked out in its favor. And another Kinleo is huge here, so if the Lavalith had stuck around, it likely wasn't going to be sticking around for long, but now that back row has to be something good, or else that this board is going to try to win the game right here and now.
Yeah, this is it. All the spirits taken out, so that way Viper doesn't have to expend 2 spirits for Nexus of Harmonia. The spirit damage on field is ready to go. And an Ambrosia just for insurance, healing up and fixing his spirit deck by 3 spirits. Curious to see what he brings back here, but I cannot see what actually is going to work out for Shurit here. 2 fires, I want to say 3 fires maybe looking at his spirit deck to figure out a third. No, all fires were brought back. So that's going to heal him, Viper, for enough. And now we have a Tsunami. What a great card to have in this poor scenario for him.
Yes, that's about the one answer Not Sure it needed to have to be able to survive this. But now what do you do? Because that Rummikul is sitting at a 5 defense stat. That's not going to be easy to deal with. And offense, it's even bigger than that. So we'll see what Not Sure it can manage to do here to try to scrape out this game.
I mean, there's an argument that the Volcanic Force should have been targeted before. But I understand why he didn't, but I think Volcanic Force, because you're at such a disadvantage with it being on the field, was your best play. That is a
Necruff.
That's the artist collection, or one of the early collections. I love the artwork, and that is
ooh.
Yeah, that pretty much does it. Shield of Achilles is going to bounce it back. Only 1 spirit in Underworld, so you can't play any runes that are going to matter in this scenario. Viper, man. And not to mention, we got to see every one of the back row that he set on his turn 1. We saw the Tsunami, which was replaced by the Gorgon Gaze. We saw the Argo that got popped, only to reveal the second Argo, and the second artwork of Argo can be found in Organized Play Pack 2, releasing at January at your local game store. And then finally we saw the Shield of Achilles. Incredible patience, understanding, and timing from Viper. That is play that cannot be taught. That's not deck knowledge, that is game knowledge.
Really shows how much Viper plays, and I think it was a great call by you that the stadium probably should have been popped. At that point, at that stage, with so much back row, you can target the new set, sure, but you're starting to question, well, is that actually bluffs, or should I just get rid of the one card I know will give me issue right now? And if they've got back row, they got back row.
That's an argument to be made there for sure. And you got to wonder that we didn't see, I don't think we saw a single poison tip arrow by Viper. I don't think so. We saw 1 Gorgon's Gaze. We definitely saw Tsunami. So you got to, man, either that deck list is incredibly refined, or Viper just played out of his mind with the cards he drew that time. Let's see what his grip is like going into this next round. But looking by our players, I don't think there was much to side on Viper's end.
Yeah, I don't think so. And also, the deck worked really well. I think at most, you may consider siding out the Tsunamis because they were dead at the beginning of the game. But at the same time, they came in clutch because you saw the other half and Not Sure It's deck focusing a lot on Thunder and even running Lavalith, and Tsunami feels great into those cards.
100%. It's a meta card. Like, this card is still good. If I have it, it can be my comeback. The thing is, the situation was lined up for Lavalith, and it still didn't matter because of the double Argo set.
Yeah. And I also want to shout out from Shurit's end. I'm pretty sure I saw a Frost Spirit at some point be expended. So at least in this game 2, probably should be keeping an eye out for those Cryoblasts because those will do great into most of the Elestrals we saw from Viper.
That's a fantastic point you make. Yes, knowledge of your opponent's spirit deck can give you knowledge of what they may be playing going into this next round. So, the call out on the Fleur Mine means that Cryoblast could be an option. But it looks like our casters are ready to go. Game 2 is awaiting us in this clash. Top 8 has been phenomenal so far, and I cannot wait to see what else is waiting for us.
Same here. That was an intense first game, and now getting to the next one, we start off with a Mustachian.
Hey, you said it right.
I remember this. I was rehearsing it. That's an interesting play to start off. Just a big 6 body, and even Volcanic Forge plus the Necruff won't be able to out it here. So curious to see what Viper does in response to this.
I would love to see an Eddie come down just to cast out how we did before. That was always very fun. But that is in a Stravit. So very good opening play here. I would say a pretty decent matchup to, cast out Mustachian. Let's see if there's any counter. There is no counter, no PTA, no gauge. The top 3 is going to be looked at. And right now, Viper is just building up resources. And from what we already saw from Viper, this is not what you want to let him do.
Oh, yeah. Will we see another set 4 as well? That'd be pretty funny. Two
Please
games in a row.
Please no. We don't need. I don't need that. My heart, because I was calling them fake the entire time. I was a non-believer that those cards were real, and I was made a fool of. So don't do that. I don't want to play that game again. I already lost.
But the real fun thing from Viper's position is, even if he doesn't have a bunch of counter runes, he can just set bluffs, and Not Sure It can't trust that after last game.
That is very true. That's actually a very true point. And the only thing that we saw at the target back row was the Lavalith. But this case, we only see one face down. So in Shurit's case, are you feeling more confident or cautious about the fact that only one is now set?
Honestly, I think you just don't pay much attention to it and just keep proceeding forward. Sometimes you can get really caught up in these mind games, and that is what ends up losing you the game. But another Mustachian here to really start pressuring that Rabbit. Do we see a double expend, though, or just a single expend and just try to pressure it that way?
I would say a single expend, in my opinion. But I still would switch them both to attack.
I don't know if I agree with both of them to attack, just because if one gets answered, now one's also vulnerable. But ooh, a double. So
a double expend, yeah.
This is a good chance for Viper to punish the double crab here, because if he can, even if he loses the Astrabbit, if he can answer one and then throw out an attacker next turn, that's even more spirits from Shurit.
Well, both attacks land. The Astrabbit is KO'd. The Spirit is expended. Only one face down rune is on Viper's end, but an entire grip of unknown anomalies as he's going into his next turn. That is a resting face down. That is a face down resting. Incredibly rude, but also think about that. After having 4 back rows that were all live in game 1, this time there's a resting there.
I love that play. Because I think it was brilliant to set that, because that guaranteed that Not Sure It was going to use both of the Mustachian's effects just to get punished. So he lost out on an extra spirit because of that.
Yeah, now we're in a situation where is there a Nexus Bank live? And yes, there is. The Spirit has been expended, calling his bluff, but Volcanic Forge is in hand, allowing the destruction of Mustachian unless there is a Gorgon's Gaze in the back row, and there is.
But at the same time, that's still a lot of spirits that Viper is pressuring out of Not Sure It here. And if the Mustachian is going to attack over the Kinleo next turn, it's Not Sure it's going to be willing to give up yet another spirit. So I think Viper feels great in this position.
I think giving up a spirit in this state in order to get a board advantage while casting out another Elestral and getting rid of 2 spirits on board, I think has a lot of value. Especially taking out a Kinleo, I would take that trade.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely the correct play here, but also still I don't think is a position you want to be in to begin with.
I understand. Yeah, Viper, like, it's not a bad situation, but it's not perfect. So yeah, let's see what happens though. We do have, is that an expend to draw? It is an expend to draw. See, now it raises the question of, do you expend to destroy?
Yeah, you're already down a bunch of spirits, and you've seen how well Viper is maneuvering these board scenarios here. But I think at this point, Not Sure just kind of has to do what they got to do. They're down a game. They're not in a absolute losing position, but also not in the most ideal position to get a win.
We'll have to see what he chooses to do. It's all about where his value is. That is 9 Earthquake. That is a Scyther Demeter.
Ooh.
That is +2 attack, +3 defense from them as well. And with 3 face down set, are going to expend to get the Mustache and buff swap its stats, making it now an 8 attacker.
Oh, that's the play here. It's so that if the back row is an Argo, they're not punished. But if it's a shield, ooh, that's going to hurt.
Well, let's see what happens. If it's a shield, I will cry.
Yeah, because Argo doesn't help here. It can only get Kinleo up to 9 attack. Or 8 attack, excuse me, to Mustachian's 9. Yeah, we'll just have to see. Viper thinking on it.
Man, this has to be one deliberation here to be considering it. But Kinleo is going to go down. A lot of consideration. Like, this is one of those times we just have to figure, like, what in my back row is valuable to me. And he also going, wait a minute. Did he just heal up one? Oh, right. You heal up more if the meter's on board. Right. So,
correct.
Yes, that heal is correct.
Another, ooh. Necruff, okay.
So, challenging the Mustache to burn a spirit here.
Yeah, really thinking on it, but also do you just save the back row instead?
I guess it depends on what the back row is. Like, if you can protect yourself without expending, then maybe you sell like that way, like that.
Just passing? Is that what happened?
I think this is still a, wait, was it a pass?
I think that was a pass, but I didn't see
it was a pass. Okay, wow. And Eddie is going to come out and swap the neck off the defense. Absolutely not what Viper wants to see here. 2 face down back row, but they aren't going to, or if it's Argo, it's not going to matter when you're only Elestrals in defense.
Yeah, and that, I think that Not Sure it's making the read here that Viper is sacrificing slots for Shield of Achilles on Argo, hence why they were okay making that Mustachian play, because if that was a shield, that would have been an extreme punish. But it seems like they made the right call.
I can understand that trade off there, Argo for Shield of Achilles, but it's interesting how that could go. And we still haven't seen much of Viper's list, so who knows what else is in store. But we do have the draw, and the cast out will be happening. It's a Fire Elestral into Rummercoal, major play, but the 3 back row from Shurit. If we have a Gorgon's Gaze, I think there's value in negating this.
Oh yeah, you're in a commanding position here. Just keep Viper off of key resources to come back, because now that he's got the Volcanic Forge in hand, if there's a Kinleo to pair with it, can finally deal with that Mustachian. And also, while not necessarily hit the Eddy, there is still a chance that maybe an Argo in the back row could also help with that.
And also, we have all the cards that are in Viper's hands. So what exactly is waiting in the wings? Do we already have a Stoke the Force to hard search out a second Kinleo? Maybe you want to search out, who knows, a Cold Magma or anything like that. We have to see, but Volcanic Forge is going to hit the field. I imagine Stoke the Forge is coming out next. Or maybe he just wants to stat buff, which is valuable as well. And it looks like that's going to be it. The turn is passed to Shurit. So Eddie could crash in the Rummercoal, and honestly, I might take that trade.
A Tsunami, just guaranteeing that you can attack over that Rummercoal without having to, I guess if you're expending a spirit for the Mustachian, not much of a difference. Followed up by an Ambrosia, so Not Sure really leveraging the position they're in, and Viper needs to have some sort of play next turn to swing the game back their favor, or Not Sure it might be able to just grab the advantage, which is exactly where a deck like this, his wants to be.
Scyther Demeter really paying dividends for him right now. This is an amazing just execution by him. I feel like the Tsunami, I would have rather have saved that, but I understand wanting to get your Ambrosia off sooner than later. And now we have a cast out of a Galaxy.
Ooh.
Pros, Mustachian is now a 6/1 naturally. Cons, you have a 1/4 Eddie.
Yes, but this is also a great play with the Scythe on the Mustachian, because now even a Gorgon's Gaze on the Galaxy meant that it was still going to hit over the Rummacle there. So that Tsunami play really paying dividends.
Man, Shuren has a really commanding board state at this moment. Wonder what Viper can execute here. He's going to need some sort of combo, and is going to start with a Spectrus. That's not even a combo. That's just a big dude.
Yeah, that contests the Galaxy, which is probably the best that he can do right now. Just get that Galaxy off of board and then just deal with that Mustachian later.
If this attack connects, those face downs are fake.
Not sure it's really looking at them, so I don't know.
There has to be something played here, because if you can stop this, you have so much control and leverage. And a Gorgon's Gaze, is that an attack battle step?
That should be attack declaration, because the Spectrus attack.
No. You're right. It would trigger in battle. Yeah, because that's like we're confirmed attacking, so it would have to be on there. But this is still a great spot to be in.
That work? Well, it would cancel on the chain, so no, I think you could do it in battle step and have it be destroyed.
I don't think it activates those, so it wouldn't. However it played out, it does go through.
Yeah, so. I'll double check that real quick, but I'm pretty sure because it would go Spectrus on the chain, you could chain Gorgon's Gaze and then negate the effect.
But I don't think Spectrus activates. I think it's more so a passive. That's like, hey, we're here now. You're negated. But
it does activate.
It does?
When the Spectrus enters battle, that's the activation condition.
I'm not sure if that's you know what? I'll let the judges have it. I just have more things to take note of and learn about Elestrals. But we do have all 3 points of damage going in. The Spectrus has been taking out 3 points of damage. Spirit damage is taken as well. So, I mean, sure, it has a lot of control. If that face down is live as well, then that is it.
Yeah, really the back row shining in this game, just from this side on, not sure. But the Kinleo coming down, since the Gorgon's Gaze was used last turn, Kinleo might be able to deal some damage here, finally getting that Mustachian off of the board. But is that the best player of the Galaxy?
It is. So it looks like the Mustachian is going to go. It's really tough to say there. I don't want either of them to stick around in the field. But at least if you take out the Mustachian, you can attack into the Eddy and take out 2 Elestrals in 1 turn. But it looks like that attack wasn't even declared.
I think that's a good heads up play, because here, I think from Viper's perspective, Viper does not want to let Kinleo go down to a shield, and instead wants to be able to make sure it's on board next turn to be able to then Nexus to get rid of the Galaxy and then start picking apart the rest of the board.
Well, in any case, Galaxy is going to run over the Kinleo here, and 2 more Spirit points of damage from the 1/4 Eddies is going to take them that far.
Hey, just means we get a game 3. I don't think we've had a game 3 yet, if I'm not mistaken, on stream.
I don't think we have, no.
Yeah, because none of the games I've commentated have, so that'll be exciting. But Smoltuga coming out here, just a last-ditch effort to try to find a body that might be able to deal with it. But notably in defense, despite the Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was aware of what he just done there, because now Galaxy is just going to laugh at the Smoltuga. Viper may not be aware, or we have an advanced play waiting in the wings.
If we still had the stadium up or something, I think an altar play would be a funny way to bait an attack and then surprise your Elestral is gone. But
that actually would be pretty fun.
Definitely not that, because we don't have no Spirit Bomb Viper's board. We'll see. Not sure. Really debating. I'm guessing, just thinking, what could this play be? What do I need to be playing around right now to ensure game here? But likely it just has to attack, because if any of those back row Tsunami, they're not live here.
Ambrosia is going to come out, healing Shuren up to 8 and allowing him to fix up his Spirit deck just a little bit. I'm curious to see what he chooses to heal up. Pays off a Zaptor to bring back a Leviathan, more Leviathans, maybe a Zaptor, the second Leviathan, and a Vipyro. Now that's interesting.
And actually, looking at it again, I actually think that Smoltuga is misenchanted with fire, so that would do it. But, Ascension? Lavalith?
Lavalith!
Back it's over, misenchanted Smoltuga. Is that Viper scooping it up?
I think so.
We're getting our first game 3 today on stream. Whew.
That was a misenchanted Smoltuga right there. Just gets all over it. We do have a game 3. Aaron, top 8. Honestly, the best time to get a game 3. Showing that these two competitors are on even footing. But, man, was that an interesting game. Both sets that they played. I mean, first time we saw the infinite back row and Viper just keeping control the entire time. And then we saw Shurit. I'm not really sure how to interpret Shurit's game there. I'll be honest. It was just a slow pace back and forth with them that time.
Yeah, I think the best play by not Shurit that really won them that game was the Scythe onto the Mustachian, calling that Viper didn't have a shield. And then from there, just had the back row needed to be able to keep the game in their control.
The back row wounds were absolutely live. I mean, we saw a lot, but I'm assuming the tsunamis are taking out a Viper strategy, and rightfully so. But at the same time, they did show to be fruitful going into game 1, or at least by the end of game 1, where it pretty much saved them. So interesting to see what's going to be changed here, but I do not think we see much siding coming out from Viper. Meanwhile, Shurit has his cards all over his mat.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, will we see a lot from not Shurit, and maybe Shurit sided out a lot of those non-water Elestrals to try to punish Viper if they kept in Tsunami. But on the flip side now, maybe side some of those back end, hoping Viper now sides out the Tsunami. There could be some fun mind games going on here.
We will have to see, but right now, Shurit looks confident enough to just go in with his play, and Viper has been ready. 17 minutes left for this game 3. This has been a good back and forth. I wonder what's going on with the other top 8 matches. We'll figure that out after this match. But right now, we're going to... Is that a side from Shurit, or...?
I'm not entirely...
Yeah, I think that was the last minute side. Or maybe he counted his deck and had one extra card out or something like that. We'll figure it out. But while the casters are figuring it out, I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. Let us know who you're rooting for from the top 8 in the chat right now. There's so many things, so many decks that we've seen played right now. And I'll be honest, seeing Fire Nexus in top 8, I was not expecting.
Yeah, me neither. That was not on my bingo card for today, but I'm not surprised that if anyone brought Fire to top cut, it was Viper.
I mean, we saw Frost several times. We saw Pantera, which Pantera did make it as well. But just a lot of unique decks. Another example that the recent ban list restrictions has blown this meta wide open. Let's see what these casters can do in this meta going into game 3 of top 8.
Ooh, we'll see who gets the back row this time, or maybe they'll get even back row, and we'll see a very interesting back and forth to where how they choose to use it will really, really matter.
Rumiko, that is such a good opener for Viper right here.
Definitely, just grabbing that Volcanic Forge right away. It gets that for Stoke the Forge plates, which we have not seen out of Viper yet, but that doesn't mean he doesn't run it. But also being able to set up instant Kinleo plays will be a great start for Viper.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting that we haven't seen Stoke the Forge yet. I think there is room to say that he is not playing Stoke the Forge.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if I'd cross it off just yet, because there is a chance, but at the same time, I think it's a safe assumption that he likely is not on it.
I mean, yeah, because there's definitely been several times where he could have utilized it and it just wasn't played, but at the same time, he could just not have had it.
And notably, Rumiko can search out Stoke the Forge as well, but every single time going for the Volcanic Forge.
Volcanic Forge is powerful. We said it several times, but Stadium Wars have kind of gone to the wayside. So those who do utilize their stadiums tend to get the most benefit out of them than any other time before.
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if next Premier event we see a lot more decks at least siding their stadiums if they're facing off against a deck such as Fire Nexus that really likes their stadium. But a Lavalith turn 1, or I guess turn 2, but sure it's turn 1, is insane. Will he target the Volcanic Forge this time around or go for the back row?
This is a very cruel punish to a fire deck to punish them for playing the game with their own limited Elestral. And this time, Volcanic Forge is the target. That is a great move. I think that was absolutely the right choice.
Oh yeah, Viper takes way more advantage of that card than Not Sure It does. But will we see? Because this is still vulnerable to an Argo into Necklace of Harmonia.
I was going to say you don't need to attack if you're unsure of the back row, but at the same time, you could just not do it. That is a Shield of Achilles. Interesting decision there. You're valuing the Rummikub on field, but now you have to play this entire game 3 knowing that Lavalith is waiting for you. So your spirit differential can never exceed 1.
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be a desperation play, but I really wouldn't want to give my opponent back a Lavalith. I guess Viper doesn't have an answer in hand. It needs to stall for a bit longer, but another...
Is there a Stoke? There better be a Stoke. Play the Stoke now.
Oh, just re-enchant. That's an interesting play because you're just playing right back into Lavalith. So
yeah, this is going to pop the second Volcanic Forge unless the face down is a Gorgon's Gaze.
Then why not play that next turn? Next turn. Sorry, last turn. There we go. Why not play that last turn to stop the first Lavalith?
Interesting line of play by Viper here. Maybe there's an altar.
Maybe, and now with the extra spirit, that works out real well. Not Sure It on an Ambrosia. And notably here, Viper is at quite the spirit deficit compared to Not Sure It even before that Ambrosia.
Yeah, going from 16 up to 18 now. Interesting line of play by these two. And now the Lavalith is coming down again. I think Sure was also questioning, like, why are you just playing right into it? So that face down has to be Gorgon's Gaze, or that Volcanic Forge is just done. Is that Gorgon's Gaze? It is. That is a full art from Daybreak. Man, look at that thing. That thing is beautiful.
Maybe the play here is to give yourself an extra turn to re-enchant the Rummagem to hit over. Because what, 3, 4, it's at 5 now? I think that might have been the play, was just to give yourself an extra turn to be able to re-enchant the Rummagem to finally be able to hit over that Lavalith.
Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of saw right through it because now, as you said, he is re-enchanting the Rummikub. That thing is now beefy. This is the world's strongest Rummikub, and it is absolutely just going to run over this Lavalith. But is it worth it considering the spirit differential you're at now?
I mean, Viper might not have a choice, but honestly, that was quite the play from Viper there, being able to do that, just seeing that line of play. I don't...
Oh, right! The Lavalith was also buffed up to 8.
Yeah, so
one spirit point of damage was done, but man, I don't know how I feel about that.
My best guess is it was a desperation play. It was probably the best out they had, which is a brilliant play, but unfortunately just puts you at such low spirits compared to your opponent.
Did Shuri side into heal or something? There's a Sluggle on the field, and we already saw Ambrosia. The lowest spirit count was 15 for Shuri. What is going on here?
Apparently, Shirt just showed up this time around, just ready to say, no, you will not be at, you'll not be at higher spirits than me.
Man, this is an interesting line of play. That is another Rummikub, though. So now a 4 attacker is going to run over the Sluggle, but not able to get much. That is a Gorgon's Gaze. Is that stopping the effect, stopping the attack? Not sure where in the game is that Gorgon's Gaze being triggered, but it is going to put Shuri down to 15. I guess he just wants to keep the Sluggle around, if nothing more.
Yeah, or just make sure next time if they get a chance to have the Volcanic Forge again, that now Viper has to dig for yet another one. We'll see, because this Rummagem is still at 4 attack, and is that an Eddie? Yeah, that'll do it.
This is notable because for the first time on stream, we have a clash with under 10 minutes left in it. So spirit count should absolutely be considered going into this game 3. And it's possible that Sluggle was sided in to deal with a late game scenario, just making sure that you're up on spirit differential.
I think that's a safe assumption to make, especially if we potentially see a Quackle next turn.
Oh yeah, if we see a cracker, then we know what's going on. Spectaris, though, is coming out of put 5 attacker with effect that's going to run over the Eddie. The Slugger is just there, being cute.
It's not sure. I still am not that mad. Eddie did what it needed to do. Sure, you need a way to deal with the Spectaris, but as long as you're up on spirits, you're still feeling pretty good. And that's an attack position, Astrabbit. Fishing for a Zeus or Demeter, potentially?
What's going on here? That has to be... Are you willing to crash for this, though?
Not sure. Absolutely. Just keep Viper off of stuff on board. You already have the spirit advantage. You just want to keep forcing him to have to commit even more, and eventually Viper should just burn out from this position.
It is an interesting approach, but it absolutely is one. Just force your opponent to play cards. Who knew that was a viable win con?
Oh.
That is a cryoblast, though. Never mind. We're not taking a crash at all. We are just going to be crashing out on the Spectaris. That thing goes to the underworld, and now 2 points of damage. Sure, it has an 8 spirit differential here going into this next round. Absolutely insane play by Shurit. Just healing and healing and healing. Meanwhile, Viper, I don't think it's seen a single ambrosia this game.
Yeah, and seeing that Frost Spirit turn 1, I'm surprised it took us this long to see an actual Cryoblast here. But let's see what Viper has on the Castanets and Astrabbit, which is a great card, but I don't know if it's quite what you need here.
I mean, pulling back a card from your underworld is always great. We know that at least one Volcanic Forge is under there as well. But in this scenario, I would actually give my opponent whatever costs the most. You have 3 spirits left. Please spend your cards.
For sure. Yeah, and interestingly, grabbing a Gorgon's Gaze there. I'm curious the opponent lets them take. I didn't quite catch what.
Yeah, that was the Gorgon's Gaze. That was the Gorgon's Gaze. The Viper's about to set it immediately. So the Gorgon's Gaze was given back to him, and now there's 2 cards set, but you know one of them is Gaze. And to me, I am just foaming at the mouth saying, please activate it. Let's see what happens. Astrabbit being buffed up to 3 is going to run over the Astrabbit. So now we have a game here, but yeah. I think it's just Viper's game to win, or try to win.
Absolutely. I'm a bit surprised that Kinleo wasn't one of the options there, because that could be a great way to quickly try to swing the spirits back in your favor. But Mustachian here will be able to contest that rabbit.
Immediately. And now, are you going to use your Gorgon's Gaze? Use it.
You're going down to 1 spirit, though. You better have an Ambrosia next turn, or else you're not going to be able to do too much more.
I mean, you're either going down to 1 spirit, or you're going down... That's an earthquake. This is a clinic from Shurit right now. Just all the big plays. We saw the Lava Lip and the Earthquake come out, and now the 2 points of damage are going to come out as well. I'm guessing he did not expend with the Mustachian. I don't think I saw that. So it looks like that's pretty much going to be it, unless we have a major Ambrosia play right here, right now.
We'll see, but that Mustachian really will make that difficult. And
the last spirit being spent. Wait, there's one more. There's one more in the spirit deck. The count was a little off there. So we do have the resting on the Mustachian, and now the Fire Enchanted Knuckle to take out the Sluggle. It's not over yet.
Absolutely not, but
it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Well, hold your phone, because Shurit could not have a. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mustachian is just showing like this is it. That's going to be the India tournament run. Man. Our first game 3, and Shurit shows up and shows out, Eagle.
Absolutely. That was a very, very impressive play, honestly, by both casters. I think Viper was done a little dirty in those latter 2 games, especially that final one, that desperation play to out the Lavalith. Has to feel bad that your opponent opened that one up.
The Lavalith was so crucial in this match. It came out turn 2 and turn 4. Immediately in the first, and it only came out turn 4 because it had to be shielded back. In that scenario, I'm pretty sure Shurit was just telegraphed saying he doesn't have much to deal with this, because you do not want to shield back a Lavalith, because now you got to play around that the entire game. Now, mind you, he was able to do so with the Gorgon's Gaze and whatnot. It was still so expensive, because from those early turns, look at how large the spirit differential got. 12-4 at one point.
Yeah, and it was cost Viper 5 spirits, while that Lavalith had really only 2, because it still had the 2 on board. And then on top of that, it cost Viper 2 back row that he could have used way later in that game.
Yeah. It was just, for 2 calls, you got rid of so many card back row, or 4 calls, I should say. You got so many back row. The spending of the shield as well, so that's 3 spirits right there. So immediately better trade for sure. It was just the cards were not lined up for their cause versus what Shure was doing. Shure said, okay, here's 1. And, Viper had to scramble. All right, well, here's my Gorgon's Gaze, and here's my shield, and here's my Volcanic Forge, and here's my Nectar, and here's my 3 spirits and my Rumble for a crash. Not even to win it, to a crash. Man.
Really makes you wonder, should you have cast that Volcanic Forge turn 1? Because it played right into it, but it's also a 1-of, so what are the odds that Not Sure would have had it in hand?
It's tough to say. But considering what we've already seen Shure play, especially knowing that Galaxy and stuff like that are there, and because Rumble can't get to a 5+ with Forge on a field like that, I don't think there was value in playing Forge at that time. Because all you did, mind you, it's unlikely, but it doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But also, even thinking about the back row, I definitely think it would have been a better play in general to just hold it, but at the same time, it's tough to say. It's been a long day. Who knows what was going through Viper's head, and could have also had a very good reason for playing that we just didn't get to see in that game because there was the Lavalith.
Right. Praise to Viper as well, though. Playing out of his mind. While that was an expensive line, he found his out. That's impressive in and of itself. That game 1 was completely commanded by Viper as well. The 4 back row that were stagnant for turn or after turn after turn, so much so that I was calling them fake. And then look at what happened. They all turned up and turned out.
Absolutely. Just because Viper lost doesn't mean that they are not a very skilled caster. They had to be to get to this point to top 8. So congratulations to Viper. And I bet Viper is hoping that Not Sure can make it all the way to the top, so at least he lost to who could potentially be the champion.
Ooh, that's a good point. We are in the top cut, so I feel like after we come back from this break, you and Kay should go over the tournament prizing that everyone is getting. Because even though Viper lost in top 8, Viper is walking away with a pretty good prize package.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to cover that after we go on a short break here.
Yes, so right now I'm going to take my break. I will see you guys in the finals. You will be joined by K Cray along with Eagle for the semifinal. Make sure you guys stick around here, subscribe if you haven't already, and go pre-order Moonrise. It releases January 21st. Shop Elestrals.com. But right now, though, we're going to go take a break. So go get a water, go stretch as well. We're going to be right back with some more show and tell.
Unleash the torrential power of everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestilio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
MBT starting off with a Thunder Spirit and a Rabbit. It's pretty good Thunder start. I would say it's okay.
Hard to complain. Hard to complain. Electric Search Zeus means one of these rabbits could hit over this Echolinks in defense position. And so if Sunseed just only has single targeting back row, things like PTA or Shield of Achilles, one of these Thunder Elestrals from MBT will be outing this Echolinks. It all comes down to, is Zeus already in hand or is it searchable off of an Elechic as the casters foretold? This means this Echolinks is gone. Oh, but the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out here. Massive play from Jess here, making sure that this Echo has at least a chance of sticking around. Yeah, this is an incredible board state for Jess, with the caveat that Arclith might be devastating here. Jess potentially Alter in end phase. Alter in end phase will make sure that Arclith is not coming down. What an incredible play here. I absolutely love this from Jess here. She's going to go ahead and... No, she's not. She's going at Viserys in face. Even better.
There's a full board of Elestrals with full hearts here on the side of Sunseed Jess. Now, the spirit count is getting a little low, and that one set back row has to be Shield. It's got to be Gorgons. This is quite a precarious position. Once again, even though Jess is down in spirits by almost half on the spirit differential, this is still anyone's game. That's the crazy part. Welcome to Elestrals.
And it looks like MBT going to go ahead and cast out this Elechick, which will finally resolve here and go get that Zeus. And that will let this Elechick clear over anything that MBT wants to. It can attack over these Viserys. It can attack over the Echolinks as well. The question is, which one of these does he want to get off this board?
Yeah, there's a lot of rock in a hard place with this board, like quite literally. The Echolinks sitting in between the two Viserys is kind of a no-win situation. You do have to go for the Echolinks just in case you do draw into more counter runes. You cannot.
Think that we are officially back. Oop, Eagle might be muted.
There we go. You should be able to hear me now.
Yep, I can. Hello.
Awesome. Hello again. So these have been exciting, at least the top 8 so far is exciting. Now we're moving right into top 4. Though I think before we get to that, we want to go over the prizes real quick and then talk about who's playing in our top 4. So we get a quick transition over to those prizes. Oh, there's the Illuminate. And there we go. So starting off, I think we talked about the participation in top 16. Let's skip straight to the unique prizes for top 8. Of course, they get 2 gold stamp organized play cards from last month's Shattered Stars. Scorpio, you got the Toxion and the Mount Olympus full art on top of the 2-star decks, which you also got, and the Mount Olympus from being top 16. But just the addition of the Toxon is amazing. And of course, for top 4, this matchup, do you want to let them know, okay, what those casters are now competing for?
Yes, absolutely. So not only do you still get those things from top 8, but you also get the Arclith full art, also the gold stamp, gorgeous card, and an entire Daybreak booster box. So all of the players who are making it to top 4, the players who we were about to see in this next match, they are all getting those top 4 prizes.
And then continue right along to the run-up. They just get doubled that, 2 booster boxes, and then 2 of each of those promos. So not quite a place out of all of them, but still an amazing prize. And then finally, the champion. Okay, you want to say what's unique about that one?
I know that you are just waiting in the wings with this Draking to show it again.
I'm not pushing away.
We have an absolutely incredible 1-of-1 stamped reverse stellar Draking. It's going to say Elestrals champion. It is so cool. It is gorgeous, as well as the 2 Daybreak booster boxes and a full uncut sheet.
Yes, that is a beauty that I keep saying I want to see in person. Someday I will. Then, of course, they also get the playset of all those stamped promos. It's just a great haul overall. And whoever wins this, I hope is going to be very happy with these prizes. I think now we can cut over to the top 4 brackets to see who's getting those guaranteed top 4 prizes.
Oh, I am excited because I haven't even peeked at this yet. Oh, okay. So from the West over here, we have Trishula versus JJPM. This is going to be a really great matchup. I have played both Trishula and JJ in the past, and they are both absolutely incredible casters.
Yeah, and JJ's been around for a while and usually does put on a good show. So that's going to be an exciting one. And that, though, we'll be most likely looking at the other one over here, if I read that correctly, the Not Shirt versus Adrian B. So we just watched Not Sure It. Adrian, though, I don't think we've seen yet. So that's going to be an interesting caster to see what they are on.
Yes, absolutely. And I was tuned in to the last match, but I didn't fully get to pay attention. So this is going to be a surprise all around for me, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah. Not Sure It has some great stuff, some real heads up plays as well. I also want to say that Dry, unfortunately, did not make it to top 4, so we won't be seeing any more Pen Terror. But that being said, a lot of the plays that you and I were calling out that Dry was making that were real heads up, saw a lot of that in the match Viper versus Not Sure It. So I still think, despite not getting the really awesome 3-headed dragon, we'll see a lot of amazing plays in this next round.
Oh, I am incredibly excited. And, Wind Strongest Soldier Dry over there, I am thrilled that Wind made it to finals here. Absolutely excited about that.
Same thing with Fire Nexus with Viper. I cannot wait to see the proper breakdown of the top cut decks after this one, because already 2 decks that seem very interesting.
Absolutely. Just goes to show the new ban list, the new meta, it's creating exciting things already.
Yes, and I cannot wait until next year's. We're going to have to wait about a month for the next tournament, but I think that time will be worth the wait. Give casters plenty of time to brew brand new ideas.
Absolutely. I personally, nothing is scarier than some of these casters in the community, plus time, plus deviant energy in their hearts to create absolutely terrifying decks.
Yes, especially since with the holiday break coming up, some of these casters, maybe a lot of them, might have some extra time to really put a lot of attention and testing into what they want to bring for that next premiere event. Because, of course, that'll be happening on January 11th, and they have a gorgeous new champion prize. Kay, you've got the perfect way to show off what that champion prize will be.
Ooh, that's true. I do, if we want to come back over. You know what? Now I feel like I should let you show off your Drag King because of that.
Maybe I'll sneak it in later on.
That's true. I did, in fact, get my beautiful, beautiful little boy Mudlet Reverse Stellar today. Honestly, what an incredible day to have that happen on the stream for the tournament. I am absolutely thrilled and in love with him.
That should be a highlight somewhere as well. But yes, the casters who play in the January 11th tournament will be in contention for a champion gold stamp version of that one. But I think we're about ready to get into this top 4 match, Adrian versus Not Sure It. I can't wait for this match. How about you, Kay?
I am very excited. Again, we don't know what Adrian's playing. I didn't get to pay attention to everything that Not Sure It was up to, so I'm going into this just as excited and ready to be surprised as the next person.
Yeah, that'll be great. I haven't peeked at Adrian's list yet. I know I did see it earlier today when I was going through the deck list, but I don't remember specifically what it is. So this will be a bit of a surprise. But it looks like Not Sure It is starting with an expend to draw by the looks of it. Plus, 3 sets and a pass. All right.
A 3 back row right out of the gate is pretty strong. Is this kind of what you were seeing last game, or does this seem to be a particularly good start?
This is not actually a start we really saw from Not Sure. Usually it was an Elestral and pass, but starting off with the Gorgon's Gaze just saying, nope, you're not getting any card advantage. But I think this is a flexibility that Not Sure It's deck has access to. Just being able to expend your draw is perfectly fine because they've got plenty of ways to recoup those spirits. And on top of that, ways to start contesting these Elestrals.
Wow, okay. And Adrian sending that rabbit out in attack to 3 back row and just first thing is very brave.
Yeah, I think the thought process was, well, if it's a poison-tipped arrow, oh well. But even then, just getting punched by the Gorgon's Gaze, you've already seen... granted, Adrian doesn't know what Not Sure It's on, and you can see her likely doesn't matter because the Mustachian just contests the rabbit no matter if it's an attack or defense.
Very true. Might as well have gotten possibly a Spirit of Damage. Definitely worth a calculated risk there.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, did Adrian get a peek of what Not Sure It was up to, or just has seen enough from today to just figure Ash Rabbit defense, it's most likely getting outed. Let me just go for that easy damage there. We see the attack flip for the Mustachian to start contesting that rabbit. We'll see what the back row is.
Okay, we see the swing, and it seems like Adrian is going to answer this.
with their own Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay.
So this one just to stop the attack, but also I can't remember what Clash was earlier today, but we're mentioning how people were firing off the Gorgon's Gaze in response to effects when they could also wait till the attack declaration to make sure they don't give the opponent an opportunity to cast something like a Earthquake or a Cryoblast. In this case, Cryoblast wouldn't work, but I do like the use of it during the battle phase instead. But using the Spirit off of the Rabbit?
Okay.
Wonder why that is. That's interesting to try to clear the board.
Yeah, I wonder because it's not like we're seeing 2 spirits on Shuret's side, so we're not trying to stay under that limit for a Lavalith or a Resting or something.
And then I'm seeing an attack. I'm not quite sure what's going on here because I thought the Mustachian got Gorgon's Gazed here, so it shouldn't be able to attack.
You are absolutely right about that. We ran the animation and everything.
Did we miss something here? Did it pass back over and they're expending to draw?
It is possible that we missed something like that.
Maybe they'll be able to fill in what on the back end, what happened there for our clarification, because I'm not quite sure. I know a judge is in with them, so it has to be the appropriate sequence of play. So we really must have just missed something.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like it's back over to Adrian here to start trying to contest that Mustachian. But notably, it is going to be a real pain to deal with because if Adrian casts something, that's switching right to 6 attack, and likely Adrian won't be able to hit over it.
Very true. And oh, well.
So this is interesting sequence of events. Eddie here on cast. So at this moment, Eddie's effect is, I have to read its effect again, but I think that contests it very, very well because right now its effect is on the chain, and I believe Mustachian's effect also goes on the chain here. So not sure it needs to decide if they want to expend a spirit, but then the Eddie can still choose to swap it if it does, and if not sure it doesn't, then Eddie can just choose not to swap it.
Oh, that's so interesting. And it seems that not sure it has opted to swap the stats here.
Seems like it though. An opponent normal cast an Elestral. I'll have to double check because this is a bit of an interesting ruling on the Mustachian here, since it's normally an active effect. It might be the case that it's still an active effect, in which case what I just said would not be true. That'd be a good question for the judges as well, how that specifically works. I'm not up to date on my Mustachian rulings, but looks like an Earthquake comes out here.
That'll take care of an Eddie for sure.
Ooh, looks like we got a confirmation of what happened in that clash at the Gorgon's Gaze. It was attempted during Battle Step to stop the stat swap. That's what it was. So they used it during Battle Step, which was the incorrect timing. So they used the Ash Rabbit because they're going to lose the Ash Rabbit or a Spirit anyway.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for the clarification on that. That is good to know. All of these funky stat swaps, all of the different orders of operation. And is that a Foamy that we just saw come down? Look at him.
That is my favorite Foamy. It's the Stellar one from Founders Edition that I absolutely love and had to get one signed by A-Drive himself. So
okay, now that is a flex.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can show that one off after this one. But any Stellar Foamy is a superior Foamy, so happy to see that on board. And without it getting responded to by a PTA, it's likely not sure it might be able to get some value from it. And we'll see. Oh, but the Laurels does answer it.
Okay. Yeah. And I think that I would want to take that Foamy out personally.
Oh yeah, search out a card, get some heal potentially, or just utility out another one-cost water that you want. I most certainly would want to get rid of that Foamy, but at the same time, that Mustachian's pretty scary here.
Okay, and the Foamy does go down. I don't know. I feel like after that Gorgon's ruling, I would have a vendetta against this crab. And even if it was not the correct choice, I might make the decision either way.
Just get that thing off the board. But in Ash Rabbit here, I think this makes sense because it does force Not Sure It to most likely expend. So even though you're not getting rid of the Mustachian, you're at least forcing that one spirit out of Not Sure It.
That's very true. And this is sort of a, oh, wait, I think we've been here before. Deja vu moment. This rabbit in attack. Water crab.
Yes, for sure. And I'm very curious from Not Sure It's perspective, having to play this all day, if there's like a clear indicator of when to expend with the Mustachian and when not to, and if the exhaustion from the day can really make you mix up when you should and when you shouldn't.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these players have been going. I mean, we've fortunately been able to get breaks, but they have been going since this morning.
Yes. We're at, I think, 9.5 hours now, which is just crazy. And depending on how long their matches took would dictate how long of a break they would get in between matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Attack Rabbit of Sure Its Own coming out, and a response from Adrian with a PTA.
Definitely love a good PTA on Rabbit, whether it's an attack or defense, just shuts it down completely.
It is the perfect PTA target for sure.
We got a comment from the person behind the camera here running this all, or a comment about it being a long day, just saying, tell me about it.
Absolutely. Behind the scenes, we have so many champions who have been making sure that things are running, who have been keeping us looking and sounding good. And it has been a whole team effort here for this entire tournament.
Yeah. And they didn't get the luxury of a break like we did, so shout outs to them. So let's see, a Zeus here. Okay. I'm curious why using the Zeus, maybe worried about being too low on water spirits to keep swapping with the Mustachian, potentially?
Oh, yeah, very interesting.
We'll have to see here. I bet Not Sure It's really looking for an Ambrosia here to make up that spirit differential, because as PK and I were saying in the match we were watching last round, with this sort of low to the ground efficient style deck, you really want to be up on spirits, but at the same time, Not Sure It has proven that they can definitely make this work even a bit behind.
Definitely. And I think that we did see the Zeus to buff up the Mouse Station, so you might be right about the lack of water spirits.
Yeah, probably banking on an Ambrosia soon, but let's see what Adrian ends up doing while behind on board. That would have been for the PTA. But while ahead on spirits, behind on board, really looking for a way to come back, but that Mustachian is going to be very annoying, but eventually Not Sure It has to run out of water spirits.
Yes, and if that time is now, if that time is later, that remains to be seen. But this is definitely, like you said, this low to the ground strategy. It likes to just get a guy out each turn, and it is so easy when you're playing against a deck like this to fall behind and to get outpaced.
Yes, and then a Toxion here further hurts that, just being able to leverage the fact that Adrian is ahead on spirits, because now if the Mustachian wants to contest the Toxion, that's 2 spirits down versus the 1, and it doesn't even guarantee that the Toxion goes away, unlike when you use Mustachian's effect on your turn.
That's true. A Galaxy here would be huge for the Mouse Station, so that it doesn't have to, like you said, expend a spirit every single time it wants to attack.
Looks like instead just held the Tsunami. This will be a real interesting play with whatever Not Sure It has to play next turn. Looking at Toxion to defense means that something like a Galaxy here would still contest an attack, but something maybe a bit more low to the ground, but still above 2 defense can start contesting it, so they don't have to rely on that expend to swap to 6 attack.
Yes, absolutely. And we're still, I would say comparable board states. That Zeus is very scary. And
I can't tell what that is. Oh, it's a Necruff.
Oh, okay, puppy. Couldn't quite see it through the glare. And was that properly enchanted?
I can't tell. It kind of looks like a lunar spirit, but the color is a little bit off, so I could be wrong, but it's not quite the same color as the Necruff.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that in a minute. But we do see an Ambrosia coming down on Not Sure It's side, which is exactly what they needed, because that spirit differential, I'm sure, was very much starting to be felt.
Oh yeah, bringing 6 to 9 difference, and now you've got control of the board. The Necruff being able to hit in for some pressure against that Toxion might be able to swing it back into their favor, really just having been able to stall out with that Crab on board. But at some point, you can't keep stalling with it. You need to start... Ooh, but the swap there just to try to guarantee the Toxion goes down.
Okay, so there are still water spirits, or those might be from the ambrosia, I suppose. They could have been run down, but this is very, very interesting.
Okay.
Oh, a Stellar Vapyro. Okay.
Yes. We got confirmation. It is properly enchanted, so that will burn one. This is actually a great way to try to swing the spirits back in your favor here. So that's now down to, I think, not sure it will be a one less spirit, but clearly have the board advantage here.
Yes, and not sure it really saw that Toxeon come down and said, if you want to burn me this turn, I'm going to be burning you next turn with the puppy.
Yes, great way. Or it might be to 7 spirits, still 2 off, but yeah, the extra burn from the Necroth will really help not sure it get caught up on that spirit differential. But both of them being at low spirits, they have to be sweating a little bit because every single play will really matter in this game. And the Eddy is a phenomenal one, especially if it's on that Necroth. Just bypass that Mustachian.
Absolutely. I have to wonder if maybe one of those back row is going to be able to save it.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much back row these past few turns, just kind of passing. But an Earthquake, that's huge.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to target the crab. Yep. And the crab, finally, he was the little crab that could. He stuck around for a long time.
Yeah, but was that for better or for worse? Because it also used up most of Shuret's spirits.
That's very true.
We'll see here. And a shield, I don't know if you love that. While in the simplified board state, it helps you get another 2 spirits of damage. It just means that Eddy can come wreak havoc next turn.
Very true. Positions are not safe, and I don't know if at this point there's something that Not Sure It can do to guarantee that isn't an issue next turn.
I think the real easy play is if they can just find a Sluggle or a Dratago to heal up a ton, they'd probably be feeling phenomenal here. Because sure, their Necroth can be outed by the Eddy, but now they're up on spirits. But it looks like they're also very low on cards, which is a bit concerning to be able to make sure they can close out this game here.
Yeah, not many cards in hand from what we're seeing.
I think it's 1 card, 2 at most. Yeah, it looks like it's just 1. We'll see here. I think they're debating on expending to draw.
That's what it looks like. Oh,
nope. Ooh, their own Eddy.
An Eddy of their own.
That's interesting, because in one regard, they could have held the Eddy in hand, expecting Adrian to play their Eddy to contest the Necroth, and then Eddy their Eddy next turn. But at the same time, just valuing getting that 2 additional spirits worth of damage. But I think that also can make sense if they can top deck an Elestral, or if that back row is a final hidden gem to try to close out this game.
True. Possibly could be Tsunami, something that would be cost effective, but I imagine that we would have seen that. Obviously with Eddy, we are not going to be looking at Tsunami being live, but if something else comes out, possibly.
Yeah, and now Not Sure it probably isn't loving that Ambrosia here, because now it just means that even with that back row, they can't end it next turn. And now they need to make sure they have a way to contest the board for another turn after that off of top decks alone. Ugh, that's not a place I'd want to be in.
No, absolutely not. And these Ambrosias, they keep showing up at just the right time, at the critical junction. And this game is no exception.
Notably looping back a Frost, I'm wondering if they have a Cryoblast in grip, or just hoping to top deck a Cryoblast to be able to deal with the Necroth or the Eddy. Ooh, no, there is the Cryoblast.
There it is. It is, in fact, Cryoblast time.
So this, I'm assuming they're debating Eddy or Necroth here. They decide to go for the Necroth. And again, Adrian really leveraging this late game simplified board state in their favor, having the card advantage. And it looks like they still have another 2 cards. Just casting out the Eddy here. That contests the Eddy. And now, sure, it either needs a back row or 2 top deck something.
Yes, I kind of wonder at this point. Obviously, there are only so many more actions that can be taken, and a poison-tipped arrow.
It's not quite what you want to see, but it is something.
Because I think that it still is able to take out the other Eddy with the PTA if it flips it to defense.
Yep, it's at 2 attack to Eddy's 1 defense. So.
Yep.
Oh, but taking it off. Interesting. That does make sense. Oh, no, it's same spirit differential, so it doesn't really matter here. But
yeah, but that Eddy went out on his own terms, so in a way, it is a win for sure.
Yes, but now, not sure, down to 1 spirit and a top deck. Is it an Elestral?
I don't know. I'm at the edge of my seat. I want to see what this is.
It's another Mustachian.
The return.
So this pretty much just says, all right, Adrian, look, if you have an Elestral next turn, it's going to be GG. If you don't have an Elestral and not an Ambrosia, I now win. So with 2 cards, we'll see. Does Adrian have that Elestral, or is Not Sure It going to get this win just barely?
Oh, this is one of the closest games that I've ever seen, coming down to literally the last turn, 1-0, and it looks like Not Sure It has taken it. It really is the little crab that could.
Just barely. That has to hurt, because Adrian knows just any Elestral would have done it, but just to not see it. And an expense draw wouldn't, you had to bet on an Ambrosia there, so there was still no, he was only at 1 1 spirit, so an expense draw was not a viable option here.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
Yeah. It is very interesting because at the beginning of the stream, we were talking about what effects we think the ban list is going to have on the meta. And I had suspicions that possibly we were going to see a resurgence of the 5s format. And I think that this feels a little bit like that.
Oh, for sure. It's just a bunch of efficient cards with big numbers that just keep the game simple and try to just more efficiently answer what your opponents have done. But notably, this feels a bit different. I'm seeing a lot more lean into water, while previous formats of 5s definitely blended water, thunder, and or earth.
Definitely. It's got a little spice to it. I will say that. And it's very cool to see when games are that close and it's not too heavily skewed one way or another. Like I said, I was on the edge of my seat up until that very last turn, 1-0 spirits, and the little crab that could eventually pulling it off.
It literally came down to a top deck, and unfortunately that top deck didn't come through. So our casters are siding now, definitely trying to figure out how they can maneuver themselves into a much better position. I wouldn't be too surprised if Adrian had some tsunamis in the back row that were just dead that entire game and are trying to side them out.
That would make sense, definitely.
I also feel like I've been so focused on Not Sure It's deck that I really didn't pay too much attention to Adrian's deck, but it looks like Adrian's on a bunch of Thunder stuff. So we saw the Toxeon, and Astrab, it doesn't really tell us. I remember the Toxin. Do you remember any other Elestrals that Adrian played last game?
It's funny, as soon as you said that, I realized that similarly, I was focused just because of the way the call and response was working this game, that I was in fact also more focused on Sure It's side. So I don't know, maybe this is going to be like a surprise to us into game 2.
Maybe. I'm going to take a quick peek to see if there was anything else we saw. I don't think so, because then we also saw an Eddie. So I think we just really saw Toxeon being the defining card here. Other than that, it was just Eddie and Astrapid, which are pretty standard.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels more along the 5s line for sure. We did see the Foamy from Sure It's side, which could be very interesting if Foamy actually works at some point. I love Foamy, and you did say at some point that you would show me that stellar Foamy that you have.
Yeah, at worst, I can just send you a picture after everything is said and done here, but I'll try to show it off afterwards. Here, I think our caster's about ready to get going. I can see Adrian over there taking a drink of water. Very important to stay hydrated. I've been trying to do that today. I don't know about you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Especially talking all day, doing, a fair bit of yelling today when things have been very exciting, which admittedly has been really often today.
I mean, I was going to say that Mudlet poll, that definitely was there, but even these clashes, it's just been non-stop.
Every time something big came out, it was like, we're playing the game! Which, these strategies that we're seeing right now, while you don't have the big 2 or 3 drops, like we're talking about, the back and forth is very exciting.
Yeah, definitely sometimes it feels like in these more simplified, low to the ground games, the players really get to show and express their skill level. when sometimes the ones where the big drops come out, it can just be just who gets to their big guy first, and that's that.
Yes, absolutely. And who can answer the big guy when it comes out.
Yes. But even then, I even think the one game where we saw the big guys come out, there's still a lot of skill-intensive play, which is also very exciting to see, and something I hope we see more of as we progress into the Moonrise meta. But it looks like we're starting here. Not sure. Expending to draw. Same start as last time. Will set 3 though?
I don't know. It worked out well for them last time, so running it back would not be okay. Only setting 2, so not quite the same.
See, I don't know if I'm not sure if I really want to play it back exactly the same as last time, because it came down to a top deck on Adrian's end whether or not they were going to win it or not.
And is that a Toxion coming out turn 1, already starting the burn?
Hey, that's pretty good. Get something out on board before the Mustachian hits. That way, you always have the option to just not cast anything and attack into it to contest it.
Definitely. And we see 2 set also on Adrian's side.
So good back row war going here. That's really, I think, the key in a lot of these low to the ground matchups is that back row. How many do you see? How do you utilize them?
And what was interesting, especially in that last match that Not Sure It was in, that the timing of the back row really seemed to come into play. And I'm curious to see how that will work out in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. And the more I think about it, the more I see Not Sure It play, the more I'm like, oh my gosh, Mustachian is absolute annoyance. Well, here it's an Eddie, which is great to contest for, but it's an absolute annoyance with so few removal options. If it sticks, it's really difficult to deal with.
Oh, and then we see a PTA coming out to answer this Eddie as Toxion moves into defense position because of the Eddie effect.
That must feel great because... Oh, but the Cryoblast.
Wow.
Whew. This is a phenomenal back and forth between these two casters. Just as you think one caster is getting the advantage, the other one pulls out another card just to show that, nope, this game state is not as simple as it may appear.
Yes, absolutely. This quick back and forth is so exciting to see. And we'll probably see the expend to pop that Eddie. And we now have a totally clear board, 2 set on, or possibly just the 1 set over on Adrian's side. 2 set over on Shuret's side, but everything else is wide open right now.
As Adrian, I feel great here because now you get to reset the tempo of the game in your favor, and a Galaxy will do just that.
Ooh, and that one I feel like is a little bit complicated, knowing that the Mouse Station is a very real threat on the other side, but Galaxy in its own right, absolutely a threat as well.
Oh yeah. And the real fun thing with Galaxy in this situation, Water v Water, specifically against Mustachian, is you can play a ton of mind games here, specifically with Gorgon's Gaze, but also now with Dense Fog. Because if you wait till battle step when a Mustachian attacks your Galaxy, you can Gorgon's Gaze your own Galaxy, and the trade goes back in your favor because Galaxy would have to attack to the one on the Mustachian.
And we were talking about this before. Oh, but it's not going to matter because here comes an earthquake.
Oh, we don't get interesting scenarios, I guess.
The one of earthquake showing up just when Not Sure It needed it, and a 3rd back row going down. This is looking intimidating for Adrian. While yes, being able to set the tempo with setting the card into the empty field, the 3 back row is certainly a lot to contend with. And a misenchanted Eddie coming down.
I wouldn't call this out, but sure, it did expend to draw on that last turn. So again, going down on spirits, but not quite setting the tempo. And that PTA is going to take him down additional 3 spirits. 1 for the PTA, 1 for the expend for the PTA, and then 1 for the attack. That's not an amazing position to be in.
I feel like I need to duck with the amount of PTAs that we have seen flying around this game.
Yes, and yet where's the Centaur launching all of these? That's my question.
An excellent question. I'm sure PK is out there somewhere saying, that's what I'm saying. I can hear it now.
We'll see. It's back now. Not sure it has a chance to regain set the tempo of the game, but also down 5 spirits. We'll see if there's a way to come back, but considering Adrian's also on Thunder, we might see Quackle on their end, so it's not even like Not Sure It has the advantage of having an in-element Elestral to heal up, but we do see the Ambrosia. That's a nice way to start.
Absolutely, that will in fact heal you back up. And this is very similar to last game that Not Sure It ended up winning, where they were very much down in spirits for a long time, but as we saw, it came down to a top deck. They were able to outlast.
I hope that Not Sure It's not feeling the stress that I'm feeling being in these positions, because if I was the one playing, I'd just be like, oh my gosh, this is not good. How am I going to win this?
I definitely feel when I am watching, I can feel empathy for both sides. And it's like, oh, I wouldn't want to be there. Oh, I wouldn't want to be there. Ooh. And a neck ruff coming out. And I believe that is Frost Enchanted. Is that what I saw?
Yes, it is. It's that nice stellar Fleur Mine. Interesting choice.
Boy. An icy puppy.
This is an interesting play by Not Sure It. I think they're trying to make sure this Necruff cannot be outed by a Cryoblast.
And that is something that we saw last game. So I think you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I think we even saw one this game, but I think it's safe to say with that being a 3 of removal still in the game, that you really do want to make sure that you're playing around that and not just losing tempo to that. But the Astrabbit coming out here, trying to dig for something.
And an attack again. Very interesting. No response to the rabbit cast, no PTA, which I'm shocked because there have been so many already. And Rabbit's effect is free to go. Looking at the top 3 of the deck, picking Adrian's favorite and putting it into hand.
Yeah, I'm really curious why this attack position play, because there's no benefits. Not like Adrian can do a tsunami play here. Oh, the Earthquake.
Okay, we have seen both one of Earthquakes this game, and we are officially tied in spirits 10-10. Not Sure It is going to be taking the one direct from this rabbit, unless, nope, not going to answer it, just going to take the damage, which I think is probably what feels better there than having to shield a rabbit to protect nothing.
With only 2 attack stat, most normal casts will take care of this. And at least from Not Sure It's perspective, with the spirit count so tight, you probably can just leverage these back row at a highly opportune moment. Ooh, a rabbit.
An attack rabbit into an attack rabbit, but Not Sure It's is stellar, so he is getting the flex points here.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we can see this one a bit clearer this time, because I know the dark colors on it can make it sometimes hard to identify, but gorgeous nonetheless. And
yes, it is coming through clearly.
Come March, everyone that backed the Clash Kickstarter should be getting their nice full art Stellar Astrabbit. That'll be exciting to see.
I cannot wait. I'm going to be so annoying about running it in my decks.
We'll see here. We'll see what Not Sure It gets. Well, we won't know exactly, but they got something hopefully good. And I'm curious if Not Sure It will just choose to crash the rabbits to try to keep the board quite simple and just a simple pass go between the two of them.
It seems like that is absolutely what they are looking to do. And some...
What?
Oh! And an Argo on a rabbit? Are we about to see Necklace of Harmonia? Scythe of Demeter? What's going on? And a response from Adrian as well, which is...
Shield of Achilles.
Shield. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, quite the exchange. Was that pulled in from the side deck? Because PK and I did not see that in the top 8 match.
I think there had to be a little scrappy side deck for sure.
That is very interesting. Unfortunately, did not pay off here with the shield, being able to just make it so you use 2 spirits. So I think Adrian got on the better exchange of this. Not only does he still have his Astrabbit on board, but also forced a card and 2 spirits to equal the shield from Not Sure It.
Well, and we do see a Scythe of Demeter coming out. So that is in fact the artifact that Not Sure It went and grabbed. And it seems that they're going to be casting that out as well.
Well, that's even more painful because I'm guessing Argo, how it's worded, it's a mandatory resolve.
Mm-hmm.
You're forced to give it to that Astrabbit. So you're in that has to be just insult to injury.
Absolutely. But does that mean that this scythe is going to stick around? Can it be attached to nothing?
No, it has to be empowered to something. So yeah, I just read Argo up. It does not say anywhere that is mandatory. So because the Ask Rabbit got shielded, it was forced to resolve, meaning Not Sure It just gave Adrian's Rabbit a nice boost that now they have to deal with.
Oh my gosh. Or it could be Nexus. Maybe there's some sort of Nexus thing that Not Sure It is hoping to do. But yeah, this is looking unfortunate for sure.
Yeah, though Not Sure It is up a game, so it's not the end of the world here. And we see a Gorgon's great Siphon. That's a good call to make, especially with the Astral still trying to dig for more cards. So ended up being fine.
Yes, there we go. Reutilizing those spirits.
So we'll see again this. Oh, but a Ambrosia, because notably Gorgon's Gaze does not stop the siphoning of spirits off of that Elestral, just the Nexus and Enchanting.
And if you're Adrian, I think you know that that spirit on the attack rabbit could possibly be in danger going into next turn, possibly informs us on what may or may not be set in that back row.
Yeah. And also I was just paying, oh wait, Not Sure It's already down to 2 spirits?
That was a very expensive turn with Argo and Scythe.
Yeah. Ooh. Adrian's up at 9. Oh gosh. I was also just noticing that the timer now is below 20 minutes, and it looks like we're potentially going to a game 3, and that's not going to bode well if Not Sure It is constantly playing from behind, because if it does hit time, the player there is a more extensive procedure, but if a winner is not declared 3 turns after time is called, it's the player with the most spirits, I believe, that does end up winning it.
Yes, absolutely. And it has come down to that many times in Elestrals, but we do see an Ambrosia coming from Not Sure It's side, it continuing this game on, and you're absolutely right. Falling below that 20-minute mark is rough, having not gone into game 3. But Not Sure It has come back before. It is possible that they are going to be able to wrap it up this game too.
Yeah, if Not Sure It can pull it out, then they don't even need to worry about that scenario. That's just it for top 4. But I don't know, we still got a game here, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and we now have, sort of mirroring the 2 attack rabbits that we had before, we now have the 2 defense rabbits, and it seems that Rabbit Effect cast everything was good. Not Sure It was able to go into their deck and get whatever it is that they wanted or needed.
Yeah, Rabbit Gaming, these things just keep multiplying, but it is probably the best generic consistency Elestral in the game right now, hence why every deck is running it. But passing over to Adrian, let's see what they have to do to start contesting. Maybe an Eddie?
Yeah, very possibly. And we did see another set, so I wonder if the set was what was grabbed, or yeah, maybe an Elestral like Eddie, something that could deal with the rabbit on the other side of the field.
Yeah, because Adrian, while he's sitting at a good position here at 9 spirits without having much to do, it's what are you doing with that advantage?
Re-enchanting the rabbit is what you're doing with that advantage, which could be baiting a Gorgons or giving you an advantage from something that you get from your rabbit.
Yeah, as long as you can just wait till Sure It burns themselves out, you're not feeling too bad. And especially, we've seen the Toxion out of Adrian, so that's definitely a viable strategy, is just to say, all right, we can sit here and wait, but eventually I can find my Toxion and start burning you. You're going to have to use spirits at some point.
Very true. And have we seen Water Crab at all this second game?
No, we have not.
I wonder if that's something that was sided out.
Maybe, or maybe we will see the little crab that could, but notably an Ambrosia coming out of Adrian. Oh,
okay. That might have been what was grabbed from the rabbit, exactly what Adrian wanted to see. And we are once again looking at that timer, getting a little sweaty, worrying about this possible game 3 here.
Yeah, under 15 minutes now. They're going to have to play at a lightning pace if they're going to finish this best of 3, if it does come to that.
Yes, and Adrian is setting one more and simply passing back over to Not Sure It.
Yeah, we'll see what Sure It has, because that spirit differential is definitely hurting them here. We'll see what happens, because I'm honestly curious. I don't know the procedure for if game 2 goes to time and then a tie results from that in top 4. But a foamy here.
A foamy.
See if see if it gets PTA'd here.
With 3 back row. I mean, are there any PTA? Is that Necklace of Harmonia?
That is.
Oh, on a foamy? Absolutely incredible. I guess this is to play around possibly Eddie? But that is very interesting.
I'm assuming it's on Astrabbit instead, because casting on the foamy just means you're sacrificing it at the end of your turn due to not being able to expend 2. So what is the play here? Because what does that benefit you?
Yeah, I guess if it is on the rabbit, then it, but we see a pass.
Let me double check Necklace. I thought it would be forced to send to Underworld. Get up real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't burn the spirits at the end of the turn, then you have to get rid of it.
I'm assuming it's on the opponent's Astrabbit, which is what are you playing at here? Because
that's very interesting.
Oh, wait, hold up. Here's the wording on Necklace of Harmonia. During their end phase, the controller of the Empowered Elestral must expend 2. If they cannot, this Necklace of Harmonia is destroyed.
Okay, and so we're thinking that it's on the opposite bunny?
That way, the opponent's the one who has to expend the 2, because it's the Empowered Elestral's controller that does.
Okay, well, Necklace has nonetheless disappeared here. And we see, is that a Viscerus coming down?
It is a Viscerus. So clearly Adrian's like, nah, you're not burning me with that silly Necklace play. I'm just going to siphon off my rabbit. Didn't quite see what was siphoned off to, and then just tag out into the Viscerus. I think it was a Thunderstorm, actually, and that's how the Argo back row went away.
Oh, okay. Adrian not letting, while that was a very cool sort of gambit from Not Sure It, Adrian was not here for it, was not going to let that happen.
Quite an interesting play. Like, if the roles were reversed and Adrian was at a low spirit count, that would have been actually quite fascinating, forcing Adrian to give up a body on board instead.
Yes, absolutely. Although, is that still the foamy?
That's the Jatagua. The foamy was attacked over by the Viscerus and tagged out into.
Okay, and then Jatagua came out. Got it. Thank you.
This is a great way for Not Sure It to recoup those spirits. Even just a simple re-enchant onto the Jatagua next turn will just give him those extra spirits. And I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to finish up this game before time.
You might be right, because we are officially in heel stall territory on Not Sure It side.
This is absolutely wild what's going on here. And we've only seen Ambrosia from Adrian's side.
And a re-enchant on the Jatagua, getting more healing back. Oh my gosh. And you're right, Not Sure It also still has those Ambrosias.
That is crazy. Can Jatagua put some of those water back in my water ball? Because this match has been going on so long, I am practically out of water. We'll see. Is it just a pass onto the Adrian? It looks like... Okay, camera returned. Looks like it might be freezing a bit. Is it freezing on your end?
I am also seeing it frozen, so maybe it will come... Oh, seems like we're back.
Was informed that it is Discord being Discord.
Yes.
So we'll see. Clearly, although this is not great timing for stuff like this to be happening, because the timer is still ticking.
Yeah, and both players with their hands out on their field, they're saying, we are not going to have any issues here. Here are my hands. You will not catch them anywhere else doing any shenanigans.
Yeah, I expect it to be technical issues that they might get a slight extension, though I don't know how much that will really change what is going on, because we're now under 10 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, and it could really go either way. Getting into Jatagua was a game changer for Not Sure It.
For sure. It just gave him those extra spirits needed. And the third Ambrosia from Adrian.
All right, I think you should just assume you're never seeing water in your water bottle because we are going to be here for a very long time at this rate.
I guess so. Dang, this is just a game of attrition here. Both players not out of cards in hand either, and certainly not out of spirits.
No, or strength of heart, I would venture to say, is also a plenty in today's match.
And there's the Demeter coming out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now we're in classic Earth territory on Adrian's side of the board. I wonder if this was what was sided in. Very interesting.
Maybe, but I understand the play here because in the event that one of the Viscerus gets bounced by a shield, Adrian would be able to take out the Astrabbit, but with the Demeter on board, now they can play around a Tsunami as well with that re-enchant and just guarantee get that Rabbit off of the board. I don't know. I think I'd rather get the Chautauqua off the board.
The healing is definitely very scary here. And keeping Not Sure in the game, keeping this game going. Adrian, have we seen all three Ambrosias over on their side?
I'm pretty sure we have. I think we've seen maybe one or two on Not Sure It, but I know we've seen all three on Adrian's side.
So I think Adrian at this point, unless they are running something that I cannot conceive of in their deck, that is all the healing we're going to see from them. So you're right. They are on a timer. That Chautauqua is probably scary. And we are going to see a shield coming off of the Chautauqua, paying off of the Chautauqua to send the water enchanted Viscerus back to hand.
Definitely think preserving that Chautauqua is the right play. It is your way to make sure you can stay up on spirits. But you still need a way to answer that Viscerus here. So, I mean, you can reach onto the Chautauqua, but what does that really accomplish here?
Yeah, next turn for sure. And Eddie, that's our boy. He can do anything. I can't think of anything he cannot do. He is going to turn that Viscerus to defense. And while we see 3 back row over on Adrian's side, we are in fact going to see an Altar of Stars, which means that we might have an Eddie going down here.
Yeah, I think so. And then this gets the Viscerus out on... Oh, did they just call game here? I think so. Yeah, that makes sense. Just cast out a Viscerus. Not sure be left at 1 spirit. So we're getting a game 3 here with 6 minutes left to go on the timer.
Whew, I am feeling like this is going to be some speed Elestrals that we are going to witness.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. Or the other option that they have is to just try to play who's going to be at higher spirits, knowing that they would hit time, which I don't know how viable of a strat that would be, but we'll have to see. This will truly be interesting, but they got to move quick here.
Very true. We might see them be playing a little bit differently to work around the fact that they know we're going to be going to time, and likely will come down to who has more spirits in deck and on board.
Yeah. We'll see how this goes. Man, just sitting here has got me all exhausted and tense.
I know. I do not envy the game that they're about to have to play. I don't know about you, but when things go to time, I get so anxious. I am so fully aware of where that timer is. And by that, I mean, I'm usually not, but regardless.
The pressure's still on, absolutely. Part of me is just like, oh man. And you have to go then commentate the finals right after this when I get a break.
Oh, I am so pumped for the finals. I know that no matter what, it's going to be an incredible game. And PK is someone who absolutely gives a lot of energy. So I am not too terribly worried about that.
That's good. Whoever wins this clash, though, might need some of that energy since they will have to play a whole other match for all the stakes after this.
With what I imagine will be a very small break as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Since this one's definitely going to time, we'll see. But a little under 5 minutes left on the clock. The casters are finally shuffled up and ready to get started. We'll see how fast they end up playing here.
I imagine there was not a lot of sighting going on. Probably we're just wanting to get into this last game.
Absolutely. And I think it's also worth noting, I have checked, the other clash has finished. And what's kind of crazy about this is, which kind of is a bit unfortunate why this clash is going so long. The winner of the other room gets a great chance to rest up here and prepare for the finals.
Yes, absolutely. Drink some caffeine. And that Ass Rabbit coming down, honestly, if I'm not sure it, I'm looking for Ambrosia. Anything that can get you spirits in this timer meta that we are playing in.
Absolutely. Or Jatagua, a Sluggle if they're running it, just anything to just say, no, I will be at more spirits than you when time is called.
Exactly. Okay, and
that is
I think we're
Earthquake.
Okay. So Rabbit not hanging around, and you know what? Totally fair. Anytime a bunny hangs around, it is not a good time. And Adrian probably wanting to, with the knowledge that Not Sure It is running those healing cards, get as much burn, there we go, as possible, as much damage into Not Sure It as they can before the healing starts.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Earthquake, you're going -1 spirit for that. But with a Toxion, then that puts you in the spirit lead, which feels great. But a Cryoblast coming out.
Ooh, okay.
We're going to see a lot of back and forth here, I expect.
Yeah, they're both playing incredibly aggressively, making sure that boards do not stick and nothing gets to develop here. And is that the Jatagua?
Yes, that is a huge play. Recover 2, attack for 1. And regardless, Adrian, probably not worth trying to use a counter rune here because you'll just be losing even more spirits.
Oh my goodness. And no back row set over on Not Sure It's side. So I wonder how we are going to get this Jatagua to stick around, if Not Sure It is even too concerned about that. And we see a Rabbit come out in attack. Adrian probably looking for Ambrosia, looking for something to deal with this current situation.
Because let's be real, the spirit count hitting 0, not important right now. It's that just which number is higher at the end of this match, that will determine this. But a Zeus coming out as well, which is an interesting play because it does take some spirits from the spirit deck. But at the same time, it guarantees just being able to contest stuff. But I'm guessing it's setting up an altar play as well.
Oh, we did see that last game, and the Zeus was not... Did you see how many spirits got loaded up on him?
Looked like 2 spirits to me.
Okay, so keeping that one around, you're right, maybe for an altar or something like that. And an Eddie coming out, not wanting to move that Rabbit to defense, I would imagine. Oh.
But... And Art is doing that?
And yet,
I'm curious.
Nevertheless.
Yeah. Good call. I don't think I did mention that spirits on board do count at the end of the count because they are still technically in place. So playing 2 from the Zeus doesn't hurt the chances to be able to win the spirit race, but it does mean they are vulnerable to removal.
Yes, very true. And this Eddie going to be going down. And on that note, speaking of spirits on board counting, we have another Viscerus coming out, casting out in defense. And this is a terrifying board state from Adrian. And Not Sure It's still ahead in spirits right now, but completely open board, no back row set. They haven't even set anything this entire game.
Under 30 seconds left on the clock, though notably, Adrian, if we include the spirits on board, is now ahead. Because that's 4 spirits on board, getting up to 16 to Not Sure It's 15.
Very true.
Oh, this is intense.
This is going to be just coming down to the wire. I imagine Eddie... Earthquake! Okay, trying to get rid of those spirits on board, which you really do have to do if you're Not Sure It. And Eddie, I'm not sure if we're going to see Eddie sit like last time or attempt to swing possibly over that Viscerus.
That does make sense here. Again, it's just a game of spirits, but the Altar of Stars comes out to try to preserve those spirits on board and get some advantage. Because it looks like right now, the count from the spirit count is super crucial to be accurate for what we're saying here, but it looks like the timer has expired, so Caster should be going to a 3-turn exchange to see who can keep up on top. And that's really what matters. Is it wasn't so much the timer hitting 0, but rather, are you getting yourself into a good enough position to win in those 3 turns?
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. And great shout on that altar play, by the way.
Yeah, it does keep spirits on boards, but we'll see. That's more pressure for attacks. Yeah, we'll just have to see how this ends up working out. But Adrian looks to be in the lead here. Can put with no back row on Not Shirt side. That will deal a ton of damage that Shirt will have to make up somehow.
And just FYI, so you know, Adrian is now turn 1. That last turn from Not Sure It was turn 0. So we're going to have turn 2 over on Not Sure It side, and then the final turn 3, back when we come to Adrian again.
And that is preferred from Adrian because it means they get the final say, and being up with 4 spirits pressuring is likely going to seal the deal here.
I cannot think of anything that is not more expensive than it is worth for Not Sure It to do in this one turn.
We'll see what they've got. They need to have a bunch of Ambrosias and probably a Tsunami to boot to be able to have a chance of getting to high enough spirit count to be able to outlast it. Because really, this is the final turn for Not Sure It to really get themselves into that winning position. We'll see what they've got.
Yeah, but I'm looking at possibly a swing for 4, swing for 5 if we have another Elestral come down or a re-enchant of one of the Elestrals, and that is very scary. And we see a rabbit come down.
Well, just digging for anything to be able to do. I mean, Back might be able to wall it up since the other Viscerus was answered. So just being able to prevent Adrian from attacking could be huge here, but still needs a way to recover those spirits.
Absolutely. I am just like, my mouth is wanting to hang open. I am at the edge of my seat. This, once again, is down to the wire. And an Ambrosia coming out. That was exactly what they wanted to see there. And they got it. Really the only thing that will keep them in this game. But I don't see any way for them to do enough to contest all the spirits on board as well.
Yeah, I mean, technically here, I think Adrian could just pass, and that'd be that, because that's 9 spirits between Not Sure It stuff. And while Adrian has 9 spirits in Spirit deck, he also has 5 on board for 14 total for this count. So I wonder if Adrian will still play it out here.
Yeah, I think that we have probably... Is that a Specterus?
It is. It's the Shattered Stars art.
Goodness gracious. I mean, yes. I think probably if I'm Not Sure It, I would scoop at this point and not take the 4 billion damage. Oh my gosh.
Whew. Yeah, just contest the rabbit. I'm pretty sure that is it.
Wow.
What a crazy game.
One of those 3 games was absolutely crazy.
I've got no words for this. This was truly a game of attrition and grind game from beginning to end.
Yeah, and what an absolutely intimidating board state, even if we weren't just playing 2 and out here with the timer on Adrian's side. And that was so well fought by both, but unfortunately Adrian's ability to just get with the Viscerus, chaining all of them on to the board, getting the rabbit to stick around, and getting was it a Zeus that was also on the board? Just so many things that ultimately could not be answered by Not Sure It.
Yeah, that was an absolutely wild game. But hey, we got to see the gorgeous Stellar Foam. We have to show this one off.
Oh, you went and got it?
Oh, I've had it on my desk the entire time. This thing's awesome.
It is absolutely stunning.
And while Not Sure It will not be going into Top Cut, so we won't get to see that Foamy again, we will be seeing Adrian in Top Cut, showing off that Thunder can still compete. I think we're waiting on the brackets here to announce who Adrian's opponent will be. But in the meantime, of course, let's just highlight again that they are competing right now for complete playsets of that Gold Stamp Followed Arclith, Stellar Constellation Toxion, Full Art Mount Olympus, as well as the gorgeous Elestrals champion, gold stamp, Stellar Draking. Since we transitioned over here, I do have the Draking here. Just show it off one more time. Once it transitions back to us, I'll show it off. But yeah, truly incredible. But shout outs to also the top 4 who are still coming away with that full art stamped Arclith on top of everything else. And well, the runner-up, they'll still get some good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I am looking at the Mount Olympus, those gold stamp full arts, and the Toxeon with the constellation art. The constellation arts are one of my favorite things that Elestrals has done. And just with the stamp on it, that is such an incredible collector's item.
Absolutely. And it looks like the top cut brackets are right. I don't know how much time our behind the scenes man needs to get this up here so we can announce who will be in the finals here. But while 30 seconds apparently.
Oh
but
boy. Finals is imminent.
Yes. We want a quick transition here. So I think while we wait for that to get set up, this will be my last opportunity on stream for tonight. The PK Cray combination will be commentating Top Cut. Oh yeah, and the Draking one more time. Gotta show that off. But you'll get that power duo to finish off today just how it started, which I can't think of a more appropriate way. But I'm so thankful for this opportunity. It's been a blast commentating it, and I've really enjoyed my 2 co-hosts. I feel like we have done an amazing job, and it's just been a joy.
It has been so much fun commentating with you and meeting you. We just got to meet yesterday, and then really, we have lived so many lives today through all of the different decks that we have seen, through all of those clashes. I really feel like we have all made a bond forged in fire here.
Say no more. At some point, we'll all need to just play a match of Elestrals against each other. It feels like we have to at this point. I mean, we've commentated so many clashes. Why not play one?
Absolutely. And thank you for your game knowledge, all of those incredible predictions, everything. It was so cool, not only to be able to commentate with you, but when I was watching, being able to just see the game knowledge and see your insight on some of the things that you have knowledge on, like this mudlet that we're not totally allowed to talk about everything. See, now I'm doing the thing that you're doing. I'm like, oh, did I mention that I pulled the reverse stellar mudlet today?
It's too much fun, yes. But I think everyone on the back end is ready to go for that transition. So we'll go on a quick break. And it looks like it has been announced we'll be seeing Trishula versus Adrian in the finals.
Oh,
this will be
I'm
exciting.
So excited.
And I'm going to be listening in. But yeah, I'm signing off. Everyone have a great rest of your day, great evening, wherever you are. But of course, stick around for the finals. It will be hype. And yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Eagle.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is it, the ultimate finals in this tournament. 97 casters in a brand new meta put everything on the line, brought Froth out of nowhere, introduced Win and Pantera into top 8. But the only terrors you need to worry about are our final 2 casters right now. Adrian versus Trishula, the runner-up of the last Premier tournament, going up against the upstart out of nowhere, Adrian B, hitting hard with their deck. Kay, I am so sorry that you had to witness that slugfest. That was unreal gameplay between Shura and Adrian.
Slugfest is an incredible name to apply to that, because even though we didn't see Sluggle hit the field, it was definitely felt in spirit. But what a crazy game from both of them, and going into what we have kind of been talking about from the beginning, the tale as old as time, as foretold in the lore, Trishula ending up in the finals, defending, possibly being able to come back after being runner-up last tournament and taking it all this time.
Yeah, Trish is not playing games. I believe, well, we know, undefeated so far. So 9-0. It's hard to argue with the results right now. It's hard to argue that Trish won't come out of this tournament on top. But if we can go back to the bracket real quick, can we see the scores of Trish's top 8 run making it to finals? Because I'm really curious to see if there was any game 3s on his end. But speaking of which, the game 3s were also insane. We didn't see any on stream all day. And then suddenly, not only do we get a game 3, but we get an overtime match. And I'm sitting there with my cheesesteak and my daughter next to me. Daddy, what's wrong? I'm sorry, this game is intense.
Not now, honey. Daddy's busy.
It was just an unbelievable matchup that I am so excited to have seen. The record from Trish, however, 2-0 and 2-0.
So truly undefeated. And as you said, the entire day, we didn't even see a game 3 until we got to Top Cut. And then for both of the games to not only go to game 3, like you said, but for last game to go to time. And it wasn't even close. Like, it was very much to time. We started that game 3 with less than 5 minutes on the clock.
It was 3:57. I don't know why my ADHD brain pulled that one out specifically, but it was 3:57, and I just saw them going back and forth. But once time was called, every play mattered. And if you go back, you notice that they all start playing a bit more methodically and just, all right, we're here now. Let's just don't get a slow play warning, and we can push forward. So just absolutely phenomenal play. But now we have an interesting matchup here. Trishula, Adrian, we know exactly what they're on. We have the 2 good stuff from Trishula and Adrian with his deck. Again, it's just going to be exciting, and I cannot wait to see how this one wraps out. But, a quick recap of this tournament, unless we're ready to go to the matches, let us know, producer. But a quick recap. Man, what a shakeup of the meta, Kay, that we've seen so many different elements, and we've only seen an Equilinx on stream once.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And if it was seen again at any point, I mean, it did not stick around or put in any sort of work, but it has been so fun today. And to see all of these different elements shine, like you said, I mean, going into it, we had this pipe dream of, hey, it would be kind of cool if we saw, maybe Frost performed well. And it did so well. We saw Wind make it to Top Cut. Yes. What an incredible tournament for these underrepresented and I'm going to say underrated elements.
Oh, absolutely underrated. I mean, who would have thought that Wind and Frost, those two were just at the table looking at each other? Who would have thought? Not me. No, they both made great performances. Wind makes it to top 8. But then we have Shurit, with his deck right there, just performing really well and losing to time. But again, a slugfest of a clash between them. We had so many other casters pop up as well. But as I mentioned with Eagle earlier, this is a run back of no top 8 casters from the last Premier tournament, but Trishula. And guess what place he came in? Second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this really is just the story of the whole day is so exciting. I am so invested. I don't know who I want to win here because we have, on the one hand, it's a redemption story for Trishula. It is an underdog story for Adrian. Either way, this is about to be an incredible clash.
I'll tell you who I want to win, the audience. Give us a game 3 overtime. Let's go. The final clash is ready to go. Finals of the final Premier Tournament of 2024 is on your screen. Adrian versus Trishula. Let the clash begin. I am excited for this one.
I am so excited. Last time Trish was on screen, it was just a masterclass of all of those 2 good cards. Like we said, we saw all of those 1-ofs, and I wonder if that luck is going to carry Trishula into this finals.
We're gonna see at this point, you gotta wonder how much of it is luck versus skill. Like, is Trish just good in these cards and he's only executing it at the perfect time? How many of these cards are actually in Trish's repertoire when he needs them versus a top deck? We can't really tell that from our perspective. We only had Trish on stream once, maybe twice. No, once, I believe. So this is going to be a complete showcase of what he has in store for us. Looks like we're just doing a quick cut.
Yeah, we're doing a very fancy cut going into finals, which makes sense. You want to be extra sure. This is very high stakes.
Well, I mean, I definitely understand, but, at the same time, your deck can only be shuffled so thoroughly, We have Trishula on what we've dubbed the Too Good Stuff deck. And we have Adrian. Do we have a grip on what exactly Adrian is operating on right now?
So Adrian had a lot of different things going on. At the end there, it was Earth with Viscerus, and we saw a lot of rabbits. It was a combination of a lot of things. So maybe Adrian's own version of Too Good Stuff. Yeah.
So it's good stuff versus Too Good Stuff, or maybe even, I guess the Too Good Stuff depends on how much how many limited cards you put in your deck. That's probably the threshold. Maybe like what, 4 or 5 plus is Too Good Stuff?
Yeah, definitely. And we saw a little bit of an adjustment on the camera there, but it seems like our casters are going to be ready any second now.
Yeah, my completely hyped up intro for finals has been kind of put to the wayside. But the hands are being drawn here, and I'm ready to go. So let's see what it is. And look at those Celestial Sieves sitting on Trishula's side.
Oh, yes. Absolutely gorgeous. And I don't know about you, but my legs are shaking. I am excited. I am nervous. I am hyped up, and I'm ready to see this clash. I
imagine these two casters are going to be going at each other's neck back and forth, not letting anything up. So I am hopeful that we're going to see, as I said earlier, a slugfest. Trishula does win the dive roll and goes for an expend to draw, setting one card and just passing on that. So the face down card, is it a Gorgon's Gaze? Is it a Poison Tip Arrow? I wonder what type of game he's playing as Adrian's cast out and Estrabit to start.
Okay, and if we see anything on the response here, possibly that PTA, if that's what was set. But it seems like the cast of Astrabit and the effect are both good. Adrian going to be looking at the top 3 cards of their deck and taking whichever one suits them best. And Trishula with that expend to draw, kind of going third here.
Essentially, but sometimes going third for that extra card advantage in the Elestrals is very viable. So I'm not exactly too worried about that scenario. Because, I mean, we have the expend, you have the search, but now you have all these cards that you can keep using to beat down your opponent on. So it could be, I know that Trishula as a player really does just value pure advantage. Like, how much value can I get for a single cost, and how cheap can I get that done?
Absolutely. And we see one card set for Adrian, and possibly going to swing in with this rabbit. Oh, okay, no, I see a second card being set, and there goes the rabbit swing. And Trishula is going to take one Zaptor in damage, and we are going back over to Trishula.
Yeah, quickly move through that as well. I think Trish is absolutely locked in on how this matchup is going to go. So,
well, here comes Eddie.
Eddie's that dude, but Eddie doesn't even need to trigger the effect. This is purely for offense. So we have a tsunami hitting the field, but that actually you mean using a defensive way to protect the Estrabit.
Yes, I love seeing tsunami used in fun in different ways, and this is exactly that, keeping that rabbit safe and making it so that Eddie isn't able to attack over.
Well, that is still value, but exactly how much? Right now we have Adrian going down to 17 spirits. And wait a minute. Oh,
and we
galaxy.
See a galaxy, making that Eddie a 1/4.
Well, that's going to be interesting. And putting the Zeus down as well. Now, that's an interesting play. Why would you play a Zeus when you don't really need it?
Possibly Nexus. I'm not sure. We know from last game that Adrian is running Altar of the Stars, so that could inform maybe what is set. Who knows? Maybe a Nexus Bank happening here. We do see the disenchant.
This is Jan, yeah. So maybe he's anticipating a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, maybe a Gorgon's Gaze, maybe Argo shenanigans. I'm not sure, but either way, nonetheless, that Eddie has gone down.
I am really intrigued. That back row better be live because I am incredibly intrigued by what value Adrian saw there. That the 1/4 Eddie needed to be Zeus down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And now we see a Moustachian or Mustachian.
Yes, Mustachian. That's our
coming
boy.
down. And with that Galaxy, Trishula is really taking advantage of that because now we don't have to expend the water to make Mustachian a big attacker.
There's the Ultra Stars, as you foretold, Kay. Didn't know Demeter had a new ability. But we have the Ultra Stars right there, and now we're going to be seeing a swap likely on the Mustachian, which means that both the Astrabit and the Galaxy will be able to run over the Mustachian, which does make, assuming that Adrian was playing, wait a minute, it went to the Underworld. Why did he go to the Underworld? I must have missed something there.
No idea, but we see Adrian coming out swinging already with Toxion and Burn, just trying to punish here.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. 1 from the Toxion and now 3 with the attacks with another back row set. This is not Trishula's game.
No, and that was a tsunami, and that Galaxy is misenchanted? Oh,
that's
that
what the
is
Nexus
what
did.
happened. Okay, that's why we had it. Okay, we listen.
I missed it. You know what? We assumed, and this is why we're not in Top Cut. We assumed that it would be for advantage or just to switch it, but it wasn't utilized for the positioning. It was utilized for the spirit placement. Insane play by Adrian.
Okay, then that makes a lot of sense. That's why we saw the Zeus. That's why, okay. You know what, Adrian? We are sorry that we ever doubted you. Clearly, we were not familiar with your game, but Trishula able to get maximum value out of that tsunami and coming in with an Eddie and pretty much able to take on whatever it is that's here, but also looking over at Adrian's side with not only Zeus, but also 2 back row set. He's going to opt to switch that bunny to attack.
In a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh.
There's been not a turn where Trish has had any advantage.
Yeah.
Every turn has been in Trish's detriment.
Absolutely. And Adrian's pacing, the tempo is just incredible to see. And Trishula cannot get something to stick on board, which is so devastating because having a guy on board, whether it be to attack or to defend, is so crucial here.
And having a guy on board be blasted by Cryoblast is unreal as well. Definitely in a rough spot. Trishula has, again, every single turn has not gone in his favor. Will we see a re-enchant of the Toxion? Will we see a expend the draw as well? We have the Zeus right there threatening a debuff on anything that Trish may try to win advantage of as well. Instead, we're seeing the re-enchant on Astrabit, valuing the card advantage over the spirit advantage. There's value to both, but I understand wanting to bolster your defenses. With everything you have on your field, utilizing these spirits consistently in another manner could net you more than just getting a spirit lead on this next turn. So I agree with you.
Absolutely. And Adrian knows that without any back row on Trishula's side, they are going to be able to swing in for all of this damage uncontested. So I think you're right. Valuing that card advantage over just getting 1 more Spirit of Burn could be critical because, as we know, Trishula is an incredible player and is fully capable of turning it around and making a huge play here. And Adrian has to be ready for that.
4 spirits being lost by Trish, but this is still a 9-8 spirit game. There is plenty of Elestrals here to be played in game 1 of finals. However, with the board presence, the back row presence, and the hand advantages for both these casters, you can't help but feel like this is a losing race to the top for Trish.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild to see. And hopefully Trishula can come up with an answer to all of this, but you're right. This board state is so devastating to be looking at.
We'll see what our casters choose to do. Looks like even Trish is, up a creek without a paddle, unsure of what his next cast is. Is this the first time we've seen him play Nekruff?
I cannot remember if we saw Puppey coming from Trish last time, but a Puppey nonetheless, and we're going to pay attention to how it's going to be enchanted.
It is water?
Okay, playing around a possible tsunami from over on Adrian's side and swinging. Wonder what he is going to be swinging into, although it looks like Adrian is considering a Gorgon's Gaze onto the Nekruff. Oh my gosh.
Is that Nekruff not 1/5?
No, because Galaxy is misenchanted. There we go.
Oh, it is. We got to look at the enchantments. I was like, yes, but okay.
I did have him. I was like, you're right, Galaxy is there. But
okay, no. Those misenchantments, man. They will get you.
And yeah, it is definitely good to pay attention here. Although we see an enchantment on the rabbit, but it could be an argument to have put a water spirit onto that Galaxy.
In that scenario, yes, but at the same time, I understand why wanting to again get that card advantage. But now that the other Gorgon Gate has been spent, Ambrosia coming out, likely paying off of the Astrabit, paying from the Spirit deck. Interesting, but Earth is being spent, and hopefully we can see which spirits are being brought back. I can tell Leviathan. I could not tell the other two.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to see, but I imagine that Adrian is setting up with paying through the Spirit deck as opposed to, and that's a Cryoblast. Oh. That is a Cryoblast, getting rid of that Nekruff. Oh my gosh. And Adrian is about to do some major damage.
And another reenchantment on the Astrabit. Now, at this point, you gotta question, is it wrong to not continuously reenchant the Toxion? But again, maybe just wanting to really play back row. Because even though Trish has been on the back for this entire game, Trish has been dropping answers. So if Adrian ever slows down and does not have any bullets in the loaded up, it's gonna be against them immediately. But with 7-2 spirits, it's hard to feel like this isn't Trish's game to lose right now. Okay. We have an Astrabit, Galaxy.
That looks like a properly enchanted, this time, Galaxy, and an Ambrosia coming out, keeping Trishula in this game. And I imagine that over on Adrian's side that last turn, that he was in fact digging for the Ambrosia on his side, anticipating a possible crawl back from Trishula, which might be what we're seeing right now.
Possibly. We do have the Shield of Achilles on attack declaration, and that's going to be a scoop. Man.
Oh my gosh.
Not a single turn that Trish had, there wasn't an answer from Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian just had everything that he needed, was able to get incredible momentum and board advantage so quickly that first game.
It was, we saw the spin the draw. Trish actually went first that game. We saw the spin the draw. But after that, nothing. Like, Trish had to play, like, his deck, again, too good stuff. Although, notably, I don't think we saw any limited cards played out by Trish.
I think maybe we saw an Earthquake, but I can't fully remember. But I might be blending all of the games of the day together in my mind. But you're right. I think that next game, just based on how Trishula has been playing today, there's a very real possibility that he comes back and absolutely just rolls through it, and we go to a game 3.
Absolutely. I'm sure Trish is feeling that, because this is the first time, I believe, all tournament where he spilled blood. This is a game loss for Trish right now. And for it to happen in finals, for it to happen in the same scenario that it happened in 2 weeks ago, when he came in second to Sunseed Jess, I imagine that Trish is wide awake, that all of his systems are going to be turned up to 11, and that he is going to be played as refined as possible outside of his own mind, instinctually. It's going to be interesting to see how Trish bounces back in this game too. Absolutely. And both players digging into their side decks now that they know a little bit better what kind of matchup we're looking at. Trishula hopefully reevaluating and going into this next game, being able to have all of these answers that he's going to need. I mean, if you want to talk about needing answers, did Adrian fail anything? Dude's a valedictorian from that last game. Absolutely pristine play where not a single turn was lost. Every single spirit was utilized to proficiency. Not a single thing was wasted. The Cryoblast to snapback, the Astratus to search out and to deal more damage. We even had the Toxion that wasn't even re-enchanted. It was enchanted once. And of course, the Galaxy, which is always a good card, no matter who you have, along with the Gorgon's Gaze. I believe we saw him have it times 2. We had the Shield of Achilles, just everything Adrian needed. It was what we saw from Trishula in round 7, but on Adrian's side this time.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, if I'm Adrian, I don't know if I'm going to be making any big changes going into game 2. It worked so well game 1. I don't know if he would want to hold things back for a possible game 3 to be able to trip Trishula up, or if it's worth trying to just make this a 2-0 on Adrian's side.
I guess it comes down to what do you feel like is like maybe their side decks will utilize to help refine a part of their strategy. Maybe their side decks will utilize so that way they can answer something specifically. Like maybe they won't even bring Galaxy because we don't want to do Galaxy Wars or something like that. You know, there are many ways that this could go. And I'm sure both of these casters are considering every possibility between these two decks because we're seeing a lot of similarities in what they are playing. Just good stuff. You know, we got Toxion for burn, Astratus for searching, Galaxy for pressure, Nekruff because it's one of the best 5s out there, best water doggy. Like there are just so many cards that they're all utilizing. So I think it comes down to who plays what at what time. I don't think it has anything to do with who is more skilled or whose list is better. I think it comes down to the draw.
Absolutely. And I have to say, I really hope that Trish can take this next game because I would love to see this go to a game 3 in finals. I think that that is always the most exciting way to have finals.
Absolutely. We started off game 2. Trishula goes first and has the same opening as last time. Expend to draw, set 2. And meanwhile, we have a card being played by Adrian as soon as the shadow's out there. Hope we can make it out. Did the shield? What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like an Earth card of some kind.
Hopefully producers get information on that.
Oh, I think that's an Elechick right there. I think that is the Elechick art.
The Elestral is, yes. I'm trying to figure out what back row just took out the shield.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure.
Thunderstorm was the play. Oh!
Okay. Thank you. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so I can see Thunderstorm having value here, considering the divines that both players could cast out. But in terms of spirit count, Trish is still in the lead going into this next round. But losing Shield of Achilles that early, I feel like in this matchup is really rough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also have to wonder if maybe switching into this Thunder strategy, if we're going to see a lot of different guys on board. But we do see Eddie come out over on Trishula's side and going to be switching that Elechick into defense position and attempting to swing over, which it seems that is good. And Elechick goes down.
My eyes are wide. I'm pretty sure that's the first Elestral Trish has successfully taken down.
I think you might be right.
Because the last game, everything was answered every single time, but this one went through. So let's see how this one operates. Adrian is now on the back foot as Galaxy is going to cast out.
And I imagine this will be a properly enchanted, yes, Galaxy to make that Eddie a 1/4.
And a Zeus coming out as well. Again, I have to ask, is this an early usage of Zeus? Unless you have Ultra again, which again, if you have Zeus and Ultra already lined up, I need you, no, I'm not gonna say that, but we need to, we need to figure this out because that is insane setup right there, jeez.
Yeah, absolutely wild coming from Adrian's side. And I imagine that Zeus was to play around a possible Gorgons, maybe? I'm not totally sure, but we're going back over to Trishula, who is going to cast out the perfect response to a properly enchanted Galaxy, which is a Mustachian.
Now, are we going to see the same play as we saw last time? Because you and I got hoodwinked from that as well. The altar into the Misenchanted Galaxy, which was a beautiful play, just wow. But will we see that come out here as well? Although probably not, because I'm pretty sure you have to change the position if you Nexus with altar, which means that the threat wouldn't be as potential. Let's see what it is.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely being stood up right now. So value is being considered by Adrian. Like, how much do I get from stopping this versus just letting it go? I think that if you can put this in defense and destroy it next turn, that's the value you want because you are down on spirits.
Yeah, Adrian, while having played very aggressively, that has cost them. They are down in spirits, like you mentioned, and Trishula is still feeling pretty good, having barely spent anything at all. And that looks like a Gorgon's Gaze coming out and targeting specifically the Galaxy. I think he pointed at the Galaxy.
He did point at the Galaxy, and I'm going to look it up right now. Can you stop Gorgon's Gaze? Target an Elestral on the field. So paying off of it, negating his own Galaxy effect in the Mustachian does go down.
That was an absolutely incredible play on Adrian's side. And you're right, I have never seen a Gorgon's Gaze played quite like that.
That was interesting. Okay, I love that. Gorgon's Gaze, one of the most powerful counter runes in this game, is proving to work, spend dividends for Adrian. And now we have an Astrabit coming out as well, getting him a search of the top 3, a set back row as well. This board has quickly devolved to what it was against Trish in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Adrian is behind on spirits, like you said, the board is starting to get eerily similar to last game and incredibly scary.
It's an answer. Everything has been answered. And now you have a 2-spirit Zeus on the field, Galaxy properly enchanted, and an Astrabit in attack with a face down. And at this point, you have to know that thing is live.
But here comes what looks like the Foamy from Trish's side. Unless I am seeing that wrong.
Yes, that is the Foamy coming out as well. So we're going to have to see just what kind of value he's hoping to get. It is an attack position, so I am unsure about what's going on.
I don't know. Foamy swinging, possibly.
That is the altar, man!
Yeah, again, the altar play, because right now Foamy's stats are switched, but depending on how this altar goes...
I think the idea is to just stop the Foamy from getting a cast out, unless they're going to be buffing... I'm interested to see what Adrian is seeing here, but it is just going to stop
moving it to defense. Yeah, okay.
I have to believe. Also, this is a re-enchant of the Astrabit, so now we get a search of the top 3 in a shuffle. So that's really good for Adrian as well. Just value on value on value. But now we have to see if there's any invoke rune that can destroy the Foamy without attacking. Let's see how this draw goes for Adrian.
Yeah, I think the only thing here is Earthquake, because we can't see resting on your laurels. Adrian is ahead in spirits on board by a lot, and unless we see that Earthquake, that Foamy is either going to sit there, or Adrian is going to have to give Trishula the damage and let him cast out something else, which could be that Eddie play that we've seen where it moves itself into attack.
Right now, we have another re-enchantment of Astrabit. We saw this happening for Adrian last game, where there was just so much value gained off of Astrabit. And it's also ironic, because this is also a card that I want to say Trish actually pioneered or captained to being like a staple for everybody. He stood by it. He dressed up like a wizard to face you twice, representing Astrabit. And there is the Earthquake that we suspected was.
There we go. And Earthquake, that is the answer that he needed.
Absolutely, because Foamy, unlike Paleoth, cannot cast out from deck by destruction of an invoke, only by battle. So now all the damage going out there, and even though spirits are in Trish's favor, board presence has not been.
But now we're seeing an Ambrosia for Adrian, and we're going to see a claw back in terms of spirits and getting things a little bit more even. So not only are we evening things up in spirits, but Adrian still has this board presence that feels so insurmountable right now.
Notice how he brought back a Fleur Mine as well. I feel like it's safe to say that there's a Cryoblast waiting against Trish, or for Trish, if he were to start to get some advantage. So be wary and careful of that, young captain. But
Absolutely.
we have the Galaxy and Estrada are going to be attacking in for 2 points of damage, bringing this a little closer in Adrian's favor by spirit count. But board presence, like, boy, it's just not been for Trish.
No, and sort of continuing the theme of the last game of Adrian having answers to everything, responses to everything, that incredible Gorgon's Gaze play. This has just been an incredible game to see from Adrian.
Not just having the Elestrals on board either, but also utilizing them to pristine play. I'm still blown back by the subtly misenchanted Galaxy. Stuff like that lets me know that I am not in their league, but it's also great being able to cast these matches and watch their play come to fruition. Because not only can we learn just from doing this, but we don't actually have to deal with the stress of being in it while you're learning it. So that's always great. Spectaris from Trish being cast out here. That is an immediate shutdown of Galaxy. What is there by Adrian to protect? Never mind.
Well, okay, so here comes an Earthquake, but Spectaris is absolutely vulnerable to that Cryoblast that we talked about possibly coming out with bringing back that Fleur Mine Spirit. And so while Trishula was able to clear the board, which has to feel good, we know that Spectaris might not be safe right now.
But notice the 2 back row from Trishula now being set. If he feels confident this is now his time to make a comeback, then those 2 back row may have just been saved in his hand until the right time. Maybe he was worried about them being neatly destroyed thanks to a thunderstorm again.
And we have a Spectaris on Spectaris fight right now.
All right, so we got 2 4s on field.
Yeah, but we see the Zeus disenchant to buff or to decrease. I'm so Demeter pilled. To decrease the Spectaris on Trishula's side. And I wonder if we're going to see a response. Yes, a tsunami coming down from Trishula's side.
Trishula, tsunami! Majesty surfing and protecting Trishula's spirit by just switching everything to defense. And now we have, wait, hold up. We saw what it was. Will it be cast out? Yes. Dratagua being cast out. 1/4 in attack position.
Interesting.
So the question has to be, does Trish think that back row is live? And since the previous Elestral was able to be attacked and taken down without worry, maybe it's not. The Spectaris is going to go back into attack, utilizing that hollow you can find from Daybreak, as well as the common from the Farrageist starting deck, available on shop.com. But both attacks go in, the damage is dealt, and this is the first time all match long that we have seen Trish in a commanding position.
Yeah, with that back row set as well, we might be seeing the clawback that we were talking about. And with Dratagua on board, Trishula has the option to simply re-enchant and continue to heal as long as it sticks around.
We have another stalled out casting from Adrian. It's going to be Quackle!
A Quackle!
In attack.
Oh, a Quackle in a tackle. Absolutely. Listen.
A tackle.
I love to see it. Going to be able to heal back 3. Now, of course, the downside to Quackle when compared to Dratagua is that you cannot re-enchant to continue getting heal on Quackle.
I believe Quackle is a 2/3 right now, so it can get over the Dratagua.
Yes, and we do. No, I think that you were right, and we do see that back row from Trishula. Maybe that's live. Maybe we can protect this Dratagua. Depends on how much he values it and specifically what this is. And Dratagua is going to go ahead and go down. Trishula in still a better position with this Spectaris looking at this Quackle and seeing what he's going to do for this turn.
I have to wonder what Adrian's back row is. I'm wondering if it's just a set Ambrosia.
Or maybe possibly another altar, something that hasn't been able to be utilized because of no Nexus Bank, that kind of thing. I'm not sure.
We do see an expend to draw by Trish, so digging into more cards, but nothing that he can even set right now. So that back row is his only protection, along with the 4 attacking Spectres, 5 and a suppression. So we'll see how that operates. We do have, this is probably a cast out from Adrian, mulling over all of their options, and it's going to be an Eddie. It is going to switch Spectres to defense, and the question now here, Kay, is does the attack go through?
Yeah, is this back row real? Was Trishula saving it for this moment? I don't know. We will see. He seems to be thinking about it. No, and the Spectaris just goes down, and Trishula now has to contend with this Eddie out on field.
So it's arguable that both back row from both casters are just bluffs at this point, because they both had situations where they would have wanted to activate whatever they have, unless it's something like a shield who wants to shield back an Eddie. So that's potential for Trishula. But right now, 9/7 spirit count, board presence has been lost, but a cryoblast shreds Eddie.
It is about time that Trishula gets to cryoblast Adrian back, I have to say.
It has been very chilly on Trish's side, absolutely.
And we see another Spectaris coming down. And as we know, this back row hasn't been activated, so Adrian is probably just going to be taking spirit damage.
Yes, it's going to make it 8-6. Right now, they're jockeying for board control. They are going back and forth, tit for tat, 1 for 1, every single turn. It's going to be a slow burn going down here. But right now, Spectaris is sitting there, and we're going to have to see exactly how Adrian responds in this matchup. We are deep into this matchup, far past the mid-game, closing in on the end game. Trishula needs to win this to take this to a game 3. This is his second time making it to finals, especially back-to-back. And now we're at a point where is he just going to lose it twice in a row as Adrian puts down an Astrabbit. What an amazing Elestral to cast out at this point in the game.
He has been getting so much value from these rabbits the past 2 games, and I have a feeling he is a rabbit believer at this point if he was not before.
Absolutely. Astrabbit just being one of the best cards to cast out at any point of a clash, beginning, middle, or end, especially end. That this card just gets you so much advantage. It does so much for you, protects you. And in a neutral game state such as this, Astrabbit is absolutely a great cast out. We also see a new set by Adrian, so that's one to be wary of, the one closer to the underworld there. Galaxy does cast out from Trish, but what does it offer much in this state right now? Nothing besides a arrow target.
Yes, and it is going to get PTA'd, which, you know, that was that the back row that was just set? Is that the back? I imagine that it was. I so wonder what that other back row is and what Trishula is hanging on to. It's driving me nuts. I gotta know.
These are bluffs for sure by these two casters, because they are both at a state where any back row would have been opportune to play. At the same time, I could just be wrong and that this is terrible, but we have the Zeus coming out here, getting a decent amount of value from the from the Galaxy before this goes down to Poison Tip Arrow.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably going to be seeing this bunny go down this turn.
Likely, yes. Astrabbit or Spectres will be attacking into Astrabbit after the debuff as well, and then Galaxy could do it as well, and then hit for 1, and then take 1 more damage, expending the Poison Arrow to destroy the Galaxy. So not a terrible turn. It at least keeps Trish in contention, but being at only 2 spirits, Ambrosia needs to be found now.
Yes, although Trishula is sitting with 2 pretty big bodies on board, and Adrian has been struggling to get big attackers out. I mean, obviously Astrabbit is great, but does not offer much in the way of attack.
I said Ambrosia needs to be found now. It was cast out and I didn't even see it. Ambrosia was found. What a fantastic king.
Here we are, and we see a second back row being set. Maybe once again, that one is real. Who can say? An Astrabbit, in fact, going down. Spectaris swinging in for 1. And we're probably going to see this PTA expend to pop the Galaxy.
Do you know what Galaxy stats are right now?
Don't ask me these questions, PK. Don't do this to me.
The pop quiz is never ending, Kay. Never ending. School was always in session. We have 4-4 spirits, the ambrosia from Trish being so pristine, and another back row being set right now. Time is halfway spent through this round. We were at 1 hour, 60 minutes, and we're down to 42. Well, we were extended through 42 minutes in this game.
That first game was so quick, and this one, Trishula, as we saw, was able to really bring it back after it seemed for a little bit that it was just going to go like that first game.
Right now, I think Adrian's just trying to find his mojo. What does he have? What can he play? And just searching through everything. This is a really, I mean, what hasn't been used?
I don't know that we've seen all of the Eddies. Eddie could be good here. We've seen Adrian use Viscerus, which could be an answer to the Spectaris. Although Viscerus never feels great going into back row, which I assume that the second one set has to be real. It has to be.
It absolutely has to be real. So, and if it's something that, like, let's say Adrian casts something that tries to get value. If it's anything but Estrabit and it gets gazed, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is
Misenchanted Galaxy.
Although it looks like it's in defense.
Yeah, it's gonna be Misenchanted. He's going for the defense. Trish should be smelling blood in the water right now. Who cast out Galaxy in defense? Misenchanted. This is a bad spot for Adrian and great spot for Trish. He needs to capitalize on this right now.
Yes, absolutely. It just goes to show that Adrian is attempting to stop the bleeding here, attempting to hold off possibly the inevitable, but with that Zeus on board, and we know that back row has not been able to answer anything. I cannot imagine that Galaxy is long. And it didn't even matter. It did not even matter because here comes Eddie and there goes Galaxy.
The Eddie fully exposes the Misenchanted Galaxy, and it looks like a Tyratlas was spent from deck. 2 spirits left for Adrian here in game 2. Didn't even need to spend the Zeus, and that is great value for Trish here. But Viserys hits the field.
Okay, here comes that Viz. I was just saying last turn, possibly that could bring us back. You and I both think that second set for Trishula is real, though.
The one closest to the spirit deck, yes. I believe that one is real. But in this scenario, what do? Are you going to cast out a second Viserys to get the 6th attack and go down to 0 spirits? Looks like they're explaining something, trying to figure out the game state between these two. Either that or they're making sure that nobody is doing anything because lag is happening.
Yeah, I think it's sort of lagging.
Either case, this is a really precarious situation where you have to wonder what the Viserys is going to do, besides look gorgeous coming out of the tournament pack 1 that ends in December. So besides that, what do you do with it?
Well, you have to hope that you don't get shielded, that you don't get tsunami'd, that you don't get it didn't get PTA'd, so at least there's that. Hopefully we don't see a gaze either, because if on the attack declaration we see a gaze, that actually would just end up crashing with either Spectaris or Eddie.
Well, not even Spectaris. Whoa, let's see what happens. It is a tsunami.
It is a tsunami. Okay.
So whatever the attack target was, it does not matter. Both Turises. I'm not saying that ever again.
Although I think we just saw a scoop from Adrian.
I assume so, because he's going to lose his 1 spirit. I would love to have known what that face down back row is, but kudos to both casters there for retaining. Kudos to both of them for retaining information. Like, this is a really precarious game state here. We are into a game 3, our 3rd game 3 on stream after not having any from Swiss. We have Trish on the back foot going into this game 3 after losing the game 1 after winning the dice roll, and we saw really similar play compared to what we saw game 1 and 2. So it goes back to what I said at the beginning of game 2. I don't think this game is coming down to skill. I think both casters are on equal footing. I don't think this comes down to deck building, because both decks are really similar. It comes down to the draw.
Absolutely. And I think that we did see at least a little bit of a change in seeing that heal stall stuff coming from Trishula, which ended up being really essential for being able to come back that last game and take us to a game 3, which I'm so excited about. Game 3 for finals. As the prophecy foretold, here we are. I'm going to be just shaken and on the edge of my seat this entire game.
No bias, but I hope the meter somehow clinches it.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to have to say that I'm with you on that.
Hey, Ginger Girlie's on top.
Exactly. But we have seen a lot of Zeus representation, despite Zeus and Demeter both getting the same restrictions.
Yes,
so,
and they are still showing up and showing out. Not even being searched by Elechick more often than not. We saw it a couple of times, but these were just being hard drawn and hard played. So these two are absolutely exhibiting insane play all around. And I'm so excited to see how it's going. But we already have, I think we're still Spirit deck shuffling or siding from Trishula right there. So still waiting on our casters to finish here. But you mentioned heal. There was also healing on Adrian's side. We saw Crackle, and Heal Stall is likely not going to take effect with about 23 minutes left in the match right here. So we're going to find an absolute winner.
That's true. I have to wonder if they're going to pivot into a much more aggro type deck, because we've seen a couple different play styles. And I feel like Adrian has a little bit more room to pivot here, because while we did see the Quackle, we didn't see much difference in the playstyle. We still saw that Viserys come in at the end, and we still saw sort of the same cast of players giving Trishula issues, although I don't think we saw Spectaris on either side in the first game. And then we saw Spectaris in the second game from both.
I was going to point that out as well. I'm wondering if Viserys and Spectaris are in their sides, and that's like one of the key differences here that's going to just change up how this matchup goes, because Spectaris sees Galaxy and laughs, but Viserys sees Spectaris and is like, I can get over you. I can deal with you.
Yeah, so absolutely.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one operates, but we are going into a game 3. We should have about 20 minutes on the clock, which means that the past 2 games each took about 20 minutes. This is insane. This is a great way to end this tournament. After a major meta setup, shake-up, just changing everything, limiting Equilinks and Zeus and Demeter, and already having Laurel set up. This is insane. Game 3 is ready. So sit down, don't go anywhere, but like the stream if you haven't already, because it is time to go in. Let's see what our casters are bringing to this game 3. This is the final game of this entire tournament, Kay.
Yes, this is going to determine the champion, the person who is going to get that gold stamped Draking.
Oh, I want that gold stamped Draking, but I'm not this good. I can't remember what Galaxy does. But we do have. Wait a minute. No expend the draw. I think Trishula actually was chosen to go first here. Interesting.
I think so too. And we see Rabbit coming down first. So I wonder if that means that Adrian is leaning more into a heal stall type deck, because I know that those like to go second. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, but heal stall with 20 minutes in game 3 doesn't feel like a viable strategy, because essentially you can get called for slow play if you are leading into that route, if you try to, optimize the strategy. But in any case, we see Trishula casting out Estrabit, and we know that makes his little feet just click his heels, seeing his Estrabit come out. So now we're going to see how many sets he have. And if we see 3 sets, well, actually, maybe Trish is still scared from Thunderstorm. Is that only 2? It is only 2.
Yeah, so Trishula said, I don't really care if you have Thunderstorm, take them.
Yeah, and go for it. You still got to choose.
Absolutely. And I could just, in my ear, I could just imagine Trishula playing that Rabbit and using his wizard voice. I can just imagine it. And that is what I'm going to choose to believe happened there. And speaking of, we see a Rabbit go down over on Adrian's side as well, and seems to have not been PTA'd. Seems that the effect is good, so Adrian is going to be able to look at those top 3 cards on his deck and choose whatever he wants to add there.
Adrian said, a bunny for you, a bunny for me. Off the top of my deck, I will look at 3. That was a bad wizard voice, but he is setting 3 as well. I'm sorry, Kenny. Yeah,
I had flashbacks to my games with Trish just then.
But Bunny v. Bunny, we're in for a long one. This actually may go to time. If this is how it opened up, we might be going to time.
Yeah, we see 3 set. And I don't know, we were talking about heal stall maybe not being great in this time limit, but there is another argument to be made, which is that if you can hold on to spirits and take as long as possible, that you might be in a pretty good situation. Which Trishula, we see a re-enchant of that Astrabbit, and seems to not be Maybe. Gonna see a Gorgons here from Adrian's side. He's definitely thinking about it. And there
Gorgons
it is.
Gaze. I understand that as well. Spirit count definitely goes in Trish's favor, but if you don't have anything else to stop the Distrabate, stopping your opponent from getting more advantage, I think there's a lot of value there. So I understand.
Absolutely. And we saw just how dangerous Trishula can be in that game that we watched before Top Cut. If Trishula is able to get all of the cards that he wants and needs, and I'm with Adrian, you got to stop that from happening.
So the Taxion is interesting right now because you do get the immediate burn, evening up the spirit count. But on the surface, from everything we see, you're not getting over the Astrabate. If I see a Cryoblast on Bunny, I'm going to flip my chair. Okay, no Cryoblast on Bunny.
Yeah, I don't think that you can, right? Because it doesn't take it down below the 2 required. I think Bunny is at least...
But it would take it below the 4 required for Taxion to get over it.
You're so right. And I have never seen anyone use Cryoblast that way, so I wasn't even thinking about that.
No, it's typically not, but it could have been a way to just force the back row from Trish. I at this point, I'm not putting anything past these casters.
You're so right. After that Gorgon's Gaze play last time, unconventional uses of cards is absolutely on the table.
I think we just saw an expend to draw. No, Mustachian is going to be coming out and hitting the field. This one, potent Elestral here, able to expend to get over anything. And we do have Mustachian in attack. Do you think that Galaxy is waiting in the wings for Trish?
I have no idea, but I don't even know if it's going to see Galaxy next turn because we have these 3 back row set on Adrian's side. I can't imagine that, we don't see maybe a shield or something coming out.
I would take... Okay. Did you just hard play Zeus?
He just dropped the Zeus. Daddy Zeus has hit the field and the disenchant, and I imagine it's on Z-Bunny?
Well, Father is here and looking to put down a beating, and the Ambrosia casting off of the Astrabate to heal the 3 spirits in his underworld. This is such a good game, and we're not even halfway through.
Oh my gosh. And I have to wonder if Trishula is specifically playing with the knowledge that this might go to time.
Possibly, with the way it's going, this could be just foreshadowing how you want to play. But with 15 minutes left, I wouldn't consider that a win condition at this point. Something to keep in the back of your mind, but maybe not make it plan A or B. But,
yeah, absolutely.
We do have this boosted up Mustachian running into the Toxion, and it looks like he's going to go out. Is he reconsidering? We do have 3 back row live. Alter, maybe?
He's really thinking about it.
It is Alter.
Exactly right. That was an Alter.
So the value that Adrian is looking for is either another search from Bunny or more spirit damage on the Toxion. Regardless, he's gonna. It depends on whichever spirit Trishula, weakened here.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's gonna be going off of the Toxion onto the Astrabate. So I'm assuming the Astrabate is still at 5. So it's Alter makes Mustachian go to defense, stops the attack. We get another search with the Bunny.
Yeah, and this is not the first time that we have seen Adrian value the search with the Bunny over the burn from the Toxion.
No, I think every time that we had this scenario, Astrabate was always more valuable. More cards is better than more damage to Adrian. So that's a consideration that every caster should take into perspective in their next clash.
Absolutely. It can feel good in the moment to do a little bit of burn, but you're so right. Setting yourself up, getting a potential rune to set, getting a potential Elestral that could change the game, in any of that would feel probably better in the long run.
Now the question is, does Galaxy exist in Adrian's hand? Because then they can get over the Mustachian.
That's very true. Or an Eddie would do it as well, being able to flip it back, although that would bring into question the expend on Trishula's end. And we see an Ambrosia.
Eddie wouldn't work on Mustachian because the Mustachian player is always in command. If the Eddie caster activates the effect, then the Mustachian player can chain their effect to make sure that they always have the strongest staff for their position.
Yes, and that was possibly what I was not very well communicating. So I appreciate you clarifying that.
It's a good one, but yeah, Mustachian always wins versus Eddie. It's one of the few Elestrals in the one cost category that really sees Eddie and just laughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adrian did pay for that ambrosia with the spirit off of the bunny. Once again, we are seeing the spirit management. We are seeing, because of that ambrosia off of the bunny, although I think you could have done it before, it's fine. We are going to see a resting on your laurels come out.
Wow. This is a pretty big moment because you know that the Mustachian is going to be targeted, and that is going down as well. We see the limited resting on your laurels. Love that card. Love that animation. Love that little piggy. But it's going to be sending that Mustachian all the way back home to the underworld. And there was a galaxy as well. Insane.
Absolutely. And you called that too. It did, in fact, exist in his hand. And here it comes. I wonder if that back row from Trishula is real. If we are going to see him attempt to protect this rabbit, or if he's just going to let it go down.
Oh, the jazz hands are out.
Okay,
let's go, everyone. Lag. Get it going.
Yeah, come on, Chad. I want to see your best jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
And all that jazz, etc.
Yes. I need high kicks from all of y'all. I want all your cans. But right now, as we wait for Discord to stabilize, let's talk about the game state here. We have Galaxy on the field being cast out after Resting on Your Laurels takes out the Mustachian. And I believe an attack was about to be cast out. And now at this point, we're just waiting for casters to say, for the back row of Trishula to be proven to be live or not. The one in question we're looking at is the one closest to the spirit deck, to the left of Estrabit. And I want to thank the crowd for taking part with their jazz hands. Thank you very much.
Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much. I think we are back.
And the attack does go through Spirit. So we have the Estrabits crashing, and Galaxy will be staying on the field and running in for 1 point of damage. Galaxy being a very potent Elestral, and we have two live back rows unknowns by Adrian. Whether they're live or not, it remains to be seen. But Spectrus waiting and just sitting in wait in the shadows, waiting for the right time, and sees Galaxy and knows it's time to strike. Let's see what back row is live for Adrian.
Absolutely. And honestly, if I'm Trishula, that last turn probably doesn't feel too bad trading the rabbits and having Galaxy, especially if he knows that he has an answer in hand with that Zeus.
Looks like the back row is coming up, and that is a shield of Achilles.
Yep, gonna get bounced back to hand.
So not the ideal situation for Trish, but better to have it bounce to hand than go against Gaze.
Absolutely. And we do see 3 back row set on Trishula's side. So who is to say what we might be seeing in the coming turns? Spirits are, in fact, right now tied up. Although after spending for this shield, Adrian might be a little bit lower than Trishula.
I mean, there needs to be a poison tip arrow for the cast out and a shield for the Galaxy for Trishula to regain control right now. Spectrus is going to be the one to come out. Let's see if there's a poison tip arrow. Properly enchanted Spectrus right now. Hold your breath for any reveals by Trish.
I don't even see him moving, so
yeah, there's no poison tip arrow here.
No.
So he's just going to take 2, or does he have a play to take out one of these Elestrals?
Well, okay, so he's looking at his underworld, thinking about what's going on, and what he could possibly do to respond to this is just going to take a second and think.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be taking a spirit damage and is now just considering what needs to be taken out. 1 Tyrantlus as well, which I think would only be live for the Earthquake, and a Leviathan as well. So an Earth and a Water going to the Underworld. Score is now 13-14 right now, so there's a screen. I believe it might be 13-12.
I think you're right. 13-12.
But in any case, we do have the draw in. I'm not gonna. I thought that he was making like some 3-cost list cast. I'm like, wait, what is going on?
I did too. I was like, okay. And we see a Spectaris come out as well, and that appears to be properly enchanted on Trishula's side.
Yes, we have 3 back row and a Zeus staring down Galaxy and Spectaris. But I want to bring attention to your point 11 minutes ago, Kay. We are at 8:45 and counting left in this round.
Mm-hmm. It is looking more and more. The shield!
This is game one all over again. We're at the point of the game where Adrian has an answer for everything Trish wants to do. While the boards, the spirits may be even, the board is definitely in Adrian's favor. Trish needs for a water Elestral to not come down now and for a tsunami to be set to save him a good bit on this turn, but he is now on the back foot going into the closing moments of this game. And I don't think we've seen either caster in all these 12 minutes be under 10 spirits. What an insane game we're watching.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I wonder if one of those set cards is in fact Tsunami, and he's been waiting for this galaxy that has been plaguing him, that he has been unable to answer because Adrian has had a response every single time, and we see a shield from Trishula.
What is being shielded here? Looks like the Specteris is going to be returning. So if no other back row was set by Adrian, if the Specteris is able to land on the galaxy and Specteris comes back out on the next turn, if there's a tsunami set, that is the opening Trishula is going to need to get back into this clash.
You're absolutely right. And I think that might be it, that Trishula is trying to just get rid of this galaxy that has been around for turns and turns and turns.
An absolute thorn in the side indeed. He rolled around just a little bit too much and now cannot get that out of his heel. Specteris is dropping back onto the field. Misenchanted? So you're Zeusing it down? Also, I guess that calls out not having any more Lunars in your spirit deck.
Yeah, and was that a Leviathan that went down, or is that something else? Because I didn't get to fully see it.
I'm pretty sure that's a Leviathan.
So that's very interesting because that means that Specteris is now a 2/4, but with Zeus, possibly enough. Adrian is definitely thinking about it. I wonder what this last back row is.
I am lost as well. I don't believe that Trish?
Oh, I'm telling you, Galaxy, everything that happens with Galaxy is funky. We need to just get him out of here. Come on, Trish. And a Gorgon's gaze! That is what oh my gosh. And I have to wonder if the Leviathan was the plan all along to play against possible tsunami. I don't know what Trish is cooking. Oh my God.
I am so underleveled. I somehow made a right in this RPG as a level 17 facing level 63s. What is going on?
Yeah, this is, I mean, you know what?
Oh.
And the Cryo Blast.
Man, a card that Adrian always seems to have at just the right time. I wonder if Tsunami is available. Is that another Toxion? I believe
and another
it is.
Toxion gonna be burning Trishula. And as you pointed out, we are getting into the last 5 minutes. We are almost in the last bit of the clash, and there is that tsunami. I knew it had to be a tsunami. I knew it. And finally, Trishula gets to use it.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a proper setup as well. Like, send down your Specteris. I'm going to swap it to attack. But Toxion was an unknown. And now we're at a point where Trish, this needs to be the best cast of your life. Your tournament life is on the line this game. Dratagua.
And that'll do it.
Healing up, and you're going to have to use Zeus to get over the Toxion as well. I understand it. Not the most optimal play, but I understand the situation that you're in. And if you can protect Dratagua a little bit, you can do a little bit of heal stall yourself. We're at that point of the game. I did not think we'd get here, but we're at the point of the game where heal stall is absolutely viable. But poison tipped arrow will prevent Dratagua from doing any sort of damage. He's going to heal 2, lose his Elestral, and now Adrian is in his endgame.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And that Dratagua goes down. Adrian expends the 1 to pop it. Passing back over, we have the 2 set on Trishula's side. That Zeus still hanging around. So that is a live spirit if Trishula needs to use that to either use an Ambrosia or some other instant rune like that. But looking at the spirit counts, looking at the timer, this is in fact very scary.
Is going to be, I mean, Adrian has come in on a phenomenal play. He was was it 10th place in the previous tournament. This is Adrian's second tournament, their first top cut, their first time making finals, going head to head and is closing in on winning their second tournament. This is a Sun Sea Jess sort of approach. One tournament got to finals and then suddenly won finals. It's happening again.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see the re-enchant on that Toxeon. Adrian is really just trying to wrap this game up.
We're at a point now, like, this game has come down. Is that a shield?
It is a shield.
Okay.
Trishula is shielding the Toxeon, paying off of the Zeus to send that Toxeon back to hand. It never feels good to send a burn card like Toxeon back to hand because you know that can just come back and burn you the next turn.
But in this scenario, it does make sense to at least save himself the spirits because he was going to lose 2 anyway. Might as well use them to your advantage and get 2 spirits off of the field. If there is some sort of Jatagua or some sort of healing right now for Trish, he needs to utilize it now. But we have the cast out of the Eddy going in, and that's going to be the 1 point of damage. We are 4-1 going into these final turns. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what Adrian does in his turn here.
Yeah, well, as we know, that Toxeon is in hand. Trishula is on 1 spirit. And if Adrian is able to burn that 1 spirit, all Trishula can hope is that Adrian can't answer this Eddy. But I believe that Toxeon can simply just crash with it.
Yeah, so that back row has to be, but even if the back row is live, like, what would it need to be?
Yeah, I don't think that there is anything here that Trishula can do.
Trish needed ambrosia.
Yeah, Toxeon just comes out, burns for 1, and then crashes with the Eddy. And Trishula, I think that this is game, and I think that Adrian is our champion here.
Wow, 0 spirits left to Trish, no way to play a game, and that is going to be all she wrote. Huge congratulations to your new champion, the final champ of 2024, Adrian. Coming out of nowhere. Again, as I just said, only his second tournament, his first top cut, and his first championship win. First of 97 casters.
That was absolutely incredible. The big brain plays that we saw, you and I were just sitting here in disbelief, oftentimes not even knowing what was going on. These casters played out of their minds, out of our minds, and it was incredible to see.
Absolutely exceptional play, a huge refined awareness of every aspect of every card that is in their deck, that is on their opponent's field. They understood the game more than most. We were here on commentary being flabbergasted, as you said, by their plays. I'm still hung up on the misenchanted Galaxy from game 1. That was still just, wow, that was so good.
I am going to need to watch that back and take notes because, oh my gosh. And that was so well played from Adrian as well as Trishula. It was just an incredible finals. I love that we went to game 3. I love that we went so close to time. I was on the edge of my seat. I was like a little chihuahua shaking. It's just, I love Elestrals. I love this game and it was so much fun.
Absolutely. This is a fantastic game, and I love just seeing how this game has evolved. It was very interesting and shocking to see Galaxy come back and be such a potent threat. Like, this entire thing, like, I know it says Edward and Friends. I'm calling it Galaxy gang out here. Like, this is all Galaxy gang for real. Like, it's been such a Galaxy-focused game, and every single card was played around somehow taking out Galaxy.
Yes, and like we were saying that entire time, Adrian was simply able to answer everything that Trishula did. Adrian was able to use Cryo Bless over and over and over again, use Gorgon's Gazes out of their mind, and it just truly a beautiful run from what we were able to see. And they're going to go home with an incredible slew of prizes here.
Oh yeah, talking about the prizes, if we can get that up on screen. Adrian, first of all, let's give props to Trishula about what they came on with. Second place here is going to net them 2 of the following. Full art Mount Olympus from Shatterstar Scorpio, full art Constellation Toxion from Shatterstar Scorpio, Arcalith full art from Shatterstar Scorpio, all gold stamped, by the way, as well as 2 Daybreak booster boxes. So if you get that poison tip arrow or full art going against Trish, let's talk. But let's talk about what the champion gets. They get 3 full art Mount Olympus, 3 Toxion, 3 full art Arcalith, all gold stamped. You get the gold stamped Shatterstar's Luna Reverse Stellar Drat King, 2 Daybreak booster boxes, and an uncut sheet of Daybreak full arts. Round of applause to our top 2, and fantastic play and awareness by Adrian. What an insane play. Again, coming up out of nowhere to claim this one.
Yeah, that was just an incredible day of Elestrals. We got to see so many different things played, and we got to see so many new strategies coming from the new ban list. And yeah, what an exciting tournament today.
It's been unreal. So if you guys got the itch to try to take your hands, draw the best you can, and try not the mulligan to win the next tournament, we'll be seeing you January 11th for the first premier tournament of 2025. You get an amazing sign up for an amazing group of prizes for signing up, and the championship will be a reverse stellar gold stamp mudlet that you can find in Shatterstar's Sagittarius right now, minus the gold stamp. That's only for the champion.
Both of these gold stamps, the Drat King and the mudlet for the January 11th tournament, those are both 1 of 1 cards, which is it is so cool that we are now seeing those in prizing.
Yeah, 1 of 1. So you get that, you have a treasure. Honestly, something that not many people are going to have, if ever. So that is yours to command and cast out however you want. But if you're not ready for the premier events, well, guess what? We got casual events coming up for you as well. December 17th, we have another webcam casual, and it is the last. There's going to be another one happening December 17th for a casual event. Bring your best way that you best deck that you can, any strategy you're considering, please consider Panzer and Chrysor, and then bring that December 17th and 18th. These events double caster coins. So if you want to get some extra prizes from the caster shop on play.elestrals.com, you want to sign up for these events, and we'll see you December 17th and 18th. Otherwise, again, January 11th for the next premiere event, and we have casuals every Tuesday. So I hope to see you guys coming. Kay, yes. Are you competing?
We will see. I might still be recovering from this day, if we're honest, because what a day it has been. And I will point out that we aren't even done here. Coming up next, at some point, hopefully in the near future, PK is actually going to be able to interview our new champion.
Yes, we're going to be sitting down with Adrian for a quick interview to talk to them about their play, their deck, how they're showing up, how they're feeling about Elestrals. We're going to get to know our new champion in a deeper way in just a little bit, so I cannot wait to talk to him. But Kay, it is so great to christen PK Cray for the first time here today. This has been fun.
I have had so much fun bouncing off of you and playing with your energy and everything, and this has just been such a fun day, and thank you for being such a great co-host.
I mean, the energy all comes from you, I promise you. You've been just fantastic to talk with. Before I let you go, I need to ask you, you've been here for as long as the tournament as I have been. What has been your peak moment?
Oh my gosh, there are so many. But I think that the first moment that we realized that Jess was playing Frost, when that Frostmite came out and it was able to take out that rabbit, I am not over that. That was incredible to see.
Frostmite, that was the only time we even saw Frostmite as well. That was so cool to see, because not only was it a shock to see, but it was played at the perfect time. That was peak Frostmite play.
Absolutely. And there were so many highlights of the day. I'm curious to know what your favorite part was.
Mama Bear versus Dragon.
Ugh.
That matchup, Pantera and Bear, I'm sitting there on beta, but like, what is going to happen? This is so cool. Wasn't the Bear at like 19?
Yeah, the Mama Bear was maxed out at 19, and still with the help of, I believe it was the Sorlet, we were able to see Drive make a comeback in spite of all of that, and it was truly, truly incredible to see.
Oh, that's another thing I really do love, how diverse this new top 8 was with players. We have the only repeating player from the last one was Trishula. Otherwise, we had brand new people across the board. We have Trishula making it to the finals once again, and we have a new champion.
Yes,
who I'm going to be interviewing
absolutely.
in just a little bit.
Yeah, you have to ask. Someone also pointed it out in chat, but you have to ask what that set was in game 2. We have to know.
I'm on it. I'll let you know. Feel free to blast me in chat until I ask that question. I will, as a journalist, I will get the scoop for my constituents.
Absolutely. And I am excited that we may be able to have those questions answered, because hopefully Trishul remembers, because I will be asking him as well.
I am very shocked to not hear that your favorite part of the stream was pulling the reverse tail of my lip.
You know, I do keep looking over at my little bitty baby, and selfishly, I did want to say that, but I did feel like I had to say something about the tournament, but you know.
I mean, can you please put it in a sleeve?
Oh, you're right. I have just been having it sit out here.
It's been 5 hours!
But listen, we've lived so many lives. It's been such a day. And everything is great. Everything is fine. Don't worry about him. He's safe with his mother, okay?
I'm sure you're going to take much care of him. Put him in a case until you put him in a deck.
Yeah, I need to get him in one of the actual, like, solid plastic ones.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up buying mine online. They're pretty cool. I actually got the idea from Dan Creator A Drive. He said when he sent out the slabs, I'm like, yo, well, I need these. So I went online, just typed in magnetic slab, and there you go. So grab one for yourself.
Yes, that will make it difficult to play in all of my decks to flex on people, though.
Well, apparently, you know what? I'm not even going to say that on the airways. I'm not going to give other people the idea. I'll type it, but I'm not going to give other people the idea because I refuse to let that degeneracy thrive.
Very curious as to what this particular brand of degeneracy could be here.
I will let you know. I'll tell you. Or you can ask somebody in our chat, but we'll go over it later. But man, this was just one incredible tournament, and I'm so glad I got to cast it. I was very sad I wasn't able to cast the last one. I'm glad to be here, and I hope to be here for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am right there with you. This is honestly a dream come true. I know that you are a big caster, that you have so much experience, and that really showed. You have so much confidence in the way that you're able to carry yourself. And it was great to be able to work with you and observe that and sort of learn as we were going.
I just like running my mouth.
You know what? As a yapper myself.
Absolutely. I just like talking. Little fun fact about myself. I actually didn't start speaking at all until I was 4 years old, late 4 years old.
And then you haven't stopped since.
Literally, my mom told me I'll never tell him to shut up, and then I distinctly have a memory of her finally telling me to shut up. I was like 10 years old. It's too late now.
Absolutely incredible. And it looks like we are ready to go with this interview.
All right, Kay, do you want to have any final remarks?
I will just say thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to all of the casters for making this an incredible day. And thank you for the opportunity and being so wonderful and welcoming to me. I loved my time here. And again, thank you to PK and thank you to Eagle as well.
Oh yeah, Eagle. Shout out to Eagle as well. Shout out to the team for production as well. This has all just been a fantastic time. But it is time for me to get this interview started. Kay, it's been real. We will do this again.
Yes, Kate.
No! Not the trip at the end.
Dang it! She fumbled at the end. Oh, it's been a long day. The PK Cray collab will return.
Going PK crazy in here. All right, Kay. It's been real. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Let's get this interview started.
the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
We are here once again to restart our conversation. I am PK Sparks, interviewing our latest and final champion of 2024, Adrian. So Adrian, we're going to rehash a good bit already, but let's talk about it for the people at home. You came out of nowhere with this event. This is only your second run coming up, and this is your first time topping and your first time winning. Without any questions from me, how do you feel?
I'm feeling like ecstatic, honestly. Like the fact that when I came into this, I initially was just trying to get top 8. That was my big goal because for my last premiere, I got top 16. So the fact I never would have imagined that I was going to win the whole thing. But they say practice makes perfect, and honestly, I'm just happy.
So you mentioned practice makes perfect. Just how much have you been practicing?
Yeah. So I've been basically practicing essentially I've had 3 locals a week. So essentially, in all those locals, I've actually won. So essentially, I just nonstop grinded locals, and I guess this is how I got here with how my skill level.
Insane. And also having 3 locals you can go to is insane. An absolute grinder. But clearly that time and effort has paid off because it brought you to your first top cut and your first championship win with all this fantastic prizing. Do you know everything that you just won?
Oh, I have an idea. Honestly, it's still kind of crazy to me because it's so much prizing, and I'm just like, wow. That's the one thing as a card game player. It's Elestrals when it comes to getting all the prizing that for players. It's crazy. That's what I love about this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best part about Elestrals is how community focused it is, and it wants players to get value back for the time they're putting into this game. We don't want to just be like, all right, just keep playing and keep playing. Like, no, you can get a lot out of it. So I think there's a lot of benefit for everybody there. But let's talk about your prizing because I want this to sink in for you. You have won a play set of stamped full art Mount Olympus, gold stamped Constellation full art Toxion, gold stamped full art Arcalith. We have a Champions gold stamped reverse stellar Draking. You have 2 Daybreak booster boxes, and you have an Elestrals uncut sheet of Daybreak full arts. Do I need to repeat that for you?
No, you don't. That's crazy. That's not to mention with the deck that I won with and getting all those rarity upgrades. It's perfect to me. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, those gold stamp cards are going to be few and far between, and that reverse stellar Drag King is just for you. So you put that in the thickest slab you get and keep that one safe.
Thank you, sir. That's the plan.
I'm curious to know how long you've been playing Elestral so far.
So honestly, I have only been playing Elestrals for a month and a half. And then it was thanks to my roommate, Joel Wayne Armstrong, who is also known as Hunter Surge. He's right next to me. But essentially, yeah, he got me into it. He just forced it down my throat. He said, "This game's sick," and I was like, I play a lot of other card games, and I was like, I'll give it a shot because he kept talking to me about it, and then I just kept playing it with him, and I was like, honestly, this game's a lot of fun. And then when I found out, it's more community-oriented, A-Drive listens to all the players, which a lot of other companies don't do that, I fell in love, don't we'll say, love at first sight.
Dan, creator A-Drive, definitely puts the people first, and I love that about him. Shout outs to Joel, your roommate, as well. He essentially scouted a champion, so I hope his talents are being utilized elsewhere. Dude is insane for bringing you into the game, and I am very happy to have you perform as well as you did so quickly. It goes to show that not only is this game really easy to pick up, but you can take it far. To become a champion of 97 players in a month and a half, you said, is a phenomenal feat. Speaking of phenomenal feats, I want you to tell me more about your deck and how you chose on the deck that brought you your championship.
Okay, so initially on the last premiere where I came top 16, it was with Thunder Nexus, right? And honestly, when I was doing a lot of practice even before that premiere event, Thunder really just resonated to me. It's the right amount of tempo. It has burn in it. It just like aggression, but not too much to the point where it feels too fragile.
Right.
So for me, when I crafted the new version after the ban list that happened, in mind, it was essentially just a draft actually from the initially MPT's list from the last premiere, but then I just kind of added my own twist with the help of Joel, obviously, and kind of just crafting it to more just a good stuff Thunder with a bit of Earth with the power of the 2 divine runes, just creating that tempo and that aggression that you need to just either grind or just straight blow your opponent out of the gate.
So either way, still utilizing the ±3 from Zeus and Demeter, which in either way is going to get you what you want most of the time. And also just utilizing the good stuff, as has been referred to, of the cards, including cards like Galaxy and Estrave, to just keep tempo with your opponent.
Exactly, like Galaxy Beast and all that.
What was your specific tech? And you said you added some of your own takes. What did you add that you enjoyed the most?
I actually added the tech that thanks to Joel Wayne Armstrong, it was his idea. It was the one of each. Oh, sorry, and Sean Yorkfin, for the Jolton, the Race to the Top, and the Mount Olympus. That was my most that card came up so many times in Swiss. It was crazy. But
I don't even think we saw that in the top match right there, finals. So I'm shocked to hear that was in your list.
Yeah, the problem. Okay, so when I was going to that against Trish's it's like a weird 5 list right now. I gotta thank him, by the way, because if I didn't lose as bad as I did to him, I wouldn't have adapted in time to learn what the deck did because other people were playing it, to figure out the nice timings that I need to do and what I need to side against it, which was like Spectaris and all that.
Okay, actually, so that is what I was going to ask you. I saw a lot of Viceroys from you as well. So Spectaris was in your side?
Yeah, Spectaris was in my side and Viserys was in the man.
What other text did you have in your side for this matchup?
For that
if you want to reveal it.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was mainly like some more like, honestly, it was just the Spectarises mainly in that matchup. I was debating on maybe playing another heal card against that matchup because they have a lot of healing too. But yeah, I'd say what was in my main board was pretty well equipped, and then Spectaris just facilitated more ways for me to deal with the Galaxy, and also just his beaters also.
Awesome. Well, I'm not going to hold you up too long, but this has been a fantastic showing. It's been great to get to know you a bit. I love hearing how you just got into Elestrals and you're already a champion. So absolutely inspiring, not just for me, who's been playing fully full-time since April, but for the many people who are watching as well. So what are you going to do with your prizes, man?
I'm gonna definitely put the Thunder cards into my Thunder deck because that would be cool.
Yes!
And then I'm gonna open the booster box, and then I'm probably gonna get the Drag King maybe graded, and then the Uncut Sheet. I'm gonna work on that. I don't know yet.
Whole Rhino Sack full armor.
Yes, I may do that.
So I have one important question. This one is from the people. Game 2. Both you and Trish had back row set that did nothing. What was that back row?
That back row. I think the one back row that was in game 2 that I didn't do anything with. Oh, I think it was maybe a Cryoblast. Cause I only have one Fleur Mine. And I was just like, I said it as a bluff, and I was like, yeah, I mean, maybe if I see Ambrosia, I can activate it again. So that was the idea, probably.
I think you must have activated Cryoblast like 8 times during that entire match. An unreal amount of play, especially only having one Fleur Mine in your Spirit deck. Man, you got your value.
Yeah, no, that one Fleur Mine was wild. I'm not gonna lie. In the main deck, I actually will give MVP in the main deck to Cryoblast. And that card has saved my life in so many situations.
Especially in this sort of matchup where you're playing good stuff, a lot of them go down to Cryoblast. So yeah, it makes sense. That's a card that I feel like many casters should be siding no matter what.
Yeah, not mentioning the theory behind it also was with Zeus. If they even have like a big beater, you can use Zeus to lower it and then Cryoblast a card and it will die.
Yeah, we saw that from MBT in the last one. It was blowing everyone's mind. So I have 2 more questions for you. They're going to be simple. 1, Moonrise, releasing January 21st. What are you looking forward to?
Honestly, I'll be honest. I don't know a whole lot of the set, but I actually, my roommate Joel has been actually testing with he proxied and he tested a lot of the stuff right now. Well, he's been testing some stuff. It's actually the lunar stuff. The new lunar stuff seems really cool.
Anything particular? Like, is it Necrolith or the full moons or lunar phases?
The lunar phases, yeah.
Okay.
With the different lunar phases that have the back rows and they have all this interaction. It seems like a very cool concept, and I think it definitely has place to be either practiced upon and maybe even refined further.
Right. I think there's a lot of potential coming out with 8 different lunar phases, and every card interacting with them in some different way is going to be interesting, especially if they're the reasons that Pharaoh Geist was already limited. I cannot wait to see what casters do with that. there were many different cards that showed up on stream during this event. We saw Frost 2 or 3 times here. Is there any deck or element that took you by surprise that you're interested to explore now that this tournament is over?
Honestly, it seems like what I liked about this event, since it was like the day of like the ban list going into effect, is it gave everyone the opportunity to just start trying stuff, and then just like, you know, give their own homebrews, like their rogue ideas, and just give it a shot here, right? That this is like the best place sometimes just to, you know, test it and see if it works or not. And I saw a lot of different Frost strategies, from the Morrowind to the Cryoburn gaming to the Rhino set gaming, and like my Thunder version, and then like just some fire decks, and that water deck that Trish was working on, he had. I think like honestly, what the most greatest part about this is just the, you know, the immediate feedback from the Elestrals team on putting on a list, and then, you know, making the players have to, you know, reinvent themselves before a new set's coming out, and then also just before this tournament.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next event as well. January 11th, happening in 2025. You are our final champion of 2024. Do you have any final words for the people?
Well, I want to thank you, PK, personally, great commentating, and then the other commentators, I want to thank them. I want to thank, obviously, all of the judges, head judge, A-Drive, the Elestrals team. This game's amazing. A whole lot of, like, thanks to that. But also, I'd like to give quick shout-outs to Sean Yorkfin, Brain Atanasio, obviously, as you know, Joel, and Trish. Just because Trish beat me, if Trish doesn't beat me, I'm daft fast enough. But overall, I just want to thank a lot of everyone and who just came out to play, who watched the stream, and I hope the best for them. And hope to see you guys for the next premiere event.
It's going to be major. We are hitting new numbers every single event, and I cannot wait to see how this one is going to go. And I hope to see everyone January 11th as well. All right, I'm not going to hold you much longer, so I'm going to do my outro for everybody else, but I'm going to let you go, Adrian. Again, huge congratulations on your first place win. Fantastic performance top to bottom, and I cannot wait to see you on January 11th.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to let Silver try to work on the transitions, but I want to thank everybody for watching as well. If you guys enjoyed yourself, again, that like button is your friend. Make sure you guys plan out January 11th. There are 2 more casual events happening as well, happening next Tuesday and Wednesday. Double caster coins to make sure you practice your best deck. I want to see way more Frost coming through here. Moonrise pre-orders are live right now. Visit shopelestrals.com. And do not miss out on trying to pull your reverse stellar mutton like K Craig earlier by buying into Shattered Stars, subscribing to Shattered Stars right now. But with that all said and done, that's all the time we have with you all today. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the Elestrals team for the production. Thank you to my team for just coming through so clutch. And thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.